Orun, a former swordsman who became an enchanter, is hired by a party due to his ability to learn multiple skills. However, as he is average in all of them, the party sees him as useless and decides to expel him, branding him a jack of all trades, master of none. Without a party, Orun returns to being a swordsman, traveling solo. However, even he himself had not realized how special his original magics were. I hope you all enjoy this amazing adventure. If you enjoy this audiobook, please consider joining my Patreon to support me and join Discord to say hi. Orun, you're being kicked out of the party as of today. I couldn't believe my ears. As usual, after finishing the exploration of the Great Southern Labyrinth, we had just returned to the mansion we rented as our party base. While checking the magic stones and drops from the demonic beasts we obtained today, the party leader Oliver suddenly announced my dismissal. This was a bolt from the blue. What kind of joke is this? It's no joke. Until now, we kept you in the party because you were an old friend from the same village, but your abilities aren't enough to fight in the floors ahead. To put it bluntly, you're lacking in skill, so we're having you leave the party. Currently, this party has reached the 94th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth, where no one has ever reached the deepest floor, the 100th floor. This party is the only one in history to have reached the 94th floor. Having achieved this unprecedented record, the party is called the Hero Party and draws a lot of attention from many people. I understand my skills are insufficient, but that applies to all party members. At this rate, we won't be able to go any further. That's because your support magic is weak as hell? Derek, the party's shield, interrupted my conversation with Oliver. Weak? I do realize that my support magic is less effective than that used by other enchanters. That's precisely why I developed several original magics to compensate for this flaw. Thanks to that, I've been able to survive even after the 91st floor and into the deeper layers. I have no reason to be called weak. Huh, you don't even realize you're weak? Haha, I never thought you'd be this shameless. The only reason you've made it this far as an explorer is because the rest of us were excellent. I learned for the first time what it truly means to be dumbfounded. Derek, seeing me speechless in disbelief, wore a triumphant grin. Did he think I couldn't argue because he hit the nail on the head? We didn't fully understand how important enchanters were. That's why we let you stay in the party even though you could only use low-level magic. But during last month's joint hunt, we finally grasped how crucial enchanters really are. Feeling like my body became as light as a feather, with power and defense rising so much. I never imagined real support magic could be that amazing. Just as Derek finished speaking, Oliver, as if recalling that moment, started talking with sparkling eyes. Last month, a dragon suddenly appeared on the surface. Because it needed to be defeated quickly, 3 S-rank parties joined forces for the hunt. That must have been the joint hunt last month. Among the members who participated in the joint hunt was a genius hailed as the continent's greatest enchanter. Compared to her, my support magic might seem unsatisfactory. But I'm not a professional enchanter. Of course, I'm inferior to a professional. That's why I developed original magics. Stop making excuses, Derek cut in again. Listen to people until they finish. You converted to an enchanter because your swordsmanship was worse than Oliver's, and what matters for explorers are the results. The process means nothing. No matter your background, you're now an enchanter in the party and your skills are inferior. You're not in a position to complain. We are the hero party. We have to move forward. We've already found a replacement enchanter for you. What Derek said was true, but there's a right way to say things. Is this how you treat comrades with whom you've shared hardships? Still, I understood that to them I was no longer needed. If my successor has already been decided, then this place is no longer my home. All right, I'll leave. Thanks for everything so far. Saying that, I turned my back and started to leave the mansion. Finally, you're leaving? Ah, what a relief. Ainley, the mage who had only made scornful expressions towards me until now without saying a word, spoke with satisfaction. Your swordsmanship and magic are both mediocre. Even if you can do a bit of everything, your skills barely reach A rank, and you kept giving your opinions. It was so annoying. Do you know what we call people like you? Jack of all trades, master of none. You being in the hero party was the weird part all along. From now on, act within your limits. When I turned to face Ainley, she suddenly fell silent as if her confident words were a lie and weakly said, "W what?" So they had thought of me like this all along. I thought I had been devoted to this party. Why had I been in a party with people like this? I sighed inwardly, opened the door, and walked outside. Well, first I need to find a place to sleep. Switching my mindset, I started walking through the town to look for a suitable inn. The next day when I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Even though I had just been kicked out of the hero party, I was sleeping until noon. How carefree of me. I thought to myself with a hint of self-mockery. Yesterday, I collapsed into bed as soon as I arrived at this inn, so I hadn't planned anything for the future. While feeling a bit exasperated at my own boldness, I reviewed my current situation to make plans. I still had quite a bit of money and sellable materials left over from my time in the hero party, so I could live without problems for a while. However, no matter how tightly I budgeted, the remaining money wouldn't last long enough for me to live without working forever. So I'd have to keep earning some money little by little from now on. There are basically 3 ways to earn money. The first is to continue as an explorer just like before. Across the continent, there are underground spaces called dungeons where demonic beasts appear. People who delve into these dungeons and sell what they find to earn money are called explorers. The items sold mainly include magic stones and demonic beast materials obtained from defeating demonic beasts, as well as ores and plants found inside the dungeons. The second option is to get hired somewhere and take a steady job. The money earned might be less, but the dangers are minimal, and a stable life is basically guaranteed, unless the employer is difficult to deal with. The third option is for me to open a shop or something and earn by myself. I have a few ideas that might make money, but the certainty is the lowest. Still, it has the highest potential to earn a large amount of money. Among these choices, being an explorer is the only option, Honestly, it wasn't even a question. I don't particularly want to get rich, and the reason I came to this city was to become an explorer. When I became an explorer, I was with Oliver, but I didn't follow him to become one. I became an explorer of my own will. Now, having decided to continue as an explorer, the first thing I need to do is understand my current strength. Until yesterday, I was exploring dungeons as an enchanter. There were various reasons I took on the role of enchanter, but it was largely because of party circumstances. Since I no longer have to be bound by the hero party's situation, starting today, I will return to being a swordsman. Part of the reason I became an explorer was because I admired swordsman explorers, so this is non-negotiable. When I was in the hero party, I was originally a swordsman. Sure, before converting to enchanter, Oliver was stronger as a swordsman. Even now, if you just look at physical ability, he's better. But after practicing as an enchanter for a while, I believe I'm now several times stronger than when I quit being a swordsman. Maybe even stronger than Oliver, who is called the Sword Saint. That said, since I have a gap in practice, I first need to regain my feel for the sword. Once I get my feel back, I should be able to easily make it through the middle layers of the Great Labyrinth alone. Come to think of it, I heard that a nearby dungeon was recently opened. It's a good chance, so I'll check it out. I decided to head to this newly discovered dungeon, gathered my exploration gear, and left the inn. No one really understands why dungeons exist. They suddenly started appearing in various places several hundred years ago. The internal structures of dungeons vary. Some have artificial stone corridors, some resemble caves, and others spread out like spaces above ground. Most dungeons have similar structures continuing from about 10 to 30 floors, but there are 4 exceptions on the continent. These are the huge dungeons said to have 100 floors, commonly called the Great Labyrinth. In the Great Labyrinth, the scenery changes every so many floors, and the items you can gather also change drastically. Because of this, it is said that if you explore the Great Labyrinth, you don't need to explore other dungeons since you can obtain various demonic beast materials, magic stones, plants, and minerals there. In reality, that's not entirely true, but I'll skip the details here. Because of this, the highest floor reached in the Great Labyrinth is a kind of status symbol among explorers. I arrived at the dungeon I aimed for. A guild employee was managing entry at the entrance. To enter the dungeon, you need to show your guild card to the guild staff managing entry. I approached the guild employee and showed my guild card on the spot. You're going to enter the dungeon alone?" The female guild employee looked around me then, after confirming I was alone, asked that question. "Yes, is that a problem?" "According to the rules, it's not an issue. But you know dungeons are very dangerous places, right? Going alone is reckless. If you go to the guild headquarters, there are explorers recruiting party members, so I think it's better to form a party first." The guild employee kindly offered me advice. What she said was correct. But I'd heard that the strength of the demonic beasts in this dungeon was about the same as the upper layers of the Great Labyrinth or weaker. If that's the case, I can handle it alone without problems. I understood that she was kindly trying to warn me, but I wished she would at least check the guild card first to see if I was someone to take advice. "Thank you for your advice, but I have no problem going alone. You can tell by looking at my card." "My card? Eh?" The guild employee's expression froze after she checked my guild card. The main use of a guild card on the surface is simply to prove that the owner is an explorer. So it displays only the owner's name and the highest floor reached in the Great Labyrinth. In other words, my guild card showed that I had reached the 94th floor of the Great Labyrinth in this city. A 94th floor reacher? I am terribly sorry. I apologize for my rude behavior. The guild employee's attitude changed instantly when she saw my card, and she bowed deeply and rapidly. No, it's okay. Well then, may I enter? Of course. Please go ahead. Granted permission, I stepped into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there was a labyrinth of artificially constructed stone corridors and halls. Glowing ores were installed on the walls at regular intervals, making it bright enough to see several meters ahead without any problem. I walked cautiously for a while, but it seemed there were no traps. When I reached a place that looked like a hall, I saw a shadow moving ahead. Carefully observing, I realized the shadow was a horned rabbit. The horned rabbit is a demonic beast resembling a rabbit with horns. Its movements are swift, but its endurance is low, so even novice explorers can defeat it. I activated the bracelet-shaped magical tool, sealed with the storage magic technique on my left wrist. I summoned the sword stored inside near my right hand and gripped it. It's been a while since I last held a sword. Since my opponent was a horned rabbit, I wouldn't fall behind. I decided to fight using only my natural physical abilities without casting any support magic buff. As I slowly approached, the creature seemed to notice me and lowered its horns to headbutt. Too slow. To me, who had repeatedly fought demonic beasts in the lower and deeper layers of the Great Labyrinth until yesterday, this rabbit's movements were far too slow. I drew it into the limit, then stepped back half a step to dodge the attack. As the rabbit passed right beside me, I slashed upward with my sword. The blade traced the path I had imagined and sliced through the horned rabbit's abdomen without any resistance. The horned rabbit's body vanished like black mist, leaving only small magic stones behind. It's been a while since I swung a sword, but my body still remembers. Maybe I was being too cautious. I should quickly descend to the next level. Though the battle was monotonous, just being able to swing my sword was satisfying enough. After that, I encountered demonic beasts like goblins and slimes, but since there was only one at a time, they were easily defeated without much effort. While defeating the monsters, I proceeded to the third level without once losing my way. Even though the layout was maze-like, it was child's play compared to the lower and deeper layers of the Great Labyrinth. There were too many hints, such as airflow and various other cues. Once I entered the third level, there were multiple enemies. Although there were multiples, they were just groups of the same type of demonic beast, and their intelligence was low. They could be defeated even without buffs, but since I wanted to get used to the feel of buffs, I cast support magic on myself. Support magic, as the name implies, is magic that enhances the physical abilities or equipment performance of a chosen target to assist allies. Conversely, magic that lowers abilities is also considered support magic. However, it has little effect against powerful demonic beasts, so it is rarely used. Those who mainly use support magic are called enchanters. The role of an enchanter is unfortunate. I say this from having been an enchanter for years, so I don't think it's a mistaken view. Enchanters are constantly pressed for time. For example, when casting the basic support magic Strength Up, the effect is not permanent, so naturally it will wear off eventually, but the duration varies depending on the person. This is believed to be due to each individual's mana resistance affecting the duration. Thus, an enchanter must keep track of the buff durations for each ally and recast the same support magic before the effect expires. On top of that, others tend to view enchanters as merely applying buffs and leaving the fighting to their teammates. Since they just watch from a distance and don't fight themselves, most parties leave combat command to the enchanter. The hero party was no exception. Well, this view might be largely due to the appearance of a genius enchanter. Counting down the remaining buff time for each ally, recasting support magic before it expires, casting new support magic according to the situation, and simultaneously giving instructions. Moreover, because they are not conspicuous, enchanters often go unappreciated, which is their current predicament. This can certainly be called unfortunate. The actual effort they put in does not match the recognition they receive. With my physical abilities boosted by support magic, I swiftly defeated multiple demonic beasts without trouble. After finishing, I stayed alert in the area, waiting for the support magic to expire. Exactly 180 seconds, easy to count. The duration of the support magic on me was a precise 3 minutes. I had cast support magic on myself before. But until now, I prioritized counting the durations on other party members, so I hadn't been aware of my own buff durations. After gaining that awareness, I experimented with various combat scenarios. First, I tried starting a battle just before the buff expired and refreshed it during combat. I also tried combining offensive magic during close combat and tested the feel of my original magic techniques. One of my original magic techniques grants great benefits but has an extremely short duration. Until now, I struggled to coordinate timing with my teammates. However, using it on myself allowed me to control the timing personally, making it much easier to handle a big gain. After nearly 20 battles, I was already establishing a new style that combined my past tactics as a swordsman and my recent experience as an enchanter. A jack of all trades, huh? My physical abilities are average compared to all explorers, not quite reaching the advanced rank explorers. As for magic, for some reason, I can't cast magic above advanced level. I'm an ordinary person, but even so, I have my strengths. I can quickly acquire skills that ordinary people can obtain through effort, though only at a minimum level, and raising proficiency beyond that requires considerable time. Truly a jack of all trades, master of none. Still, I vowed to become stronger and became an explorer. So even when I immediately felt my limits upon becoming an explorer, I couldn't give up. What I could do was devour knowledge and skills. I pursued to the utmost what an ordinary person could achieve through effort. As a result, my magic casting speed became far faster than that of advanced explorers, and by deeply understanding magic, I succeeded in developing my own original magic. Regarding physical ability, by utilizing body mechanics and various martial arts, I managed to keep up with advanced explorers. For now, the jack of all trades description that the hero party's mage ainly used might be accurate. Jack of all trades isn't a compliment, but if I can evolve beyond that, wouldn't that be called versatile? I won't let myself be mocked as a jack of all trades anymore. Someday I'll become an explorer known as the versatile one, mastering all things. We steadily progressed through the dungeon, descending a gentle spiral slope until we reached the 7th floor. At the entrance of the floor stood a large crystal. I held up my guild card to it. In every dungeon, a large crystal is always present at the entrance of each floor. This crystal functions as a teleportation device, allowing instant travel from this crystal to the one at the dungeon's main entrance. In the past, it was a one-way trip from each floor back to the dungeon entrance, so re-entering the dungeon meant starting over from the first floor. However, the situation changed dramatically when the guild developed the guild card several decades ago. If the crystal is recorded in the guild card's memory, it became possible to teleport instantly from the dungeon entrance. Thanks to this, exploration speed increased significantly. In the old days, explorers would stay overnight in the dungeon, but nowadays, same-day trips are the norm. Moreover, the crystal also has a protective effect against demonic beasts. No demonic beasts can enter within a 20-meter radius of the crystal, making it a resting spot and a makeshift refuge. It truly is a convenient tool for explorers. As the sun was beginning to set, I decided to call it a day around this area. Just as I was about to hold up my guild card and teleport back to the dungeon entrance, a group of explorers, seemingly a party, rushed into the safe zone from deeper inside. They appeared to be fleeing from demonic beasts, all looking pale. Judging by their equipment, they did not seem to be a powerful hero party. "Damn it, how did it come to this?" one of them shouted, venting their frustration. It seemed they had suffered some failure. Well, as long as they were alive, they could try again. Failures like this would serve as lessons for the future. What kind of attitude is that coming from me? As I reprimanded myself inwardly, I overheard the voice of the person who shouted and the member with the best equipment in the group, seemingly the party leader. "You can hate me all you want, but I can proudly say that my judgment was not wrong. Still, to abandon a girl who isn't even an adult yet? Accept it. The sudden appearance of so many demonic beasts was an unforeseen event. I care more about you, who have been with me all this time, than a girl I just met today." It seemed an unexpectedly large number of demonic beasts appeared, and they used one party member as bait to escape. From what I heard, I could understand the leader's reasoning. Prioritizing comrades who have shared hardships over a stranger is not abnormal. From an outsider's perspective, what they did was nothing short of despicable. But this is not a matter I should interfere in. Normally, this story would end with the unfortunate girl being abandoned. However, having been kicked out of my party just yesterday, I couldn't treat it as someone else's problem. Being abandoned by your party members is painful. Even if you try to move on, the faces of your former hero party members can suddenly flash in your mind. Each time, it reminds you of your rejection. Moreover, in the girl's case, the place she was abandoned is teeming with demonic beasts. It was a situation the entire party couldn't overcome. The girl left alone is almost certainly going to die. Since she became an explorer, I assume she was prepared to face death. But she surely never imagined dying after being abandoned by her party members. Given the dungeon's demonic beasts, even dozens at once shouldn't be a problem to handle. If I can make it in time, I want to help. Still, even so, this is unbearable. Seeing the explorer who was still shouting about to confront the leader, I couldn't hold back and intervened. What's your problem? The explorer, caught off guard by my sudden voice, showed a blank expression for a moment, then quickly shifted to an angry glare. I was listening to you, but you're just a sulking child, huh? You don't agree with the leader's orders, but then why are you even here? You don't try to save the girl, just complain after escaping to a safe place. People like you are the most annoying. If I just kept quiet, I'd be blabbering on. There was no way I could have saved her alone in that situation. The explorer lunged towards me. Before they could grab me, I caught their wrist, placed my other hand with the thumb down against their neck, and moved to their side. Kicking their heel from behind and sweeping away the hand at their neck, they neatly fell over. Looking down at the explorer lying on the ground on their back, I said, "Then shut up and stay down there." The atmosphere froze. Ignoring it, I turned back to the leader and spoke. "Where did you abandon the girl?" "Huh, hurry up and tell me where you left her." "Go straight ahead here, turn right at the dead end, then left at the second alley." That's where, after hearing the location, I immediately activated strength up on myself to speed my movement. "Hey, are you going to help her? If not, I wouldn't have asked." Answering the leader's question, I headed toward the given location. On the way, we encountered an orc, presumably chasing after the party we just met, but time was precious. I activated the intermediate mage technique Rockbind, encasing the orc's body in stone and immobilizing it. Without slowing down, I slipped past the restrained orc. Following the route the leader gave, I spotted a group of orcs ahead. There were 13 of them. They would certainly be a tough opponent for a low-level party, but I could handle them easily. "No, don't come, please don't. I don't want to die, big sis." All the orcs faced the same wall, and in front of their gaze stood a girl with long scarlet twin-tailed hair. Her pink eyes were filled with tears, but she desperately defended herself with a magic barrier while counterattacking with magic. Though she was expressing despair, her eyes had not yet died. It's impressive that she hasn't given up even in this situation. I honestly admired the girl's inner strength. "Wind, strike, arrow, shock." I gauged the timing of her magic. Then, at her magic's interval, I activated the beginner magic wind, strike, arrow, shock. The air between the girl and the orcs dispersed, creating a shockwave. The magic barrier protected the girl completely from harm. However, the orcs were not so lucky. Though they took no direct damage, the shock pushed them back about 3 steps, creating space. "Huh!" The sudden retreat of the orcs surprised the girl. I lightly kicked off the ground, leapt over the group of orcs, and landed right in front of the girl. At the same time, I activated Flash to blind the orcs, aiming to disorient them. "Focus on your magic barrier. I'll take care of the orcs." "Why, yes." After telling the girl this, I activated Strength up and Technical up on myself, and Sharpness up on my sword, then began eliminating the orcs. Orcs are naturally low-intelligence demonic beasts, and losing their sight made them no more than lumps of flesh. I slashed at each orc's vital points. The sword, empowered by support magic, felt so light that it almost seemed like I missed, but from my sight, blood was gushing out of every strike. After about a dozen swings, avoiding the blood spray, only magic stones remained. Turning to check on the girl, she looked bewildered by my sudden appearance and wasn't even maintaining her magic barrier. She just stared blankly. She had no visible injuries. As a precaution, I cast healing on her, then smiled reassuringly. Did I manage to smile well? Am I alive? I was so scared. The girl slumped down as if the tension in her body snapped and shed big tears. She looked about 14 years old. "What should I do? I don't know how to handle a younger girl crying." Though she tried to hold back her voice, it didn't look like she would stop crying anytime soon. She had been prepared to die. It's no wonder she cried. Of course she was scared. She was abandoned by her party in that situation. Putting myself in her shoes, my chest tightened painfully, and before I realized it, I was gently patting her head. As I continued to gently stroke the girl's head, she seemed to have stopped crying without me noticing, and her teary eyes looked up at me. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to touch your head without asking." I quickly withdrew my hand, and from the girl came a lonely little voice. Thank you so much for saving me." The girl bowed deeply. "You're welcome. I thought it was all over for me and had half given up, so, when you came to save me, I was really, really happy." Blushing, she smiled as she spoke. Her face was youthful yet refined, and combined with that smile, she looked extremely adorable. "Demonic beasts are approaching. This feeling is it a group of goblins. Since we were just attacked by demonic beasts, it's best to avoid fighting right now." Sensing the presence of demonic beasts, I quickly decided on our next course of action. "It was a coincidence you came here, but I'm glad I could help. Now let's get out of here together." "Why, yes." I stood up and reached out my hand to the girl. "Thank you," she said, clasping my hand. I pulled her up and quickly checked her condition. I had cast healing on her earlier, and she seemed fine to walk. Feeling her close behind me, we headed toward the entrance. We returned to the 7th floor entrance, but the party from earlier was gone. They're heartless to the end. But even if they stayed, it would probably just lead to trouble, so maybe it's better they're gone. We then held our guild cards to the crystal and teleported out of the dungeon entrance. Now that we were safely back above ground, my role as her escort was over. The sun hadn't fully set yet. I should be fine alone from here. You can manage on your own from here. Excuse me. Just as I was about to suggest parting ways, the girl's loud voice cut me off. Sorry for shouting all of a sudden. No, that's fine, but what's up? Well, once again, thank you so much for saving me. She bowed deeply again, thanking me once more. I hadn't paid attention before, but that outfit and the emblem I glimpsed on her cloak, the girl wore a blue-themed one-piece dress with black knee socks. Over it, a black cloak that clearly marked her as a mage. And on the cloak was an emblem reminiscent of a moon. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Sophia Clodel. That outfit, red hair, and Clodel. I should apologize for not introducing myself either. My name is Orun Dura. Mr. Orun, what a wonderful name, Sophia muttered softly, probably just talking to herself, but unfortunately I heard it perfectly. I always thought my name was pretty ordinary. Well, it's nice to be complimented on my name, so I don't mind. Then, Mr. Orun, I'm sorry I can't think of a proper way to thank you. I didn't help you expecting thanks. You already said thank you, so no need for anything else. That won't do. At least let me treat you to dinner. It won't be homemade, though. Dinner sounds fine. If I were in the opposite position, I'd feel uneasy without some kind of thanks. I won't let someone younger pay for me, so I'll make sure to cover it. All right, then. I'll accept. When shall we go? I don't have any plans, so any time is fine. Then how about today? I might be busy starting tomorrow. Sure, let's go now. Do you have a place in mind? If not, I can recommend a good spot. I've already decided. It's a cheap place, but the food is really delicious. Price doesn't matter. Delicious food sounds great. From the dungeon entrance, Sophia and I walked through the town for a while. We're here, so it's part of the Rabbit series after all. She led me to a popular diner run by the major clan, the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. To explain briefly, a clan is an organization that manages explorers. Policies vary by clan, but basically explorers bring back materials from the dungeon, which are processed and sold. The revenue is used to equip explorers, who then explore deeper floors to bring back better materials, a cyclical system. Some clans also run restaurants and general stores like this one. Therefore, clans have not only explorers but also blacksmiths, magical tool artisans, merchants, and others. Many clans exist domestically, but the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky stand out. Their main claim to fame is having one of only 3 S-rank parties in the country. But that's not all. They also have several times the average number of members. They carry out various businesses with that manpower, succeeding in all of them. I heard there was internal turmoil last year that led to a large organizational restructuring. Yet their public reputation hasn't changed, which speaks to the excellence of their executives. The emblem on Sophia's cloak is that of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. That made it clear she belonged to the clan. But if so, she should be in a party within the clan. Why was Sophia in a random party then? No point wondering about something without an answer. We entered the restaurant together. Inside, the decor was stylish and most customers were young. Despite the youthfulness, the atmosphere wasn't noisy, quite a comfortable place. Sis, what are you doing here? Sophia looked around and spotted someone she knew calling out to them. Wait, sister. Surprised, I followed her gaze and saw a woman I knew eating alone. Sophia. I had a meeting nearby today and decided to have dinner here since the timing was just right. By the way, Sophia already got a boyfriend? That's a bit soon, don't you think? The woman turned around, probably teasing Sophia about being with a man. But when she noticed me, her demeanor instantly became tense. That's not it. I just wanted to thank him for saving me today. Oh, let me introduce him, sis. Sophia, taking the teasing seriously, hurriedly denied it. She tried to introduce me, but noticed her sister's change in mood and looked confused. Long time no see, Orun Dura. Yes, it's been a while, Selma Clodel. I know this person well. In a way, she was indirectly a cause of me being kicked out of the hero party. The woman glaring at me with her deep red hair tied just below her ears at the nape of her neck, and her slightly sharp red eyes is Selma Clodel. She is the leader of the S-rank party known as the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Among the country's explorers, she is as famous as Oliver, the leader of the hero party. Well, it makes sense given her beauty and the fact that she is also hailed as the continent's greatest enchanter. Still, why is she glaring at me with such obvious hostility? Her party has reached the 92nd floor of the Great Labyrinth, the second deepest level achieved by active explorers after the hero party. When I was part of the hero party, I paid close attention to her party's movements to avoid being overtaken. I suppose she did the same. But that doesn't mean she has the right to glare at me like this. You've got some nerve trying to get involved with my adorable little sister who's only 14. Ah, so that's the reason? That's a misunderstanding. We did have a meal together, but there were no improper intentions. Huh. You don't think my Sophia is cute? This woman is troublesome, acting like a protective parent. No matter what I say, it feels like the wrong answer. Come on, big sister. Don't say rude things about someone who saved my life. What? Saved your life? Sophia, did you go into the dungeon alone? Selma looked at Sophia with a puzzled expression after hearing that. That is... Sophia seemed to realize her slip-up and looked downcast like a child caught in mischief. Sigh, you went, huh? I told you to hold off since I'll be diving into the great labyrinth every day starting the day after tomorrow. I'm sorry. Well, you came back without injuries, so I won't say much, but don't go off on your own from now on. Okay. Selma's expression softened completely as she gently patted Sophia's head. This must be the carrot and stick approach. Orun, I appreciate you helping my sister. I apologize for my rude attitude earlier. Don't worry about it, but the stairs around here are harsh, so I'd like to sit down soon. Mind if I join you? It seemed like I was arguing with a clan executive who runs this shop, attracting disapproving looks from other customers. To escape their attention, I suggested sitting with Selma to give the impression that it wasn't a big deal. Oh, that's fine. Sophia, come have dinner with us too. Okay. I took the seat across from Selma with Sophia beside her. After checking the menu, Sophia and I ordered a few dishes, and the three of us began eating. By the way, isn't this the first time we're having a proper conversation? She spoke in a friendly tone, a stark contrast from the glare she gave me earlier. That's right. Last month at the joint hunt, we only talked about combat. She had participated in the joint hunt as well. Since we were both enchanters, Selma took overall command while I supported her. I met Selma just last month, but had known of her before. She's called the continent's greatest enchanter, which might make you think it's natural to know her. But the reason she earned that title is that she was the first explorer to focus mainly on support magic during dungeon exploration. There may have been enchanters before her, but the role only became famous thanks to her. Until a few years ago, party compositions consisted mainly of 4 attackers like swordsmen and mages, plus a single healer. Looking back, it was a brute force party structure, but that was the norm. Selma challenged that norm at 16. She introduced the concept of roles, assigning party members not only attackers, but also defenders who attract enemy attacks and supporters, including enchanters and healers. This drastically improved the party's continuous combat capability in the dungeon. Her party quickly set new depth records among active explorers, popularizing roles, which are now considered standard party composition. The hero party followed suit, and as a result, I was converted to an enchanter. Hey, big sister, have you two known each other for a while? Sophia, you didn't know Orun? Yeah, wait, is he famous? Of course. Orun was part of the hero party that became the first ever to reach the 94th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. Hero? Wah, really? Well, while others might know me, not many do. Enchanters aren't flashy, and I mostly handled behind-the-scenes work for the hero party. That's why I never appeared in newspapers. By the way, why are famous or promising explorers featured in the news? Because nobles and some large merchant guilds invest money, financially supporting explorers, parties, or clans, and use newspapers as one criterion for deciding whom to fund. Typical explorers earn money by selling magic stones and materials obtained from dungeon exploration to the Explorers Guild. That money supports not only living expenses, but also their activities as explorers. Activity funds cover many things, including weapons, armor, and magical tools. Naturally, better equipment costs more. Funding the entire party's gear solely through guild sales is tough. That's where nobles and merchant guilds come in. Their sponsorship allows access to higher quality gear. Why do they sponsor explorers? Not purely out of goodwill, though there might be a few eccentric philanthropists. Sponsors don't see it as support, but as direct purchases of materials from explorers. As mentioned, the guild buys magic stones and dungeon materials and resells them to those who desire them. But there's no guarantee of obtaining desired materials with the guild system. So sponsors pay explorers in advance and request materials as needed to ensure reliable supply. Because of this, sponsors refer to newspaper information to select explorers with the highest survival chances in dungeon exploration. Well, there are other reasons sponsors back explorers, but that's a story for another time. Sophia had been nervous around me since we met, but now she seemed even more tense. It seems the title hero still intimidates even new explorers unfamiliar with the system. Or maybe that's just Sophia's personality. You don't have to be so formal. Besides, I'm not a hero anymore. I spoke gently, but she just nodded stiffly without replying. Not a hero anymore? Did you leave the party? Selma immediately guessed from my remark that I had left the hero party. She obviously doesn't miss any info about the hero party. I thought she might let it slide since I mentioned it casually. Well, it'll probably be reported widely soon, so no harm in telling her. Yes, I left the party yesterday. Meeting Sophia today was because I wanted to gauge my current strength, so I ventured into a low-level dungeon. Since quitting as a swordsman, I have gained various knowledge and skills, making me stronger. Now I can explore mid-level floors of the Great Labyrinth alone without trouble. I'll probably operate solo from now on, and the income from the mid-level floors should keep me financially stable. I also managed to protect Sophia, so today's outing was a success. Is Oliver sane to let someone like you go? He should have tried harder to keep you. Also, why did you leave the party? Selma seemed to think I left of my own accord. No need to correct her, saying I was kicked out would just sound lame. There were party circumstances, both Oliver and I agreed on it. After being mocked so much by the members, there's no way I'm going back. I see. So you're free right now? Well, yes. Selma wore a scheming expression. Could she be trying to recruit me to a clan? That'd be an honor, but I'm not keen on joining any party or clan right now. If you're free, would you accompany us on a training exploration our clan is organizing starting the day after tomorrow? I promise appropriate compensation. Training exploration? It wasn't a recruitment pitch. I echoed the unfamiliar term in surprise. My name is Selma Claudel. I'm an explorer belonging to the clan called the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, and I serve as one of the clan executives responsible for coordinating the explorers. One day, I casually visited the Moonplay Pavilion, a popular casual dining restaurant run by the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky catering to young people, and unexpectedly ran into my younger sister, Sophia. Sophia was with Orun, a member of the hero party. At first, I was on guard, wondering if he was targeting my dear sister, but it turned out to be the opposite. He had helped Sophia and had invited her out for a meal. It's rare for shy Sophia to take the initiative and invite someone herself. Before I knew it, I ended up joining them for the meal. Orun has black hair and Lappy's lazuli-colored eyes, and I believe he's about 18 years old. His build is average, neither too skinny nor too muscular. Last month, during the joint subjugation, he wore the robes of a mage, but now he was dressed in a hooded long coat that looked much more mobile than before. While eating, I learned from the conversation that Orun had left the hero party and was currently freelancing. Before I knew it, I had asked him to accompany me on a teaching exploration. Teaching exploration? Naturally, Orun, who didn't know about teaching explorations, asked me what it meant. Sorry, I should have explained first. Teaching exploration is a new initiative planned by the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. This was a project sponsored by our backers. I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, but in the end, it was decided to be carried out, and since we're doing it, we absolutely have to succeed. Please continue. Orun's eyes turned serious. It seemed he was interested. The plan is for several rank or higher explorers from our clan to lead a group of rookie explorers and descend all the way to the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth within 3 days. 51 floors in 3 days. That's quite an unreasonable schedule. Orun's objection was valid. The 51st floor is the halfway point of the Great Labyrinth. It's true that the difficulty from floors 1 to 60 is generally considered relatively low, but only a rank or higher advanced explorers say that. For rookie explorers to reach the 51st floor, even the most talented would take 6 months to a year. And yet we're talking about clearing it in 3 days. Any sensible explorer would immediately realize how impossible this is. But those old men's sponsors, it is indeed an unreasonable schedule, but if we always take the shortest path, it's not impossible. Fortunately, our clan has already completed over 90% of the mapping for the upper and middle layers. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky are being pushed around too. Huh? Orun seemed to understand the background of this plan and offered a sympathetic chuckle. If he says too, maybe the hero party has had unreasonable demands in the past as well. If the plan is this unreasonable, you could have refused it, right? I doubt the clan isn't capable of defending itself with logic. So the reason you decided to go ahead with this plan is to allow rookies to bypass the floor bosses in the future, isn't it? This guy really? How sharp can he be? I had only given him the bare minimum of information. And yet, from just the background of this plan, he even guessed the benefits. Judging from his tone, he must understand the current situation the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky are in. It's the same feeling I get when talking to the leader. It's as if he sees right through everything. In the Great Labyrinth, every 10 floors have a powerful demonic beast called a floor boss. Defeating the floor boss is necessary to advance to the next floor. Most explorers who lose their lives or get injuries severe enough to force them to retire sustain them during battles against floor bosses. If an advanced explorer accompanying rookies defeats the floor boss, the rookies can advance to the next floor. Due to the Labyrinth's mechanics, as long as you register your guild card with the crystal at the entrance of each floor, you can go to the next floor anytime without having to kill the floor boss. In the future, we want them to grow strong enough to defeat the floor bosses on their own, but since they're not even adults yet, we decided this plan to avoid putting their lives at risk. That's right. So, what do you think? Since you're freelancing, I want you to accompany us on the teaching exploration. From what I've heard, this plan seems important to the silver rabbits of the night sky, but why are you asking an outsider like me to join? Orun asked me with serious eyes. It felt like his gaze was saying he wouldn't tolerate lies. I first learned about Orun Dura during last month's joint subjugation. Since the hero party started gaining fame and quickly clearing lower floors a few years ago, I had been watching their movements closely. I was able to gather information about the other 4 members from various sources, but information about Orun was scarce. He was just recognized as a low-profile enchanter, and I only remembered his name. When I first saw Orun's magic during the pre-battle briefing of the joint subjugation, I secretly mocked him in my heart. There are many abilities needed for an enchanter, but one key indicator of their skill is how effective their support magic is. If an enchanter's support magic can boost physical abilities by 4 to 5 times, they are considered excellent. Orun's boost was only about twice. Compared to an average enchanter, his level was quite unimpressive, and I wondered why such a low-level enchanter was in the hero party. But once the actual battle started, that impression vanished immediately. It's true his support magic boost was low, but his magic casting speed was extraordinary. I was confident in my own casting speed, but while I cast 1 spell, Orun cast over 4. I couldn't believe how fast someone could cast magic when I saw it firsthand. Moreover, even I, who prided myself on mastering all support magics, saw him use spells I'd never seen or heard of. I suspect he developed them himself, and their effects more than compensate for the low boost in support magic. His situational awareness, foresight, and perfectly timed magic support all surpass me. Orun embodies the ideal enchanter I aspire to be. The reason I value Orun is because of his high adaptability. Teaching exploration will involve more than 50 members tackling the labyrinth. We can't say there won't be any unforeseen events. It's reassuring to have Orun there in such cases. Even though that joint subjugation was the first time he fought under my command, within minutes, it was as if he understood everything I was thinking and acted on what I needed before I even issued instructions. I believe Orun can easily come up with optimal solutions for situations even I can't predict and deliver the best results. I didn't expect to be evaluated that highly, Orun said this with a troubled smile. This atmosphere makes me think he might refuse. I'm also participating in that teaching exploration as a rookie, so I'd be really happy if Orun-san could join us. Sophia, who had been quietly reading the mood, came to assist at the perfect moment. Thank you, Sophia. Understood, I'll cooperate, but please don't expect too much, okay? There are things even I can't do. Really, thank you, but there's one condition. Just when I thought things were settled, he brought up a condition. What could it be? A huge reward? Or perhaps secrets of the silver rabbits of the night sky? That would be difficult to agree to. What is it? If it's something I can do, I'll do my best. I converted to a swordsman, a frontline attacker, starting today. Selma-san seems to have valued me as an enchanter, but I'll accompany you as a swordsman on this teaching exploration. What is he talking about? With such talent as an enchanter, why is he suddenly saying he's switching to a frontline attacker? I don't understand Orun's true intentions, but if an emergency happens, I'm sure he'll act as the enchanter he truly is. All right, I accept that condition. Orun will accompany us as a frontline attacker on the teaching exploration. Please come to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky headquarters at 8 p.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss details and rewards there. Understood. So listen to this. When he appeared right in front of me, he took down a whole group of orcs in an instant. After finishing the meal, I parted ways with Orun at the shop, and now it's just the 2 of us heading back to the headquarters of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, where our rooms are. Sophia was quiet when Orun was around, but the moment he left, she began eagerly recounting today's events. Sophia is naturally shy and doesn't talk well with people she just met, but once she opens up, she's the type to really come on strong. Still, it might have been a long time since I last saw Sophia this cheerful. Well, even if there were dozens of orcs with him around, the result would have been the same. That's true. After all, he was an explorer who belonged to the hero party. Handling that many is a piece of cake for him. I can do it too, you know. Even if I faced 100 orcs, I'd win without a scratch. I know. I know you're the greatest enchanter ever, big sister. It was a complicated feeling. I knew I was called the continent's greatest enchanter, and until recently I was proud of it. But watching Orun fight shattered that confidence to pieces. Besides, my party hasn't been able to properly explore the deeper layers for over a year now. If Orun joined my party, could he help us break through this situation? I tried to snap myself out of my doubt. I can't afford to show such weakness in front of Sophia. I want to remain the sister she respects. Naturally, I'll keep being the best enchanter from now on too. That was a vow to myself. The ideal image I saw last month. I must keep striving to get closer to it. I'll work hard to become an explorer who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you as soon as possible. Still, you can't keep going into the dungeon alone, okay? I know that already. Even so, I wondered what punishment I should give the party that abandoned Sophia. There are clan mates and, more importantly, my precious little sister. If they abandoned her, they must be ready to face retaliation, right? I already got their names out of her, and I could act immediately, but right now, I need to focus on the training expedition. Before I knew it, chatting with Sophia, we arrived at the clan headquarters. I've got some business to attend to, so Sophia, you should go back to your room. It's fine if you want to sleep already. Will you be back late? No, I don't think it'll be that late. Well then, I'll stay up and wait. Good luck with your work. Sophia smiled and said that before heading towards her room. My little sister is the cutest in the world. Walking inside the headquarters, I reached the door of the room I wanted. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the door. Come in. After confirming the voice from inside, I opened the door and stepped in. Excuse me, leader, sorry to bother you so late. The room looked like a study, with a desk in the center where a man was working on paperwork. His name was Vince Briers. He was in his 30s with brown hair and black eyes. He was the top of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, known as the leader by all the members. Though he became leader just last year, he had managed to stabilize the clan during its most chaotic period with remarkable skill, earning full trust from all members. Selma, is there something you need? There are 2 things I want to report. The leader stopped his work and shifted his gaze from the papers to me. First, it's about the hero party. Hearing the term hero party, an intense pressure radiated from the leader. I held my breath. Sorry, I didn't expect the topic to be that party. Please continue. Yes. It seems that Orun Dura, the enchanter of the hero party, has left the party. I'm not doubting you, but is it true? The leader looked unconvinced and asked for confirmation. If I had heard it from a third party, I probably wouldn't have believed it either. It's true. I met him by chance earlier, and he confirmed it himself. If he said it himself, then it's probably true. There's no reason to lie about something that would be easily verified. I nodded in agreement with the leader's muttering and continued. This definitely weakens the hero party. Without Orun, that party wouldn't have reached the 94th floor, the S rank. With this, I believe our chances of returning to the front lines have improved. The other members of the hero party, excluding Orun, were certainly skilled and had excellent teamwork. However, if asked whether all of them were S-rank level, I couldn't confidently say yes. The hero party's achievement of reaching the 94th floor was largely due to Orun's support magic, which elevated everyone to a higher level. I've heard about Orun Dura before last month, but is it really true? No one else seems to acknowledge him besides you. Enchanters are hard to appreciate. Our clan has many excellent enchanters, yet I'm the only one attracting public attention. That proves the point. That's a harsh truth. We might need to rethink how we promote enchanters. No, I'm not blaming anyone. This is just the fact. I'm also considering how to promote better, but I haven't come up with anything yet. That's a problem for another time. Back to the topic. Even if the hero party's great Labyrinth conquest doesn't progress, it's impossible for the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky to reach the 94th floor as things stand. Keeping up is out of the question. You're right. That's why my second report is that Orun will accompany us on the training expedition starting the day after tomorrow. What did you offer him? Nothing. Fortunately, the conversation went smoothly. We will pay him, but the amount won't be exorbitant. We couldn't discuss details here, so he'll visit the clan headquarters tomorrow night to finalize them. However, when asking for his accompaniment, he might have gotten a sense of our clan's situation. The matter with the sponsors? Yes. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky receive significant funds from noble sponsors. Though we have success in various businesses, the sponsor support still accounts for more than half of the clan's income. Losing it would be harsh. Until a year ago, we were the top explorers among active adventurers, but the hero party caught up, and our absolute ace left, causing us to fall 2 floors behind. The sponsors are quite upset. We want to avoid causing waves. This training expedition was ordered by the sponsors to acquire more resources from the mid-layers, despite the haphazard plan. We reluctantly agreed because we didn't want to anger the sponsors more and because it had benefits for us. If he already left the hero party, there's no need for caution, but just in case, I will also attend tomorrow. Understood. Regarding the training expedition, you also intend to select someone from the companions to join the first squad, right? Do you want to make Orun the fifth member of the first squad? The first squad is the party I lead. We've reached the 92nd floor. Our ultimate goal is, of course, to conquer the Great Southern Labyrinth by defeating the 100th floor's floor boss. We have many explorers and parties in the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, grouped by rank. A rank is the second squad, B rank the third squad, and so on. That's one option. I understand Orun Dura is an excellent explorer, but he's an enchanter, isn't he? We already have you, a recognized top enchanter, in the first squad. We lost our absolute ace frontline attacker last year. Adding another enchanter as a replacement won't yield good results. Considering party balance, I can't approve it. That's understandable. The leader's words were reasonable. If Orun joined as the fifth member, there would be 4 backline and 1 frontline, not a viable lineup for deep layer conquest. It's more realistic to promote someone else from the guides, as originally planned. Besides, it's uncertain whether he will even join the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. If anything, the chance he won't join is higher. Nonetheless, there's no problem with him accompanying the training expedition. He must have been through many ordeals as a hero party member. Understood. That is all for my report. Excuse me. I left the leader's office. I'm stuck at every turn. Even though the hero party self-destructed, we haven't moved forward at all since last year. How can I break through this situation? Sigh. For now, I just want to be healed by Sophia. The day after having dinner with Sophia and Miss Selma. Since we were set to start exploring the Great Labyrinth from tomorrow, I headed to the general store I'd been frequenting to buy healing potions and other consumables. Grandpa, hello? Oh, Orun, it's been a while. The shopkeeper was an elderly man in his 60s, with a long beard that had turned completely white. Ever since I came to this town and became an explorer, I had often visited this store. Even when I wasn't earning much, he gave me discounts, sometimes handed me prototypes for free, and occasionally offered advice as a senior in life. Grandpa had really taken good care of me. It's not like it's been that long. You were here just 4 days ago. Is that so? Lately, with more customers coming in, I've been talking to all sorts of people. Good to see business is booming. Ho ho ho, that's all thanks to you, Orun. I didn't do anything. It's just that the potions and goods you make are good. I know. I'm grateful that even though you became the top of the explorers, you still use my shop and even promote it. I truly appreciate it, Orun. Suddenly, Grandpa started expressing his gratitude to me. Why all of a sudden? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You can never say thanks too early. Say it when you can. True, farewells can come unexpectedly. Say thanks when you can. I've learned so much from Grandpa, yet now I might not be able to repay his kindness anymore. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm no longer part of the hero party, so I probably can't promote your shop anymore. Until now, I had been promoting the shop by using the hero party's reputation. I'm not personally famous, and now that I'm no longer in the hero party, my influence around here is limited. When I confessed that I had left the hero party and couldn't promote the shop any longer, Grandpa softly patted my head with his usual gentle expression. What are you worrying about, child? It's been almost 9 years since I met you. I'm already grateful you've been this old man's companion for that long. Don't worry about such things. Besides, keeping the customers who came because of your promotion is up to my own efforts. You've done more than enough. Thank you. That's what I should be saying to you. Thank you. Touched by Grandpa's kindness, I couldn't hold back my tears. Usually I wouldn't cry, but being kicked out of the hero party hurt my heart more than I thought. When Oliver, who had been with me since birth, pushed me out of the party, it felt like everything I'd done was being denied. That's why being affirmed by Grandpa, who I'd known for 9 years, felt incredibly comforting. Grandpa always listens to my complaints. Grandpa always helps me. Grandpa is always on my side. Since I have no family, I think of Grandpa as my real grandfather. I must never betray this man. I reaffirmed this in my heart and swore it firmly. After buying what I needed at Grandpa's store and doing some light exercise fighting demonic beasts in the dungeon, I visited the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky headquarters regarding tomorrow's guided exploration. The interior is impressive, too. Until now, I'd only passed by the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky headquarters and seen the exterior. Today was my first time stepping inside. It rivaled the lounges of the finest hotels, like the one used by the Marquis family that sponsored the hero party. Even I, who don't know much about furnishings, could tell that several items here were valuable. Orun, you're here. Miss Selma, sitting in a lounge chair in the rest area, greeted me as soon as I entered. Good evening, Miss Selma. This is my first time inside, and it's a splendid lounge. Thank you. Well, this is the entrance, so it's done up nicely. The other areas aren't as fancy. Now I'll take you around. Follow me. I followed Miss Selma. As she said, as we went deeper into the building, the quality of the furnishings seemed to drop somewhat. Still, for explorers, this level is more than respectable. When we entered a room that looked like a conference room, a man in his early 30s was seated inside. He wore black and blue clothes symbolizing the silver rabbits of the night sky, with the clan's emblem embroidered on his left chest. Is he an office worker? Yet he has quite the presence. Orun, let me introduce you. This is Vince Briars, the leader of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. I see. So this is the leader of the clan. No wonder he carries such an aura. Considering the background of this guided exploration, it absolutely has to succeed. Since an outsider like me is participating, I expected some executive from the clan to show up. Still, for the leader himself to come personally, what could his intention be? He must be a busy man. Nice to meet you. I'm Vince Briars. I've heard rumors about you. I wanted to talk to you once, and when I heard you'd be here today, I came in a hurry. Rumors about me. I've never heard anything like that, and I'm not famous. Even the hero party only shared the bare minimum of information about me. I wonder what kind of stories he's heard. Nice to meet you. I'm Orun Dura. It's an honor to meet the leader of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. No need to be so guarded. I've heard you left the hero party. There's no need for us to play guessing games. I can't read this guy's thoughts. Usually people's expressions reveal what they're thinking. Unless they're heads of high nobility, you can get some sense from their expressions, but this guy reveals nothing. It's true that the hero party and the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky have different faction sponsors. When we reached the same dungeon floor, the sponsor even instructed inhumane sabotage. Honestly, I didn't want noble issues dragged into this, but since they were our sponsors, we couldn't outright refuse. Though we avoided inhumane actions, we still tried to pull each other down. That was truly exasperating. Internal conflicts in the Silver Rabbits and the hero party advancing through floors have since subdued such orders. Still, although the hero party's sponsors might not like the current situation, the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky's sponsors probably don't either. That's right, I heard there would be an explanation about tomorrow's guided exploration. Yes, Selma will explain. As we discussed yesterday, the plan is to clear the Great Labyrinth from the 1st to the 51st floor in 3 days. Specifically, Day 1 to the 21st floor, Day 2 to the 36th floor, and Day 3 to the 51st floor. Even hearing it again, it's an unreasonable schedule. The person who planned this probably barely understands the Great Labyrinth and only listened to an overconfident advanced explorer. Since you're bringing newcomers, it's a day trip, right? Correct. It's too much mental strain for newcomers to stay overnight in the dungeon. If the advanced explorers defeat the floor bosses and we follow the shortest route, it might be possible. Next, regarding demonic beasts on the way, 10 newcomer parties will participate. The ones in front will fight in rotation, while any monsters appearing from the sides or behind will be handled by the guides. The guides must be us advanced explorers like Selma and me. If 10 parties fight in rotation and the guides handle surprise appearances, the burden on the newcomers is indeed light. Simple math shows it's less than 1/10 of the usual combat encounters. Though considering travel fatigue, it might balance out. 5 guides will participate, including Selma and me. Each will be responsible for 2 parties, and if the newcomers get into trouble during battle, intervene. In the upper layers, let the newcomer parties plan and execute battles themselves. From the 31st floor, the middle layers, I want the guides to direct combat. The Great Southern Labyrinth is divided into 4 major sections. Floors 1 to 30 are the upper layers, 31 to 60 are the middle layers, 61 to 90 are the lower layers, and 91 onwards are the deep layers. Naturally, demonic beasts grow stronger and the floors larger as you ascend. And parties are ranked in 4 tiers. If the average floor reached by party members is in the upper layers, they're C rank, middle layers B rank, lower layers A rank, deep layers S rank. I've covered most of it. Any questions? Questions. This plan has too many flaws, but I suppose that's understood, so there's no point complaining. I'll just ask the most pressing question. Then one thing, why only 5 guides? Since the schedule is so demanding, wouldn't it be better to bring multiple A-rank parties and leave all the battles, including on the way to the advanced explorers? That's true. The goal is to bring newcomers to the 51st floor. But since this is a dungeon run supported by advanced explorers, it's a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be a waste to spoil the chance for newcomers to grow? That's obviously a pretense. This plan should prioritize results. The process doesn't matter. The Silver Rabbits should know that too. Still, there must be another reason for deciding on this number of members, but I doubt they'll tell me. Miss Selma's expressions are usually easy to read, so if I pressed, I might get some information, but Vince Briars is here. Doing something unnecessary could end up strangling myself. Understood. It sounds like a tough 3 days, but I'll cooperate. Thank you. Regarding payment, I propose 2 gold coins up front and 10 gold coins as a reward. How does that sound? That's quite high. The currency system here consists of 7 coins: iron, small copper, small silver, gold, and platinum. Iron coins are the lowest value, platinum coins the highest. 10 of a lower coin equal one of the next higher coin. Roughly, a commoner can live comfortably for a month with 1 gold coin. I have no problem with that, but isn't it a bit much? That means we value you. I'll be counting on you from tomorrow. Understood, I'll do my best. In the end, the leader said nothing more and the conversation ended. What exactly did he come here for? The next morning, I headed to the plaza a little away from the entrance of the Great Labyrinth, which was the gathering place, and found that quite a number of people had already gathered. Most of them were children who hadn't even reached adulthood yet. Among them were kids who hadn't even turned 10. Surely, children under 10 shouldn't be participating, right? Is this also some foolish order from the nobility? All the children looked tense, their faces stiff with nervousness. "Good morning, Orun. Why are you standing so far away?" As I waited a bit apart, Miss Selma approached. "Good morning. Well, since I'm technically an outsider, if I mixed in with everyone dressed similarly, it might only increase the newcomer's anxiety. The explorers belonging to the silver rabbits of the night sky wear various clothes, but all unified by black and blue tones. Of course, the newcomers each wear uniforms assigned to their respective roles. But the ranked party from this clan that I saw before had outfits that really showed individuality. Miss Selma herself was wearing a black and blue robe embroidered with the silver rabbits of the night sky crest. Come to think of it, the clothes the new mages are wearing are different from what Sophia wore the other day. Did she get special gear just because she's Selma's younger sister? Ha ha ha. Indeed, all the newcomers look stiff as boards. Now, to help ease their tension, I'll be borrowing your strength right away. Follow me? Miss Selma wore an expression like she was plotting something and strode off briskly. Wait, what am I supposed to do? I couldn't not follow her, so I trailed behind. At the place Miss Selma headed to were 3 other explorers. They were probably the guides. Judging by their appearance, the 2 men were defenders and the woman was probably a healer. I guess they were all in their early 20s. "Good morning, all 3 of you." "Good morning," they replied in unison. Miss Selma greeted the 3 and they responded accordingly. "I'll introduce you to the 3 beforehand. This is Orun, the collaborator I informed you about yesterday. I vouch for his abilities." "Selma's recommendation, huh? That sounds promising." One of the defenders gave me an appraising look as he spoke. Knowing Selma, I thought she might have said I was a former Hero Party member, but that didn't seem to be the case. "Yeah, you can expect a lot from me," Miss Selma teased. Even with all that expectation, I was a bit uneasy. "Please don't raise the bar too high. Nice to meet you all. I'm Orun. My role is frontline attacker. Looking forward to working with you." When I introduced myself, the 3 also introduced themselves. Just as I thought, the 2 men were defenders and the woman was a healer. The guides had a well-balanced lineup, but if I'm participating as an enchanter, then who's going to be the damage dealer? For floor bosses up to the middle layers, A-rank defenders can deal some damage, but they're far from specialists. Honestly, this plan filled me with nothing but worry. I'll have to support as much as I can. Well then, all 4 of you, I'm counting on you for the next 3 days. Now let's greet the newcomers. The 5 of us headed to where the newcomers were gathered. "Everyone, good morning. As I have informed before, starting today, we aim for the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth." We climbed onto a slightly elevated stone pavement, allowing us to overlook all the newcomers. Then Miss Selma addressed all of them. Upon hearing her voice, every explorer focused their attention on her. Even the children who had been talking just moments ago were paying attention. They were well trained. "Ha, everyone's got stiff expressions. Are you scared of heading straight to the middle layers? But don't worry. The overall command this time is entrusted to me, the continent's greatest enchanter. And to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, I've also brought along a powerful helper. Let me introduce him. His name is Orun. He's an explorer who has reached the 94th floor, which even we haven't reached yet. How about that? Feeling confident about reaching the 51st floor now?" The newcomers who had been silently listening to Miss Selma began to murmur among themselves. So this is what they mean by easing tension. Look, even the 3 guides have their mouths wide open. There was no way she was just joking for fun, right? He has already left the hero party, but he knows the Great Labyrinth better than anyone here. Now then, shall we begin the labyrinth exploration? At Miss Selma's cue, the newcomers enthusiastically shouted, "Oh, we will move to the Great Labyrinth in 10 minutes. Everyone, please line up by party and wait." Miss Selma descended from the stone pavement with a satisfied expression, as if she had said everything she wanted. "Please spare me. All right, guides, time for the final check." Everyone descended from the stone pavement and gathered in one spot. Sorry, I apologize for my rude attitude earlier." The defender who gave me the appraising look earlier apologized. No, don't worry about it. Also, I'm younger than you, so no need for formal language. Speak to me normally. I see. Understood. But still, is it really okay for someone from the hero party to cooperate with our plan? Former, actually. I'm no longer part of the hero party, so there's no problem. Sorry to interrupt, but time's pressing. Let's start the final check. With Miss Selma's voice, the atmosphere among the three became serious. The final check hadn't changed from what I was told yesterday. I was assigned to the 9th and 10th squads. After the final check, the guides headed to their respective newcomer parties. Just as I was about to go, Miss Selma called out to me. The 10th squad is made up of promising newcomers. Once their party coordination improves, they'll have the skill to handle even the middle layers with ease. Please take good care of them. Don't entrust such promising newcomers to an outsider. Understood, I'll do my best. When I headed to the rookie party I was in charge of, there were 8 boys and girls. I could hear the children whispering, "Yay, it's the hero." I'm not really a hero, though. Checking the lineup, there were 5 members in the 9th squad and 3 in the 10th squad. Among the 10th squad was Sophia. Well, despite being a rookie, she had survived alone for quite a while even after letting over 10 orcs get close. You could say she was a promising rookie without any doubt. By the way, Sophia's outfit was the same as the other rookies. Honestly, I thought her previous outfit was cuter. I'm Orun, introduced by Miss Selma earlier. Let's get along for these 3 days. When I greeted them, the rookies replied in unison, "Nice to meet you." So, is someone from the 10th squad late? Generally, parties are formed with 5 members and at most 6 as a rule. If there are too few members, they might not be able to handle unforeseen situations. Too many members make coordination much harder. Moreover, demonic beasts tend to attack where there are many people, and if there are too many, it's difficult to focus attacks on the defender. For these reasons, 5 is considered the best number nowadays. "No, we're a 3-person party," answered a boy from the 10th squad with golden hair and purple eyes. As a note, the 9th squad consisted of 3 boys and 2 girls, while the 10th squad was made up of 1 boy and 2 girls. A 3-person party? That's unusual. I couldn't help but speak my mind. Having fewer members increases the risk in a party. This clan wouldn't be so clueless as to not understand that, so why would they form a 3-person party? From what I saw earlier, there were 2 6-person parties. They could easily transfer 1 person each to the 10th squad. Since they're rookies, transferring party members should be simple. "That's because there's no one who can keep up with us," the boy said confidently. "I see. Because they're promising rookies, their level is so different from the others. Still, this boy already has that attitude at such a young age. Among explorers, some grow arrogant as their skills improve. If this is him now, it's worrying for the future. Could it be that correcting personalities is also part of my job? No, the clan must have some reason for this. Yeah, that must be it. If so, it wouldn't be right for me, an outsider, to interfere on my own. Not that I don't want to because it's troublesome." "I see. If everyone's here, then no problem." "Well, we don't have much time, so could you just tell me your names and positions?" I had each of them introduce themselves. After the 9th squad's introductions, it was the 10th squad's turn. "I'm Logan Hayward, the leader of this party. My position is Enchanter, and I'll surpass Miss Selma someday." So this guy is the Enchanter of the 10th squad. In the silver rabbits of the night sky, all parties have enchanters who command during battle. I'm already uneasy about this boy taking command, but maybe his battle command isn't an issue. I won't know until I see an actual fight. "All right, do your best. Next." "Hi, my name's Caroline Inglot. I'm the defender." Next, a girl with slightly curly chestnut hair flowing down to her waist and emerald eyes spoke up. Her height and appearance were similar to the other kids, but one part of her was quite developed. I won't say which part, though. She's a lively one. We don't have much time, so we should move on, but since Sophia is next and I know her, I want to confirm something, so I asked Caroline. "You're not wearing any armor. Do you equip it after entering the dungeon?" "Geez, do you really ask that? I'm a defender without armor or shield." Well, saying that with a smug face doesn't help. Defenders take on demonic beasts' attacks for their allies, so armor and shield should be essential. Wait, there is one. In the hero party and the S-rank party following the silver rabbits of the night sky, there's a defender without armor or shield. Are you aiming to be an evasive-type defender? Exactly. I don't want to be touched by demonic beasts, but since I want to carve up lots of them, I became the defender who stays closest. I felt like banging my head against the wall. Evasive defender's strength is directly linked to battle experience. That kind of playstyle isn't suitable for rookies, and they're powerless against unfamiliar demonic beasts. She's S-rank because she has a special power allowing it. If you work hard, you might approach her level, but without such a unique power, standing on the same level is impossible. Plus, she became a defender because she wants to carve up lots of demonic beasts. Is the 10th squad really a collection of troublemakers? No, Sophia isn't a troublemaker, so maybe not. Oh, wait, didn't she break a promise with Miss Selma and go into the dungeon on her own? That makes it 100% possible she's a troublemaker. You should give up on the evasive type. Isn't your clan telling you not to do that? Of course they do, but she just ignores it, Logan answered my question. Logan, you don't listen to the teachers either. You're not in a position to say that. Hey, no fighting. Logan and Caroline started arguing and Sophia was trying to stop them. My head was really starting to hurt. Sigh. Next, yes, I'm Sophia Clodel. My position is rear attacker mage. She introduced herself just like the members of the 9th Squad, which somehow made me feel at ease. All right, I've memorized everyone's faces and names. Once again, thank you all for the next 3 days. The other squads are starting to move. Let's follow the 8th Squad. I took the lead, following behind the 8th Squad, and so we entered the Great Labyrinth. Finally, the instructional exploration had begun. In the Great Labyrinth, I'll follow from behind. You all follow the 7th and 8th Squads, I told the leaders of the 9th Squad and Logan, then moved to the rear. Inside the Great Labyrinth, the rookies proceeded in 2 rows, while the guides guarded the surroundings from the rear and the sides of the rows. Hey, why is someone from the hero party participating in this exploration? Does the hero party not see our clan as a rival? After some time inside the Great Labyrinth, Caroline spoke to me. While the other rookies were stiff with nerves, she looked unchanged from when we were above ground. Brazen or something else. Didn't you listen to Miss Selma? I already left the hero party. That's why I can participate. Also, from the hero party's perspective, the silver rabbits of the night sky are a threat. They always keep an eye on their movements. Hey, why did you leave? The hero party is everyone's dream, such a waste. She pushed forward aggressively. She seemed straightforward and honest, but she's the type I find hard to deal with. Whatever, it's none of your business. Hey, come on, tell me, for my own education. Maybe it's a difference in direction. Oh, difference in direction, that sounds cool. It's a standard phrase to dodge questions, but is it really cool? I don't get what she finds funny, but she seemed satisfied, so I let it go. However, Caroline wasn't done talking. Feeling it was troublesome but unable to brush her off, I responded casually while listening. 2 white wolf-like demonic beasts, white wolves, approached the silver rabbits of the night sky group from behind. The white wolves steadily closed in, using their keen sense of smell. However, the white wolves never caught up to the silver rabbits of the night sky. Suddenly, the ground beneath them rose like a spear and pierced a white wolf. The reason the ground rose was simple. Orun had activated a timed magic on the ground. The impaled white wolf turned into black mist, leaving only a magic stone behind. Orun sensed the presence of demonic beasts far behind even while chatting with Caroline. He calculated when the beasts would pass his location and set up magic on the ground to activate at that exact time. Since entering the labyrinth, Orun had already defeated several demonic beasts. If those beasts had caught up to our group, a fight would have broken out, stopping our progress. The guides thought we were lucky to encounter few beasts, but in reality, Orun had been silently dispatching the ones behind us. Without any major trouble, we progressed smoothly and reached the 20th floor ahead of schedule. In less than 10 minutes, we could arrive at the floor boss. The floor boss should be easy to defeat for the leaders, so it seemed like today would end just like this. The 10th Squad had already engaged in multiple battles on the way here. Although I had concerns about having only 3 members, I began to think that a 3-person team wouldn't be a problem during training explorations. First, there's Logan. His choices of support magic, timing of activation, and the magnitude of his support magic boosts were all at a high standard. Since we were on the upper floors today and the battles ended quickly, there were aspects I couldn't fully evaluate, but if he can maintain that level during long fights, honestly, he could thrive even in a rank party. He also met the level required for offensive magic as an enchanter, so I could understand why he sometimes acted so arrogantly. Truly a genius. However, his instructions were regrettably poor. Well, that requires a lot of combat experience, so he'll likely improve going forward. Next, Caroline. As she aimed to be an evasion-type defender, she was highly agile and even managed to outmaneuver horned rabbits and white wolves, which are among the fastest on the upper floors. However, there were some problems. First, she would rush in as soon as she spotted a demonic beast. Being a defender, approaching is fine, but in her case, it seemed she fought with the mindset of attack before they attack me, which made me quite nervous watching her. Also, her weapons were 2 daggers. While daggers suited her nimble movements, this party only had 3 members and she was the only frontline fighter. That left some worry due to low attack power. Finally, Sophia. Compared to the other 2, she did pale a little, but her magic power and casting speed were surprisingly high for a rookie. Maybe because of her personality, she hadn't taken very proactive actions yet, but I think that will improve as she grows closer to her teammates. Compared to advanced explorers, she still has a long way to go, but as a newcomer, she has no glaring flaws and I look forward to her development. As for the ninth squad, well, I guess we can look forward to what they do next. While thinking about all this, the three leaders excluding me and Miss Selma defeated the floor boss on the 20th floor. For now, that's the end for today. I thought more problems would arise, but perhaps there are agreements within the clan. Even when encountering situations that could cause hesitation, no one panicked and they handled things smoothly. Honestly, I didn't expect it to go this well. I must have underestimated the organization called the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. That said, from tomorrow, we will enter the middle floors. We will progress through fewer floors than today, but the difficulty will definitely increase. After reaching the 21st floor, the rookies took turns holding their guild cards to the crystal. Once that was done, everyone moved back to the surface. Although we finished earlier than planned, the sun had long since set. Among the rookies, several looked exhausted, their fatigue at its peak, partly due to nervousness. Today's exploration was pretty harsh on the newcomers. I really want to give a scolding to that careless, foolish noble who made this plan. We all moved back to the plaza where we gathered in the morning, and Miss Selma offered words of encouragement to the rookies, bringing today to a close. I was a little tired myself, so I planned to have a simple dinner and go to bed early, but Miss Selma called out to me. Orun, how were the rookies? Well, the 9th squad looks promising for the future. The 10th squad was, as you said, Miss Selma, full of hopeful rookies, but their teamwork was completely absent. Especially Caroline, I honestly have nothing but worries about her. Ha, even so, she's much better than before, Miss Selma muttered with a disappointed look. If that's much better, I wonder how bad it was before. Well then, I'm counting on you again tomorrow. Yes, good night. After parting ways with Miss Selma, I walked through the town to prepare dinner. So it comes down to this after all. On the morning of the second day of the training expedition, I was reading the newspaper as part of my daily routine. The front page featured an article about the hero party's Enchanter being replaced. The content was as follows. Information has come in that the hero party changed their Enchanter yesterday. We managed to secure an exclusive interview, and the details we obtained at that time are recorded on this page. First, the main reason for the Enchanter's replacement was the insufficient ability of the predecessor, Orun Dura. The leader of the hero party, Sword Saint Oliver, understood that an Enchanter was indispensable for dungeon conquest, so until now, Orun Dura had been included in the party as the Enchanter. However, Sword Saint Oliver was unaware that Orun Dura's skill was even lower than the average Enchanter. In other words, the hero party achieved the unprecedented feat of reaching the 94th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth despite having such an underperforming Enchanter in their ranks. Philly Carpenter, who joined newly yesterday, is an explorer active in the Great Western Labyrinth. Her ability is said to rival that of Selma Claudel of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, hailed as the continent's greatest Enchanter. With this new addition, expectations for the hero party's further Great Labyrinth conquest inevitably rise. The publisher writing this article has close ties with the hero party's sponsors, so this publisher practically holds exclusive rights to information about the hero party. Still, I feel they didn't have to belittle me this much. There are two other major publishing houses, but neither covers the hero party's news. Their focus is mainly on other clans and parties. I wish they had at least waited until the training expedition was over. The envious looks the rookies gave me yesterday will likely turn into contempt, especially Logan from the 10th squad. Since I'll be leading the middle floors from today, I'm not sure if that proud guy will follow my orders. Sigh, no use worrying about it. For now, I should head to the plaza. Mr. Orun? As I walked toward the meeting spot, someone called out from behind. Turning around, I saw a beautiful girl with long indigo hair flowing down to her waist. Her name was Luna Flockhart, a supporter belonging to the hero party. Back when I was in the hero party, while the other members gradually started treating me worse, she alone continued to treat me as before. When I was kicked out of the party, she wasn't at the mansion the hero party was renting. She apparently had business back home. If Luna had been there at that time, maybe I wouldn't have been kicked out. Then again, since she wasn't around, Oliver probably chose that moment to bring it up. In the end, it was only a matter of sooner or later. Saying it like this makes me sound like I still have regrets about the hero party. But I thought I had moved on. Long time no see, Mr. Orun? Yeah, it's only been 4 days actually, but it felt like ages since I last saw Luna's face. Sorry for calling out just as you're about to dive into the Great Labyrinth. It seems Luna knows I'm cooperating with the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Well, information related to the Silver Rabbits comes quickly. I thought Oliver might cause trouble, but judging from that article, I'm not even on his radar anymore, so it feels like needless worry. No, it's fine. What's up? Well, Luna lowered her gaze and hesitated for a moment before looking back up at me. Mr. Orun, won't you come back to our party? We need your strength. I kind of expected her to say that. She always valued me highly. Is that the party's consensus? I doubt it, judging from this morning's article. It's my own decision. But if you come back, I will do my best to persuade everyone. Her eyes were serious. She really intended to convince the others. But it's already too late for all that. Once an article like that is out, it's impossible for me to return. Besides, I don't want to come back anymore. That can't be, we promised. To conquer the great labyrinth together. That promise was made between you, Oliver, and me, but Oliver kicked me out, so that promise is void. That may be true, but... Sorry. I'm running late, so I have to go. It was a bit abrupt, but I didn't want to deal with her persistence any longer. I turned my back on Luna and headed for the plaza. When I arrived at the plaza, the rookies turned their gaze toward me. But their looks weren't the envious ones from yesterday. They were filled with confusion. After being hyped up so much yesterday, and then reading this morning's article, it's no wonder the rookies were bewildered. Orun, sorry, Selma Claudel, who had somehow come beside me, apologized. There's nothing you should be sorry about, Selma. But since you used me to hype up the rookies yesterday, their reactions now are largely a backlash. Selma, who normally always seemed confident, looked troubled. She seemed to be deeply worried. If you're like this, the training expedition will fail. I'll support you properly, so stand tall. That's more like the Selma I know. Ha, you're quite something to say that. If you say so, then I'll proceed as usual today. Leave the support to me. She seemed to have regained her composure, her voice strong once more. This is the Selma I know. Yes, leave it to me. Miss Selma called out to the newcomers, and the second day of the guided exploration began. Mr. Orun, you were kicked out of the hero party due to lack of ability, right? Didn't you say yesterday it was because of differences in direction? As soon as we entered the dungeon, Logan spoke to me in a mocking tone. Yesterday I gave a careless reason because I didn't want to bother explaining. Maybe I shouldn't have pretended to be something I'm not, but what's done is done. Stop wasting your breath and focus. The demonic beasts here are more troublesome than yesterday's. There's no way I'll fall behind against mid-level demonic beasts. But with your lack of ability, I guess you'd struggle even with mid-level ones, huh? Sigh. It's true that weak dogs bark the loudest, but this is just an annoying racket. And don't get the wrong idea from that article alone, thinking Logan is stronger than me. Did you not hear me tell you to focus? Fine, I warned him again, with a hint of killing intent, and finally he quieted down. Was that a bit childish? Not just Logan, but even Caroline's attitude toward me had shifted to one of condescension. These brats, seriously. Though their attitudes bothered me, the exploration itself progressed smoothly, and we reached the 31st layer. From here on, I would be the one giving combat orders. I doubted they would actually follow them. That concern turned out to be justified. In the first battle of the 10th squad after entering the mid-layers, the enemies were 5 goblins up front and 1 orc a little farther away. Caroline, draw the goblins' attention. Logan, support magic on Caroline. Sophia, take out the orc in the back. Ha, such a timid order. Caroline should kill the orc. I'll handle the goblins. Sophia, take down 1 goblin too. Ignoring my orders, Logan gave commands to the party. What's with that disregard for roles? I don't know if Caroline followed Logan's orders or just wanted to fight a strong demonic beast, but she bypassed the goblins and charged straight at the orc. As declared, Logan took down 4 goblins. Sophia was confused and couldn't do anything. It's useless. Logan cursed at Sophia and finished off the last goblin. Caroline took a little longer but managed to kill the orc, and in the end the battle ended without any injuries. What was that fight? When Caroline came back, I called out to the 10th squad members. Miss Selma nearby didn't try to stop me, so I continued. Whatever you say, that was our way of fighting. No one was hurt. You think that was the best way to fight? Suppressing my urge to shout, I spoke as calmly as I could. Yes, I can handle goblins easily, so it's not strange to throw Caroline against the strong orc. Mr. Orun, you're too obsessed with theory. You can't explore the dungeon with such a rigid mindset. So that's why you were kicked out of your party. Let's say your way of fighting was right. The fact is, as you said, no one got injured. I appreciate your honesty to understand my reasoning. Who does this guy think he is? But your orders were no good. Where did I go wrong? Stop making baseless accusations. You mocked Sophia earlier, didn't you? Yes, Sophia was standing idly by, ignoring my orders, so she's at fault. How can you say that while ignoring your own mistakes? There was nothing wrong with my orders. I clearly told Sophia to take down 1 goblin. Only you, imagining a story, could understand such an order. You didn't specify which 4 of the 5 goblins you would kill and which one Sophia would. Without that, how could you proceed with an attack? If you had planned beforehand who would take down the right side first during the battle, fine. But since you didn't, that order was sloppy. He glared at me bitterly but didn't retort. Logan's getting scolded, haha. Caroline laughed, seeing Logan being reprimanded. You too, Caroline, why did you charge the orc? Well, Logan said he could handle the goblins, and I want to kill strong demonic beasts. You're the defender. Since you're in the party, fulfill your role. If you have room left after that, no one will complain if you act freely, as long as it doesn't trouble the party. Okay. Both of them looked unconvinced. I hope those words sink in. Miss Selma, sorry to take your time. Let's resume exploring. Got it. Let's get moving. We reached the 36th layer, today's final destination. Overall, no trouble arose today and progress was smooth. However, the 2 in the 10th squad never followed my orders until the end. Maybe if they struggled a bit, they might listen to me, but their individual abilities were high enough that even in the mid-layers, they didn't really struggle. After returning from the Great Labyrinth, Miss Selma called the group to disperse, ending the day. I stopped the 10th squad members who were about to leave. I understand you don't want to follow my orders, but this is a clan operation. You are clan members, and I'm a clan-contracted explorer. There's only one more day, so please follow my orders tomorrow. Honestly, I wanted to just leave these brats alone, but since we have a formal request from the silver rabbits of the night sky, I have to work for the reward. Sai, someone who was kicked out of a party for lack of ability has nothing to teach us. Your orders only waste time, Logan said with genuine exasperation. Then judge after moving according to my orders once. I already know before hearing them. I won't waste time. Why is he so rebellious? Does he really think he's stronger than me? That would explain his arrogant attitude, but what kind of thought process leads him to conclude he's stronger than me? I think you should follow Mr. Orun's orders. Sophia, be quiet. Even today, I was the only one in the newbie party who never lost. Results are everything for explorers, so my orders aren't wrong. Results are indeed everything, I agree with that. But you still have room to spare. If you do, shouldn't you demand better? Try various things. There isn't only one answer. Shut up. I don't want to be told what to do by someone weak enough to get kicked out of their party. Finally, Logan exploded. No matter what I say, my words just don't reach him. I've done my best. That's enough, right? Logan, cut it out already. Miss Selma intervened, probably unable to ignore it any longer. Logan seemed quite shaken, as if not expecting her intervention. Excuse me. Without saying more, Logan left. Caroline followed him. Sophia was flustered, but since Miss Selma told her to follow Logan, she chased after them too. Sorry, Orun, I didn't expect Logan to be this stubborn. Miss Selma apologized, and I told her not to worry. Thanks, I'll firmly tell them to follow Orun's orders tomorrow. That won't be necessary. Why? If you lecture them, it could affect tomorrow's exploration. So if you must, wait until after the guided exploration ends. I'll cover for them enough tomorrow so they don't die. Orun, Logan is an important comrade to us. I know it's a bold request, but please help him before he gets hurt. We'll handle the emotional support. I'm counting on you. Honestly, I don't care if Logan dies, but since Miss Selma asked so seriously, I can't refuse. Understood, but since they want to fight freely, I'll let them do as they please. Yeah, that's fine. After finishing the conversation with Miss Selma, and just as I was about to leave, Hey, Orun, got a moment? I turned toward the voice and saw the 2 defenders who were our guides. I braced myself, thinking they'd start complaining next. What is it? You look tired. Hey, want to grab dinner together? How about going out for a drink? Not a complaint, but an invitation to eat. Since being alone wasn't good for me right now, I thought it might be nice, so I agreed to go with them. The 2 guides who invited me to dinner were named Mr. Anthem, the serious-looking young man who sized me up on the first day, and Mr. Barnard, the more frivolous-looking youth. They took me to a high-class restaurant they recommended. Mr. Barnard confidently opened the door and stepped inside, followed by Mr. Anthem and me. As soon as we entered, a staff member hurried over. Ah, Mr. Barnard, Mr. Anthem, welcome. As expected from their recommendation, they seemed to be on familiar terms with the staff. Hey, Nia-chan, today I brought a special guest. Tada, one of the people who reached the 94th floor of the Great Labyrinth, Orun. Reaching the 94th floor, so you're a hero. Wow. It's an honor to meet you. She grabbed my hand and shook it up and down enthusiastically. Quite a friendly person. It seemed she hadn't seen the newspaper that was published today. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not a hero. But you reached the 94th floor? The woman called Nia looked confused by my words. I have been to the 94th floor, but I've already left the party. I see, so that's how it is. But you did reach the 94th floor, right? Then it doesn't matter. The first person to reach the previously unconquered 94th floor in 20 years since someone reached the 93rd floor. You truly deserve to be called a brave explorer. You know a lot, I said, clearly taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. Ahaha, I used to be an explorer myself. Oh, I forgot to show you to your seats. Sorry, I got a little carried away. She stuck out her tongue a little, making a cute face. Is the usual private room okay? Sure, Mr. Barnard answered the staff's question. We were then led to a private room spacious enough for about 6 people to relax. All right, tonight we're going to drink until dawn. Tell me all about your adventures, Orun. Of course, only what you're comfortable sharing. Once everyone sat down, Mr. Barnard said that as his first words. No, you shouldn't drink all night. We have exploration again tomorrow. Heh heh heh, I don't get hangovers. No matter how much I drink, it's no problem. But even so, lack of sleep isn't good. Orun's right. Even if it's a mid-level exploration, we have to train and protect the rookies. We should prepare in perfect condition just like any other exploration. So Orun's a serious type just like Anthem. Fine, I get it. Tonight until midnight. At midnight, we're done. After that, the 3 of us chatted about ourselves while enjoying food and alcohol. As expected from their recommendation, the dishes looked worthy of serving to nobles. By the way, in this country, adulthood starts at 15, so I, being 18, could drink alcohol legally. I heard some countries require you to be 20. Being a regular at such an expensive place, A-rank explorers of the silver rabbits of the night sky must have good incomes. I usually don't pry into others' business, but the alcohol and their personalities led me to ask such a question. Even though you're in the hero party, Orun, I don't think we earn that much. But explorers don't know when they'll die. That's why I decided to eat good food without regrets. That's how it is. Weren't you the one living a lavish life every day? I've never lived lavishly. I handled administrative tasks for the party, so I hardly had time to play. Oh, hey, honestly, do members of the hero party get along well? There are rumors of discord. That was a bold question. Usually I wouldn't answer, but after being a bit annoyed by this morning's article, I decided to share everything except what I absolutely shouldn't say. We're not exactly unfriendly, but in private we mostly acted separately. Our hobbies and tastes are very different, so we rarely had dinner together. Hey, is it all right to say that? Mr. Anthem checked, probably thinking it wasn't appropriate. I think it's fine. The party leader publicly declares his integrity. If there was something we couldn't talk about, that would be the real problem. That sounds a bit loaded. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, when you were in the hero party, you were an enchanter, right? When we first met, you said you were a frontline attacker, and your demeanor was like one. How do you notice such things, Anthem? Orun hasn't even fought once. You're a defender, so you should pay attention to your allies' movements. Actually, after leaving the party, I converted to Swordsman. Both of them widened their eyes at my statement. It's understandable to be surprised when someone changes their role after several years. Can I ask why you converted to Swordsman? Mr. Anthem looked genuinely curious. I was originally a swordsman even in the hero party. My grandfather was a former explorer who once defeated a demonic beast in our village with just one sword. After seeing that, I had a strong admiration for swordsmen and chose the sword without hesitation when I became an explorer. Leaving the hero party was a good opportunity, so I decided to return to being a swordsman. I see. Then why were you an enchanter despite such strong admiration for swordsmen? When we entered the lower floors, our progress slowed. The size of the floors and the strength of demonic beasts suddenly increased, so it was natural to slow down. But back then, we didn't realize that. We had advanced smoothly through the upper and middle floors, but hitting the lower floors was our first real obstacle. It wasn't strange at all. Our previous rapid progress was the anomaly. We should have properly improved our skills at that point, but due to certain circumstances, we had to move forward quickly. At that time, enchanters were gaining recognition, so they targeted that role. I was skilled and could handle various things, so I was chosen. It was also a time when I was beginning to glimpse what was needed to become my ideal swordsman, and I had an interest in magic, so I accepted becoming an enchanter. So that's what happened. It's true that party members sometimes convert roles due to circumstances, and you still manage to reach the 94th floor, so in the end it was the right choice. No, it was a bad move. Even though I became an enchanter, we should have taken our time and improved our skills without rushing. I couldn't say this to them, that the hero party's chance of clearing beyond the 94th floor was none. So, what's your ideal swordsman like? You can talk about that, right? Mr. Barnard, sensing my mood, changed the subject. My ideal swordsman? There are many things, but simply put, it's a swordsman who can clear even the deep floors alone. The next morning, as I walked through the market street heading to the meeting point, I saw people chatting excitedly while busy preparing their shops. Hey, did you hear? The new hero party is going to dive into the deep floors. Really? So that means they might become the 95th floor reachers as early as today? No, apparently they're entering the 92nd floor. Today's purpose is to check the coordination of the new party. They're moving surprisingly fast. I thought they'd take it easier, but checking coordination on the 92nd floor. It seems they're not going to do anything foolish like trying to conquer the 94th floor right away, but if it's their first coordination check, they should at least do it in the lower floors. Though, that has nothing to do with me. Nice to meet you. I'm Philly Carpenter. I never imagined I'd become a member of the hero party. I'm truly honored to have been invited. 2 days have passed since we expelled Orun from the party. As Orun's replacement, she will be joining our party starting today. Now, I can constantly enjoy that sense of omnipotence. Philly was an explorer active in the Great Western Labyrinth until 3 months ago. However, another group of explorers cleared the Great Western Labyrinth, and demonic beasts no longer appeared there. Because of that, she apparently came to this city where the Great Southern Labyrinth is located, which is said to be more difficult. There are 4 great labyrinths across the continent, but their difficulty levels differ. All 4 consist of 100 floors, but the Western and Eastern labyrinths have no deep layers. Therefore, the Southern and Northern labyrinths, which do have deep layers, are said to be more challenging to conquer. Even though she couldn't clear the Great Western Labyrinth, Philly is the only enchanter to have reached the 100th floor right. Having such an enchanter join the party is an honor for us. Yeah, with this, we can push forward further in conquering the Great Southern Labyrinth. I will do my best to be of help to everyone as soon as possible. Since today was our first meeting, Philly, Derek the shield-bearer, Ainley the mage, and I gathered in the mansion's living room. Luna hadn't returned since the dungeon exploration 2 days ago, saying she had family matters to attend to. Or so I thought, until the living room door opened and she came in. I'm back, are these guests. It's unusual for you all to handle visitors. Until now, it was Orun who had been receiving guests. Luna's reaction was natural since she didn't know Orun had left the party. They're not guests, but comrades. Well, that's fine. Sorry to trouble you with guests here, but I need to confirm something urgently. May I have a moment? Ah, that's fine, just speak. But... She probably didn't want to discuss it with an outsider present. But Philly is a party member, so there's no problem with her overhearing. I need to find the right moment to tell Luna about Orun's departure. No problem. I see. Then, this morning I heard that Orun went into the Great Labyrinth together with members of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, but why would he do something like that? I hadn't been informed. Orun with the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Has he already switched sides to them? Even though I told him to know his place, why did he rush off to join the rabbits? As I drifted through my thoughts, Ainley sitting next to me muttered. She seemed pretty angry. Haha. Exactly, does he still think he's good enough to be S-rank? Derek agreed with a mocking tone. I wish they hadn't said that here. I haven't told Luna about Orun yet. Of course, I had told her in advance that we wanted to expel him, but she opposed it. We carried it out while she wasn't around. There's no avoiding her criticism. That's why I was waiting for the right time to talk. As expected, Luna looked suspicious. Maybe I should tell her before things get complicated. Luna, you probably don't know, but that jack-of-all-trades, Orun, left the party 2 days ago. I was about to explain, but Ainley beat me to it. Huh, Orun left the party? Does that mean he's finally given up on us? Luna muttered, trembling, unable to hide her confusion. Maybe Luna's words struck a nerve because Derek shouted loudly. Hey, why are you talking like we were abandoned? It's the opposite. Use some common sense. We're the ones who kicked out that jack-of-all-trades. Luna lost her expression and turned toward me. Is that true? Her voice was so cold it felt like ice running down my spine. Why, yeah, it's true, and she's the new enchanter joining the party. I gave up and introduced Philly to Luna. Nice to meet you, I'm Philly. Please treat me well. I thought I opposed this. Why are things like this happening while I'm away? Ignoring Philly's introduction, Luna asked me. Hey, the new member just introduced herself. Don't ignore her, Derek scolded Luna's attitude. Luna simply glanced at Derek, then quickly returned her gaze to me. Don't ignore her, hey! Derek didn't like her attitude and stood up to grab her, but I quickly held his shoulder. Calm down, Derek, that's not okay. Derek clicked his tongue but sat back down. You understand too, right, Luna? Orun's skills won't cut it from now on. I spoke to Luna gently. I don't think so. Orun is the core of this party. We came this far because of him. His skills were more than enough. Without him, we couldn't have gone any further. It seems Luna overestimates Orun. They say love is blind, so maybe it can't be helped. Still, what's so good about Orun? You've been noisy for a while now. Maybe he's skilled through your rose-colored glasses, but in the world, he's not regarded highly. Besides, it's over. It won't change even if you keep yelling. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Finally, Ainley exploded. Ainley had a personal grudge against Orun and was probably satisfied with this outcome, so it's no wonder she's angry with Luna denying it. I also think Orun was too meddlesome. Maybe it's too late to argue now, Luna muttered in a lifeless voice and tried to leave the room. Luna, we have an interview coming up. It'd be bad if you left now. We were about to talk to the reporters about Philly joining. Until now, Orun had been handling such matters. That was the only thing he was useful for, but now he's gone. So I would have to handle it, but since I'm inexperienced, I wanted Luna to be there too. Derek and Ainley both have poor communication skills. Luna cast a cold look at me after hearing my words. An interview? It's about Philly, right? If so, since I haven't been told anything, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Please leave me alone for now. With that, Luna left the living room. I heard her footsteps go upstairs, so she must have gone to her room. What's with that attitude? So rude. Exactly. Her constant Orun worshipping is annoying. They say whatever's on their minds too much. I wish they were a bit more considerate. I wonder if I can get along with Luna. Philly seemed to think Luna was difficult after overhearing our conversation. I think it'll be fine. She was just upset now, but she's a good person. I'm sure you'll get along. That's good to hear. That makes me feel relieved. There was some confusion due to Orun's departure, but Luna should regain her usual self with time. Once that happens, there will be no uncertainties in this party. I am the hero. I have the duty to conquer the great labyrinth as soon as possible, to make my name thunder across the continent. After Luna had left the living room and some time had passed, several reporters finally arrived at the mansion. I led them into the living room. The reporters had mixed reactions, but since there were many of them, this room would be fine, right? We're truly honored that Lord Oliver himself has agreed to be interviewed. It's our duty to give interviews. Besides, there's something I wanted to talk about today. Something you want to talk about. That's very intriguing. There's no point in keeping it a secret, so I'll tell you right away. We've decided to replace one member of the party. Then I told the reporters everything without holding back. That Orun was an incompetent enchanter. That Philly, who had been active in the Great Western Labyrinth, was brought into the party instead. That we had reached the 94th floor with a dead weight in the party. That with this party no longer having any shortcomings, reaching the 95th floor, or even clearing the Great Southern Labyrinth, would likely be achieved in the not-so-distant future. Everything. Wow, I never thought we'd hear all this. Tomorrow's front page is decided. Yeah, make it a big story. The bigger the report, the more money we'd get from the nobles. After hearing this, no noble would refuse to invest in me. Then I could finally buy the magical tools that Orun had called a waste of money and refused to purchase. Usually, we each have dinner on our own, but today, to welcome Philly, we decided to eat together. We invited a famous chef from this town to the mansion to prepare the meal. At that time, the chef praised, "Even though this kitchen is used almost daily, it's very well maintained." No one else uses this kitchen here, so why would this chef say something so pointless? Even Luna didn't skip the welcome party, it seemed. She still looked weak, but maybe she'd recover by tomorrow. Well then, once again, Philly, welcome to the hero party. We look forward to working with you. Cheers, cheers. Thank you very much for preparing such expensive dishes. It's no problem. Besides, the nitpicking treasurer is gone now. You know, I looked at the ledger he managed, the one with all the money written down. When I saw the amount, I nearly popped my eyes out because there was so much. That was surprising. Even though he had so much money, why was he such a miser? If you have money, you should spend it or it's a waste. Ledger. True, we left the money management to Orun, but do we really have that much money? Come to think of it, I don't even know how much savings we have. No, that money was for his personal amusement. Letting him manage our funds was a mistake. Kicking him out was the right decision. Our money was almost being used without us knowing. Isn't that the party's operating fund? At Derek's comment, Philly asked a question. Operating funds? We pay for and prepare what we need ourselves. No, not just for dungeon exploration. There are other expenses like rent for this mansion. Rent, I see. That kind of stuff costs money too. But if we have that much cash, wouldn't it be better to just buy this mansion outright? What do you think, Oliver? Should we buy this place? Since we'll be using it as our base for a while, we can just sell it if we move out. Derek, you're a genius. Let's do that. Then we can use the leftover money however we want. We'll think about that later. For now, let's focus on the immediate plan. Tomorrow is a day off, and the day after, we'll dive into the 92nd floor. I wanted to say we'd immediately take on the 94th floor, but that would be reckless. If we test our coordination on the 92nd floor without issues, then we'll confidently proceed to the 94th floor. What's with this lukewarm attitude? The 94th floor is the only option. That's right. Now that Philly has joined, reaching the 95th floor should be easy. I understand how you feel, but this is Philly's first time in the Great Southern Labyrinth. She's never ventured into the deeper floors before. So I think we should confirm our teamwork on a floor we can support her in, rather than a completely new one. True, this is Philly's first time going deep. Right. Then let's start by exploring the 92nd floor, as Oliver suggested. Everyone, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you. Don't worry, we're comrades. We want to see Philly shine, so we're going to the 92nd floor. I'm opposed. Just when the discussion seemed settled, someone voiced opposition. It was Luna, who until then had furrowed her brow but hadn't spoken. You again, don't you dare disrupt the party's harmony. Derek, calm down. Luna, why are you against this? It's simple, I don't have a death wish. Death wish. She's acting like going to the 92nd floor will get us killed. Luna, we won't die on the 92nd floor. Why can you say that with such certainty? We have reached the 94th floor, including Orun. And now we have Philly, an enchanter far superior to Orun. With this lineup, our level will rise several notches. I don't know Philly's abilities. Ah, that's right. I told Luna earlier today that Philly had joined. If I tell her about Philly's achievements, maybe she'll change her mind. She's an explorer who was active in the Great Western Labyrinth, and she reached the 100th floor there. The 100th floor of the West. That does sound like an excellent enchanter. Does that mean she belonged to a hero party? The hero title is given to explorers who have cleared the Great Western Labyrinth. Why they're called heroes is still unknown. No. She was part of a different party. I see. I understand that she's a talented enchanter, but I still oppose going to the 92nd floor. How long is she going to cling to this imaginary image of Orun? I want her to face reality already. Luna, this is a decided matter. Refusal is not allowed. Sigh, I understand. It seems this is the end. After Luna consented, she muttered quietly. Probably only I standing nearby could hear her. Yes, it's already over. During the exploration the day after tomorrow, she'll realize just how weak Orun really was. Then Luna will finally wake up. Aurea, I swung my sword with all my might, venting my frustration as I struck down the demonic beasts. Somehow I managed to defeat them all. Damn it, this is so frustrating. The biggest reason for my irritation was Philly, who just joined the party today and kept letting the buffs run out. At first, I was excited about her support magic, which had effects far surpassing Orun's. But when your senses keep getting disrupted repeatedly during battle, frustration inevitably builds up. When the support magic buff wears off, of course, your physical abilities revert back. And it's not a gradual return, it happens instantly. When standing still or walking, it's one thing, but during combat, you're making intense movements. When the buff fades at those moments, it feels like you're suddenly weighed down by a heavy load all over your body. It feels light as a feather, then after a while, like you're carrying a heavy weight again, then light as a feather once more. Repeating that cycle is quite a burden both physically and mentally. Philly, on her very first day of using support magic, managed to stop letting the buffs drop within an hour of exploration. It's already been several hours since we descended into the Great Labyrinth. I'm sorry. I'll get the hang of it soon, Philly apologized with a downcast look. Indeed, her adaptability was remarkably high, to say the least. I had to acknowledge that. Maybe it would take a bit longer for a normal enchanter to stop dropping buffs. All right, I'm counting on you. Also, Derek and I are frontliners, so we have many blind spots. Tell us the next moves of the demonic beasts in our blind spots. Since enchanters see the whole battlefield, that shouldn't be too much to ask, right? And no, I can't. Right now, I'm barely able to handle support magic alone. This was Philly's first exploration with the party, and I was well aware that my own magic resistance was high. Though she's an excellent enchanter, expecting her to perform the same duties as Orun, who had been exploring with us for almost 10 years, might be a bit harsh. Not wanting to blame Philly, I shifted the focus of my frustration to Ainley, who was also irritating me. Ainley, this is the deep layers. Even if the goal is to check our coordination, don't you realize this isn't a place to play around? Ainley hadn't properly defeated a single demonic beast so far today. Although she was casting offensive magic, every spell was so weak that just dealing some damage to lower-layer beasts was considered lucky. That burden was falling on Derek and me. I'm doing my best, like always, so why? Why can I only cast such weak offensive magic? Ainley shouted hysterically. Her attitude seemed genuine, so what was going on? Don't take it out on me, Oliver. You're not in top form today either. Well, neither am I. Is this what they call a slump? 3 out of 5 of us hitting a slump at once. Can't say we're lucky. Derek's words were true. My attack power had dropped. The sword I normally swung decisively could cut through even the toughest foes easily, but today I just couldn't do it. My physical abilities should have been significantly enhanced by Philly's support magic. So why? Even Derek, who never lost his stance no matter the attack before, was now easily shaken by the demonic beast's blows and even taking some hits. Damn it, I haven't even skipped my daily solo explorations, so why am I this weak? As the party leader, I tried not to show weakness, but the frustration was boiling inside me, and I ended up muttering a complaint. Don't you even understand that? Luna, who hadn't spoken since the welcome party 2 days ago, asked in a tone full of genuine exasperation. Luna, do you know why we're off today? Now that you mention it, you're the only one who's been normal. Derek quickly responded to Luna's remark and asked her. If she knew the cause, we definitely wanted to hear it. I had to clear this great labyrinth. We couldn't afford to be stuck here. Ha, you really don't get it, do you? I'm too disappointed to say more. Then Luna shut her mouth again. Hey, tell us, what kind of attitude is that when your comrades are struggling? Annoyed by Luna's behavior, Ainley confronted her. Comrades, we were yes. Fine, the reason you've gotten weaker is... Just as Luna was about to explain, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Why? Someone among us muttered as we looked up toward the source of the roar. It might have been me. There, looming above, was a massive reptilian creature covered in glossy black scales like obsidian. From its back sprouted enormous wings that could easily cover its huge body. It was a demonic beast that perfectly fit the description ominous. I knew this one. Why are you here? Black Dragon? The Black Dragon, the floor boss of the 92nd floor, looked down at us from the sky high above. Up to the 90th floor, there is one floor boss every 10 levels, but in the deeper layers, each floor has its own floor boss. That's the major difference between the lower layers and the deep layers. A floor boss is a demonic beast that can only move within a certain range, but possesses immense power. Why floor bosses cannot leave their designated range is unknown, but so far, there has never been any report of one stepping outside that area. Because of this, all explorers share the common understanding that floor bosses are simply that kind of demonic beast. Yet, despite being far from the boss area, and where the Black Dragon should never be able to come, it is naturally there. Why, the Black Dragon lets out a great roar and dives toward us, who are still in the midst of confusion. Derek instinctively steps forward and raises his shield. Philly, prioritize Derek and cast every buff you have on all of us. Philly seemed stunned, showing no reaction to my words. No buffs, everyone dodge on your own. Carrying Philly on my back, I called out to everyone and moved away from the spot. Orun activated magic to support Derek even before I finished shouting. If Orun could do that, why can't an enchanter better than Orun do the same? The Black Dragon lands on the ground with all 4 legs, the force of the landing hitting me and Philly squarely on our backs, sending us flying. I somehow rolled to absorb the impact as I hit the ground, but then a ball of fire rushed toward me. It was the Black Dragon's follow-up attack. I barely dodged, but the residual heat lightly burned me. I quickly glanced around. Ainley was safe. Luna was running to Derek's side using healing magic. I couldn't tell how bad his injuries were from here, but at least he was conscious. Mr. Oliver, buy us time to retreat. We don't stand a chance in the current situation, Luna shouted loudly, urging retreat. With the defender no longer functional, we weren't in any condition to fight the Black Dragon head-on. Damn, it can't be helped. Philly, can you move? Why, yes, I'm sorry. It seemed the shock from being blown away earlier had helped her regain some composure. Save apologies for later. First, buff all of us. Then regroup with Luna? Yes! Philly quickly cast buffs on me. I gathered the mana in the air around me onto the blade of my sword. Mana is normally invisible, but when concentrated in one spot, it formed a faint golden flame that wrapped around the blade. Some humans possess a rare supernatural ability. Supernatural abilities are a completely different kind of power from human magic or demonic beast magic. My supernatural ability is called Mana Convergence. Mana Convergence simply gathers the mana present around me into a single point. However, the shockwave produced when that gathered mana disperses instantaneously has destructive power surpassing even top-tier magic, which usually requires time to activate. Heavenly Flash, I swung down the sword wrapped in golden flames. This is my strongest technique, sending the concentrated mana on the blade flying as a slashing attack. I aimed to destroy the Black Dragon's wings to take away its flying ability. Having no wings would drastically reduce its flight capability, as proven during the last hunt. The golden slash hit the Black Dragon's wings, transforming into a massive shockwave. With this, even if we retreat, it shouldn't be able to chase us. What? Last time, I managed to blow off the Black Dragon's wings with Heavenly Flash. But this time, not only were its wings intact, it hadn't even suffered significant damage. Oliver, watch out! I thought I heard Ainley's voice. Gah! My mind went blank at the fact that Heavenly Flash hadn't left a scratch. Before I knew it, the Black Dragon's tail, moving at blinding speed, struck me, sending me flying through the air. Cough, cough! I hit the ground without much ability to protect myself, but thanks to Philly's buffs, it wasn't fatal. Ainley was attacking in my place, but her power was nowhere near enough, and the Black Dragon showed no sign of being concerned. Fortunately, I had been blown near Derek and Luna, so I was able to receive Luna's healing magic. Mr. Oliver, let's use the whimsical door. We'll have to fight another floor boss, but that's much better than facing the Black Dragon, Luna suggested while healing me. The whimsical door is a magical tool usable only inside the Great Labyrinth. Using it forcibly connects the space where it's used to another random location, allowing instant travel there. However, the destination is random and always leads to a boss area outside the deep layers. Normally, There's almost no chance to use a tool that instantly throws you into a floor boss fight. But the monster at the destination is definitely weaker than the Black Dragon. Even if we're in a slump, this team can defeat any floor boss outside the deep layers. Understood. Now recovered, I took out a glass bottle filled with white smoke from my storage magical tool. I'm using the whimsical door. Everyone jump in. Giving the order to the team, I smashed the bottle onto the ground. White smoke rose from the broken bottle, distorting the space. As everyone moved toward the distortion, the Black Dragon slammed its front legs into the ground. The shock shook the earth, cracking it in places. We all lost our balance, putting our hands on the ground. The Black Dragon charged at us in a super low flight. Out of long habit as explorers, we all instinctively moved to dodge the charge. The Black Dragon touched the spatial distortion. Swallowed by the distortion, it vanished right before our eyes. The silence that followed made the recent battle feel like a distant memory. "Are we saved?" Ainley muttered. "How can you say something like that in this situation? This is the worst-case scenario. The Black Dragon used the whimsical door to move to some boss area. What if it's the 10th floor?" Luna immediately dismissed Ainley's mutter. "Most explorers challenging the 10th floor boss are usually newbies. Some might have just become explorers a few days ago. Such explorers would suddenly have to fight a deep-level floor boss. If that happens, all I can imagine is clueless newcomers being trampled by the Black Dragon in terror." The atmosphere between us grew even heavier. To think the whimsical door could apply to the floor bosses too, we should have considered that possibility the moment it appeared in a place it shouldn't have been. For now, let's immediately return to the surface and request the guild to perform a forced recall. Luna expressed regret about her suggestion, but quickly shifted her mindset and presented a new plan. The guild card serves roles beyond just registering crystals installed on each floor. One of those roles is forced recall. Forced recall means the guild forcibly moves people inside the dungeon outside, based on the guild's intention. However, this is only used when criminals have fled into the dungeon or in emergencies. The guild cannot use it recklessly. Right now is definitely an emergency. We don't know which boss area the Black Dragon moved to, but we can't imagine any explorer capable of defeating it. That's right, we'll probably face some penalty, but this isn't the time to complain about that. Derek and Ainley looked dissatisfied, but didn't refuse. After that, Philly and Orun will swap places to visit each floor boss. They should also be venturing into the dungeon today with the new silver rabbits of the night sky. We'll try to grab them as they come out via forced recall. Wait a minute, Derek interrupted Luna's suggestion. It was indeed a proposal that made you want to interrupt, but not listening to others is his bad habit. Injured people should quietly receive treatment. We're going to be running soon. Why involve Orun? He's unnecessary. We're already in a slump. Adding someone less capable. Treatment's done. Since time is precious, let's continue while moving. Don't interrupt people's conversations. Derek, no one agrees when you say that. Philly, could you cast agility up on everyone? Understood. Ignoring Derek's remarks, Luna asked Philly to activate support magic. With our movement speed increased, we dashed toward the entrance of the 92nd floor. I forgot to mention earlier about you saying you're in a slump. You haven't changed at all. While running, Luna resumed the conversation that was cut off when the Black Dragon appeared. But in reality, our abilities have decreased. Even my heavenly flash couldn't deal damage to that guy, saying it filled me with frustration. Why didn't my strongest skill work? The answer is simple. Orun isn't here. The heavenly flash from earlier, which didn't really converge much mana, had that much power to begin with, not converging much mana. Sure, the time spent converging has shortened compared to before. But that's because my mastery of mana convergence has improved, allowing me to achieve the same or even greater power in a shorter time. Orun used original magic to support Oliver's attacks, Derek's defense, and Ainley's magic. Before explaining that, I want to confirm if you understand the common effects of support magic. Derek and Ainley looked bitter, seemingly unable to answer. The increased value is decided by the caster, and the duration varies depending on the recipient, right? I think the average is about 3 minutes. So enchanters reapply every 3 minutes, correct? I asked Philly, a professional, to confirm if I was right. Yes, that's roughly correct. But this party, especially Oliver, has high mana resistance, so the support magic needs to be refreshed every minute. Oliver's a nightmare for enchanters. Don't phrase it so weirdly. Then Philly's increased value is higher than Orun's, so she's better. No need to replace her. Oliver's point is valid, but only if Orun was an ordinary enchanter. To be clear, Philly is an excellent enchanter. I think so too. Just looking at support magic effectiveness, she's a strong competitor even against Selma of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Then that versatile nobody is still unnecessary. I said, only if Orun was an ordinary enchanter. Derek, please keep quiet. You're not letting the conversation move forward. WH? It looked like Luna cast some magic, and Derek opened his mouth wide as if shouting, but no sound came out. Among this party, only Luna and I have supernatural abilities. Combined with her supernatural ability, the magic she wields is full of mysteries. I've heard about her ability before, but barely understood half. Orun understood that his abilities alone were inferior to other enchanters. That's why, to catch up and differentiate himself, he developed several original magics to compensate for his shortcomings. Among them is a magic that can increase effects by about 50 times. No way, if that's really usable, Philly desperately denied it. What could have shocked Philly that much? Even Selma, called the continent's greatest enchanter, is said to have a tenfold increase in support magic. Among them, there's a magic with an effect time of less than a second, but it can boost ability by 50 times, and Orun used that magic. What? I thought his support magic's increase value was low. Looks like you understand now. Oliver's Heavenly Flash, his key attacks, and Ainley's magic all benefited from this 50-fold increase. Oliver relied on Orun's support magic to shorten convergence time. If properly converged, I believe those wings could have taken damage. My Heavenly Flash relied on Orun's support magic? No way. Ainley also mistook the attack including Orun's special magic as her own power right. Even when Orun and I warned her, she didn't listen. As a result, she developed the bad habit of casting magic quickly, even if weak. With Orun's support, even intermediate attacks were effective, so now she probably can't cast top-tier magic. If that's the case, why didn't he just teach you, rather than just words, with a feel for that increasing magic? Why didn't he do that? When Ainley joined the party, we had already reached the 86th floor. It wasn't a place to slack off. I think Orun made a painful decision. Still, with Orun, your casting speed was impressive. Also, he tried to take you to the mid-level floors, but you refused because it was troublesome, didn't you? My defense was supported by him too. Yes, the effect time is brief, but during that moment you gain tremendous ability. Moreover, that magic activates on equipment and magic, so when the buff ends, you don't feel your body suddenly heavy. This is why I opposed Orun's departure, though I've said this before. Do you understand now? I understood, whether I liked it or not. In fact, we couldn't even touch the black dragon we had defeated before. Our party depended on Orun. No one said more, and only footsteps continued. About 20 minutes after the black dragon moved to another floor, we finally returned to the great labyrinth's entrance. Philly, while running, was casting agility up on everyone every minute, so she was out of breath and sweating profusely. People who must have been waiting for our return cheered upon seeing us. Ignoring the cheering crowd, we headed toward the Explorers Guild. When I arrived at the plaza, the meeting place, all the members of the 9th and 10th squads were already gathered. As usual, Logan was glaring at me with hostile eyes. For now, since I decided to let Logan do as he pleased, I called out to Caroline. Caroline, today try to focus on the defenders' movements. Why? And do we even need coordination in the first place? Caroline complained, then asked about the necessity of coordination. Do I have to explain that now? She should have been taught this in the clan already. I'm strong, right? Caroline continued talking. Compared to other rookies around her, she's definitely overwhelmingly strong. If she keeps growing steadily like this, she'll probably become a famous explorer. I think it won't be long before I become the ace of this clan, so I'll kill the demonic beasts and everyone else just needs to support me. How selfish. That's not going to work. I've heard that Mr. Albert, who used to be the ace of the silver rabbits of the night sky, also emphasized coordination. There's a limit to what one person can do. That's why everyone forms parties to explore the dungeon, right? Albert sensible. He was a member of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky until last year, known as their absolute ace explorer. Last year he lost his life in the battle against the Black Dragon, the floor boss of the 92nd layer, which the Silver Rabbits challenged. His death triggered various troubles within the clan, but I'll skip the details here to avoid a long story. As a result, he died protecting his comrades, including the defender. That guy was stupid. He must have known that if he died, everyone's smiles would disappear. I felt a strange pressure from Caroline's murmured words. She seems to carry some kind of darkness. As an outsider, I feel this is a territory I shouldn't intrude on. In the end, not only Logan but Caroline was also allowed to act freely. I hope they're strong enough to handle it. For now, I'll just prepare to step in immediately if things get dangerous. Now then, the characteristics of the layers we're going to explore, from the 36th to the 50th. Mr. Orun. What's up, Sophia? As I recalled the structure of today's floors and the features of the demonic beasts, Sophia spoke to me. I'm sorry about my party members' rude behavior. I would like to continue receiving your guidance, Mr. Orun. Could you please teach me? Sophia looked straight at me with serious eyes. From observing Sophia these past 2 days, I felt she was trying too hard. Even on the day we first met, she went into the dungeon with a party formed in the wild, despite Miss Selma forbidding it. I think her earnest personality is a virtue, but it seems it's somewhat counterproductive. I hope it doesn't go in a bad direction. That said, it would be bad to dampen her enthusiasm, and since I'm not giving instructions to the 10th squad today, I have a lot of leeway. Of course, what do you want me to teach you? Then what do you think I'm lacking? Lacking, huh? She's already met the level expected of a rookie. So I guess I just need to teach her what's necessary to reach the next stage. Got it, it's time to enter the dungeon now, so I'll teach you when we have some spare time inside. Thank you very much. Sophia gave me a dazzling smile. As before, the guided exploration began with Miss Selma's command. After stepping into the 36th layer, I spoke to Sophia while staying alert to the surroundings. First, I want to know how well you understand magic. Try explaining it. Why, yes, First, as a premise, magic is the power to utilize the mana existing in the air to cause various phenomena. However, magic can only be used by demonic beasts. Magic techniques are technologies created based on magic. By channeling mana through techniques, humans who originally couldn't use magic can trigger phenomena similar to magic. Mostly correct. To be more precise, technique construction is the procedure that converts mana into phenomena. In other words, magic and magic techniques are essentially the same. Going into more detail would just confuse her, so I'll stop here. In short, the names differ, but they're basically the same thing. You understand it well. Now, what are the steps to activate magic techniques? The steps are divided into 2 stages: technique construction and mana infusion. Explain those 2 stages. Technique construction is creating the technique by adding extra settings like power and effective range to the basic formula of each magic technique. Then mana infusion is pouring mana into the completed technique. If she understands this much, she deserves a passing grade. Honestly, I didn't expect her to answer this well. Most normal mages probably just think, by doing complex calculations mentally and combining that with the mana in the air, magic techniques activate. Magic techniques are very complicated. If you don't intend to develop new magic techniques, that level of understanding is enough. You understand quite a bit. I'm honestly surprised. Thank you. Now I'll teach you the mindset and knowledge you need to reach an even higher level. Please. There were battles with demonic beasts too, so conversations with Sophia were often interrupted, but that can't be helped. Still, Logan is unusually quiet. I told Miss Selma not to scold him, but he might have gotten some nagging. After going back and forth between talking and fighting, we arrived at the boss area of the 40th layer. So far, the floor bosses were fought by Mr. Anthem, Mr. Barnard, and the accompanying healer supporter, Miss Kathy. If all the squad leaders fought the upper layer floor bosses, they'd be defeated instantly. To show the rookies the floor boss fights, only the 3 fought until now. From the 40th layer on, it becomes mid-layer, and the floor bosses get much stronger. Though the 3 can still handle them without an attacker or enchanter, the attack power is a bit lacking. Besides, there are 2 boss fights today. So the plan is to take down the 40th and 50th layer bosses with all 5 leaders. Orun, I'm counting on you, Mr. Barnard, who stood next to me, called out. Yes, but this time my main role is support. My time to shine will be the 50th layer. Are you sure you can really do that thing you talked about during the briefing? You've been out of practice as a swordsman too, right? Even if you weren't, I don't think you could pull it off. No problem, let's finish this quickly. The 5 leaders entered the boss area. The rookies followed behind. The boss area was like a huge hall. The rookies huddled against the walls, watching the leaders battle. In the center stood a 4-armed giant about 5 meters tall. Its whole body was covered in bulging muscles, as hard as natural armor. We've discussed this, but this is our first fight as this party. Everyone, act according to your roles. Strength up, vitality up, agility up. Miss Selma spoke to the members, then cast support magic buffs on Mr. Anthem and Mr. Barnard. By the way, I told Miss Selma I didn't need her buffs because I prefer to cast buffs myself as necessary. The 2 who received buffs moved more nimbly than in previous floor boss fights, approaching the giant head-on. I cast strength up, technical up, and agility up on myself, then moved to the giant's blind spots. I carefully slashed at relatively soft spots like joints, making sure the giant's attention didn't focus on me. The 2 defenders blocked the giant's attacks with their shields while having the freedom to counterattack. We frontline attackers targeted the giant's lower body, while Miss Selma and Miss Kathy attacked the upper body with magic. Before the 5 advanced explorers, the giant was helpless. After just over 5 minutes from the start, we easily defeated the giant. When a demonic beast dies, its body turns into a black mist, leaving only the magic stones inside it behind. Rarely, parts don't turn into black mist and remain. Those are called demonic beast materials, which craftsmen use to forge weapons, armor, magical tools, and even items unrelated to explorers. However, when a floor boss is defeated, some random parts always remain as demonic beast materials. Sometimes, if lucky, the whole corpse remains. I left the collection of the giant's magic stones and materials to the two defenders, then returned to the rookies. Your attacks were stingy and passive, hitting from behind. Would the results or content have changed if you weren't even here? Are you really a frontline attacker? Logan sneered as soon as I returned. I was mainly supporting in this fight, and it ended more quickly than I expected. Honestly, I thought I didn't need to participate in this fight. Maybe so, I replied curtly, and Logan clicked his tongue quietly, saying no more. Hey, Anthem, what was that just now? While checking and storing the giant's materials with Mr. Barnard, he voiced his confusion. I could understand his confusion. This fight was one-sided. We are a rank explorers. We have reached the 87th floor of the Great Labyrinth, but the opponent was a floor boss. Even with Miss Selma's enchanted magic, it shouldn't have been this easy to defeat. The biggest factor that made this possible was Orun Dura. The sword speed and strength of my party's frontline attackers are better. Judging by swordsmanship alone, Orun is probably just barely in a rank. However, Orun's movements were not something to be dismissed as low-level. This time, as he said, Orun focused entirely on support, completely suppressing the giant's movements. Demonic beasts are living creatures. They always have preliminary movements. I suspect Orun predicted the opponent's next attack from those preliminary movements. By striking the vital points of the next attack beforehand, he completely shut them down. As a result, the giant couldn't make any significant attacks and was easily defeated by us. This was the first time I'd seen such a one-sided battle. Seriously, I don't get it. He says he's been out of practice for years, but I can't believe it. Orun said yesterday, even if your physical abilities are low, you can compensate with technique and experience. This fight perfectly embodied that idea. If he can really do that thing he talked about in the briefing, Orun is getting quite close to the ideal swordsman he aspires to be. I guess the battle against the 50th floor boss will surprise us even more. Parallel construction, huh? The lecture to Sophia was still ongoing. Right now, I was teaching her a technique that could be said to be essential for a mage of a rank, parallel construction. Yes. The meaning is just as the words suggest. It refers to the technique of simultaneously constructing two or more techniques. Two or more at the same time. Is that really possible? It sounds very difficult. Indeed, parallel construction is difficult. It's said to be one of the points where many mages get stuck. After all, technique construction involves performing immense calculations inside the brain. To handle multiple calculations simultaneously requires practice. If you get used to it, you can manage two or so. There are even people who can construct dozens of techniques simultaneously. Dozens. That's impossible for me, but why does parallel construction become an essential skill? I feel like if you can use top-tier magic, it shouldn't be a problem. Offensive magic is divided into 4 levels. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. As the rank goes up, the power and range increase, but naturally the difficulty of technique construction also rises, so it takes more time to construct the technique. When it comes to demonic beasts from the lower layers, even top-tier magic often can't take them down in one hit. You know the time interval between a mage activating one magic, and then the next is called the interval, right? Most mages become powerless during this interval. That's where parallel technique comes in handy. The basic usage is to begin constructing another technique when the construction of one magic is about halfway done. By doing this, simply put, the interval time is cut in half. I see. It's certainly appealing that the powerless time becomes shorter, and the lower-layer demonic beasts are so strong that even top-tier magic can't defeat them. It's not just about spamming high-power magic. Even rank mages often use intermediate mage techniques. People hardly use beginner level anymore. It really depends on how you use them. Top-tier magic has great power, but it also has a wide area of effect, which means it could hit your frontline allies as well. The common strategy for an rank mage is to activate top-tier magic for the first strike and then fight alongside allies using intermediate or advanced magic. I've learned a lot. I always thought I should quickly learn to use top-tier magic, but even if you can use top-tier magic alone, that's not enough for a mage. I'll work hard to master parallel construction. Yeah, keep it up. You already have enough skill to fight in the middle layers. So, it'd be good to practice parallel construction now so you can also handle the lower layers. Luckily, there are plenty of seniors in the silver rabbits of the night sky. Learn from the seniors. Miss Selma would be happy to teach you, I'm sure. Judging by how Miss Selma doted on Sophia at the popular diner, there was no doubt about that. Got it, B, but if I'm going to learn from someone, I'd rather it be Mr. Orun than my big sister, Sophia murmured in a very soft voice, looking down with a bright red face. It was so quiet I almost missed it. Me? Why yes, is that not okay? Sophia looked up at me with moist eyes and an upward glance. Honestly, she was really cute. It's not like she was doing that on purpose, right? Still, she wants me to teach her. I can teach, but as an outsider, is it really okay for me to do so? The silver rabbits of the night sky probably have an educational policy. Should I ask Miss Selma about it? No, that sounds like it would lead to a huge hassle. Still, I want to respect this girl's will, who bravely asked me for help. All right, it will probably be a hassle, but if Miss Selma gives permission, I'll agree. If Miss Selma says it's okay, then sure. I can't instruct without permission since I'm an outsider. Really, my big sister is easy on me, so it'll be fine. Thank you so much. Looks like Miss Selma is thought of that way by her little sister. Somehow, we had reached the boss area of the 50th layer. Honestly, I never thought we'd get this far without any major problems. As the layers got deeper, there were more and more occasions where rookie parties seemed about to be defeated, and the guide had to step in and finish the fight. But that was inevitable. Still, the rookies seemed to have gotten used to dungeon exploration over these past 3 days, and today's schedule was running far ahead of plan. All right, let's quickly take down the floor boss and then celebrate, Miss Selma called out as the guide, casting various buffs on us. Oh yeah! The floor boss on the 50th layer was a gigantic demonic beast crab. Overall, it was huge, but only the left claw was about as large as its body, making its figure extremely unbalanced. In this battle, I had a significant role. My task was to cut off that troublesome left claw. The crab's claw was incredibly tough, so cutting it off would usually take a lot of time. Normally, I took the lead, charging straight at the crab. While running, I cast the buffs I needed on myself. The crab raised its left claw to strike downward at me. How kind of it to prepare itself to be cut off like this. Before the claw could come down, I kicked off the ground, leaping just over the crab's head. As I crossed past the crab, I aimed my sword at the base of the left claw. Just before the blade made contact, I activated Instantaneous Ability Super Boost Impact. Instantaneous Ability Super Boost Impact was one of my original magics. Its effect was simple. For less than a second, this magic forcibly increased the performance, durability, and magical power of the enchanted equipment up to a maximum of 100 times. While deepening my knowledge of magic, I discovered a bug in the magical system. Though calling it a bug might be misleading, as it didn't affect ordinary magic use at all. I exploited this bug as a cheat to establish the magic Instantaneous Ability Super Boost Impact, along with a certain technique. I do feel a bit guilty about it, but since using it doesn't pose any fatal drawbacks like threatening people's lives, I'm unreserved in employing it. Constructing techniques is extremely difficult, but it's one of the technologies I've mastered thoroughly. Therefore, the difficulty of technique construction isn't an obstacle for me. As a support magic enchanter with low enhancement values, this is one of the ways I survive in the deeper layers, so I use it without hesitation. This is my identity, and even though it's undeniably useful, it's basically cheating. That's why I will never reveal this magic. Hence, it is magic that only I can use, a magic that belongs solely to me. My sword swung without any resistance, slicing the claw off cleanly at the base. I then vaulted over the crab and landed behind it. No way, he really cut off the claw in one strike. I heard Mr. Barnard's excited voice from the other side of the crab. You didn't believe me when I said I'd cut off the claw on the first hit, huh? The crab tried to turn toward me to attack, but before it could, 2 defenders closed in and drew its aggro. Without the troublesome claw, it was just a weak demonic beast covered in a hard shell. The 2 defenders attacked from the front while I targeted its legs from behind, pinning it in place. Miss Selma and Miss Kathy concentrated offensive magic on the shell from above. As cracks appeared in the shell, I drove my sword into the fractures. In less than 5 minutes, the crab's body dissolved into black mist. The 2 defenders collected magic stones and demonic beast materials and then returned to the rookies. Everyone was beaming, praising each other for the past 3 days. What a great atmosphere this clan has. Watching that sight warmed my heart. But I didn't join the circle. After slaying the crab, I couldn't bring myself to move. Still, what's this feeling? It's almost like being in the deep layers. The atmosphere around us was unlike the middle layers, and the tension rose involuntarily. As I pondered this, the space at the center of the boss area suddenly warped. Immediately after, a huge black figure appeared with a roar like thunder. The space once filled with laughter fell into silence. My mind went blank at the unexpected turn of events, but my body, seasoned from overcoming countless battles, began to move on its own. I can only see its back, but those glossy black scales and this overwhelming pressure, no doubt about it. The floor boss of the 92nd floor, the Black Dragon. Why is it appearing here? And suddenly, no less. Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. My thoughts caught up with my actions. In the Black Dragon's line of sight were everyone from the silver rabbits of the night sky. The Black Dragon was already preparing to attack them. Evidence of this was the flames leaking from its mouth. I dashed around the Black Dragon toward everyone, but I realized the dragon's attack was faster. Changing plans, I instantly formed a magical technique. Guides. Protect the newbies with your lives. Shouting, I cast Vitality up and Resistance up on Mr. Anthem and Mr. Barnard, and Durability up along with weight increase on their armor and shields. All the guides responded to my voice. Mr. Anthem and Mr. Barnard stepped forward, lowered their center of gravity, and raised their shields. Miss Selma and Miss Kathy deployed magical barriers in front of the defenders. They must still be in the midst of confusion. Still, their bodies moved instinctively. They were advanced explorers chosen for teaching and training. The Black Dragon opened its massive jaws wide and fired a huge fireball. I cast an instantaneous power boost impact on the magical barrier just before the fireball struck, raising its hardness to the extreme. The fireball exploded against the magical barrier, shrouding the silver rabbits of the night sky in smoke. After a while, the smoke cleared. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Somehow, the newbies had been protected, but the two defenders were battered and bruised. Miss Kathy needed to immediately tend to their wounds, but her body trembled as she couldn't move. Not only the newbies, but even Miss Selma had turned pale. That's when I finally realized. The size of the boss area had more than doubled compared to before. Is this because of the Black Dragon? It should be irregular for the dragon to be here, so why such a setup? I might still be confused myself, overthinking unnecessary things. No one in the current silver rabbits of the night sky is useful. I have two options. The first is to abandon them and swiftly head to the 51st floor. Since the crab has already been defeated, the path to the 51st floor is open. The Black Dragon probably notices me, but demonic beasts tend to go where there are more people. If I'm alone, I could probably move to the 51st floor. The second option is to fight the Black Dragon, but in their current state, they're useless. Many are scared stiff and immobile. If I fight, I have to abandon the soft idea of just buying time for everyone to escape to the 51st floor. To save everyone, I have to win. Damn it, why do I have to remember that moment in this situation? I was born and raised in a remote, cold village not even marked on maps. Oliver and I were the village's popular kids. From birth, both of us had excellent memory and physical ability. We learned swordsmanship from our grandfather, and by age 8, our skills were comparable to B-rank explorers. To improve each other and succeed as explorers in the future, it became our daily routine to train deep in the mountains near the village. One day, disaster struck. The village was attacked by bandits. By the time we returned, it was too late. Houses were burned down, and the people who had been lively that morning now lay dead everywhere. Understanding this, we screamed and cried until our voices were hoarse. By the time we stopped, the sun had already risen. Oliver, it's too sad to leave them like this. We have to bury them properly. You're right. Whether fortunate or not, we were clever enough to immediately find what we had to do and act. Without speaking, we silently dug holes and carefully laid the bodies inside. After placing all the bodies, we set fire inside the pit. Orun, I'm going to become stronger so that nothing else can be taken from me. I'll become so strong no one would even dare mess with me just by hearing my name. I'll become stronger too. No matter the injustice, I won't lose anything. I'll become strong enough to protect what's important no matter the situation. We shed tears again that we thought had dried, burned the image of our village friends into our minds, and made a vow. After finishing the burial, we left the village site and became explorers in Tsutoleru, where the great southern labyrinth lies. The world is full of injustices. This situation is just one of them. I became an explorer seeking power and knowledge, so I wouldn't have to silently endure unfairness. The answer was decided from the start. My role now is to bring all the newbies who just became explorers safely to the 51st floor. To do that, I must push away the injustice right in front of me. It's not difficult. I just have to defeat the enemy before me. If I mobilize everything I've cultivated since becoming an explorer, this isn't an unbeatable opponent. There's a chance of victory. Now the hunt begins. I took a spare sword from my storage magical tool and activated strength up and technical skill up. The Black Dragon's entire body is covered with hard scales, but since it's a living creature, there must be places the blade can penetrate. I aimed the spare sword at the Black Dragon's eye and threw it with all my might. The Black Dragon's reaction was faster than the sword's tip reaching its eye. The sword was stopped by the dragon's thick eyelid. For the first time, the Black Dragon turned its face toward where I had been. But unfortunately, I was no longer there. I had already moved above the Black Dragon's head. Spinning in midair, I swung my sword down with all my strength. Adding to the surprise of my attack, the instantaneous power boost impact I applied to the sword caused the black dragon to be slammed face first into the ground with a thunderous roar. I landed near where everyone was gathered. Immediately, I took out a necklace with processed magic stones attached from my storage magical tool and put it around my neck. Miss Selma, I'll handle this guy, so you leaders give your all to protect the newcomers. The rookies might be scared, but just stay still. I'll definitely protect you. Hey. Orun, Miss Selma tried to say something, but I ignored her. The black dragon lifted its head. I slowly ran counterclockwise around it, keeping my distance from everyone. The black dragon followed my movement, turning its head to keep me right in its line of sight, not letting me escape. Good, I'm gaining proper aggro. Without changing my leisurely pace, after moving about a third of the way around, the black dragon made its move. Impatient with my maneuvering, it fired the same fire bullet attack it used when it appeared. Do you think such a simple attack will work on me? I directed the palm of my left hand toward the black dragon and channeled mana into the magic technique I had already prepared. Then my original magic activated. Reflective barrier! A grayish, translucent wall appeared in front of my left palm. When the fire bullet touched the barrier, it reversed direction and flew back toward the black dragon. Reflective barrier is a magic that forcibly changes the direction of any force touching the wall to be perpendicular to it. In other words, it creates a wall that reflects anything that touches it. The black dragon, caught off guard by its own fire bullet returning, couldn't react and took a direct hit to its face. Eat your own flames! While the black dragon's vision was blocked by the explosion, I thrust my left hand into the ground. I constructed another original technique and channeled mana into it. I'm not sure if I'll get to use this, but it's good to have insurance. I lifted my hand from the ground and stood up. The smoke in front of me cleared, revealing the black dragon's form. Its face was unharmed. I knew it, but wouldn't it be okay to take a bit of damage? That's your signature attack, right? Ha, I guess I have to steel myself. I hate this. Muttering to myself, I constructed another technique, channeled mana, and activated the magic. All status up quintuple stacking. All status up is a combined support magic that simultaneously activates the 6 basic buffs. Strength up, vitality up, magic power up, resistance up, technical skill up, and agility up. It's more like the name for simultaneous activation rather than a single magic skill. The difficulty of activation increases, but since they activate simultaneously, all buff durations align, making management easier. Then there's stacking. This is a technique established by exploiting a bug, essentially cheating. Normally, applying the same support magic buff while it's already active just resets the duration. My support magic doubles the effect roughly. But with stacking, the already doubled buff can be doubled again. In other words, it quadruples. With quintuple stacking, it repeats this 3 more times, resulting in a roughly 32-fold increase. In this state, even if Oliver were receiving Miss Selma's support magic, I would be strong enough to handle him easily. However, there are drawbacks. For some reason, it can't be used on others. I tried several times during my hero party days, but it never worked on anyone else. Also, it heavily burdens the brain. Stacking requires constructing techniques in parallel and activating them almost simultaneously. So just now, to buff myself, I built 30 techniques simultaneously. Constructing techniques requires vast calculations in the brain. Using too much magic is basically overworking your brain. If you overdo it, your brain screams in pain, causing headaches. If you continue using magic in that state, standing becomes difficult for some time. My support magic buffs last exactly 3 minutes. Because I need to repeat this every 3 minutes, it's not suitable for long battles. This fight must end quickly. Just as I finished buffing, the black dragon shifted its weight forward, digging its front paws in. Seeing this, I immediately jumped straight up, moving several meters into the air. As expected, even with physical abilities increased over 30 times, it adapts immediately. It's so natural, I almost feel like this enhanced state is my original self, maybe thanks to being a jack of all trades. No, focus on the battle now. Right after I jumped, a dark shadow shot across the spot I had been in at high speed. As expected, it was a tail attack. Its tail attacks are very fast, making it hard to dodge after seeing them. It's quite a troublesome attack, but if I don't miss the preliminary movement, avoiding it is easy. The black dragon tried to follow up with a fire bullet while I was immobilized in the air. I showed the palm of my left hand to it. Perhaps fearing the reflective barrier from before, it didn't fire. It shifted its weight forward again, aiming to strike with its tail at my landing moment. That's right, if I wasn't the one fighting, that is. I condensed mana beneath my feet with mana convergence to create an impromptu foothold. Mana Convergence is a supernatural ability only Oliver and I possess. Supernatural abilities are usually unique to each person, but for some reason, Oliver and I both have the same one, Mana Convergence. Oliver uses it as a finishing move, but it has many uses. Landing on the mana platform, I kicked off to charge at the Black Dragon. The dispersed mana from the kick provided a tailwind, further increasing my movement speed. The Black Dragon, expecting to be the attacker, was slow to react. In the split second before crossing paths, I applied sharpness up and durability up buffs to my sword. Adding impact for a momentary power boost, I slashed at its neck. My full-strength strike shattered the Black Dragon's scales and drew a shallow cut. I landed behind it, sliding on the ground to absorb momentum and put distance between us. The Black Dragon let out a roar. Unlike when it appeared on the 50th layer, I felt something like hostility. It finally recognized me as an enemy. Around the Black Dragon, I saw a purple, sinister aura or haze. So it didn't deal much damage after all. I wanted to do more damage during this trial phase. It muttered as it distanced itself further. Immediately after, the purple haze whipped like a whip and struck where I had been standing. Despite its massive body, the Black Dragon isn't that fast. Its main attacks are fire bullets, fast tail strikes, and mass-based attacks using its huge body. Normally, these attacks aren't that threatening, but its entire body is protected by tough scales, making even these attacks troublesome. On top of that, the dragon has this purple haze. This haze attacks in all directions, sometimes like a whip, sometimes like a spear. It's probably magic using nearby mana, similar to Mana Convergence. One is troublesome enough, but when we defeated it with the hero party, it eventually used 10 simultaneously. In other words, the Black Dragon isn't serious yet. It rotated its body while attacking with the haze, trying to catch me in its sight. Dodging the haze, I activated an offensive magic. Fire Bullet. The fire bullet I fired was easily blocked by the purple haze. It exploded in a small burst, creating smoke that obscured me from the Black Dragon's vision. Escaping its sight, I closed in again and slashed its right foreleg, leaving a shallow wound. Slowing briefly to swing my sword, the Black Dragon didn't miss the opportunity, and the haze attacked again, whipping like a whip. I noticed it at the edge of my vision and dodged, slipping under its belly. I slashed at its belly, but again only made a shallow cut. Your whole body really is tough. The haze on the Black Dragon's right side transformed into countless needles, shooting toward me. Earth wall, rock wall. I raised the ground sharply, driving up the earth to attack the Black Dragon's belly and block the needles. Moving in the opposite direction of the needles, I tried to increase distance from the dragon. Just as I escaped from under it, its tail came rushing at me with incredible speed. What? Reflective barrier? I quickly activated reflective barrier. The tail, touching the barrier, bounced off and flew away in the opposite direction. That was close. Glad I prepared the reflective barrier technique just in case. The clash continued several more times. I dodged the Black Dragon's attacks and slashed repeatedly, but only managed to inflict shallow wounds. Nearly 3 minutes had passed since I applied the buffs. I put significant distance between the Black Dragon and myself, then reactivated 30 magics to reset the buff durations. I know the Black Dragon's moves from the last fight so I can dodge its attacks, but I don't have a decisive strike. Maybe I'll have to take more risks. Damn, I can't help but think if only those guys were here now. In the last Black Dragon battle, Derek and Luna handled the haze, while Oliver and Ainley dealt heavy damage and defeated it. But none of those members are here now. Wishing for what I don't have won't start anything. So to win against the Black Dragon, I'll just have to fulfill all the hero party's roles alone. That's my ideal image of a swordsman. The key to party battles is the defender. Their role is to draw the enemy's attacks and allow the other members to focus on their own roles. At this point, it seems the Black Dragon only has eyes for me. With this, the defender's job is more than half done. Ideally, I would block the enemy's attacks, but if I did that, I wouldn't have the resources to attack, so that's out of the question. That leaves me with no choice but to be an evasion type. I'll focus all the enemy's attacks on myself and dodge every single one. That way, I can allocate my resources to offense and even aim for counters. Although I told Caroline it was impossible, I ended up having to imitate that very style. Next in importance in a party battle is the supporter. They handle healing the injured and applying buffs based on the situation, supporting the allies. The other supporter in the hero party, Luna, relies on her supernatural ability in a way that can't be replicated. Still, since her actions are basically close to a healer's, I'll exclude her from consideration this time. If the attacks don't hit, there's no need to heal. As for the Enchanter buffer, I've practiced so much it's become second nature, no problem there. Finally, the star of the party, the attacker, no explanation needed here. Their role is to attack and defeat the opponent. In the hero party, there's Oliver as the frontline attacker and Ainley as the rear attacker. Both are excellent attackers capable of unleashing consecutive high-powered attacks. Regarding Oliver's role, my current abilities surpass his when he defeated the Black Dragon before, so no issue there. As for Ainley's role, I can't spam attack magic as easily as she does. But by combining original magic, I can unleash multiple high-powered spells, so I can replicate that as well. All right, I can do this. After instantaneously finishing the mental simulation, I activated the fire bullet again, using the explosion to obscure the Black Dragon's vision and closed in. I used mana convergence to create footholds, adding vertical movement to the previous side-to-side and forward-backward motions. Moving rapidly and three-dimensionally around the Black Dragon without slowing down, I slashed with my sword as I passed by. This time, I didn't activate the instantaneous ability Super Boost Impact. The Black Dragon and the Mist attack in various transformed forms, but I dodged them all. I slashed the Black Dragon dozens of times, but still no decisive blow. But I knew that all along. Those slashes were mere side effects. The reason I was flying around the Black Dragon was for another purpose. Turning my back to the dragon, I landed on its right side. Not missing the opportunity, the dragon transformed the mist into elongated spear-like shapes and thrust multiple at me. It uses that attack when I'm in a relatively easy-to-hit position, but I've seen that many times already. I had baited it into using that attack and dodged everything with minimal movement. Now it's my turn, I told the Black Dragon as I channeled mana. Over 40 magic circles appeared, covering the Black Dragon. This was why I'd been hopping around the Black Dragon earlier. Each time I changed direction midair, I placed a technique for attack magic on the spot. As mana flowed into all those techniques, the magic activated. Fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, and ice. Various elemental attack magics burst out from all around the Black Dragon, enveloping it in thick smoke with a loud roar. The dragon's silhouette in the smoke folded its wings lightly, then spread them wide with force. The strong wind generated blew the smoke away. It seemed like the Black Dragon was giving me a displeased glare. That attack did no damage at all. With a confident smile, I said, "You think the power is weak compared to the number of spells? Of course, I can't use magic above advanced rank. Also, those were all basic spells to conserve energy. But do you think you can relax now?" Telling the Black Dragon this, more magic circles appeared to cover it again. But this time I didn't channel mana into them. This was my original magic, Amplification Chain Raise Repeat. Amplification Chain Raise Repeat is a placement-type magic used alongside mana convergence. When an attack magic passes through the place technique, it copies that attack. Then it automatically absorbs surrounding mana and fires the same attack magic amplified in power. Magic attacks several levels stronger than before assaulted the Black Dragon. This time it seemed the damage went through, as the Black Dragon let out a scream close to a howl. While the Amplification Chain Raise Repeat attacks raged, I used mana convergence to gather the surrounding mana into my blade. A jet black aura, darker than the dragon's mist, cloaked the blade. Whenever I see it, it looks like something a villain would use. I wish mine looked like Oliver's faint golden color. Oliver's gathered mana shines with the warm light of the morning sun illuminating the world. Mine, on the other hand, is cold darkness, symbolizing a night without light. Though the effect should be the same, the appearance is completely opposite. When the amplified chain attack stopped, the Black Dragon blew the surrounding smoke away again. The dragon that appeared was more wounded than before, clearly showing the damage. An overwhelming murderous aura unlike anything before radiated from the Black Dragon, but it didn't lose its composure. It grew cautious, watching the mana gathering on my blade. "You still seem to have some room left." Then, without missing a beat, the third wave. Once again, magic circles appeared, and an attack even stronger than the second wave struck the Black Dragon. Though they were still basic spells, their power was amplified and then amplified again. The power likely approached that of top-tier magic. The Black Dragon's screams echoed throughout the entire boss room. When the attack ceased, I held my sword cloaked in the jet black aura. This time, the Black Dragon did not blow away the smoke as before. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing the Black Dragon's silhouette. I aimed a jet black slash at the dragon's wing. Heavenly Flash, the jet black slash flew straight toward the wing. Just before hitting, I naturally activated instantaneous ability Super Boost Impact, intending to obliterate the wing. Or so I thought. The Black Dragon blocked my slash with its tail. The tail was scattered by the mana diffusion, but the power was far lower than expected. Instantaneous ability Super Boost Impact can only raise power for less than a second. Since the mana diffusion occurred earlier than planned, the attack ended before I could activate the Super Boost. How did it know I was aiming for its wing? Since it was shrouded in smoke, it shouldn't have seen the slash. so it didn't react and block. It couldn't have made that move unless it knew beforehand I was aiming for the wing. This individual should be seeing Heavenly Flash for the first time. So why? While I was momentarily shaken, the black dragon flapped its wings and moved upward. The boss area is dome-shaped, so there's a ceiling. The black dragon stared down at me from about 50 meters above near the ceiling. Damn, I couldn't stop it from flying. If I had just destroyed its wings, it wouldn't have been able to fly that high. It's hard to fight with it staying in the air. Though mana convergence allows some aerial combat, it's much easier to fight on the ground. I want to avoid fighting on its turf, but if I stay on the ground, I'll be subjected to one-sided attacks from fire bullets and mist from above. As I was about to ascend, I sensed a flow of mana and realized the silver rabbits of the night sky were about to activate magic. Apparently, ordinary people can't feel mana. But thanks to my supernatural ability, mana convergence, I can sense mana to some extent. I hope they don't generate too much aggro with excessive attacks or accidentally hit me. I was thinking that when I realized it was Miss Selma who was about to activate magic. I know from the previous joint raid that Miss Selma doesn't have attack magic effective against that black dragon. So that means support magic for me? Currently, I'm already boosted beyond Miss Selma's support magic. Moreover, the multiple layers of buffs are in a very unstable state, like walking on thin ice. If a third party's support magic adds to that, it would surely collapse. In this battle, that vulnerability would be fatal. Reaching that conclusion immediately, I acted. To disrupt Miss Selma's magic, I applied an advanced technique of mana convergence to disturb the mana around her and prevent mana influx. Miss Selma struggled to activate her spell. I don't need support magic. It throws off my senses. Focus on protecting yourselves first, I shouted at the silver rabbits of the night sky. Then fire bullets from the black dragon rained down from above. I immediately dodged by moving away. I kept moving randomly forward, backward, left, and right, not allowing myself to be targeted, while creating footholds with mana convergence. Each time I changed direction, I placed two things as before, a basic spell and an amplification chain raise repeat. Half of them activated immediately, the other half waited in standby, ready to activate when mana flowed in. While launching various attack magics, I sprinted up to the black dragon's position 50 meters above. As I approached the black dragon, the mist now increased to the maximum number of 10 launched attacks in various forms. Dodging the mist's assaults as best I could, I closed in and struck with my sword. When it tried to keep its distance, I channeled mana into the previously set technique, activating magic to maintain relentless pressure. With the battlefield shifting to the air, the drawbacks of the amplification chain raise repeat became glaringly obvious. Sure, amplification chain raise repeat allows me to unleash magic with significantly increased power. However, the direction in which the magic is fired is fixed, the same as the path the previous magic took, and cannot be changed. Furthermore, the activation timing is predetermined, making it extremely difficult to hit the highly mobile black dragon midair. Then, reflective barrier. Although the twice-amplified magic was easily dodged, I forcefully altered its trajectory by reflecting it with the reflective barrier. Since the reflective barrier cannot be activated instantly, I could only manage to land one hit. However, combined with the instantaneous ability Super Boost Impact, this attack inflicted considerable damage on the black dragon. The struck part of its back was gouged out, though only partially. After that, I erased the footing created by mana convergence, and my body fell freely under gravity. Once I had put some distance between myself and the black dragon, I created footing again and landed. I extended my left hand toward the black dragon's position. Thunder Shock, I activated a massive amount of Thunder Shock, filling the entire ceiling. Pain shot through my head, too much magic use, but I couldn't afford to care about that now. Since this was a closed space, the black dragon had nowhere to escape. The Thunder Shock struck the black dragon directly. However, as a basic level magic, it caused no damage, unless amplified by amplification chain raise repeat. Thunder Shock takes time to build up, increasing its power in 2 stages, dealing heavy damage to the black dragon. As its movement slowed, I closed in while enveloping my blade with the converged jet black aura and immediately released a jet black slash at its abdomen. This time it couldn't block the attack, which was also enhanced by the instantaneous ability Super Boost Impact. Because I had gotten too close to the black dragon, the aftershock of the heavenly flash also hit me, sending me flying. Struggling to maintain balance midair, I managed to safely land on the footing created by mana convergence. I immediately turned my gaze toward the black dragon. Its abdomen was gouged out. It seemed the wings and tail wouldn't be as easily destroyed, but this strike was significant. Is this Orun's true power? Then what we've seen so far was only a fraction. Before my eyes was the boy who had been battling the black dragon, whom the entire first squad of silver rabbits of the night sky couldn't defeat, holding his own and even doing better. The sight filled me with awe. That physical ability, the number of magics activated in parallel construction, the jet black slashes, everything happening now defied my understanding. If I felt this way, how much more so the other guides and the newcomers? What must they think seeing this? Inviting Orun to this teaching expedition was a wise decision. Without Orun, we would all have been dead by now. Yet at the same time, I feel this scene must not be shown to the newcomers. This clearly demonstrates the gap in caliber between us and Orun. How many of these newcomers will quit being explorers after witnessing this? As if mocking the efforts of us explorers of the silver rabbits of the night sky, Orun was overwhelming the black dragon. You don't need my support magic, huh? I had known. Orun and I see the world differently. Still, I spent the past month training with the image of him I saw last month as my goal, yet now he shows me an even greater gap. So great that my support magic isn't needed. I wanted to become an explorer who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him someday. But will that day ever come? Having left my family's home almost running away, my only path is to succeed as an explorer. My goal is too distant. After that, the black dragon and I engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. I dodged or endured all of the black dragon's attacks, so I had almost no external injuries. However, I had already refreshed my buffs 10 times. My headache had reached its peak, and my nose bled repeatedly. I knew this was proof that my body was reaching its limit, but every time the blood flowed, I roughly wiped it away with my left hand and ignored it. In contrast, the black dragon was gouged in places, its abdomen and back among others. Its right eye was crushed, and its scales were shattered all over its body, bleeding profusely. Moreover, the number of misty orbs had dwindled from 10 to 2. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say both of us were battered and bruised. Our altitude had also dropped significantly. We were now just a few meters above the ground. Finally, the black dragon seemed unable to continue flying and landed on the ground. Seeing that, I too landed on the ground. Ha! Ha, you finally fell? Honestly, it was dangerous. If it had lingered in the air any longer, my chances of winning would have dropped drastically. By my sense, I had only a few uses of magic left. I couldn't refresh the buffs that activated nearly 30 magics simultaneously anymore. If I tried, I would definitely collapse at that moment. I removed my right hand from the sword's hilt. The sword naturally obeyed gravity and clattered to the ground with a high-pitched sound. Without paying attention to that, I thrust my right hand forward. The spot where I was standing was where I had first activated the reflective barrier to deflect the fireballs and then cast magic into the ground. Responding to my movement, a massive magic circle about 10 meters in radius appeared on the ground. Demonic sword creation destruction, I muttered, and the ground at the center of the magic circle rose, revealing a jet-black mass. When my right hand touched it, a pressure so intense it could be mistaken for a gust of wind radiated from the jet-black mass, shaking the surrounding space. Then the jet-black mass changed shape into a huge, ominous black greatsword about my height. Demonic sword creation destruction was originally a support magic called Earthen Weapon, which hardened the surrounding ground to create an impromptu weapon. By combining it with mana convergence, this magic was created. Demonic sword creation destruction. The sword created by demonic sword creation destruction was in a state where mana was concentrated to its limit. Its destructive power was far beyond top-tier magic, even without activating instantaneous ability superboost impact. Since it was a sword made by converging mana, it was called a demonic sword. Dragging the demonic sword behind me, I slowly approached the black dragon. Perhaps intimidated by the pressure the demonic sword emitted, the black dragon recklessly attacked me with its 2 remaining misty orbs. Reflective barrier. I activated the reflective barrier on the ground and stomped on it with all my might. It was a wall that had effortlessly reflected even the black dragon's attacks. Naturally, it wouldn't break just because I stomped on it, and I was bounced straight up into the air. Reflective barrier, reflective barrier. I activated the reflective barrier again, this time at an angle in midair. Touching the wall while flipping my body, I was bounced back again, this time above the black dragon's head. Above the black dragon's head, a reflective barrier was set parallel to the ground. Touching it, I plunged downward vertically. Having just attacked with all its mist orbs, the black dragon had no way to counter me diving down from above. Weight increase. I made the already very heavy demonic sword even heavier. Using the strength forced upon my body by buffs, I added a spin and swung the demonic sword down with all my might. It was a replay of my initial strike, except for the sword I was holding. Since it was a replay of the first attack, of course, instantaneous ability superboost impact ooh. Just before the blade struck, I activated instantaneous ability Super Boost Impact, my signature move that had supported the hero party. The demonic sword struck the black dragon's neck without the slightest resistance and slammed it into the ground. But even then, the momentum didn't stop. It decapitated the neck and caused a massive indentation around the area before finally coming to a halt. The black dragon, having been decapitated, was dead. I stabbed the demonic sword into the ground and leaned against it, barely able to stand. Ha! 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 I somehow managed to win. My head hurts. I want to sleep immediately. By the way, I wonder if everyone else is safe. I had completely forgotten about them in the latter half of the battle. When I looked in the direction where the silver rabbits of the night sky were, the atmosphere was frozen. Some were relieved the threat was gone, while others still couldn't accept reality, but what we all shared was fear of me. Even Miss Selma, who boasted the top strength within our clan, had been afraid of the opponent I defeated alone. It was only natural to feel fear. I thought I was prepared to be exposed to such looks, but it still hurts. Wait, this is the first time I've been looked at this way, right? Then why do I feel like I've already experienced this before? Right now, I felt a strange sensation, like I was missing something important. But in my battered state, I didn't want to think any further. Well, as long as everyone's safe, that's good enough. I don't want to think about anything else right now. Also, what should I do about the cleanup? I have no energy left. While I was thinking that, all the explorers, including me, and the black dragon's corpse were enveloped in a pale blue light. After leaving the great labyrinth, we hurriedly headed to the guild. This is the Golden Dawn. Please call the guild master or the deputy guild master. This is an urgent matter that cannot wait. Please, immediately, I shouted loudly as soon as we entered the guild building. It was improper behavior, but there was no time to worry about that now. The Golden Dawn, the hero party. Someone quickly go fetch the guild master. One of the guild staff, noticing us, called out to others. The Golden Dawn is the name of our party. Since reaching the 94th floor, we've been more commonly called the hero party. However, since the three of us, Mr. Orun, Mr. Oliver, and I, formed the party 9 years ago when we were rookies, we have never changed this name. The origin of this party name is something I'll share when there's a chance. There's no time for that now. Luna-chan, why are you so flustered? Let's move to the conference room for now. The guild master will be here soon. Amid the commotion caused by our sudden intrusion, a female guild staff member spoke to us without concern. She was Miss Eleonora. She is the guild staff member in charge of our party and has taken care of us since the formation of the Golden Dawn. Seeing Miss Eleonora eased my anxious feelings a bit. Her calming presence and warmth are something I really want to emulate. The room Miss Eleonora led us to was quite spacious, probably because guild executives aside from the guild master would also be arriving. As expected of a hero party, our influence is impressive. To be able to gather the guild executives with just one call. That influence was brought to us by that person, yet we have repaid that kindness with betrayal. How can we make amends? As I pondered this, several guild executives, including the guild master, appeared in the conference room. I apologize for the sudden summons. Today I have a request. I want all explorers currently in the Great Labyrinth to be forcibly recalled to the surface immediately. Normally, either Mr. Orun or Mr. Oliver would handle such negotiations. With Mr. Orun absent, Mr. Oliver should be taking the lead, but he has been silent and useless so far. Mr. Derek and Miss Ainley are not suited for negotiations, and we can't entrust this to newly joined Miss Philly. Thus, by process of elimination, I am speaking as the representative. You're heroes, so I assume you have valid reasons for this. However, we cannot simply agree to a forced recall without hearing your reasons first. The guild master asked for an explanation. I have heard that forced recall is a very costly magic. I was relieved that they didn't outright reject the request. There's no time for detailed explanations, so I'll be brief. I promise to explain everything in detail once this is resolved, so please understand. After confirming that the guild master nodded, I resumed. The reason for this forced recall request is that the Black Dragon, the floor boss of the 92nd floor, is highly likely to have moved to the upper floor's boss area. If anyone encounters it now, they will lose their lives without resistance. After the recall, we will take on the task of defeating the Black Dragon. For now, please prioritize saving lives by carrying out the forced recall. My statement caused a stir among the guild executives. It's understandable. No one had ever heard of a floor boss moving from its designated location. Even the usually gentle and ever-smiling guild master looked incredulous, but that disbelief lasted only a moment. They immediately moved to decide on the forced recall. All guild executives agreed, and the forced recall was approved. I expected some resistance, but the decision came much faster than I thought. Oh, is it possible to transfer only those between the 45th and 50th floors to a different location? Perhaps a plaza near the Great Labyrinth? Based on the information I obtained, the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky should be exploring the 45th floor by now. They are an excellent clan, and Mr. Orun is with them. They finished earlier than expected yesterday, so they should be somewhere between the 45th and 50th floors now. If it's possible to move only those people elsewhere, we can find Mr. Orun more quickly. That's no problem at all. The guild master agreed to my request and summoned a magic circle I had never seen before. Honestly, I can't understand its structure at all, but can Mr. Orun understand it? If he grasped my supernatural ability immediately, he would probably find this trivial as well. All the guild executives seem to be channeling mana into that magic circle. The forced recall is complete. Golden Dawn, we entrust you with the Black Dragon's defeat. We will fully support the explorers who are confused by this sudden recall. Everyone, mobilize. At the guild master's command, all the executives immediately sprang into action. Now let's go find Mr. Orun. Hey, do we really need that jack of all trades? Besides, I have no idea how much of what Luna just said is true. We don't need him. Why, yeah. We lost earlier because it was nearly a sneak attack. If we knew from the start that we were fighting the Black Dragon, we wouldn't have fallen behind to someone like him. Even now, Mr. Derek was complaining about Mr. Orun's rejoining, and Miss Ainley agreed with him. How out of touch with reality are these people? I've reached my limit. Once the penalty is over, I plan to leave this kind of party immediately, so I'm going to say exactly what I want to say. Since the forced recall is already over, that's fine, right? You still don't get it, so I'll be clear. We are currently the weakest among the S-rank parties. There's no way a party like this can defeat the Black Dragon. Huh. The weakest in the S-rank? We are the hero party. There's no way we'd lose to other parties. Mr. Derek keeps pushing back. I told you that we could be the hero party only because Mr. Orun was here. Especially you and Miss Ainley. Without Mr. Orun's support, you only have the strength equivalent to a rank. Know your place. Why you? You're the one who should know your place. You're talking like you're stronger than me? Mr. Derek's face turned bright red as he flew into a rage. Honestly, he really gets heated quickly. I might have said too much just now, though. But I'm not lying. If I wanted to, I could instantly defeat someone like Mr. Derek. They oppose Mr. Orun's rejoining, but I don't want to die. That's why I absolutely won't back down on Orun's rejoining. If we challenge the Black Dragon like this, we'll all just die. I said so already. Even if it comes to a one-on-one fight between you and me, I will win. Such confidence. It'll be too late when you cry and apologize later. Mr. Derek drew his sword. How foolish. My goodwill towards Mr. Derek has plummeted so much, it feels like it could break through even the Great Labyrinth. Sigh. Pixie, please. What? I can't move. My supernatural ability stopped Mr. Derek's movements. I then constructed an advanced mage's technique, infused just a little mana, and summoned a magic circle in front of him, saying, "The match is over. Do you think you can take advanced mage magic at such close range and get away with it? Gah, is this also your supernatural ability? I never heard you could use it like this. I still don't fully understand the extent of my own supernatural ability. Mr. Orun seems to understand it, though. Enough." Mr. Oliver, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, too late. "First, find Orun, then we decide what to do next." No objections. The atmosphere within the party remained terrible, but it seemed everyone would obey Mr. Oliver's words. So we began heading toward the plaza near the entrance to the Great Labyrinth. As the plaza came into view, I caught my breath. At the center of the plaza was a gigantic black figure, surrounded by many people. There was no mistaking what that black thing was. Why is the Black Dragon here? Damn, Mr. Oliver immediately drew his sword and was about to charge. Wait! I quickly stopped him. Why stop? If we don't suppress it here, the city will suffer massive damage. Mr. Oliver was not calm. This wasn't like him at all. Normally, he wouldn't act like this. Something's off, and for the Black Dragon to have appeared, there are too many people gathered around it. Let's keep our guard up and approach the Black Dragon like this. We arrived at the plaza. Thanks to the people surrounding the Black Dragon noticing us and making way, we were able to get close without trouble. What? I was speechless at the scene that came into view after passing through the crowd. The Black Dragon before us had scales shattered in places, was bleeding all over, and its neck was severed. Moreover, next to the Black Dragon stood Mr. Orun, leaning on a huge, black, sinister-looking greatsword I had never seen before. If Mr. Orun was here, does that mean the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky defeated the Black Dragon? Mr. Orun! I spoke unconsciously, and Mr. Orun responded. He turned around, looking at me with unfocused eyes. He had no obvious external wounds, but his whole body was dirty. Given his unfocused eyes and the forced wiping of a nosebleed, he must have cast a huge number of magic spells. I have never seen Mr. Orun so exhausted. Ah, Luna, you came at just the right time. Mr. Orun spoke softly, released his hand from the greatsword, which crumbled into pieces. He staggered but approached me. Normally, I would immediately rush over to support him, but my head was so confused I couldn't think of that. Then, when he reached me, Mr. Orun placed his right hand on my right shoulder. I leave the cleanup to you? Huh. After saying that, Mr. Orun passed right by me and walked away somewhere. None of us party members could grasp the situation. We wanted to ask Mr. Orun for an explanation, but we had been entrusted with the cleanup. Also, we are partly responsible for this situation. We probably can't leave this place. So the Black Dragon has already been defeated, Mr. Oliver spoke, his voice trembling. Seems like it. As we handled the aftermath, everyone would surely be shocked to learn that Mr. Orun defeated the Black Dragon alone. I don't even have to say that. Today was quite an eventful day. After the training exploration ended, we newcomers were sent home immediately. But I guess it can't be helped. After everything that happened, my older sister still hasn't come back yet. She's probably still rushing around all over the place, isn't she? Lately, my sister has seemed really busy. I'm so worried she might get sick from all the stress. Once I got home, I ate right away, took a bath, and changed into my pajamas. Now I'm trying to remember everything from today to write the training exploration report that the teacher asked us to submit. First, Mr. Orun taught me a lot of things. About the mindset of a mage, parallel construction, and so on. It's all really difficult for me right now, but I want to keep learning little by little. On the way, I fought alongside Logan and Caroline-chan, but our teamwork wasn't as good as usual. There were no orders from Logan, and Caroline-chan would rush in right away. I was too scared of friendly fire to really join the fight much. I wonder if someday I'll be able to have teamwork like my sister's party. I realized I shouldn't be so shy. I need to try harder to be more proactive in conversations. And then, of course, that Black Dragon crashed in at the end. I don't know the details, but I heard it's the boss of the deep layer, one even my sister's party couldn't defeat. When that dragon glared at me, I felt more fear than when I was surrounded by orcs the other day. Just thinking about it now makes my body tremble. I thought it's only natural that my sister and the others lost to such a being. I feel like I finally truly understood how terrifying the deep layer really is. But then Mr. Orun defeated it all by himself. I got saved again. This is the second time he's helped me. I'm so grateful to Mr. Orun that I can't thank him enough. I don't know how I can ever repay this debt. If Mr. Orun ever gets into trouble, I'll help with all my might. Though I can't even imagine such a situation. Still, Mr. Orun's serious expression when fighting the dragon was so cool. Maybe it's because he usually has such a gentle face that it struck me even more. Is that what they call a gap? He was really awesome. Thinking about Mr. Orun like this is making my face feel hot. As I fan my face with both hands, the door to my room opened. I'm home, my sister came back. To be honest, she looked absolutely terrible. She seemed really exhausted. Welcome back, sis. She staggered toward her bed and then just dove right in. Sis, your clothes will get wrinkled. Also, can you at least take a shower before bed? It might be the first time in a year I've seen her this worn out. More than tired, it looked like she was troubled. Did something happen? When I asked, my sister twitched slightly. Sophia, what did you think watching the fight between Orun and the Black Dragon today? After a long pause, she asked. I thought it was amazing. Mr. Orun is so strong. When I honestly gave my impression, my sister just relaxed completely. Did I say something weird? Maybe it was so far beyond us that paradoxically the newcomers couldn't understand it. I did understand it. What? My sister gave me a scary look. If a child saw that, they'd probably cry. Don't look at your family like that. Mr. Orun's movements were really fast, and he was hopping through the air, shooting black flames from his sword, using magic I've never seen before. But other than that, it was basically standard tactics, right? Standard tactics? Yeah, since I'm a newcomer, I've been taking all kinds of lectures at the Exploration Management Department, right? There they taught us the basic roles for each role, and Mr. Orun's moves were the same as what they taught me. For example, he was acting as both a rear attacker and a defender at the same time. My sister's eyes widened, and she was dumbfounded. Her expressions today have been all over the place. It's kind of funny. When you put it that way, it does look like he handled all the party members' roles by himself. Right. That's why Mr. Orun's fight today was really helpful. He said that what's important for a mage is how much you can contribute to the party even during intervals. I feel like he showed us an answer, so I want to work even harder and become a strong and cool explorer like Mr. Orun. One answer, huh? Haha, Sophia, you're incredible. My sister's face looked somehow refreshed. I wonder why. Not at all. You're the amazing one, sis. Yeah, my sister really is amazing. She showed me another path when I had resigned myself to just doing what our father and mother said. I respect her, admired by many for her own strength. Thanks to you, Sophia, I've made up my mind. Thank you. Well then, I'll take a shower. Want to sleep together tonight? It seems like she's finally cleared her head. I don't quite understand it, but I'm glad she looks better. Yes, I want to sleep together for the first time in a while. I'll finish my report before you come back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The day after our fierce battle with the Black Dragon, I woke up in my in-bed and unusually decided to go back to sleep. However, just as I tried to turn over, a sharp pain shot through my entire body, waking me up completely. This intense pain was a result of yesterday's fight. Yes, I'm currently suffering from full-body muscle soreness. I activated pain relief to ease the pain. This is the worst wake-up ever. My head still wasn't working properly due to yesterday's overuse of magic. I took a few raisins out and tossed them into my mouth. When my mind isn't sharp, I make a habit of eating raisins. Or rather, whenever I eat something sweet, I feel like my brain gets activated. Well, maybe it's just because I like sweets, and it could be a misunderstanding. Anyway, since I collapsed into a deep sleep as soon as I returned to the inn yesterday, I don't know what happened after that. Even though it was a corpse, the floor boss of the 92nd floor suddenly appeared on the surface. There was bound to be quite a commotion. It would have been better if the corpse hadn't just stayed there at that timing. Not sure if that was lucky or unlucky. Right before we were suddenly transported to the surface, we were enveloped by a faint light. It was the first time I'd seen such a phenomenon, but given the circumstances, the guild must have used forced recall. Come to think of it, I heard the hero party had explored the 92nd floor yesterday. The hero party appeared right after we moved to the surface. There's a very high possibility that the hero party was involved in yesterday's incident. For now, let's head to the guild. The Explorers Guild is the fastest place to gather dungeon information. Since they'll want to hear from me as the person involved, I'll ask about the cause of this irregularity and what happened after I left. When I arrived at the guild, the eyes of those inside turned toward me. The information must already be spreading among explorers. That was fast. Orun, welcome. I thought you'd be here soon, so I've been waiting. I heard a familiar voice. Turning toward it, I saw Miss Eleonora. She's a guild staff member who has helped me since I first became an explorer. Since she's also in charge of the hero party, I saw her almost daily while I was with them. Miss Eleonora, it's been a while. Yes, it has. It's strange. It hasn't even been a week since we last met, but it feels nostalgic. Haha, that's true. So you were waiting for me about yesterday's matter, right? Yes, I was, but the timing is so perfect, it surprised me. Perfect timing? For now, come with me. Let's talk over there. Miss Eleonora led me to a conference room where the guild master, several guild executives, and the hero party were gathered. Among them, Oliver, Derek, and Ainley were giving me sour expressions. Next to Ainley was a woman I hadn't seen before. She was probably my successor, Philly Carpenter. Joining the party only to get involved in something like this so soon, tough luck. Thanks for coming, Orun. Sorry for the sudden request, but can we hear your account of yesterday's events? The guild master spoke kindly. He always wore a smile. He had black hair streaked with gray and looked gentle. An elusive person somehow. That's fine, but please start by giving me an overview of this incident. I only fought the suddenly appearing Black Dragon. I wasn't involved in the aftermath, so the only information I can share is about the battle itself. Understood. Luna, sorry, could you please explain the situation again? Luna agreed and began explaining. While exploring the 92nd floor, a Black Dragon appeared suddenly in a non-boss area. During the battle, realizing we couldn't win, we used the whimsical door. When trying to enter the warped space, the Black Dragon interfered and ended up entering it instead. After that, we immediately contacted the guild and requested forced recall. What the heck? I was more irritated than I expected. After the forced recall, there was some chaos caused by the Black Dragon's corpse appearing on the surface, but with the guild's help, things settled quickly, and that brings us to now. Thank you, Luna. Now, Orun, the Black Dragon passed through the whimsical door and moved to the boss area of the 50th layer. According to Selma of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, you were present and defeated it alone. Is that true? Orun, I knew I should answer calmly and rationally, but I couldn't control my emotions. I never expected you to be this foolish. Oliver, I'm truly disappointed in you. Ignoring the guild master's question, I shot at Oliver. What? I just got lucky to finish it off after weakening it with Oliver and Ainley's attacks, so why do I have to listen to you? I'm not talking to you. Outsiders, shut up. I said this to Oliver, but Derek retorted. I had no intention of having a proper conversation with him, so I dismissed him. Outsiders, I am a member of the Hero P. Don't you understand? I said, shut up. Close your mouth. I said this with hostility, and Derek flinched and shut up. Should have done that from the start. I understand there was an irregularity. No one expected a floor boss to come outside its area. But the more important question is, why did you bring a newly joined Enchanter and dive into the deep layer so soon? Luna opposed it, didn't she? Why did you ignore that and descend? Did you think you could handle it because you've been there so many times? Oliver only made a bitter expression and didn't argue. Bullseye, I told you many times, right? That conquering the 92nd and 93rd floors was just luck. I also said the chances of advancing further with our current strength were very low. In fact, after entering the deep layers, we had many close calls where a single mistake could have meant death. That's why I replaced the Enchanter. I thought if someone who could use better support magic than you joined, we could push further, so I made the decision. Oliver retorted, but his voice gradually weakened. You made the decision, and the majority of the party agreed to kick me out. I'm not angry about that itself. I was struggling with makeshift skills, after all. There are plenty of enchanters better than me. Although being kicked out hurt, you're the hero party leader. You have the duty to conquer the great labyrinth. I don't deny that. What made me angry was underestimating the Enchanter. I didn't underestimate her. I replaced her because I knew how important she was. Oliver denied it strongly. He really seemed to believe that. Do you understand how much an Enchanter strains their nerves during dungeon exploration? You expected first coordination in the deep layers? That's impossible. You probably demanded of her the same level I had from the start, right? Without even a proper handover, how could that be possible? Even a B-rank party would know that kind of party would collapse. What's so nerve-wracking about being an Enchanter? They just reapply buffs when it's time and give instructions safely from the back. It's easy. Anyone who can use support magic can do it. Are you serious? I was speechless. It's true, isn't it? That's when I finally understood. When anger peaks, you actually become calmer. Oliver, 61 seconds. Ainley, 134 seconds. Derek, 186 seconds. Luna, 140 seconds. Do you know what that means? Oliver was confused by my sudden question. Still, he tried to think of an answer, but none came. That's how long your buffs last. Basically, the Enchanter applies 3 buffs on average to allies during combat. Plus, the timings of casting magic aren't always the same. They have to keep track of all 12 buff durations during battle and also act as the commander giving instructions to the party. Oliver, can you do that? I can apply parallel construction techniques. If I get used to it, I can. You're a genius, so maybe you can, but no one will teach you those seconds I just mentioned. Knowing you, you probably started fighting right after entering the deep layers, saying you wanted to check coordination. Even though her didn't grasp the buff durations. I also think it's strange she didn't say anything, but surely she was desperately experimenting in combat, worried that letting buffs expire might get you killed. How is that easy? Oliver's eyes widened. Apparently, he finally understood the burden the Enchanter bears. Enchanters are pressed for time. The moment buffs expire, that sense of helplessness doesn't become normal. If that happens in battle, it creates a fatal opening. Demonic beasts won't overlook such a gap. Saying that letting buffs expire in battle will cause your comrade's death is not an exaggeration. You all survived this time thanks to luck and because she was a skilled Enchanter. You owe her your gratitude. After my words, silence filled the conference room. No one spoke, and it felt as if a long time had passed. I really messed up. I ended up blurting out my emotions, but what am I supposed to do about this atmosphere now? Orun-kun, I understand how you feel, but may we continue with our discussion first? Just as I was pondering how to break the cold silence, the guild master spoke up. Why, yes, of course, I'm sorry. I've shown a rather embarrassing side of myself. My face must be bright red right now, isn't it? It's been a while since I exploded with emotion like this. I do feel a bit refreshed, but right now, embarrassment is overwhelming. I think this is the first time I've seen you get so emotional. You're usually so calm and composed that Eleonora-kun was worried you might have lost your emotions. Looks like you do have feelings after all. Hey, Guild Master, Miss Eleonora suddenly blurted out a flustered retort to the Guild Master's unexpected revelation. Is this the Guild Master's way of lightening the mood? The hero party members remained gloomy, but the Guild's side seemed to have loosened up a bit. Well then, back to the matter at hand. Orun-kun, just to confirm, did you defeat that black dragon all by yourself? Selma from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky said you did, the Guild Master asked me. Honestly, I wanted to say we defeated it together with the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, but since Selma has already reported it, there's no point in lying. From the looks I received when entering this building, the news must have already spread among the explorers. Yes, I defeated it alone. Defeating a deep-floor boss alone is practically impossible. Did you use some special magic? When I confirmed I defeated it alone, one of the guild executives present excitedly asked me. How I defeated it is something I cannot disclose. I can only talk about the Black Dragon's combat abilities and weaknesses. There is an unspoken rule not to pry into explorers' fighting styles or original magic, since such details could be disadvantageous if conflicts arise between parties. Moreover, original magic is something each explorer painstakingly develops on their own. Few would willingly reveal such personal work indiscriminately. However, explorers are required to report information obtained in the dungeon to the guild. That report is made public. Therefore, explorers are not obliged to report their fighting style or original magic, but often, from the report, people can guess how someone fights. Earlier I almost reported that the Black Dragon was not defeated solely by me, but that's beyond the reporting obligation. The report focuses on the characteristics of the demonic beasts encountered and the locations where materials like ores can be found, not who defeated them or how. Of course, I understand. Now then, please tell us more about the Black Dragon. The guild master accepted that I could not answer the guild executive's questions. I reported the new attack patterns I learned from this fight, compared them with the previous battle, and pointed out commonalities. As usual, your report is concise and to the point. The guild master murmured with a complex expression. Did my report have any deficiencies? No, Orun-kun, your report was perfect. It's just that reports from other explorers often provide more about how parties fought together. Compared to their fame, there's little personal information about the hero party. You're as good as ever at keeping things under wraps. Information can sometimes outweigh force. Sorry, but I won't give in here. If there's no more to add, I'll refrain from further reporting. Hard to deal with? One last thing. I don't mind if it's within your limits, but I'd like to hear your plans moving forward. Despite your strength, having defeated the Black Dragon alone, you left the hero party and are now free. Countless parties and clans must want you. There could be conflict over you, so the guild wants to keep track of your movements. My plans, Honestly, I haven't thought much about it. While I was in the hero party, I was always busy and had little time for myself. Now that I have time and can do what I want, it's surprisingly difficult. Is this what they call being a workaholic? Maybe not. I'm not thinking about much. Living alone, the current situation is fine. Well, I plan to continue as an explorer at a leisurely pace. Someday, I'll probably start tackling the Great Southern Labyrinth again. I see. By the way, are you aware that the Great Western Labyrinth has been conquered? Suddenly, the guild master asked about the Great Western Labyrinth. I'm currently in Tsutoleru, a city in the Nohitan Kingdom in the southwest of the continent. Adjacent to the northwest is the Sobel Empire, which occupies the continent's west and also has a great labyrinth. That city is called Sebel. Sebel had one of the 4 great labyrinths on the continent, known as the Great Western Labyrinth. I remember Philly Carpenter, who recently joined the hero party, came from Sebel. About 3 months ago, a party with explorers known as heroes reached the deepest part of the Great Western Labyrinth and brought back a colossal magic stone dungeon core about 10 meters in diameter to the surface. Since then, no demonic beasts have appeared in the Great Western Labyrinth, and materials can be safely gathered there. As a result, many rare materials from deep floors have flooded the market, invigorating the economy. The only great labyrinth ever conquered is this Great Western Labyrinth. Yes, of course I know. What about it? Explorers based in Sebel have moved here and to 3 other cities with great labyrinths to make this their activity hub. Many parties have disbanded during this move, so party recruitment is quite active now. I think you can handle things yourself, but please report to us if major problems arise. I see. If materials can be safely obtained from the Great Western Labyrinth, explorers don't necessarily need to enter the other labyrinths. Even if demonic beasts reappear in the future, until then there's no profit, so switching bases makes sense. Though I don't quite understand why parties would disband because of this. Understood. Thus, the guild discussion ended. Regarding the Black Dragon's corpse, as the one who defeated it, I have ownership rights, so I took almost all the undamaged scales and decided to sell the rest to the guild. I don't know the amount yet, but I expect to earn enough to be financially comfortable for a while. Though I already have quite a bit of money, still, while I understand this incident now, nothing has been resolved. Why was the Black Dragon active outside its boss area? We don't know, and even the guild has no clue about the cause. Even the guild, which gathers various information about the labyrinth, is unaware of this situation. There's simply too little data to investigate on my own, with no leads. In the end, such things might happen again, so vigilance can't be neglected. Well, I'm always alert when in the labyrinth anyway. With the guild discussion over and having learned what I wanted, I stood up to leave. The hero party members kept their faces down, motionless. No one from the guild stood either. They're probably about to discuss the penalty involving forced recall. Let's get out of here quickly. And so I left the guild behind. I was able to gather some information about yesterday's incident. Still feeling the fatigue from yesterday, I decided to head back to the inn and indulge in some well-deserved rest. It's about time I stopped living in inns and find a proper room. When I arrived at the inn and was about to head straight to the room I'd rented, the receptionist called out to me. Apparently, someone was looking for me. Given the timing, I could already imagine this would lead to some troublesome development, but I couldn't just ignore it. Following the receptionist's instructions, I went to the dining area attached to the inn, where I found Miss Selma waiting. "Sorry for the sudden visit. How's your body feeling?" she asked. I had thought she might be scared of me, but she spoke with the same calm demeanor as before. It didn't seem like she was pretending, but who really knows? "I'm fine. No problems going about my daily life." "That's good to hear," Selma said with a relieved expression. Then she stood up from her chair and bowed her head. "Thank you for yesterday. Because of you, Orun, not a single person was lost and we welcomed today safely. I'm truly grateful." I was surprised by Selma's actions. I expected a simple thank you, but not a bow. "I accept your gratitude. So please raise your head. It's not appropriate for Miss Selma to bow in public like this, is it?" Selma is an executive of the largest clan in the country. Moreover, she is the daughter of a noble, if I recall correctly, with the rank of countess. For someone like her to bow to a commoner like me is unthinkable. No one knows who might be watching. Nobles must never show weakness. I don't think this will ruin her position, but the possibility can't be ruled out. It's better if she doesn't bow. I know I'm not in a position to bow easily, but still, I feel the need to bow and express my gratitude because I am so thankful for this incident. You saved the lives of the new recruits in our clan, including myself, who have a future ahead. To end this with mere words of thanks would go against my pride. She is truly a straightforward person. As the eldest daughter of a count's family and an executive of a major clan, she could have developed a somewhat cynical attitude, but, maybe that's exactly why I respect her so much. Thank you. I'm honestly glad you said that much. Now, there is one more matter I want to discuss about the reward for the recent guided exploration. If you have no objections, I'd like you to come with me to the clan headquarters right now. What do you say? I had been wondering how to receive the reward, so this proposal was a relief. I don't have any plans, so that's fine. Good. Then let's continue this at the clan headquarters. Please come with me. At the clan headquarters, I was led to a room where Mr. Vince, the leader of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, was waiting. This feels like déjà vu. Besides, he shouldn't have known I'd come here today, so why is he already here? He doesn't seem like the type to waste time on uncertain things. "You're here. I want to thank you for saving our members in this incident," Vince said, bowing his head after confirming my arrival. "No, since I took on the guided exploration, I only did what was expected of me." "No, it wasn't expected. In that situation, no one would have blamed you if you'd run away. But you faced the challenge without running away, and you won. You should be proud. Now, the reason you came here was to receive your reward, wasn't it? Here it is. Please accept it," Vince said as he took a cloth-wrapped object from a storage magical tool and handed it to me. It was probably gold coins inside. "Thank you." I accepted it and unwrapped it to check the contents. Inside were 10 platinum coins. Platinum coins? I thought the reward was 10 gold coins. Are you sure you didn't mix up the types? Originally, it was supposed to be 10 gold coins. 1 platinum coin is worth 10 gold coins. In other words, I was holding 10 times the originally promised amount. "You saved our members from the Black Dragon. 10 gold coins would be too cheap. It's not a mistake. I probably wouldn't be able to refuse even if I said I didn't need it. I should gratefully accept it here. Money is better than no money." "I see. Then I'll gratefully accept it." "Well, then I'll be going now." Wait. There's one more thing I want to talk about. In fact, you could say I'm here because of this." Just as I was about to leave after receiving the reward, Vince stopped me. Apparently, what he wanted to discuss now was more important to him. I could roughly guess what it was about. "To get straight to the point, Orun-kun, would you please join our clan, the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky?" As expected, it was an invitation to join the clan. For the top of the clan to personally come to recruit me, it was clear they were serious. "If you join, you will naturally be welcomed as an explorer. Your affiliation would be the first squad, the strongest party in our clan led by Selma, where we want you to serve as the frontline attacker." Frontline attacker, Maybe the recent Black Dragon subjugation played a role. Otherwise, no one would accept me as a frontline attacker. Furthermore, although this requires more than 2/3 approval from the clan executives, I am also considering recommending you as an executive. With your achievements and the experience and knowledge of practically managing a hero party, I believe you would make a fine executive. A clan executive is the head of each department. Overall, the second most important person in the clan after the leader. Normally, one becomes an executive by accumulating achievements within the clan after joining. To become an executive immediately upon joining is an extraordinary promotion. If I become an executive, does that mean I and Selma will be in charge of managing the explorers belonging to the clan? This offer is very appealing. I didn't expect to be welcomed as a swordsman either. Well then, what should I do? What the silver rabbits of the night sky probably want is the information necessary to conquer the 92nd and 93rd floors of the Great Southern Labyrinth, along with the knowledge and know-how I've accumulated so far. Those are things I obtained desperately, sometimes literally risking my life. It doesn't feel right to just hand them over so easily. This was sudden. You don't have to answer immediately. Please take your time to think it over. Vince seemed to sense my hesitation and offered me a way out. Thank you, then I'll take some time to think. Having said that, I left the headquarters of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. As I casually walked through the town, I arrived in front of a familiar shop. It was the general store run by my grandfather. I have some things troubling me. Maybe I should talk to Grandpa. With that thought, I entered the shop. Oh, isn't this the hero who defeated the Black Dragon? Are you sure it's all right to waste time in a place like this? Grandpa, seeing me, immediately started teasing. Hero, I'm not that yet. But still, you already know I defeated the Black Dragon. Ho ho ho, defeating the boss of the Deep Layer alone is no small feat. You deserve to be called a hero. Besides, this story is all anyone in town can talk about. Even my old ears can catch wind of it. Old ears, huh? I just got lucky. I don't know if I could defeat it again if I faced the same situation. Is that so? I've heard that Orun didn't even take a single hit. No way such information would be circulating. Grandpa sometimes shows information-gathering skills that rival professional informants. I've known him for a long time, but he still surprises me. Well, selfishly, I treat Grandpa like family, so I don't really care what kind of person he is. So, what brings you here today? I just wanted to talk to you a bit. Oh, go on. I was just approached by the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky for recruitment. Grandpa has listened to my complaints many times before. I have no intention of hiding anything from him, so I honestly told him what happened earlier. Well, that's natural. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky wouldn't just ignore a swordsman strong enough to defeat the Black Dragon, especially one who lost their frontline attacker. Yeah, I think what you said is probably why, and it was quite an attractive offer. They said they'd welcome me as the frontline attacker for Miss Selma's party and even offered me an executive position. Oh, that's quite a good deal? Yeah, but I'm conflicted. Why is that? When I was in a party with Oliver and the others, I suppressed myself and dedicated everything to the party. This city is bustling because of the Great Labyrinth. Young people come here all the time aiming to strike it rich. Because of that, the city has plenty of entertainment like casinos. There are lots of amusements here. I was interested, but I did most of the negotiations and behind-the-scenes work for the party. Luna helped sometimes, but I had my own training too, so I didn't have time to play. I became an explorer because I wanted to get stronger and not just accept unfair things quietly, so I wasn't unhappy about it. But in the end, I was kicked out of the party. Some might think being kicked out was unfair, but I don't. The party I belong to aimed to conquer the Great Labyrinth, and it's only natural to remove those who can't keep up. It's simply that the person lacked ability. I understand that logically, but emotionally it's not that simple. I'm still frustrated and wonder why, after all I devoted, it ended like this. I know the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky have a comfortable atmosphere. I want to join them, but what they want is my knowledge. I'm scared they'll use me and then throw me away when I'm no longer needed. That fear keeps me from deciding. Ho 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 ho, Grandpa burst out laughing suddenly as he listened. Sorry for laughing all of a sudden. I've always thought of you as mature, so it's nice to see you have thoughts appropriate for your age. Appropriate for my age. You mean my thoughts are young? I was annoyed by his comment but tried to stay calm and asked. That's right, he readily agreed. Listen, Orun, I believe society is built on mutual benefit. Mutual benefit means a relationship where both parties gain something. No one lives alone. Everyone is supported by someone and supports others without even knowing it. That's our relationship, too. You use me to get what you want. I use you to make money. The word use sounds negative, but what you mean by use is really complementing each other's shortcomings. Complement each other's shortcomings? Yes, you seem to think joining a clan means you only give something. But is that really true? Doesn't the clan do anything for you? Listening to Grandpa felt like scales fell from my eyes. I'd only thought about being used. If I join a clan, I'd probably rely on its connections sometimes. I'd help the clan with the Great Labyrinth conquest, and the clan would support me in various ways. I was hesitant about joining a clan or fixed party, but Grandpa's words changed my perspective. Until now, I've only explored dungeons seriously with the hero party. Exploring with members of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky sounds fun. Sure, the clan might use me. But whether they discard me afterward depends on my own effort, right? If I give everything I have, I want to become an indispensable member that the clan feels they need. Seeing my face, Grandpa smiled. It seems your thoughts have changed. Yeah, you're amazing as always. Thanks for listening. You're welcome. Listen, Orun, decisions made after hesitation always bring regret, so whether you join the silver rabbits of the night sky or not, you'll regret something someday. That's why it's important to make choices that your future regretful self can accept at least a little. Well, you're struggling now because you can't see the future. I'll definitely regret, huh? Having choices means the future branches out. Everyone probably thinks, if only I had done this or that all the time, so you should make choices you can accept when those thoughts come. The words of an elder sure carry weight. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the advice. Next time I'll come with something to buy. Good, I'll be waiting. After leaving my grandpa's shop, I immediately returned to the headquarters of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky to meet with Mr. Vince. It seems giving you time to think was the right decision, Mr. Vince murmured with a smile as he looked at me. Mr. Vince, no, leader. I accept the invitation from earlier. Please let me join the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, I said, bowing my head respectfully to the leader. Just then, the door opened and Miss Selma entered the room. She handed me a folded piece of cloth. I took it without thinking but was puzzled, not knowing what to do with it. Seeing this, Miss Selma spoke up. Try unfolding it. I did as she said and spread it out. This is, when unfolded, it was a long coat with a hood, predominantly black and blue. Though the design differed, it closely resembled the coats worn by members of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky during their dungeon explorations. On the left chest area was embroidered the emblem of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. I made this coat modeled after the one Orun used to wear. Try putting it on. I slipped on the long coat. Of course, I hadn't given them my size, so the coat was too big and baggy. I'm sorry they went to the trouble of making it, but there's no way I can wear this for dungeon exploration. Just as I was thinking that, the coat began to shrink little by little until it fit perfectly. What is this? I couldn't hide my bewilderment at this strange phenomenon I had never seen or heard of before. Heh, even you didn't know about this, huh? This is one of our clan's secret techniques. There are many more, but I'll teach you those in due time. Naturally, keep it strictly confidential, all right? I had no idea such techniques existed, I admitted honestly. Just seeing this made me feel glad I had come here. I've devoured all kinds of knowledge and techniques so far, but self-study has its limits. Just the thought of learning knowledge and skills I don't know yet excites me. The leader spoke seriously to me. You were recently betrayed harshly by comrades you trusted. I can only imagine the wounds left in your heart, but I understand they run deep. That's why we want to show you our sincerity not just with words, but with actions, so that you yourself will believe we deserve your trust. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky will definitely earn Orun Dura's confidence. Indeed, being kicked out of the hero party had affected me more than I expected. For a while, I even thought I was fine being alone. But that mindset changed because of my grandpa's words. Not only that, but also the scene after we defeated the floor boss of the 50th layer during the training dungeon exploration, the way we all praised each other. It was a heartwarming sight where everyone seemed to be laughing truly from the bottom of their hearts. I wanted to be part of that circle. I wanted comrades and friends who could laugh sincerely alongside me. This has been my wish since I was a child. I don't even know why I feel that way. Wait, why did I think that again? It's rare for me to forget like this. Is that so? Then I shall determine whether this clan is truly trustworthy. That's what I want. It has been 9 years since I became an explorer. Though I was expelled from the party I'd been with since the beginning, my second life as an explorer is about to begin. Thank you very much for reading to the end. This concludes the first chapter. Next, there will be a side story before the second chapter begins. Look forward to Orun's future exploits as he joins the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. If you enjoyed it, want to... A room inside a certain building. The entire office was unified in black. In that room, 2 men were facing each other. On one side, a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s sat in a chair in the office. He had lost his left arm and wore an eye patch over his right eye. On the other side, a man in his late 40s whose original black hair was starting to mix with white. His usual gentle demeanor was subdued, and he carried his true aura. Judging by appearance alone, the latter seemed to hold the higher position, but it appeared the former actually did. I apologize for the impoliteness of visiting without an appointment, Grandmaster. Knowing you, it must be something important, right? Yes, given the nature of the matter, I think the Grandmaster will hear about it soon anyway. But by then, there's a high chance it will be exaggerated, so I decided to report it myself. I see. So, what is the matter? 3 days ago, an irregularity occurred in the Great Southern Labyrinth under my jurisdiction. Explorers sighted the floor boss on the 92nd floor, known as the Black Dragon, operating outside the boss area. I see. Is this a malfunction caused by the disappearance of the west section or intentional? We won't know until we continue analyzing. If I may be so bold, I think it's the former. Oh, why do you think so? The floor boss is supposed to be a powerful defense mechanism. They allocate that much resource to bind a strong demonic beast there. If the floor boss could move freely within the floor, on such a large area as the deep layers, it would be possible to reach the next floor without encountering the boss. Would it risk such danger deliberately? That makes sense. This time it should be seen as a temporary malfunction caused by the West's disappearance. In that case, it's probably already fixed. The next to disappear might be the East. That's what we believe. Neither the West nor the East has deep layers. We don't know about the North, but the South likely won't advance floors for a while. I'll be notified immediately if the East disappears. And if there's a malfunction like this, report to me at once. Understood. That's all for the report. I admit it was information I wanted to know early, but it didn't seem urgent enough for you to rush. There is one more report. In fact, this might be more beneficial to the Grandmaster. As you said, the malfunction seems already fixed. Beneficial, huh? What kind of information? It's related to the previous malfunction. An explorer has appeared who defeated that black dragon alone. That's impressive. The one who defeated it must be Oliver Cardiff, right? So he's finally blossomed. No, it's not him. What? Is there another who can defeat the deep layer boss solo? No way. Hey, that person's name isn't Orun Dura, is it? You knew. He belonged to the hero party but was unknown until now. Impressive. Can't be, no way. It's impossible. If he really had the power to defeat the deep layer boss alone, he wouldn't choose to actually fight it. Is something wrong? Has he changed recently? No, there have been no such reports from those in charge. Then how is his attitude towards the guild? Completely normal, I believe. Even when I received the report about the Black Dragon recently, nothing had changed. Then it means he somehow obtained the power to defeat the deep layer boss. Haha, how crazy is that? But this is a masterpiece. Then he'll become my savior, Orun Dura. If so, I'll wipe clean whatever he's done to me. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster. Ah, sorry, I got a little excited. It's fine now. That report about defeating the deep layer boss alone will surely be exaggerated. Besides, haha, this is valuable information for me. Thank you. You're too kind. Any more reports? If not, you may leave. Yes. Then excuse me. The man with the streaks of white hair bowed and left the room. Alone now in the room, the young man called Grandmaster muttered, "Without waking from this dream, keep dancing like this. For my ambition, ha ha ha." The door of the house opened, and a black-haired boy of about 5 years old, Orun, entered inside. "Welcome home. What's wrong?" Orun's mother, Nicola, greeted him with a smile. However, tears welled up in Orun's eyes, and seeing that, Nicola asked with a worried tone, "Mom, am I not normal?" Orun, struggling hard to hold back his tears, asked Nicola this question. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" "That's not true at all." Though taken aback by the sudden question, Nicola forced a smile and denied Orun's words. "But everyone won't play with me. They say I'm not normal, so they're told by their parents not to play with me." Unable to hold back any longer, Orun began to cry with tears streaming down his face. "I see. There, you want to play with everyone, right? Hey, dear, is there really no way to use that magic? On Orun after all?" Gently stroking Orun's head to soothe his crying, Nicola pleaded with Orun's father, Rensu, who had come upon hearing the sobbing. "But I know I'm asking the impossible. But more than an uncertain future, I want to help this child who's suffering right now. And there is a way." Rensu seemed torn by Nicola's words, but couldn't make a decision. "I don't want to see my beloved child hurt and crying anymore. Don't you feel the same?" "I feel exactly the same. Right now my heart feels like it's about to burst with pain." "Are you two fighting?" "Fighting is not allowed." Hearing Rensu raise his voice, Orun, thinking they had started quarreling, stopped crying and insisted that fighting was no good. "We're not fighting." "Right, dear?" Nicola denied it gently to reassure Orun, then sought agreement from Rensu. "Why, yeah, Dad and Mom are very close." Although Nicola smiled at Rensu, there was an undeniable pressure in her gaze, and Rensu broke out in a cold sweat as he agreed with her. "Wow, I wonder if I too can become close like Dad and Mom." Reacting to the word close, Orun asked a question that deeply pierced Rensu's heart. "Of course, you're a kind child. I'm sure when you grow up you'll be surrounded by many friends." "A lot of friends. I hope I can make many friends." "Looks like you've fallen asleep." Orun, who had been receiving heartless words from other children outside and was stared at with fearful eyes by adults, had taken a heavy mental toll. Combined with the physical exhaustion from crying, he lost consciousness. "Damn it! Why now? Why this child? I know I will fall into hell after death. I've accepted that. If there is punishment for me, punish me personally. Orun has nothing to do with it. I know it's selfish, but I wanted Orun to enjoy ordinary happiness. I feel the same, but it's not allowed. Orun has power. That's why, just for now, I want him to spend time like everyone else. Please, dear, use that magic, the sealing magic on Orun. All right, if it means Orun can live peacefully for now, I understand. I will apply the sealing magic on Orun. After the sealing magic was applied, Orun's physical abilities were restricted, and he could no longer construct advanced or higher-level techniques. From this day forward, Orun went from being a prodigy to an ordinary person. When I opened my eyes, an unfamiliar ceiling came into view. Ah, that's right. The clan lent me a room. I sat up and looked around. The room was spacious enough for 2 people to live comfortably. Besides, most necessities for daily living were provided. Yesterday, I joined the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Members can rent a room in the residential block of the clan headquarters. Of course, it's not mandatory. Some people rent rooms elsewhere or live with their families. Since I was staying at an inn, this was a timely offer, so I immediately decided to rent a room. The rent is deducted from the monthly salary, but it is quite reasonable. Checking my body condition, most of the muscle soreness was gone. I've recovered enough to be able to delve into the dungeon unless it's the deep layers of the Great Labyrinth, though I have no plans to dive today. I washed off sweat in the ensuite shower room. Then I changed into proper clothes that would be suitable even for attending a simple party. After changing, I noticed the long coat I received yesterday hanging on a hanger at the edge of my vision. I think it's quite a stylish design. Probably. It also has practicality, so it wouldn't get in the way during dungeon exploration. I don't think the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky run any clothing stores, so maybe they outsource somewhere else. While pondering these unrelated thoughts, I heard a knock at the door. Opening it, Miss Selma and Sophia, hiding behind her shadow, were there. Good morning, Miss Selma. Good morning, Sophia. Ah, good morning. Sorry for dropping in so early. Sophia really wanted to see Orun. That's not true. It was your idea to come to Orun's place? Ah, Orun, gee, good morning. They showed a warm closeness this morning. Also, Sophia seemed just like before. Maybe I was just being paranoid and I'm not actually feared that much. By the way, thank you for helping us the other day. Sophia blushed deeply as she expressed her thanks. After thanking me, she fidgeted as if feeling awkward. Is she just embarrassed? Or did she thank me out of politeness but still feels scared? You're welcome. I'm glad Sophia wasn't hurt. Sophia continued to mumble softly, without forming words. Seeing this, Miss Selma let out a wry smile and said, Why don't we have breakfast together? Orun, you don't know this place well yet, right? The residential block has a cafeteria and we eat there every day, as expected from the largest clan in the country, providing not only living spaces but also dining areas for members. Of course, I'll join you. Sophia didn't seem to mind either, so it should be fine. Led by Miss Selma and Sophia, I arrived at the cafeteria. It was quite large, capable of seating about 100 people. The menu changes daily, and everyone gets the same meal. Only the portion size can be selected from large, medium, or small. After receiving the meal at the counter, I sat at an empty seat and began eating. It was clear the menu was well-balanced nutritionally, and it was very delicious. While enjoying the meal, I chatted casually with Miss Selma. Sophia ate quietly on her own. She didn't seem to dislike eating together, rather she looked shy. I want to get along with her soon. After a while, a young man approached. Hey, you're the Dragon Slayer, right? I had noticed the gazes on me since I entered the cafeteria. But no one had actually spoken to me until now, so I tried to ignore it. With this man talking to me, it felt like even more people's attention focused on me. Looking at the man's face, I remembered him. His name is Wilkes Severy. He participated as an explorer of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky in last month's joint subjugation. He introduced himself as a defender, but his actual actions were closer to a frontline attacker, so he left an impression. You're a Dragon Slayer too, aren't you? When I answered, Wilkes slightly widened his eyes. Haha, I'm honored you remember me, but I barely remember you. Sorry about that. He apologized with a truly regretful look. At the joint subjugation, you were supporting Miss Selma, so it's understandable if you don't remember. Enchanters are already a rather plain presence. That's what I wanted to hear. How did you, an enchanter, manage to defeat a black dragon alone? I asked Miss Selma about it, but she just said, I don't know. Wait, people call Miss Selma Ingo, big sis/leader. Surprised, I turned to look at Miss Selma. Then, she's the only one who calls me that. Miss Selma explained with a sigh and a resigned tone. I see this guy seems like a free spirit, so it makes sense. Sorry, I can't answer that here, it's crowded. Oh, right, sorry for the weird question. He understood I couldn't talk openly and backed off. No, I think it's natural to be curious and I'm not upset. I'm going to form a party with this guy. I want to know the skills and fighting style of my future comrades. By the way, Ingo Selma. What? Any plans for the first squad today? No, we have the regular meeting today, so as planned, we're free. If you say so, Ingo. But wouldn't it be better to gather after the meeting? I met some of you here, but if the other two meet too, the sooner the better. Especially Lucre might throw a tantrum if she doesn't meet today. Ugh, you're right. It would be troublesome if she makes a fuss. All right, I'll call everyone after the meeting. Those who are free can meet. If Lucre can't come, that's her problem. Orun, is that okay? Yes, it's fine. Lucre must be Lucretia Otis, the healer. She seems lively. I can easily imagine her throwing a tantrum. After finishing what he wanted to say, Wilkes left in a hurry. What a free spirit. By the way, Sophia looked flustered all the time seeing members of the clan's strongest party suddenly appear. Secretly, it made me feel relaxed. Well, a strange intruder appeared, but it's about time for the regular meeting. Orun, let's go to the conference room. Understood. Sophia has the debriefing meeting of the recent training exploration, right? Do it properly. I know. You do your best at the meeting too, sister. And Orun's son too? Yeah, thanks. After clearing away my dishes, I headed to the venue for the regular meeting with Miss Selma. Still, it's quite a coincidence that on the day after I joined, there's a meeting where all the executives gather together. On the way to the venue of the regular meeting, I casually raised a question. That's true, but it's just a coincidence, you know? Originally, this regular meeting was planned to include a report on the training exploration, so we trained the newcomers thoroughly up until the last minute before the meeting. Also, and I'm only saying this now, among the 3 guides excluding Orun and me, we planned to promote one of them to the first squad. The training exploration was also a test for that. We intended to get approval for promoting the chosen person at this meeting. I see. So that was the real intention behind the question I asked before the training exploration. They probably wanted to see how the guides would handle unexpected situations. That was quite a risky gamble. There might have been someone among those 3 who was selected for the first squad. Orun, you don't need to worry about that. All 3 originally came from their own parties and must have their attachments. Moreover, this was off the record, so the 3 don't even know about it. From our side, we actually wanted them to join the frontline attackers. Your joining is the best possible outcome for the clan. If it's like that, I probably don't need to worry so much. We arrived at the meeting room. Following Miss Selma, I entered the room. Inside, the other members were already gathered, with only 2 seats left empty. Glancing over the participants, they were all young. The average age seemed to be around 30. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky is a clan with a history of over 50 years. Normally, there would be older members, but probably because most of the veterans were expelled after last year's incident, this was not the case. I don't know all the details, but I heard that those who were expelled had been involved in misconduct and were judged by the leader. There was some turmoil within the clan at that time, and its momentum dropped. However, in this past year, it has been gradually regaining its former strength. All present, then let's start the regular meeting. I have something to say to everyone first. When I took the seat closest to the entrance, the leader confirmed everyone was here and gave the order to start the meeting. Most of you probably already know, but let me introduce again, Orun Dura, who joined the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky as of yesterday. Since the leader introduced me first, I stood up. All eyes turned to me. Most of the gazes seemed to be appraising, making it somewhat uncomfortable. He was originally part of a hero party as an explorer, but recently left that party. There will be a detailed report later, but after leaving, he accompanied our training exploration, and the day before yesterday, single-handedly defeated the Black Dragon, the floor boss of the 92nd floor. He is a skilled individual, the leader explained me politely. Not only his combat power, but also his knowledge, including information about the unexplored 93rd layer, is extensive. Furthermore, a remarkable point is that he single-handedly managed his party. He's not only strong in combat, but also possesses excellent knowledge and management skills. Therefore, although he just joined, I intend to appoint him as an executive, succeeding Albert. His joining and placement in the first squad are decided, but to become an executive requires approval from 2/3 or more of the current executives, so I would like to take a vote here. I'm a bit overwhelmed by this overwhelming praise beyond what I imagined. Then I'll call for the vote. Those in favor, leader, please wait. Just as the leader was about to call for the vote after a breath, one of the attendees raised an objection. He was an intellectual-looking man in his late 30s with glasses. Before voting, I want to ask the candidates resolve. Orun Kun, right? Can you dedicate yourself to this clan? There are quite a few members in this clan. Your decisions could ruin their lives. You are well aware of this, aren't you? The man with glasses fixed his piercing gaze on me as he spoke. From his words, I could strongly feel how much he values the clan and how much resolve he holds in this place. I could say some flattering words, but it's useless to lie here. I decided to speak my honest feelings. I don't intend to dedicate myself to the clan like you all. My words made some people frown. But I have been prepared since joining the clan. When I became an explorer, I made one vow. No matter how unreasonable things are, I will become strong enough to protect what's important no matter the situation. As a member of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, I will do my utmost to protect my comrades in any situation. Is this answer unsatisfactory? For me, the people who belong to the clan are more important than the clan as an organization. This clan has over 50 years of history, and I respect that feeling. But what supports this clan are the people. Without people, the clan would simply cease to exist. That's precisely why I protect the members. I'll leave the protection of the clan itself to the other executives. Have you all made up your minds? Then I will call for the vote. Those in favor of appointing Orun as an executive, please raise your hands. The leader called for the vote. Everyone in the meeting room raised their hands, and I became an executive of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. After that, each person's report began. The executives attending this meeting were the heads of their respective departments. The regular meeting was held once a year at the end of March, and they reported on the achievements of the past year. The main content included the movements of the explorers belonging to the clan, the income and expenses of each department, sales status of the sales division, and the progress of weapons, armor, and magical tools being developed independently by the clan. Just by listening to this meeting, one could grasp the current state of the clan to some extent. Being able to participate in this meeting was significant. Then, Miss Selma, who served as the closing speaker, began her report. Now I will report from the Exploration Department. The highest reached floor in the Great Labyrinth remains the 92nd floor. As you know, this term, no explorer could join the first squad, so the first squad's exploration was kept to a minimum, focusing instead on training the newcomers. I had known since the hero party days that the first squad, having lost their ace, hadn't explored the deeper layers for the past year. Indeed, losing Mr. Albert, who was called the absolute ace and the mental pillar of the party, seemed to have had a great impact. As a result, among the parties belonging to the second squad, 2 parties have reached the 87th floor, and reaching the deeper layers is becoming visible. Initially, the atmosphere had been heavy, but hearing about the second squad's advance, the mood seemed to lighten. Additionally, as was reported earlier by the Exploration Management Department, the amount of materials gathered in the middle and lower layers is also on the rise. The abilities of the explorers belonging to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky are overall improving. I already knew this from information collected during the hero party days. The levels of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky explorers have certainly risen this past year. The emergence of a 4th S-rank party from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky might be only a matter of time. Moreover, recently, as a new trial, we conducted guided explorations. A few A-rank or higher explorers, including myself, accompanied the newcomers under training, and all of them reached the 50th layer. Ah, that's right. Right after I defeated the Black Dragon, the forced recall occurred, so the newcomers haven't been able to reach the 51st layer. Well, it can't be helped. Considering everyone survived such an incident, expecting more would be greedy. I hope the sponsors are satisfied with these results. Of course, we won't immediately send newcomers to the middle layers, but the experience of extended dungeon exploration over consecutive days is expected to bear fruit in the near future. That's certainly true. They were confined to the Great Labyrinth from morning till night for 3 days. Mentally, I think they've grown quite a bit. The movements of the newcomers during the guided explorations weren't bad either. It really showed how much this clan focuses on education. Finally, as for plans for the next term with Orun joining, the first squad's members are now complete. Therefore, we will resume the deep layer explorations. We also plan to have other explorers advance further within reasonable limits, aiming to establish a system that can stably supply high-quality magic stones and materials. After Miss Selma finished speaking, other executives asked questions, but she answered them without difficulty. After her report ended, it has been a year since I assumed the position of leader. The fact that the clan has been rebuilt up to this point is thanks to the efforts of everyone here and all the members. I am grateful. I ask for your continued support. Well then, this concludes today's meeting. The leader gave the closing remarks, and the regular meeting came to an end. The executives began to leave one after another. I was thinking of greeting each of them, but since the atmosphere seemed very busy, I decided not to. I'll have to go greet them soon. All right, let's go too. Ah, Selma, wait. Just as I was about to leave after Miss Selma, I heard a woman's voice calling out to her. Miss Selma sure gets called in many different ways. Looking toward the source of the voice, there was a woman with short brown hair. She looked to be in her early 20s. She was also among the younger executives, like Miss Selma. Well, I might get told not to say that myself. I think she belonged to the Exploration Management Department. In the earlier meeting, she had evaluated each explorer party and reported on the collection volumes of magic stones and materials, probably a department that supports explorers. Selma, do you have a moment? I want to talk to Newcomer-kun. She wants to talk to me, not Miss Selma. That's fine. Thanks, well, I have a lot of work piled up, so I'll cut to the chase. Newcomer-kun, are you good at teaching others your knowledge and skills? If it's something I know, I think I can teach it. Why do you ask? As expected of Dawn's multi-talented person. What does that mean? Does she want me to teach something? Estella, Orun is troubled. Apparently her name was Miss Estella. I should probably remember the names of the executives. In the earlier report, they only mentioned their department names, so I didn't hear the names. Oh, sorry. I want Newcomer-kun to be in charge of educating the newcomer party. In charge of education? I thought training newcomers was under the Exploration Management Department's jurisdiction. Besides, I have deep layer explorations. I'm not sure if I can make the time, so I'm hesitant to accept lightly. I'm asking as well, if it's okay, won't you take it on? Miss Selma gave permission, or rather, a request. What about the deep layer explorations? If I'm going to do newcomer training, I'd like a certain amount of continuous time. Do I have that kind of time? I see. The hero party used to dive into the Great Labyrinth almost every day. In our case, each party freely arranges its own schedule, but diving into the Great Labyrinth 4 days in a row is prohibited. My party hasn't planned much for the next term from tomorrow onward, but basically, we don't dive on consecutive days. So compared to when you were in the hero party, I think you'll have considerably more free time. I see. I had thought the silver rabbits of the night sky explored the dungeon on fewer days. Miss Selma also has clerical duties as an executive. I'll probably have to help with that too, so I likely won't dive into the Great Labyrinth every day as in the hero party days. In that case, I will take on the responsibility. Really? Thanks, those kids have amazing talent, and I wanted to get them into the exploration department quickly. Also, it was their wish to be strong, so I'm really glad you agreed. That means, well then, I'll tell you the details next time. Bye-bye. Before I knew it, Miss Estella was already gone. What a whirlwind of a person, as I thought about whether the members of the Exploration Management Department were being run ragged by her. Miss Selma reassured me. She's a capable person after all. Well, if she weren't, she wouldn't be an executive at such a young age. After leaving the conference room, we are currently moving to the Exploration Division area. It seems like all the members were bored, so from now on, we'll all meet face to face. Miss Selma informed me as we headed to the meeting place. As she said this morning, it looks like we're going to have a meet and greet with the party members. Gathering everyone together isn't a problem, but how does Miss Selma know such real-time information? She's been with us the whole time, right? When I asked her this question directly, she gave a sly smile and said, "I'll tell you later. There seems to be some kind of trick involved." What is this? I couldn't help but blurt out my honest reaction. The place Miss Selma guided me to was filled with a massive number of books. There must be around a few thousand volumes here. Glancing at the spines, I saw books about demonic beasts and various layers of the dungeon. Even Orun was surprised by this, Are all these books about the Great Labyrinth? Yes, most are about the dungeons in the country, but there are also books about the Great Labyrinth. Not just information published by the guild, but also records collected independently by the clan. This is the power of a major clan. The hero party couldn't possibly gather this much information. Only a clan with many explorers under its wing could manage this. I was overwhelmed by the volume of information the clan possessed. If these are just about the dungeon, then there must also be a considerable amount of information on other topics, like magical tools, for example. Is this a paradise? I want to spend some time here, diving into the unique information the silver rabbits of the night sky have gathered so far. Orun can have eyes that sparkle like this, Well, there's so much information right in front of me. Of course my eyes would light up like this. I see. All members of the group can read these books, however they can't be taken outside the building. Miss Selma seemed a bit taken aback. Surely I don't usually get this high energy. But there's so much information I don't know about. Is there anyone who wouldn't get excited? No, there isn't. Can I read through them all? I hate to cut you off when you're so happy, but please prioritize the meet and greet. Right. The reason we came here was to meet everyone. Well, the books won't run away. I'll just have to hold back for now. There were more than 10 doors at the back of the library. Miss Selma opened the sturdiest door among them and invited me in. This is the private room assigned to our first squad. We usually hold meetings here. Looks like everyone's already here. Apparently, everyone was already inside. I followed Miss Selma into the room. It wasn't much different from the meeting room in the mansion the hero party rents. There was a large table in the center with 5 chairs, a big blackboard on the wall, and supplies for exploration stored in the back. Besides Mr. Wilkes, who I met this morning, there were 2 girls. Both had participated in the joint subjugation last month. Sorry for gathering you all even though you're free. As I said before, let's start by introducing ourselves. Okay, got it. Is long time no see, okay. I'm Rain Hugwell, 24 years old, a mage. Nice to meet you all. Miss Rain emphasized her age as she introduced herself. To be honest, she looks no more than a young teenager. I remembered being shocked when I learned she was actually 24, despite looking so young during the joint subjugation. Her black hair is tied into twin tails around the middle point between her shoulders and ears, resembling pigtails. Her eyes are a clear sky blue. She wears a loose robe primarily in black and blue. It seems a bit ill-fitting. From what I saw last month, she focused more on quality than quantity, repeatedly casting top-tier magic on a smaller scale. Okay, next is me. I'm Lucretia Otis. I'm a supporter and healer. Call me Luker. We're close in age, so let's get along. She's just as lively as when I first met her. Her blonde hair is semi-long, falling to her shoulders with blue-green eyes. She wears a black blouse, a blue miniskirt, and black tights. During the joint subjugation, she participated more as a mage than a healer. Her main style is advanced magic, with casting speed neither too fast nor too slow. Next is me. I'm Wilkes Severy, 20 years old. Recently, I've been a frontline attacker, but my main role is defender. I thought I'd continue as a frontline attacker, so I'm glad Orun joined us. Call me Will. Nice to meet you. That explains why he acted like a frontline attacker during the joint subjugation. Indeed, the escort on the guided exploration was a defender. If Mr. Anthem or Mr. Barnard were promoted to the first squad, Wilkes would have been converted into a frontline attacker. Wilkes has somewhat long silver hair and amber eyes. He wears a 3/4 length jacket and gives off a flashy impression. But as an explorer chosen for the first squad, his skills must be solid. I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore, but I'm Selma Claudel. I'm the leader of this party and a supporter, an enchanter. I'll usually give orders during dungeon explorations, but feel free to ask if you have any questions. Nice to meet you all again. Miss Selma is known as the continent's greatest enchanter. She's said to have mastered all general magic and excels at selecting the most suitable magic according to the situation. Her casting speed and effects are both outstanding. She is truly one of the top explorers. Finally, that's me. I'm Orun Dura, 18 years old. My position is frontline attacker. I'll work hard to keep up with this party's coordination, so please take care of me. 18, we're the same age. Looks like Luker is also 18. If I recall, Miss Selma is 21, so the average age is quite low, like the hero party. Since we're party members from today, no need for formal speech. Using formal language just drags conversations out unnecessarily and is inefficient. But I'm younger and new here. I'm younger too, and except for Orun, I joined last, but I don't use formal language, so no problem. I think you should respect those who are a bit older. What are you talking about? Will is just a careless guy. How can I respect someone like that? I'm not careless. I act based on my own beliefs. Is hitting on girls part of that belief? I'm not hitting on anyone. Don't misunderstand. But just the other day... don't say that. Suddenly, the two started bickering. In the end, my objection didn't work and formal speech was dropped. Talking without formal speech might actually be better for building rapport faster. Formal speech does feel a bit distant. Though, of course, we have to be mindful of time, place, and occasion. So, Orun, you'll tell me the answer to my question from this morning here, right? Wilkes, having finished his exchange with Luker, called out to me. It should be fine to talk here. Of course. Defeating the Black Dragon was largely thanks to 2 original magics. Since they're original magics, I'll skip the details, but the first one is called Instantaneous Ability Surge Impact. Its effect lasts less than a second, just a brief moment, but during that time it can boost the power and effectiveness of my equipment and magic up to 100 times. 100 times? Amazing. Hey Selma, can you do that? Miss Rain asked Miss Selma with admiration. Despite Rain's appearance, her way of speaking feels like an older woman. It's a surprising contrast. No, I can't. I have no idea how one would do that, Miss Selma said quietly, looking surprised. That bug, glitch, was discovered completely by chance. No matter how much you search normally, you wouldn't find it. So I doubt anyone would consider using that glitch as a cheat. Next, the second one is a magic that can boost physical abilities more than ordinary support magic. Since it can be increased gradually, I haven't given it a special name. Strictly speaking, it's not magic, but from an outsider's perspective, it looks like a significant enhancement, so I consider it magic. This one also exploits a glitch, so I can't go into details. How much more than ordinary support magic? Luker asked. When fighting the Black Dragon, I was raising my abilities about 32 times. What? That's so unfair. No wonder the hero party made it to the 94th floor. But then, why were you still called lacking in ability? Lucre was the only one who raised her voice, but the other three seemed to be thinking the same without saying it aloud. Well, it is cheating after all. It's certainly a powerful effect, but it has drawbacks. First, I can only activate it on myself. I can't boost the abilities of my teammates. So even when I was in the hero party, the members only received my normal support magic. My support magic increases abilities by about twice, so I think it's understandable they said I wasn't strong enough. Also, this technique construction requires an enormous amount of effort to raise abilities, so it's not suited for long battles. When exploring deep floors, I can't always fight in this boosted state. I probably won't use buffs like in the Black Dragon fight again, unless absolutely necessary, because it really gives me a headache. Using the all-ability boost status up with quintuple stacking in the Black Dragon battle was meant to bring the fight to a quick conclusion. Though the battle ended up lasting longer than expected, dungeon exploration means spending hours inside the dungeon. Not every moment is combat, but the total battle time is definitely longer than in the Black Dragon fight. In future dungeon explorations, I might use 1 or 2 types of stacking, but I doubt I'll ever use 6 types at once. I see. Now I understand why the hero party made it to the 94th floor. Even without that ability boost, that instantaneous ability surge impact magic alone is a huge advantage. Now I get why Selma's sister praised Orun so highly. Yeah, I didn't realize it was such a precise magic, nor did I think it could give a 100-fold benefit. It really is an incredible magic. The instantaneous ability surge impact can only reach up to 100 times at maximum. I don't make it 100 times every time. The technique construction for a 100-fold boost puts a heavy strain on the brain. Any other questions? I'll try to answer as much as possible. Well then, can I ask a question? When I asked if there were any more questions, Miss Rain spoke up. Of course. Orun-kun, you were an Enchanter in the hero party, right? Besides Enchanter and frontline attacker, are there other positions you can do? If you're okay with mid-B rank to lower rank levels, I can do them all. Wow, that's amazing. So you can do all sorts of things during exploration too? However, for some reason, I can't use advanced mage magic or above, so my level as a rear attacker would be really low. Why? If you're knowledgeable enough to develop original magic, shouldn't you be able to use advanced mage magic? I think I understand magic quite deeply. In theory, it wouldn't be strange if I could activate even special grade magic, but for some unknown reason, I can't. I have no clue why. Well, since I have instantaneous ability surge impact and amplification chain raise repeat, I can forcibly use high-power magic anyway. I don't know the reason. For some reason, I just can't use it. I see. Hopefully you'll be able to use it someday. Yeah, I'm fine for now since it's not inconvenient, but I want to be able to use it eventually. Okay. Can I ask a question too? At a lull in the conversation, Lucre asked. Sure. Do you have a supernatural ability? Yes, I do. It's called mana convergence. The effect is just as it sounds. It gathers the mana around me into a single point. I raised my hand to chest height to answer Lucre's question. Turning my palm upward, I concentrated mana. The surrounding mana gathered into my palm, forming a black sphere. Wow, that's amazing. What can you do with that? Wilkes, looking at the black sphere, asked. Basically, I use it to create makeshift footholds in the air or disperse it to create a shockwave attack. I also incorporate it into magic sometimes. Oh, that's pretty versatile. So that means there are 3 people with supernatural abilities now. People with supernatural abilities are rare. Even top explorers rarely have them. Wilkes, do you have one too? Just call me Wilk, no need for honorifics, and the answer to your question is no. Only Selma's sister and Lucre have them. He looked at the two. Supernatural abilities are top secret. Even while gathering information on the silver rabbits of the night sky, no one knew these 2 had abilities. If they tell me, I'll listen, but I won't force it out of them. Fuuka, let me tell you. My supernatural ability is mana tracking. The effect is a bit plain, though. I can track magical residues to find out where a spell was cast and who cast it. See? Pretty plain, huh? No. That's really useful. During dungeon exploration, it's often hard to tell where magic attacks are coming from. Magic isn't always cast near demonic beasts. For example, sometimes magic attacks come from the opposite side, flanking us away from the demonic beast. With Lucre's ability, we can respond before the second shot hits. Not having to spend time searching for the caster is a huge mental relief. Thanks, but Selma's supernatural ability is even better, right? Right, Selma? Don't raise the bar. My supernatural ability is telepathy. I connect an invisible pass with any person I choose, enabling silent communication and understanding. What that? When I was in the hero party, this was the one thing I wanted most. A way to talk or understand each other even when apart. Of course, nothing like it exists commercially, and despite investigations through sponsors, I never found anything. You don't need me to explain how valuable this ability is for dungeon exploration. No, it's incredibly useful even in daily life. For example, in battle, linking up during dungeon fights is critical. In advanced explorer parties, they can coordinate with some practice and calls, but perfect communication isn't guaranteed every time. Sometimes the front line and rear get separated, and that can lead to friendly fire. Selma's ability prevents that, directly improving efficiency and survival rates in dungeon exploration. Of all the supernatural abilities I know, telepathy stands out as the most useful for dungeon exploration. Well, all supernatural abilities are valuable and have their uses. Does that mean everyone can hear everything you're thinking? No, it's hard to explain intuitively, but if I don't focus on sending a message to the other person, my voice doesn't reach them. So they don't hear everything. I'm honestly grateful that I don't transmit every thought. Everyone has inner voices they don't want others to hear. Is there a distance limit? Yes. It's about several kilometers radius centered on me. That's pretty wide. It might be a little inconvenient in daily life, but party members rarely get separated by hundreds of meters during dungeon exploration. So for dungeon exploration, distance isn't really a concern. Well then, let's wrap up the introductions and questions for now. It's getting late. As for tomorrow's plan, we're going to dive into the Great Labyrinth right away. The goal is to test the coordination of the new hero party that includes Orun. We're planning to explore the lower levels, but I'll explain the exact location tomorrow. First, as usual, gather here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Orun, when you're going dungeon exploring, think of 9 a.m. here as the basic time. If there are any changes, I'll let you know separately. Got it. The introductions were over. Judging by Miss Selma's tone, this seemed like the end of the meeting. Just as I thought so, then how about we go eat somewhere to celebrate Orun's welcome? Will suggested. I really appreciate the offer, but can we do it after tomorrow? Actually, there's something I want to take care of now for tomorrow's dungeon exploration. It felt a bit guilty to refuse such a kind invitation, but this was something I wanted to handle today. Preparing for tomorrow, can I ask what it is? I'm planning to go buy a sword. I had lost 2 swords in the Black Dragon battle the day before yesterday. It would have been better to buy new ones yesterday, but I only realized this just before going to bed. What, you don't have any weapons right now? Will gasped in surprise. The other 3 looked similarly shocked. No, I still have one left so I can explore, but I want to stock up just in case. In that case, why not do it after tomorrow? Weapons can't be made in a day anyway. No, the ones I use are commercially available so I can get them today. What? Aren't they custom made? Everyone was surprised again. Well, for advanced explorers, custom-made weapons are normal. It's understandable to get this reaction. No, I was a swordsman back when I was B rank, so I don't have any custom-made swords. Besides, now I can manage sharpness, durability, and such with support magic, so I don't think I need to buy expensive ones. I'm not an expert on swords, but commercially available ones have different balance points, right? Even if they look the same, doesn't that cause discomfort? That much can be fixed after swinging a few times. Also, if you don't buy ones with big differences, there's no problem. That might be true, but you're the ace of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's first squad starting today. You shouldn't let others see you using cheap commercial swords. Miss Rain said that, grabbed my hand, and tried to move me somewhere. Hey, Rain, where are you taking me? Ignoring Will's voice, she pulled my hand and walked purposefully somewhere. I was brought to what seemed like a forge inside another building on the same premises. Still holding my hand, Miss Rain led me deeper inside. By the way, the other 3 were following behind. Then, when we reached a burly middle-aged man, my hand was finally released. Hey, the whole first squad coming here, what's going on? Well, he was surprised by our sudden appearance. Mr. Allen, please make a sword for this kid, Miss Rain suddenly requested. Judging by his demeanor, the man called Allen was probably a blacksmith. A sword, huh? Allen stared at me intently. Are you the rumored dragon slayer? After looking me up and down, he asked. I don't know about rumors, but I'm the one who defeated the Black Dragon the other day. Just as I thought, your stance screams a seasoned warrior. I could tell right away. Thank you. So, you want me to make a sword. It's an honor to make the sword for the famous dragon slayer. Since you belong to a hero party, didn't you already have a famous blacksmith? Normally, you'd think so, right? But he's been using commercial weapons, Miss Rain explained excitedly. What? Is that true? Why, yes, it's true. You're entrusting your life to that? Why are you settling for something bought on a whim? Allen got furious. A sword is often said to be the soul of a swordsman. Besides, my mindset has changed now. Miss Rain's words earlier made me stop and think. Indeed, now I am a frontline attacker belonging to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's first squad. In other words, I have to be a role model for other frontline attackers. Thinking about it, settling for commercial swords just won't do. It's not about inspiring dreams, but if the top party's frontline attackers use good, expensive swords, that alone could boost motivation. Up until just now, I thought commercial swords were fine, but after Miss Rain scolded me, I changed my mind. Huh, did you think I was angry? Sorry, I wasn't angry. Miss Rain nervously tried to reassure me she wasn't angry. I was a little scared, honestly. No, you were angry. You brought me here without saying a word, and your face was scary. Yeah, Rain was scary. Will teased, and Luca agreed. Miss Selma was also smiling wryly. Yeah, we all had the same impression. Hey, be quiet there. Wow, she's definitely angry. Are you guys here to do a comedy act? Of course not, we came with a serious request. All right, then back to the matter, so. Dragon Slayer, what's your name? Orun. Orun, got it? I'm Alan, a blacksmith, as you can see, so you changed your mind. I hadn't cared about others' opinions before, so I thought commercial swords were okay. But now that I belong to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's first squad, I think I should use equipment that matches that. So please make my sword. I'm begging you. I bowed my head and pleaded with Alan to make my sword. As I said, making a sword for you is an honor for me too. I'll gladly make it. Good for you, Orun. This guy is the best blacksmith in the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. My partner also had his weapon made by this man, and I guarantee the quality. Will put his hand on my shoulder and spoke. So this guy is the clan's best blacksmith. That definitely raises my expectations. Hey, don't flatter me too much. Also, making it is fine, but there's one problem. Is that something that can be solved quickly? The problem is the weapon materials. Right now, we're running low on deep layer materials. We used them all without hesitation on Wilk's weapon the other day, so to make weapons, we need to dive into the deep layers. Kind of ironic. Then it's Will's fault. Will, go gather deep layer or by yourself now. Don't be ridiculous. One person alone can't manage that no matter how many lives they have. Will sincerely retorted to Luker's unreasonable request. Those two get along well. We need deep layer materials, huh? Then it's not a problem. Huh, Orun-kun, what do you mean? I looked around and moved to a space with room. I actually have quite a lot of deep layer materials. Saying that, I produced ores and demonic beast materials I had obtained in the deep layers, which could be used to make swords. Wow, that's a huge amount. Luker got excited, but the other four looked dumbfounded. Oh, Orun, these materials? Miss Selma unusually asked hesitantly. These are materials obtained from the deep layers. That much deep layer material, why do you have so much of it? I got them back when I was in the hero party but never used them. Amazing, could it be that the other hero party members have this much too? I don't think so. Except for Luna, those guys tended to be spendthrifts. They would make useless magical tools or sell materials to spend on entertainment. They were pretty reckless with money. Back then, Oliver managed the party's funds, but they kept buying things they never used, nearly draining the party's finances. I took over the money management after seeing that. Since then, we gradually saved some money, but now that I'm gone, I have a feeling the hero party's financial situation is a mess. Maybe Luna is covering for them, though. Mr. Allen, with this much, can you make swords? Ah, yeah, this amount should be enough. In fact, if you have this much, you should have already made some. Haha, I thought it'd be wasteful since I didn't think I'd have a chance to use them. Amazing, amazing. This is a griffin claw and that's a manticore fang. There are even materials I've never seen before. Hey, could these be materials from demonic beasts on the 93rd layer? Luker asked me, holding a shining white material. Yeah, that's a unicorn horn from the 93rd layer. Whoa, awesome, so cool. Oh, wait. Luker, who had been high-spirited until just now, suddenly dropped her energy when she saw something. It was the black dragon scale I got yesterday. The black dragon must be a symbol of trauma for this party. Miss Selma's reaction when she saw the black dragon on the 50th layer was abnormal. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Maybe it was a mistake to bring out black dragon materials. But, as a floor boss, its materials are far higher quality than those of demonic beasts found on the 93rd layer. If we're making a sword from these materials, the black dragon scales should be the main focus. Isn't it true that using black dragon scales could make an amazing sword? What do you think, Mr. Allen? Miss Rain spoke in an effortfully bright tone. Seeing this, I realized she's the oldest member in the party. Ah, I can make the best sword. But how did all this fit into one storage magical tool? Aren't there also materials from the lower and middle layers, consumables, and equipment stored there? Doesn't it exceed the capacity of a single storage magical tool? Miss Selma questioned. That's true. A normal storage magical tool couldn't hold this much, but this one is custom-made. I lightly tapped the bracelet on my left wrist as I explained. When I was in the hero party, I managed all the magic stones and materials we got from dungeon explorations. But normal storage magical tools didn't have enough capacity, and I didn't want to carry multiples. So I had a certain magical tool artisan make me one that holds the equivalent of several storage magical tools. Can you introduce me to that magical tool artisan? Well, of course she would ask. Sorry. The condition for making this was to keep the artisan a secret and not show the technique of this magical tool to others. So I can't introduce him. Also, saying its large capacity is a gray area, so please don't tell anyone. I see. That's unfortunate but understandable. I promise not to tell anyone about the storage magical tool. Everyone got it? Everyone nodded at Selma's question. Anyway, getting back on track, we'll make the sword mainly using the black dragon scales, right? Mr. Allen brought the conversation back. Yes, please. Then tell me your requests. Well, the welcome party will have to be another time, Will muttered disappointedly. Sorry, Will. Don't apologize. We can eat any time. That's right. Well then, it'd only be a bother for us to stay here any longer, so let's head back. With Miss Rain's remark, the others left. Then the consultation with Mr. Allen began. Hey, are you serious? When I described the sword I envisioned, Mr. Allen sounded exasperated. Completely serious. Since this is custom-made, please make it perfect. Well, if you say there's no problem, fine. But it'll probably take some time. Also, you'll have to embed the techniques yourself. That's not my specialty. Of course, no problem. All right, it's late today, so I'll start making it tomorrow. Should take about a month. That's fast. I realized I'm asking for quite unreasonable things, so I thought it would take longer. It's an unreasonable request, but making the sword itself is no problem. The techniques are another matter. Can you handle that? Probably. That's an ambiguous answer. Well, you're trying to do something that's impossible from a smith's perspective, so it makes sense. I have a vague idea, so now I just need to turn it into a technique. That's the hard part. I guess I'll have to consult my magic master, Grandpa. I've heard developing magic is extremely difficult, which is understandable. The folks in the magic development department seem to have a tough time too. For now, all I can do is make the sword. I'll make it the very best, so look forward to it. Understood, thank you. Oh, may I keep this sword for now? It fits my hand surprisingly well. I'd like to use it during dungeon explorations until the new one is finished. Of course, I'll pay. I asked about using the practice sword Mr. Allen made while deciding the weight balance. No problem, and you don't need to pay. You're providing the materials, after all. Why? Since you're making the sword, I think it's our duty to provide the materials. Oh, you just joined, so you wouldn't know. Explorers don't keep magic stones or materials themselves. The Exploration Management Department buys everything. That money becomes the party funds, which are used to commission craftsmen for equipment and magical tools. So, explorers don't provide materials themselves? Exactly. The materials come from the Exploration Management Department, and we make things based on our requests from what they provide. I see. That's an interesting system. Basically, even a party that can only reach the middle layers can gather funds to get equipment made from lower-layer materials they can't obtain on their own. Also, consolidating materials and magic stones in one place makes inventory management easier, and it avoids disputes over loot distribution between parties. Loot distribution is often the biggest cause of bad blood between parties, after all. I see, then I'll gratefully use it. So the consultation lasted several hours and finally finished late at night. I conveyed all my requests. I hope a good sword is made. Back in my room, I immediately fell asleep. The next morning after waking up, I took a shower, changed into my exploration outfit, and finally put on the long coat I received when I joined the clan. Does this suit me? I looked at myself in the full-length mirror, but I wasn't sure if it really suited me. It feels strange now, but I hope I get used to this look quickly. Seeing myself dressed like this made me realize once again that I had joined the silver rabbits of the night sky. After changing, I sat down on a chair and ate some homemade portable food. During dungeon explorations, intense physical activity isn't uncommon. If I eat a full meal early in the morning, there's a risk I might throw up in the worst case. So when heading out for a dungeon exploration, I eat a small amount of homemade portable food that still provides good nutrition. I've experimented quite a bit to make sure it's not too bad tasting. After finishing this simple breakfast, I went outside and bought 3 newspapers. Then I returned to the clan headquarters and headed to the war room, which was today's meeting place. On the way, I took a book from the library and entered the war room. It was just past 7 a.m. There were about 2 hours until the meeting time. I placed the newspapers and the book I brought on the central table and sat down. I decided to pass the time by reading until the meeting. After reading for a while, the door suddenly swung open. First one here again today? Wait, Orun-kun's already here? Your early Lucre entered the room in high spirits. Good morning. Without moving my gaze from the book, I greeted Lucre. Yeah, good morning, reading a book. Just then, I finished reading and closed the book, turning my gaze to Lucre. Yeah, I had time. But don't you think you brought too many? You won't finish reading all of them, right? There were 32 books on the table. To my right, 3 stacks of 5 books each, totaling 30 books. On the left side, 2 books. The ones stacked over there are the ones I've already finished reading. I pointed to the 30 books on the right and answered Luker's question. Wait, you mean you've been reading non-stop since yesterday? We have a dungeon exploration today. No, I did sleep. I only came here around 7. Oh, good, then you still can't read all of these, right? Luker's point makes sense, but I'm a speed reader. That's why I've already finished these books here. Oh, speed reading, huh? Reading this many in an hour and a half is amazing. Luker honestly complimented me. I know I'm a bit cynical, so I usually have trouble with straightforward people, but I don't have that feeling with Luker. I wonder why that is? Thanks. Since we have the dungeon exploration later, I was actually taking it easy by just reading. Saying that, I stood up and activated magic, making the books float just like when I brought them. Hey, magic, amazing. I've never seen anything like this. This is one of my original magics. It can only lift light objects, so I can't float people, but it's very useful in daily life. I heard the silver rabbits of the night sky have several secret techniques, so I wondered if this might be one, but Luker's surprise means it's probably not used here either. That's good to know. At that moment, the door opened and Miss Rain came in. Luker, don't make a fuss so early in the morning, geez. Huh. When Miss Rain scolded Luker, she apparently saw the floating books. Seeing the books hovering, she trembled and muttered in a scared voice, Poltergeist? A ghost? She was quite frightened. Miss Rain's not good with ghosts, but inside the dungeon she's fine. Ah, right. Hee. After whispering an explanation to me, Luker had a mischievous smile as if she had an idea. Kaya, Miss Rain, scary ghosts? Her voice was so flat and unconvincing. Luker grinned and looked at Rain, asking for help. So it really is a ghost? I am here for you, Luker. I'll protect you. Her voice was shaky and unsure. Still, perhaps out of pride as the older sister, she tried to protect Luker. Her fear looked about right for her appearance. It seemed amusing, so I just watched without correcting her. Then, Mana gathered around Miss Rain and a magic circle appeared. W8, Miss Rain, you can't do that. Seeing the magic circle, Luker stopped Miss Rain in surprise. Attack magic? This is bad. Judging by the amount of mana flowing in the magic circle, I could tell it was intermediate mage techniques. I quickly disturbed the mana around Miss Rain. Mana won't flow properly. G-ghosts can do this too, but I won't lose. Despite her surprise, she stubbornly tried to flow mana into the magic circle, as expected of a mage from an S-rank party. But this isn't the time to admire. Sorry, Miss Rain. This isn't a ghost, it's my magic, so please don't unleash attack magic here. Saying that, I quickly canceled the magic and stacked the books on the table. Orun-kun's magic. Realizing it wasn't a ghost, Miss Rain erased the magic circle. I was seriously relieved. Yeah, I was just making the books float to put them away. Oh, I see. Please don't scare me like that. I almost lightly attacked you. Lightly. The power was toned down, but still, I moved away from the relieved Miss Rain as Luker approached me. Orun-kun, sorry. I didn't expect Miss Rain to react so seriously. In the end, I'm glad nothing happened. I firmly swore to myself not to tease Miss Rain about this anymore. After putting all the books back in their original places, I returned to the war room. Hey, Orun-kun, do you have a moment? Luker spoke to me hesitantly. It's rare for her to approach me like this. Is it something she finds hard to talk about? What's up? WL, you know, I was wondering if you could teach me the magic you used earlier to levitate those books. She asked to learn the magic with a very apologetic tone. Those who develop original magic usually don't reveal it. If the technique is understood, anyone could use it. If others easily use a magic you've painstakingly created, it's only natural you wouldn't find that amusing. That's why when original magic is made public, it's usually sealed inside magical tools and sold as magic tools with the same effect. By turning it into a magical tool, the technique can be made more complex. In other words, by mixing in a ton of dummy sequences, the true technique becomes unrecognizable. Truly skilled magicians might understand it, but such people are very rare. Even I, who have studied magic deeply enough to develop original magic, cannot analyze the technique of magical tools. As far as I know, there's only one person who can do that. These reasons probably explain why Luker was hesitant. That said, I had originally planned to make this public. Sure, no problem. Oh, really? You don't mind? Yeah, this magic was created by accident while developing other spells. Besides, it's more useful for daily life than dungeon exploration, so I was planning to release it eventually. I just hadn't gotten around to it because I've been busy. Hey, then can I learn it too? Miss Rain seems interested in this magic as well. Of course, no problem. I wrote the technique on paper and handed it to the two of them. They cast the magic while looking at the paper. Chairs, files, and chalk around us floated in the air. To pull it off in one try, impressive. That technique was quite complicated. Whoa, amazing, this is so convenient. Morning, things are floating. Did you develop a new magic? As Luker got excited, Will entered the room. He immediately saw the floating objects and instantly recognized it as new magic. "Good morning, Will. How did you know it was magic? Didn't you think maybe it was a ghost's doing?" Miss Rain asked Will. "Huh, ghost. Not here, maybe in the dungeon, but not here. Hey, Rain, did you really think a ghost did this? Haha, that's why they call you a kid." Will teased Miss Rain with a laugh. Suddenly, a chilling, murderous aura emanated from Miss Rain. She smiled and said, "Will, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again?" Cold sweat poured down Will's face. No, it's nothing, don't mind me." "Really?" "Ah, yeah. I didn't say anything serious." Will looked relieved that the interrogation was over. "If you say that again, I'll make you cry." A cold voice came from Miss Rain. "Yes, sorry." Will trembled, apologizing. "Miss Rain's scary?" Luker, sitting next to me, whispered so softly only I could hear. I strongly agreed. At 9 o'clock, Miss Selma entered the room. "Good morning." "Good morning, Selma. Right on time as always." Miss Rain's earlier intimidating aura had completely vanished, replaced by her usual big sister demeanor. "Sorry, I stopped by the Exploration Management Department. Now about today's plan. The department requested us to gather wool from the noxious sheep because it's running low. So today, we'll be on the 86th floor, confirming our cooperation while hunting noxious sheep. Noxious sheep are large demonic beasts resembling 2-meter-long sheep. Their wool is extremely tough and highly elastic, offering excellent defense. Additionally, they breathe out a reddish-black breath that paralyzes anyone who inhales it. They're quite troublesome demonic beasts. Though a tough opponent, the wool that protects them is used to make clothing with high defense. Therefore, noxious sheep wool is in high demand. Any questions so far? Can I ask one?" I raised my hand for permission to speak. "Go ahead. The 86th floor is a place where frontliners usually don't get much chance to shine. Should I participate as a backliner?" "No, Orun, you'll join as a frontline attacker. Basically, continue playing that role. If you think another role suits better, you can switch, but the default is frontline attacker." So basically frontline attacker, but with some freedom. That's a relief. "Also, the reason for going to the 86th floor is as explained, but there's also the possibility that the coordination between you and us might not mesh well. However, since the backliners know each other's habits perfectly, we can cover for each other if that happens." "I see. Even if I don't perform well, the backliners can still manage on this floor, increasing our chances." "Understood. Any other questions?" "No, then let's move on to confirming basic cooperation." The content was as expected. First, support magic. I won't receive buffs from Miss Selma and can freely apply buffs myself. Well, with my ability for stacking buffs, it's more efficient to apply them myself. Miss Selma will focus on buffing other members. Having one less person managing buffs will significantly reduce Miss Selma's burden. Next, attacks. The main damage dealers will be me and Miss Rain. Luker will always keep some healing magic in reserve and join the attack when healing is not necessary. We will focus on hate control. Damage is secondary for him. Miss Selma will keep various buffs and give orders. We also went over several minor details. That's about it. Any other topics? No, then let's head to the Great Labyrinth. Yeah, all three responded to Miss Selma's call. We had done this many times in training explorations. Maybe this is the Silver Rabbits of the Night Skies tradition. I want to join next time. Everyone stood up to head to the Great Labyrinth, leaving the war room. As we approached the Great Labyrinth, the number of explorers increased, and many eyes turned toward me. "You're famous, huh?" Luker teased. Being the focus of so many eyes isn't a pleasant feeling. I heard various voices. "Is that the Dragon Slayer? I heard the Dragon Slayer is currently free. But that coat is from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, right? So he joined the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky? Maybe the frontline return of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky is near. The hero party can't afford to relax any longer." Ignoring the chatter, I focused. I converted from Swordsman to Enchanter on the 62nd floor in the lower levels. Since then, I've explored the Great Labyrinth as an Enchanter. Though I know the movements and traits of demonic beasts, this is my first time on the late lower floors as a swordsman. I'm nervous but also excited. This is the position I've always wanted for dungeon exploration. I will do my best not to betray the expectations of this clan that welcomed me. For now, my goal is the conquest of the 93rd layer, to match the hero party. We reached the crystal at the entrance of the Great Labyrinth. We held our guild cards to the crystal and moved to the 86th floor. We moved to the 86th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. It was an immense space that hardly felt like it was underground. A vast grassland stretched out, and above it seemed to be an open sky, an expansive and liberating place. Up to the middle layers of the Great Labyrinth, the environment resembled caves, but from the lower layers onward, various environments like this one spread out. Floors 86 through 88 were open grassland spaces with great visibility. Explorers coming here for the first time would be pleased by the comfortable environment, but of course, this place was no less harsh. Everyone was doing their final equipment checks in a safe zone. When I looked at Will, I noticed he wasn't wearing any armor or shield. I wasn't surprised since I had heard about it in the briefing, but I still felt a slight unease. There's a fixed notion that a defender should be equipped with armor and a shield. Will, aren't you going to wear armor or carry a shield? I asked during the war room when everyone was explaining their fighting styles. I'm not your typical defender. That's why they almost converted me into a frontline attacker. When I think of a defender who doesn't wear armor or carry a shield, the only one who comes to mind is that S-rank girl. Could it be that you're aiming to be an evasion type in the end? No, there's no way I could dodge everything like her. Well, I'll make sure to draw aggro properly and create a good fighting environment for Orun. Leave it to me, Will boasted confidently. The other members didn't seem to have any objections, so it was probably fine. I only knew Will's abilities as an attacker. Even as an attacker, he had the skill to be the ace with an A rank, but I wondered how good he was as a defender. From what I'd heard, I thought Will's style required a considerable amount of skill. As we walked cautiously, suddenly a mass of mana flew in from the right. Judging it as an attack from a demonic beast, I prepared to activate the reflective barrier I had standing by. But leave this to me, Will shouted and charged toward the attack. In the next instant, a weapon appeared in his right hand. The weapon had blades on both ends of the hilt. It was called a double-edged sword. It was said to be an extremely difficult weapon to handle, and very few could master it. In the joint subjugation operation, he used 2 swords of different lengths dual-wielded. Apparently, defenders used the double-edged sword. Will skillfully swung the double-edged sword, and when the blade touched the mana mass, it vanished without a trace. Really an interesting idea. And the fact that Will can manage it so easily shows his excellent mana control and considerable courage. If he failed, it would hit him directly. Lucre, Miss Selma called out to Lucre. Already spotted it. Flash! Lucre activated Flash, and a red light burst in the sky about 200 meters away. Magic power up. Miss Selma cast a buff to enhance Miss Rain's magic power. Lucre, Selma, thanks. Now to celebrate Orun joining us, let's fire a big celebratory shot. Explode, a ball of flame formed where the red light burst and rapidly descended. When it hit the ground, a thunderous explosion enveloped the area. Starting off with a fire-type top-tier magic, I couldn't quite keep up with the flow this time. Well, it wasn't a moment where I needed to force myself in. From the sequence just now, it was clear these people were highly skilled. Miss Selma and Miss Rain constructed their techniques quickly, especially Miss Rain. Top-tier magic is powerful with a wide attack range, but it requires enormous mental processing. In other words, constructing the technique usually takes time, yet she constructed it in just a few seconds, even if the power was toned down. Ordinary people would take nearly twice as long as Miss Rain. I knew this, but as expected from explorers who have reached the deeper layers. And Lucre, surely her supernatural ability must be useful. Calling her ability plain was unimaginable. Finally, Will. I had heard the characteristics of that weapon beforehand, but seeing him erase the mana mass was still astonishing. Will's timing was as precise as my instantaneous ability surge impact when erasing mana. Moreover, my instantaneous ability surge impact was basically magic aligned with an attack. By contrast, Will used it against mana masses flying toward him. If his timing was off, it could have caused serious injuries. Yet he seemed to do it effortlessly, which must be backed by tremendous effort. That might be a pretty standard impression, but it was amazing. That sequence really left me speechless. Phew fun. This is the strength of us, the strongest party of the silver rabbits of the night sky? Lucre puffed out her chest with a smug look. Yeah, nothing much to add, I won't say where though. Lucre's comment eased the party's mood a bit, but well then, let's finish this. Miss Selma's voice refocused everyone's attention. Yes, we hadn't defeated it yet. The one who launched that attack was probably that guy. If that was the case, we must have dealt some damage, but it wouldn't have turned into magic stones yet. We cautiously headed toward the epicenter. From the 86th to the 88th floors, there were forests, but more than half was open grassland with good visibility. Furthermore, apart from our target this time, the noxious sheep, almost all demonic beasts here have ranged attacks. That means battles here are mainly fought at a distance. Because of this, it's said that frontline attackers can't be very effective in this grassland area. There are several ways to approach the enemy, but it's more efficient to fight mainly with magic. As I closed the distance by about half, I caught sight of the opponent. So, it's an earth dragon after all. Miss Selma, what's the plan? Having confirmed the enemy's identity, I asked Miss Selma about our next move in the battle. The earth dragon looks like a wingless dragon that walks on all fours. Its average length is about 4 meters, making it quite large, yet it moves swiftly. However, its scales are softer compared to other dragons. There's only one demonic beast. Orun, can you handle it? No problem. The Earth Dragon is indeed fast, but its reaction speed isn't that exceptional. Besides, it's already wounded from Miss Rain's attack. If we take control of the situation, we can easily deal with it. All right, then Orun and Will take it down. As a precaution, have Rain work on technique construction. If it's going to take a while, switch to assisting Rain's attacks. I'll time the activation. Vanguard up. After giving instructions, Miss Selma cast buffs on Will. Vanguard up is one of the 6 basic types of support magic, excluding magic power-up, where 5 types are activated simultaneously in parallel construction. I also activated a quadruple stacking agility up on myself. The moment we got buffed, the Earth Dragon, having somewhat recovered from its damage, noticed us and fired a mana projectile. I'll charge straight on. Orun, flank it. Saying so, Will extinguish the mana projectile with his dual-bladed sword and dashed toward the Earth Dragon. Since I was taking a longer route, naturally, Will reach the Earth Dragon first. The Earth Dragon charged at Will. All right, hold still. Instead of simply receiving the charge, Will parried with one blade of his dual swords and swung the other down, slamming the Earth Dragon's face into the ground. Skillful. I couldn't help but admire the move quietly. It was such a refined and magnificent action. As the distance between us and the Earth Dragon closed to a few meters, I prepared to attack. But I suddenly sensed a killing intent from behind. I kicked off the ground and moved upward, just as something passed right beneath me. Turning midair, I saw a turtle-shaped demonic beast hide turtle blending perfectly into the background. The hide turtle is about a meter long and inhabits the lower layers. As its name suggests, it can camouflage itself to blend into the environment. It specializes in ambush attacks. Its only saving grace is its low attack power. But even with low attack power, although it won't kill instantly, a badly placed hit can cause injuries severe enough to knock you out of the fight. When it appears alongside other demonic beasts, it becomes a huge problem. I didn't notice it, still great at hiding as always. I shot 3 rock arrows at the hide turtle in midair. All 3 hit, but they shattered against its hard shell without penetrating. That was fine. Seeing the rock arrows break suddenly, midair would alert the rear guards that the hide turtle was there. I left the hide turtle to the rear guards and created footing with mana convergence. Riding on it, I charged at the Earth Dragon at high speed. Thanks to Will drawing the Earth Dragon's aggro, it was completely unaware of me in its blind spot. Strength up, technical skill up, sharpness up. Buffing myself, I gripped my sword with both hands. With the Earth Dragon's scales already melting from Miss Rain's super explosion explode, I executed a downward diagonal slash. Right before the blade hit, I activated instantaneous ability surge impact and cleaved the Earth Dragon in 2. Cut in half in one stroke, Will muttered, sounding both surprised and a bit incredulous. The Earth Dragon vanished in a cloud of black mist, leaving only a magic stone behind. After confirming that, I quickly turned and spotted the hide turtle. White smoke was rising around it. In the next moment, the hide turtle was frozen solid. Then, pierced by multiple fire javelins cast by Miss Rain, the hide turtle disappeared in black mist. Good job, Orun, cutting an Earth Dragon in 2, impressive. So that's the famous instantaneous ability surge impact. No joke, Will approached, praising me. I could focus on attacking thanks to you drawing its aggro. Besides, you were amazing too. The dual-bladed sword is notoriously difficult to wield, yet you've mastered it completely. A defender who parries attacks and counters simultaneously. You could call it a counter type. Compared to a typical defender who just blocks attacks, parrying reduces the impact on oneself. That was an idea I hadn't considered. Well, I trained pretty hard. You can't protect your comrades just by doing things normally. Even if you block attacks, if your stance breaks, it's useless. So I searched for a style where I could take hits and still stand firm, and this is what I came up with. Will spoke with a distant look. I'd heard rumors about what happened to the former ace, Mr. Albert. If the rumors were true, Will must have been pushing himself to the limit for the past year. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be standing here now. We chatted lightly, but then both Will and I stepped back simultaneously. As a result, the distance between us grew considerably. Immediately after, a mana projectile passed between us. That meant there was another Earth Dragon. From my viewpoint, about 50 meters to the left. This second Earth Dragon had been burrowed underground. Just as I cleaved the first Earth Dragon, it suddenly surfaced, staring at us. Demonic beasts usually target areas with many people. So we deliberately exposed ourselves to lure its attacks toward us rather than the 3 rear guards. Well, with Defender Will here, it might have attacked us regardless, but better safe than sorry. Orun, Will, thanks, Miss Selma's voice echoed in my mind. This is her supernatural ability, telepathy. I just received it during the earlier briefing, but the voice came through clearly even at a considerable distance. As I thought, an incredible supernatural ability. No problem. By the way, Orun, we're in perfect sync, huh? I didn't expect it to crawl out from underground. Glad you thought the same, Will. I was constructing technique to support you, but it was for nothing. Ha ha ha, too bad. Chatter later. Orun, can you jump? Just as I expected, Miss Selma asked. Of course, I'm a former hero party enchanter, you know. 80% of the technique construction is done. Impressive. Then we'll take the front or on the rear. We'll finish it with magic. You two hold it off for a few seconds. Got it. Understood. While Miss Selma built the technique, the other two rear guards cast offensive magic, dealing damage and keeping the earth dragon at bay. All right, done. We'll move. Any time? Will responded to Miss Selma's cue, wielding his dual-bladed sword and disappearing from my central vision. He reappeared right in front of the earth dragon, which was now at the edge of my sight. Confirming this, I channeled mana into the constructed technique. Space leap! The magic activated, the scenery shifted, and the earth dragon's back was right in front of me. Space leap is one of the support magics. Its effect is to move the target to any desired location. However, it won't activate if something already occupies the destination. So you can't teleport objects inside the opponent's body as an attack. Among support magics, no, among all magic, it's said to have the highest difficulty in technique construction. Support magic doesn't have ranks, but if it did, this would definitely be top tier. Even I, confident in my technique construction speed, take several seconds to build it because of its complexity. It's a powerful magic for surprise attacks, but requires extremely precise settings. Therefore, it's almost impossible to activate in battles where the situation changes every moment. Why is it that I can use this, but not advanced magic? Will and I flanked the Earth Dragon, cutting into it from both sides. We kept it pinned down. Right after activating Space Leap, there's no time to create other techniques. Also, since the goal this time was just to hold the Earth Dragon, I didn't use instantaneous ability Surge Impact. I'm activating offensive magic. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, Miss Selma's voice echoed in my mind. After deeply slashing the hind leg joint, we kept our distance. When the countdown hit 0, the ground around the Earth Dragon turned into a swamp. The Earth Dragon's legs got stuck in the swamp, and the rising mud enveloped its body, immobilizing it. Immediately after, a massive thunderbolt crashed down with a roar. It was the Thunder-type top-tier magic, Heavenly Thunder Hammer Emjolnir. Not the simplified super explosion explode from before, but Miss Rain's full-fledged top-tier magic. The swamp evaporated instantly, and the surrounding area turned into glass. Still, despite being badly wounded, the Earth Dragon hadn't fallen. Then, Luker's follow-up attack, Ice Javelin, pierced its body, turning it into black mist. There are no more demonic beasts. Good work. We'll check the surroundings to confirm no demonic beasts remained and approached me with his hand raised. Yeah, you too, Will. Good job. I clapped his hand and gave words of thanks. For our first battle as a party, I thought we performed quite well. Since then, there had been numerous battles, but because the enemies were mostly long-range demonic beasts, Rain and Luker were playing active roles. As expected, this floor is the domain of rear attackers. If we head to the 87th floor, there are many demonic beasts gathered in groups, so the front line has its moments to shine, but on the 86th floor, most of the demonic beasts are solitary. How do you think? We're doing pretty well too, right? After the battle ended, Miss Selma spoke to me. Pretty well. That's an understatement. Honestly, I truly believe you're worthy of being the first squad of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. I spoke my honest thoughts. This party is by no means inferior to the hero party. Miss Selma, Will, and Rain are already above those in the same positions in the hero party, in my opinion. As for Luker and me, the comparison isn't in our favor. In my case, I'm compared to Oliver, who's a genius. I don't know how strong Philly, the newcomer, is, but her support magic definitely has a higher buff value than mine. So, although I've lost the explosive power of the instantaneous ability Surge Impact, overall ability should be improved. If we both went all out, I'd definitely win, but my buffs have a time limit. From a relative standpoint as explorers, it's hard to say who's superior. And Luker's counterpart is Luna. From what I know, Luna is the strongest rear-roll explorer. She's not good at support magic, but her offensive and healing magic are both at a very high level, placing her among the top mage's attackers and healers. Moreover, she possesses a supernatural ability. Her supernatural ability synergizes amazingly with magic. She's still being overwhelmed by it, but once she fully masters it, she could even surpass Miss Selma as an enchanter. She's an extremely reliable presence in the party. I see. Orun, do you think we can clear the 92nd floor? At Selma's question, I noticed the others were listening attentively. I think we can. Is that because Orun is here? No. Whether I'm here or not, I believe we can defeat the Black Dragon. That wasn't a lie. Everyone's skill level is high enough to make me believe that. In fact, I wonder why we lost before with this very team. Since Mr. Albert died, everyone must have been training desperately. Orun-kun, thank you. We thought we had been working hard this past year, but we weren't sure if it was paying off. Hearing that from you, who has climbed to the top, gives me confidence. Rain thanked me with tears welling up in her eyes, but smiling. It's easy to imagine how tough this past year has been for them. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky Clan have set clearing the Great Labyrinth as one of their goals. But they haven't found suitable successors, so they haven't been able to explore the deep layers properly for the past year. On top of that, as the top explorers of the clan, they were expected to set an example for others. Even while continuing their efforts, they didn't know if it would lead to results. Pressure from sponsors. It must have been an enormous source of stress. Still, in my eyes, they are no less skilled than the hero party members. I sincerely want to help them and hope their hard work will be rewarded. What I can do is give my all to clearing the Great Labyrinth. I reaffirmed this. About 2 hours had passed since we started exploring the 86th floor. Finally, we found a noxious sheep. This individual is slightly smaller than average. Our objective this time was the wool of the noxious sheep. To get that, we had to secure the wool before defeating it. When a demonic beast is defeated, it disappears, leaving behind magic stones. Sometimes parts of the beast remain at low probability, but if you want specific materials, you don't leave it up to luck. There is a reliable way to obtain parts from a demonic beast. That is to separate the parts from the living beast. By doing so, those parts will remain in place even after the demonic beast disappears. Orun, how much do you think you can get from that one? Selma asked how much wool I could shear. If no one interferes, I think I can get at least 2/3. That's plenty. Then the rear team will hold it off and keep watch nearby. We'll follow Orun to make movement easier. Once the shearing is done, I want to test Orun's instantaneous ability Surge Impact. Can it be synchronized with Rain's magic? If I know the type, activation location, and timing. Got it. I'll send that information telepathically. All right, let's go. At Selma's command, we'll dash towards the noxious sheep. Selma cast buffs on him. I didn't use the longsword I had been wielding earlier. Instead, I summoned 2 short swords about half that length, one in each hand. I cast buffs on myself, technical up, agility up, and double stacking. On both short swords, I cast sharpness up. Then I closed in on the noxious sheep. Rain restrained its feet with rock bind, and Lucre slowed it down with thunder shock. The noxious sheep breathed a red-black paralyzing breath at Will, who was in front, but Selma generated wind around him to nullify it. Rah! Will skillfully wielded his twin-bladed sword and hammered the noxious sheep's face. I maneuvered to the side and carefully sheared its wool without cutting too deeply. The sheared wool was instantly stored. By the way, the storage magical tool I used is not the personal bracelet I own, but a ring-shaped storage magical tool issued to us. In the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, magic stones and materials obtained during labyrinth explorations must be stored in the issued magical tools. We receive it before going out and return it to the Exploration Support Department afterward. This way, the money earned from materials obtained is later added to the party funds. If one wanted, they could steal during exploration, but the penalties if caught are severe, so no one does it. Out of habit from my hero party days, I have to be careful not to put items into my personal storage magical tool. In about 5 minutes, I was able to shear a good amount except from the belly area. Selma must have deemed it sufficient. After she explained the magic rain would cast telepathically, a countdown began. I kept my distance from the noxious sheep and began assembling the technique. At 0, the ground beneath the noxious sheep rose, attempting to impale it. But the wool blocked it, so it didn't penetrate deeply. That was Lucre's magic, not an attack, but to fix its position. Then spears of lightning rained down from above. Instantaneous ability Surge Impact. Just before the lightning spears struck the noxious sheep, I activated the instantaneous ability Surge Impact. Lightning crackled around and the noxious sheep turned into black mist. Luckily, some magic stones and leftover wool remained. Orun-kun, that magic is amazing. Even though the wool was gone, you defeated it with just one advanced magic spell. Rain ran over in high spirits. She looked so happy she seemed ready to jump up and down. She's really a person of striking contrasts. Afterward, we fought repeatedly and gathered a fair amount of magic stones, then returned to the surface. We defeated about 4 noxious sheep in total. We also collected quite a lot of wool. Phew, the surface sure feels calming, Lucre said in a dazed voice. Spending long hours in the lower and deep layers of the Great Labyrinth really drains one's spirit. I understood why she let out such a dazed voice after returning. If I remember correctly, you explore the Great Labyrinth every other day, so tomorrow's a free day? I confirmed tomorrow's schedule with Selma. Yeah, that's right. I'll be at the Exploration Management Department tomorrow morning. Want to come along? You should hear from Estella about that matter early on. That matter must be about the training. Most likely, I'll be involved in their training, so I want to know the details early. Still, the clan executives seem really busy. Since I'm now one of the executives too, I want to cooperate to ease Selma's burden. Well, compared to when I was in the hero party, forcing my exhausted body to do administrative tasks after exploration, this is much easier. Those days were tough. Derek and Ainley never helped at all. In that case, I might join you. Do the other three have plans for tomorrow? Yes. Luker and I will help with magic and magical tool development and experiments in the magic development room, and we will do the same in the equipment development room. I see. If we can reflect opinions from top explorers in each field in real time, the development speed should accelerate. Those with positions within the clan cannot act solely for themselves. When I was in the hero party, I also did administrative work, but it was all for us. But what Selma and the others are doing, naturally, isn't just for themselves. They focus on developing versatile things usable by everyone. That's a big difference between a party and a clan. Ah, hey, let's have Orunkun's welcome party that we couldn't do yesterday. Oh, sounds good. Let's do the welcome party, right, boss? Yeah, no problem. Rain and Orun, is that okay with you? Of course, I'm on board. I'm good too. Thanks, everyone. Since everyone was throwing me a welcome party, we moved to a private room in a restaurant run by the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. The five of us had a lively time, enjoying food and drinks. Laughter never ceased throughout the welcome party. Of course, since Rain is a heavy laugher, she kept everyone smiling. Her tone and gestures matched her appearance now. I felt I finally understood Will's joking words from the morning. Still, all the members are good people. I'm genuinely happy to continue exploring the labyrinth with them. The next morning, I headed to the dining hall to have breakfast. We only eat portable meals on days when we go dungeon exploring. On days we don't go to the dungeon, we have regular meals. Portable meals aren't bad, but regular food is definitely much more delicious. When I arrived at the dining hall, all eyes were on me again, just like 2 days ago. No one seemed like they were going to come talk to me from a distance. Well, that's understandable. I suddenly joined the clan, and the very next day I was made an executive. No one really knows how to interact with someone like that. I hope I can fit in quickly. Ah, Orun-kun. Just as I started eating after receiving my food, someone called my name. I turned toward the voice and saw Luker approaching with a girl wearing glasses. Good morning. Mind if I eat with you? Good morning, Luker. Of course, go ahead. When I agreed, Luker sat directly across from me, and the girl with glasses sat diagonally opposite. Nice to meet you. I'm Nina. I belong to the Magical Development Department of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. The girl with glasses introduced herself. She had sky-blue short hair and indigo eyes. Thank you for the formal introduction. I'm Orun. Since the other day, I've been part of the first squad in the Exploration Division. You two are so stiff. We're all the same age, so let's get along. Since she said everyone, I figured she must also be 18. You're way too relaxed. Haha, well then, can I just call you Nina without any honorifics? Yeah, that's fine. In that case, I'll call you Orun too. Great, it's nice that we're getting along. Oh. Nina, look. Luker used the light magic I taught her yesterday to levitate a spoon and fork. What is that? Tusk, cool, right? Orun-kun taught me yesterday. Is this your original magic, Orun? Nina asked hesitantly. Since she's in the Magical Development Department, she's naturally interested in magic and magical tools. Yeah, if you want, I can teach you. Really? That's great. Nina leaned in eagerly as she asked. She's pretty close. Originally, I planned to make this magic public. I think this magic shows its true value in everyday life more than in dungeon exploration. Sure, I can teach you. But I have just one request. What kind of request? Nina grew cautious after I set a condition for teaching. I want this magic to be publicly released under the name Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. The method doesn't matter. As long as it spreads publicly, it's okay if the clan profits from it in the process. For example, selling it as a magical tool initially and later publishing the technique. But it's your original magic, right? Is it really okay to release it so easily? Nina's concern was understandable. Developing magic is no small feat. There are already many magics in existence, so creating something distinct and useful is very difficult. This magic was a byproduct when developing other magics, so it didn't take much effort to create. Also, it seems to have demand, so others might already be working on it. The sooner it's made public, the better. Plus, if this magic brings in significant revenue, my standing within the clan will improve. I was promoted to executive without any achievement since joining. I want to build visible accomplishments quickly. That's a practical thought I have, though I won't say it out loud. Okay, I promise. Hey, by the way, the first squad basically goes to the Great Labyrinth every other day, right? So, on the days you don't go to the Great Labyrinth, why not come to the Magical Development Department? I appreciate the offer, but I already have things scheduled for those days. Executives have work too, sorry, but if I get the chance I'll try to drop by. That's too bad, your schedule's already full. By the way, can I ask what kind of work that is? I'm the instructor for the rookie parties. Rookie training. Isn't that under the Exploration Management Department's jurisdiction? Apparently there are some talented kids. The Exploration Management wants to promote them to the Exploration Division quickly. So I, who have a relatively flexible schedule, was chosen. Talented kids? Oh, you mean that arrogant young master? So that's the impression he has within the clan, too. If that's the case, Luker will do the training, and Orun, you won't come to the Magical Development Department. Huh, me? What for? Luker, who was happily eating, was suddenly called by her name and looked surprised. Luker's surprisingly good at teaching. Let's switch. That's mean. We've been working together all this time, trading me for someone else as soon as a better person comes along. I was just convenient to Nina. Hey, don't say weird stuff. The two started a comedic back and forth. They're really close. After breakfast, I parted ways with them and went outside to buy a newspaper before returning to my room. 2 out of 3 newspapers had prominently reported the hero party's recent blunder. There are 3 major newspaper publishers. One of them effectively has exclusive information about the hero party. Because of that, the other 2 publishers' coverage of the hero party's movements and achievements only comes second, causing a decline in their subscribers. Maybe out of resentment, both of these publishers put the recent blunder on their front pages. From what I know about the incident, the articles weren't lies, but they were heavily exaggerated. This is likely to cause a stir. Magical tools for daily life, such as ones that emit bright light at night or produce water, have become indispensable. These magical tools require magic stones to operate. And to get magic stones, demonic beasts must be defeated. Though demonic beasts sometimes appear on the surface, they mostly only show up in dungeons. Therefore, explorers who bring back magic stones from dungeon exploration are basically supporting the foundation of civilian life. That's why the public closely watches explorers, and the hero party, considered the best among them, enjoys high popularity. The recent incident happened because I was there and was lucky enough to defeat the enemy, but that's not the main problem. The real issue was that a floor boss from the deeper layers was brought to the middle layers. And worse, many explorers' lives might have been lost because of it. But honestly, writing such a fact in the articles would only stir up public anxiety. That should have been obvious, so why did they write these articles? And in 2 publishers simultaneously? What's even more puzzling is that these articles are circulating. In other words, Marquis Forgus, the hero party's major sponsor, hasn't pressured them to retract these articles. Even if these 2 publishers wanted to write about the hero party's blunder, if Marquis Forgus, a high-ranking noble, had pressured them, they'd have had to pull the articles. This is unlike Marquis Forgus, who cares about appearances. What's his intention here? As I was lost in thought about the future impact of this article, a knock sounded at the door, pulling me back to reality. Already that time? I checked the time. It was past 8:30. When I opened the door just as I expected, Miss Selma was standing there. Good morning, Orun. Are you ready? Good morning, Miss Selma. Yeah, I'm fine. I can go anytime. I see. Then let's get going right away. Got it. Just a moment. I put the newspaper I was holding into my storage magical tool, put on the clan's long coat, and left the room. Do you subscribe to a newspaper? On the way to the Exploration Management Department, Miss Selma asked. Well, yeah, information is important after all. I agree. So do you mainly read newspapers from Adriano? Adriano is the name of the newspaper publisher that practically monopolizes information about the hero party. No, I actually skimmed through all 3 companies. Besides, Adriano mainly covers the hero party. When I was in the hero party, I was interviewed by them, so even I, as an insider, didn't gain much from reading their articles. Even when I was in the hero party, I glanced through the papers but didn't pay much attention. That's true, you were the one being interviewed. Hey, how accurate are Adriano's articles? I can't really say. I see, just thought I'd ask on a whim, don't worry about it. By the way, do you buy newspapers outside? Our place can arrange for designated publishers' newspapers to be delivered to the rooms of those who want them every morning. Really? That would be great. We have shared back issues, but some prefer to make their own scrapbooks. The fee will be deducted from your monthly salary. Should I arrange it? Could you? I want newspapers from Adriano, Blanca, and Cartelli. Understood. Then I'll have them put newspapers into the mailbox installed next to your room door. It might take a few days to arrange, so please keep buying them yourself until then. No problem at all, thanks. We arrived at the Exploration Management Department section. It was filled with various documents, not exactly well organized. Well, considering the massive amount of information gathered daily, the mess was somewhat unavoidable. I glanced at some documents lying around. They weren't anything important. Perhaps the crucial papers were properly stored. I followed Miss Selma as she briskly walked inside. On the way, we greeted members we passed by. Finally, we reached Miss Estella. Estella, good morning. Ah, Selma Sichai, good morning. Newcomer-kun, good morning too. Good morning. It's messy as always. It's because you're so careless, you know, Miss Selma scolded her. Always implies that even after regular cleaning, the place still gets this cluttered. Ouch, Miss Estella's reaction was subtle. I wasn't sure if it actually registered. Seriously? Miss Selma sighed in exasperation. It seemed like their usual exchange. Naya haha. Anyway, Newcomer-kun, thanks for coming right away. Abruptly, but can I ask you to start training from today? That's fine, but do you have any training policies? No, Newcomer-kun, well, since you're appointed as the trainer, Oraki it is. Sure, I don't mind, but you say there's no training policy. Leave everything to Oraki, train them to be fully fledged explorers. If they can clear the mid-layers with just party members in 6 months, no complaints. Just dye them all in your Oraki color. The bar's too high. Well, if it's the usual members, maybe I can manage. I calculated in my head, but then Miss Estella's mood turned serious. Joking aside, I know that during your hero party days, you handled not only exploring but also party management. Please teach them that too. I want these kids to become the next generation's core. I realize I'm making an unreasonable request, but I'm counting on you, Dawn's multi-talented person. Well, I'll do what I can. First, I have to break the ice, but can I do it well? Still, this seems to be what they want, so hopefully it will be fine. When I entered the room Miss Estella had told me to go to, it was a space that looked like a slightly smaller version of the war room where we had gathered yesterday. As expected, the 3 members of the 10th squad were sitting on chairs. It seemed they had been chatting until I walked in, but the moment I entered, they stopped talking and all looked at me with tense expressions. Logan, who had previously looked down on me, didn't seem the same as before, perhaps because he had seen me defeat the Black Dragon with his own eyes. Rather, I sensed a feeling of awe from him. It's been 4 days. Have you been well? I'm sure you've heard, but starting today, I will be your instructor. I look forward to working with you. I greeted them in as bright a voice as I could manage. After I finished, the 3 stood up. I apologize for my rude attitude the other day. We're sorry too. Logan bowed his head in apology for his previous demeanor, followed by Sophia and Caroline. Well, Sophia didn't really have to do that. She's such a serious girl. It must be unpleasant to deal with us like this, but please, we ask for your guidance. We're counting on you. Logan pleaded for my instruction. I felt a bit deflated. Whether they looked down on me or were afraid, I thought we'd be starting from a negative point. Well, actually, this is easier for me. Now, how should I respond? It doesn't bother me. The skill gap between you and me is like adults and children. I only thought of your barking as that of puppies. I deliberately said it with a bit of malice. Yes. There really is that much of a difference? Logan's face grew sharp, as if my words stabbed deep into his heart. During the guided explorations, our relationship was only temporary. So while I gave warnings, I let you have some freedom. But from now on, it will be different. As comrades in the same clan and as someone in a position to teach you, I will face you seriously. I may say harsh things or even push you away at times. Still, I will always be on your side, so I want you to come at me with all your strength. This was a pledge. Putting it into words made me feel even more determined. My master is my grandfather. Like him, I want to watch over warmly, be strict when necessary, and give advice when they struggle, and always remain their ally. I want to become that ideal master. After confirming the 3 nodded, I continued. From now on, I will teach you the knowledge and skills I have gained, but before that, there are a couple of things I want you to keep in mind. Actually, 2 things. First, always keep thinking. There are many solutions to any problem. Don't get stuck on just one way. Casual conversations or scenes may unexpectedly lead to solutions. Second, don't assume that what I say is always right. They all understood the first point, but the second confused them, and question marks floated over their heads. I'm by no means omniscient. Don't think everything I say is absolutely correct. I've made many mistakes and failures myself. Don't swallow my words whole, chew on them and turn them into your own knowledge and experience. Feel free to ask any questions if you have doubts. Understood? Yes, a clear reply came from all 3. Then the first thing I'll do is a lecture. Logan reacted strongly to the word lecture. It may sting your ears, but listen. You 3 are full of talent. You have the potential to become explorers representing this clan in the future. But your attitude the other day was unacceptable. Not only toward your comrades, But if you behave like that toward outsiders, it will harm the reputation of the silver rabbits of the night sky itself. Each of you must be aware that you carry the clan's banner. That attitude was definitely rude. If you keep acting like that, you'll end up isolated. Being alone is lonely and painful. There's no need to behave in a way that causes isolation when it can be avoided. Even if you become an S-rank party, if you continue such behavior, there will be no one left to help you. Also, I think people who look down on others tend to have narrow perspectives. Don't you agree that those who respect others and can accept different opinions honestly naturally attract people and succeed? Who would want to follow someone who looks down on others and acts arrogantly? No one can live alone. To join hands with others, it's important to take the initiative to reach out. Never forget your original intention. Why did you become explorers? Was it to flaunt your power and bask in it? I hope the answer is no. Please think again whether your past attitudes and actions are suitable to achieve the goals you've set. I conveyed everything I wanted to say. Unlike before, my words seemed to resonate somewhat. They looked down with dejected expressions. I softened my expression and said gently, "I'm relieved to see my words have hit home this time. That means there's still time. If you review your actions from now on, your evaluations will improve. After all, you're starting from negative territory. The only way is up, right?" "Ha ha, yes, that's true," Logan nodded with a bitter smile. "Since this is a good opportunity, can I ask why you became explorers? Tell me about your dreams and goals. Sophia, you first." "Why, yes, I want to be like my big sister, Selma Claudel. I don't want to just do what I'm told. I want to decide what I want to do by my own will. I haven't decided exactly what that is yet, but coming to this clan and meeting many people made me realize how narrow my world was. That's why I became an explorer, to find my dreams and goals." I had one question about Sophia. She is Selma's younger sister. That means she's a daughter of the Claudel family, a noble house. So why didn't she attend the Noble Academy? The Noble Academy educates noble children from ages 10 to 15. Selma graduated from the Noble Academy before becoming an explorer. All the noble explorers, besides Selma, also graduated from the Noble Academy first. The reason nobles become explorers seems to be that reaching higher floors in the Great Labyrinth is a status symbol even in noble society. I don't know the details, though. The Claudel family seems to have some complicated circumstances. That sounds good. As explorers belonging to a clan, you should have many opportunities to learn. I'll cooperate too, so let's look for Sophia's dream together. "Why, yes, please, I'm counting on you." Sophia's face turned bright red. Maybe I was trying to sound too cool. "All right then, next is Logan. Why did you become an explorer?" "I became an explorer because I wanted to send money back to my hometown through my own efforts. My village is a barren land, struggling just to have food for the next day. I was born there, and whether it's fortune or misfortune, I have a talent for magic. The villagers told me I shouldn't waste my potential in the village, gathered what little money they had, and sent me to Tsudaleru. So I want to succeed as an explorer so that no one in the village goes hungry, and I can give everyone a full stomach." Logan clearly has a conviction. He must have worked desperately when he joined the silver rabbits of the night sky. Watching him fight during the training exploration shows he truly put in the effort. Logan's talent is outstanding. It's no wonder everyone has high expectations of him. But as a result, things took a turn for the worse. However, despite that, I lost myself. I was called a genius by those around me, and I completely got carried away. I got cocky. Embarrassingly, I thought my skills could hold up even in an S-rank party, but it was completely different. When the black dragon glared at me, I felt nothing but fear inside. Even though I thought I had S-rank abilities, my mind went blank, my legs trembled, and I couldn't do anything. And yet Mr. Orun challenged that opponent alone and defeated it. Watching Mr. Orun fight made me realize I hadn't seen anything at all. I said many rude things about being underpowered or saying I was replaceable. I'm truly sorry. With tears welling up in his eyes, Logan poured out his confession. "I think he's okay now. I will never lose myself again. Everyone in the village has struggled to bring me this far. I want to make their lives easier. That is my purpose. I have a weak heart and lack strength. To achieve my goal, I need to become much stronger. So please, teach me the basics of being an explorer, please." Logan bowed deeply and begged. His plea felt even more urgent than before. Putting it into words must have made his purpose even clearer. Still, there's something similar about him. Right now, Logan's eyes have the look I like. "All right, I'll teach you what I know. Turning that into power depends on your effort. And if you lose yourself again, I'll punch you to wake you up, so don't worry." "Ahaha, that's reassuring. Thank you very much." Last is Caroline. "Why did you become an explorer?" I don't have reasons like those two. I can kill demonic beasts. If I kill demonic beasts, the people around me smile, so I became an explorer. That's all there is to it." I can somehow sense she carries a deep darkness inside. Before, I avoided touching on it as an outsider, but that won't do anymore. Eventually, she'll have to face that darkness. I think that's a respectable reason. Magic stones are indispensable to our current lives. Do you like seeing people smile, Caroline? Yeah, I love it because people who are smiling don't hit me. When demonic beasts exist, people lose their smiles, so I kill demonic beasts. That darkness seems quite deep-rooted. I see. Then let's cooperate with Sophia and Logan. That way I think you all can keep smiling. That black dragon was really strong. To beat something like that, I'd have to be as strong as you, big brother, but I'm not there yet. If I train like you guys, will I be able to kill that black dragon? I want to kill that harmful beast that stole everyone's smiles. I can't guarantee it, but if we all work together, our chances of winning should increase. I see. Yeah, I'll think about that. Caroline's current goal seems to be to defeat the black dragon. For now, it looks like she'll join the team efforts from now on. She doesn't seem attached to fighting the black dragon alone. I understand everyone's reasons for becoming explorers. I want you to never forget those initial intentions. Your origin can unexpectedly become your support. For me, the final decisive factor in fighting the black dragon was the vow I made when I became an explorer. Mr. Orun, do you have any dreams or goals? Of course. I decided to become an explorer with the resolve to become strong enough to protect what's important no matter how unreasonable the situation, so I don't lose anything. As long as I remain weak, I can't protect anything. So I intend to become much stronger. Yes, I still need to get stronger. My current strength isn't enough to clear the Great Labyrinth. Stronger demonic beasts than the Black Dragon will appear in the future. I can't be satisfied just because I managed to defeat the Black Dragon. Caroline, do you have any problem with being called by a nickname? I asked Caroline. Not really, why? Caroline is a bit long, right? I think it's a lovely name, but explorers sometimes call people with long names by nicknames. Even in the first squad, they call Wilkes Will and Lucretia Luker as nicknames. I see, I'm not particular about my name, so it's totally fine. Just give me a nice nickname. She agreed in a light-hearted tone. Since it's Caroline, maybe Carol. That's a bit obvious. How about Carol? Oh, Carol, that's crisp and nice. Then from today on, my name is Carol. No, I meant just the nickname. Your name remains Caroline. She seemed to like it. That's good. Mr. Orun. If that's the case, please give me a nickname too. Logan's eyes sparkled like a puppy's as he looked up at me with innocent, pleading eyes. Logan's name isn't that long anyway. Please, I beg you. He persisted even when I said it wasn't necessary. Does he really want one that badly? Then how about Log? Log, the name Mr. Orun gave me. He murmured it with a deeply moved expression. No, I mean it's just a nickname. Your real name hasn't changed. Well, if it makes him that happy, I don't mind. Sophia was watching us enviously during this exchange. She must feel lonely being the only one left out. How about Sophie for Sophia? I said it suddenly, and Sophia looked a bit blank. I tried giving you a nickname, but it might be too simple. Did you not like it? And no, not at all. I'm really happy. Sophie, Sophia's expression was full of happiness. I'm glad she liked it. In that case, Mr. Orun, I want to use a different way to call you. Log made a suggestion. No, I'm fine as I am. It's a short name, so there's no need to shorten it. If I shorten my name, would it be or Run? Somehow I don't like that. No, I don't want to call you by a nickname. I want to call you Master, he proposed with earnest eyes. Looks like he's serious. Still, is this really the same Logan? His personality has changed so much. Logan, no, Log, that's unfair. I want to call you Master too. If you want to call me that, I don't mind. Sophie, will you call me that too? When I asked Sophie, no, I prefer to keep calling you Mr. Orun. She looked down, blushing deeply, and spoke in a barely audible voice. That's perfectly fine. And so, the nicknames for each member of the 10th squad were decided. Next up is the party name, right? It's not urgent, but we'll have to decide it eventually. Judging by how things are going, it looks like I'll be the one to decide, so I'll start thinking about it now. All right then, let's get started with the lecture. Since it's the first day, we'll begin with the basics. You might already know some of this, but it's important, so think of this as a review. Today, I'll be talking about the demonic beasts that explorers have to fight. In dungeon exploration, battles with demonic beasts are unavoidable. Knowing the characteristics of these demonic beasts greatly affects your survival rate, so this is information you absolutely need to know. First and foremost, demonic beasts have the instinct to attack humans. The exact reason isn't clear, but the most widely accepted theory is that humans inhale mana from the air, accumulating dense mana inside their bodies, and the demonic beasts are targeting this concentrated mana. Demonic beasts won't attack other types of demonic beasts. However, since demonic beasts breathe too, it's assumed they have dense mana within their bodies. Although this theory is the most accepted, There are many elements that contradict it, so no definitive conclusion has been reached. That's why demonic beasts tend to prioritize areas with many people. But that alone doesn't dictate their behavior. Demonic beasts don't attack other demonic beasts. However, they do attack magic stones. This behavior of attacking magic stones contradicts the earlier theory. As soon as something becomes a magic stone, demonic beasts try to absorb it into their bodies. Moreover, this behavior has a very high priority. Taking in 1 or 2 magic stones doesn't make much difference, but the more magic stones a demonic beast absorbs, the stronger it becomes proportionally. If there is a small group of people and one person with magic stones standing apart, the demonic beasts often attack the person carrying the magic stones. It's not absolute, though. They also attack humans who are actively fighting. Well, that's natural. It aligns with survival instincts. That's why attackers have to be careful not to accumulate too much aggro from demonic beasts. You can't just attack recklessly and expect to be in a good position. Defenders often equip magic stones on their gear, right? That's using this very instinct of demonic beasts to their advantage. By flashing the magic stones right in front of the beasts while attacking, they draw the beasts' aggro and keep the attacks focused on themselves. "Ah, I see," Sophie murmured, sounding like she had understood something. "What is it? And nothing?" "It's nothing." Sophie blushed and hesitated to answer. I thought I understood her personality well enough that normally that would be fine, but here that won't do. Even if you're wrong, try to say it. If you're wrong, you'll memorize incorrect knowledge. And if you're right, it's better for everyone else to share that knowledge, right? Why, yes, you're right. The other day when Mr. Orun was fighting the Black Dragon, before the real fight started, he wore a necklace with magic stones around his neck, right? I was wondering if that was also to draw the Black Dragon's aggro onto him. Correct, you observed that well in that situation. I gave Sophie sincere praise. When the Black Dragon appeared, the newcomers must have panicked. Yet Sophie noticed my casual action and remembered it. That's not something most people could do. Even when we were attacked by a group of orcs, she managed to handle that many opponents barely, so maybe her perception is broader than I thought. Sophie, that's amazing. To notice something like your master's actions, thank you very much. Sophie's face turned bright red with embarrassment. I want to keep giving her confidence little by little like this. Let's get back on track. The behavior principles of demonic beasts are as I explained earlier. Some explorers carry a lot of combat magical tools when going into dungeons, but that's not a good idea. Is that because using magical tools requires magic stones? Log asked. Exactly. Combat magical tools are convenient because they allow you to easily use offensive magic. But using magical tools requires magic stones. If you carry many magic stones, you become more likely to be targeted by demonic beasts. So even if you bring magical tools, it's better to be very selective. But then, wouldn't putting them in storage magical tools solve that? Putting them in storage magical tools reduces the chance of attracting demonic beasts compared to holding them in your hand, but it doesn't eliminate it. Let's say magic stones emit a scent detectable only by demonic beasts. Storage magical tools can suppress that scent to some extent, but some still leaks. So the more you carry, the easier it is to attract demonic beasts. I see. I didn't know that. Master really has a lot of knowledge. Log looked at me with admiration. It throws me off a bit. Unrelated, but it really makes me realize that first impressions are important. Well, I've just picked up a lot of knowledge here and there. Also, have you ever heard the story that the longer you stay in a dungeon, the more often demonic beasts appear? Oh, yeah. After the explorers get tired, the dungeon starts getting serious, right? Among explorers with little knowledge, there are quite a few who say that. I thought that way too when I first became an explorer. This is also for the reason I just mentioned. As you keep exploring, the number of magic stones in your storage magical tool increases. Demonic beasts are attracted to those. So as time passes, the frequency of encounters with demonic beasts increases. That's why when exploring a dungeon, it's better to decide when to leave based on the amount of magic stones you've acquired, not just time. Seriously, I wonder what kind of mind my grandfather had when he made this. I can't even decipher the sealed technique inscriptions at all. All right, then, let's head to the Great Labyrinth this afternoon. After teaching them about demonic beasts, I covered basic concepts like the different roles and the mindset of explorers, and by then it was exactly noon. Hey, is that okay? Yeah, I'm entrusted with the training policy. You guys would get bored sitting through lectures all day on your first day, right? You probably want to move around. Also, to decide future training plans, I want to see your actual abilities again. I planned to have the 3 of them eat lunch in the cafeteria, but instructed them to eat lightly. When asked if I was eating in the cafeteria, I told them I had my own homemade portable meals, so it was fine. The three of them got curious about these portable meals, and we ended up all eating them together. The portable meals I make prioritize function over taste. I've improved them to the point that they're not terrible, but they aren't exactly delicious. Naturally, the moment all three put the portable meals in their mouths, their expressions froze. "What is this? It's not tasty, mumble, mumble. It's delicious, master. To think you can even make something like this, you're amazing." Just as Carol was about to give her honest opinion, Log covered her mouth with his hand and tried to support her. "Phew, I'd die from this. Haha, I know the taste is a bit off, so don't push yourselves. Want to switch to cafeteria food now? And no, we can't just waste something you kindly made for us." Not only Log, but the other two also seemed intent on eating everything. They didn't have to push themselves here. After lunch, we arrived at the 11th floor of the Great Labyrinth. "All right, from now on, each of you will fight alone. I want to see how far you can go on your own. If anything happens, I'll definitely protect you, so fight with all your strength. Also, when you fight, wear this necklace around your neck." Since monsters tend to come toward groups rather than individuals, I had them wear the necklace I used in the Black Dragon battle. Sophie would fight first. The enemies were 5 slimes. "Sophie, good luck. I am going. Fire arrow." Slimes are considered representative weak demonic beasts. However, they have high physical resistance, and their weak point, the core, is small and hard to see, located at the center of their bodies. That makes them tough opponents for novice swordsmen, but Sophie is a mage. Even against 5 slimes, she should be able to defeat them without difficulty. She chose Fire Arrow, an intermediate mage technique of the fire element, which slimes are weak against. When the slimes approached, she calmly kept her distance. Maintaining a certain distance, she took them down one by one. If she could master parallel technique construction, her elimination speed would improve further, but for a beginner, her choice of magic and positioning were good. As expected, Sophie should learn parallel construction from now on. Next was Log's battle. The enemies were 4 goblins. Since Log is an enchanter, he ideally shouldn't participate much in attacks and should focus on buff management for allies. But with only 3 people in the party, he had no choice but to join the attack. I wish there was a newbie who could keep up with these 3. Log swiftly cast magic like Earth Thorn Rock Needle and Fire Arrow, turning the goblins into magic stones. Watching the battle again, I was certain. Log can do parallel construction. The Explorer Management Department is where new explorers are trained, so I doubt they teach advanced explorers parallel construction techniques here. So either he learned on his own or was taught by another explorer. Either way, to be able to do parallel construction at his age is impressive. Log's attitude might be rough, but his skills as an explorer are already solid. Now, what should I teach Log from here on? Lastly was Carol's battle. The enemies were 2 white wolves. White wolves are demonic beasts known for their swift movements and powerful bites. Carol stuck close to the enemies as usual, dodging attacks and countering by slashing with her daggers. Without a doubt, Carol is suited to be a frontline attacker. Since she became my disciple, I won't have her take the evasion-type defender role with the highest mortality rate. I don't want to put her at such risk. However, currently, Carol is the only one who can be frontline. Not having a defender in the party is critical. For now, she has to serve as the defender, but only up to the middle floors. Once we go deeper, she'll switch to frontline attacker. I have to find a defender who can keep up with these 3. Carol was toying with the white wolves, slashing one into pieces. Focused on one, she exposed her unprotected back to the other wolf sneaking up behind. "Watch out!" Sophie screamed in alarm. I channeled mana into the constructed technique and activated the reflective barrier. The white wolf that touched the gray, translucent wall was thrown backward from its original path. Activating triple stacking of agility up, I closed the distance to the white wolf in an instant. Then I cut the defenseless white wolf floating in the air right before me in 2. "Carol, you're fighting alone now, so you have to watch your surroundings, all right?" I warned Carol carefully, trying not to sound too harsh. "I knew it was coming from behind, so I wasn't unguarded," Carol replied as if it were obvious. "What does that mean?" I didn't understand. "Do you realize that could have caused a serious injury?" "I don't get hurt." Our conversation wasn't connecting. Then Carol slashed her own wrist with her dagger. Of course, blood poured from her wrist. "What?" I couldn't grasp it at first, but immediately began constructing a technique to cast healing. However, before I could activate it, the wound rapidly healed. "What is this?" I couldn't hide my confusion and whispered silently. "This is my supernatural ability. No matter how badly I'm hurt, I heal instantly. I have a body that doesn't die. I'm used to pain, so don't worry about me getting hurt." She said this with a big smile. How can I feel reassured? This girl is way too unbalanced. I might not have the luxury to say someday about this. Because of this supernatural ability, she could always charge into demonic beasts. Her twisted thinking and this ability. I have to correct this dangerous mindset immediately. Carol, look at the faces of your comrades. Carol's gaze landed on Sophie and Log. Both of them wore expressions that barely concealed their confusion. Sophie, in particular, looked so distressed she seemed on the verge of tears. The smiles you love have vanished from both of them. Do you know why? When I asked Carol, she shook her head. Because you're hurt. But the injury is, Carol started trembling. It's not a visible wound. When you get hurt, the two of them get hurt too. If that keeps happening, their smiles will disappear again and again. Is that okay with you? That's awful. No, what should I do? Carol was shaking uncontrollably. After all, not being able to receive smiles from others was the thing she feared most. It's simple. Getting used to pain means it still hurts, right? So you just have to avoid doing what makes you think this hurts. When you feel pain, Log, Sophie, and I feel it just as much. Since we're not used to the pain, when we feel it, we can't smile. I understand. I understand, so I won't do anything that makes me feel pain anymore. So please smile, please don't hit me, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face, still seeming scared. I forced a smile and gently patted Carol's head. Eek! Carol let out a small scream, mistaking my gesture for a hit. Still gently stroking her head, I said, "It's okay, I'm not angry. There's no one here who would hit you, so don't worry. Anyone who hits you, I'll knock them out. It's okay, it's okay." I kept reassuring Carol, hoping she would feel safe. Thanks to the continued pats, she calmed down quicker than I expected. I had wanted to watch their teamwork a few more times before ending, but given the current situation, I had to give up. All right, we managed to see the three fight individually as planned, so let's call it a day. I emphasized the purpose was to have them fight one by one, then called to the three before heading back to clan headquarters. On the way back, I wiped out any monsters with magic before they came into the trio's sight. I wasn't sure how the three, especially Carol, would react if they encountered a demonic beast now. Well, it's early, but there's no need to push ourselves on the first day. Let's end here for today. As for the schedule, basically, I'll be training you every other day. On the days without training, you can explore the Great Labyrinth together. However, when you explore, you must absolutely go as a trio, never challenge a floor boss, and not go beyond the 11th floor without my permission. Also, never do anything reckless. Please follow these 4 rules. Back in the original room, I briefly explained the future plans. Understood, Log responded on behalf of the group. Also, if you go to the Great Labyrinth on a day without training, make sure to rest the next free day. Pushing yourself won't help you grow. Spend your free time however you like. If you don't have anything to do, I recommend reading. Try the books in the Exploration Club's library. They're well organized, easy to read, and full of useful information. When I said, spend your free time however you like, Sophie's expression stiffened. I suggested reading, but does she not have any hobbies? With that said, we wrapped up for the day. On the surface, Carol looked the same as before going to the Great Labyrinth. I couldn't tell what was going on inside her heart, but hopefully there wouldn't be an immediate outburst. I moved to see Mrs. Stella. "Master, can I have a moment?" Right as I stepped out, Log called after me. "What's wrong?" Well, Log seemed hesitant to speak. I waited patiently until he finally opened his mouth. "Master, I want to hear your honest opinion on my current level of skill." Why ask that? I thought, but Log's eyes were completely serious. I didn't know his intentions, but if I trusted his earlier words, he wouldn't get cocky even if I gave an honest answer. If anything, if he did, I could keep him in check. It would also help me judge if Log truly was changing. "I think you can already handle being in a lower-tier rank party without problems." "I see. Hearing that from you gives me confidence. Thank you. In that case, could you teach me swordsmanship?" "Excuse me, why sword? Does he think he's already mastered being an enchanter? There are still rough edges to his skills." "Why do you want to learn swordsmanship?" Seeing Carol today, I realized it's no good to keep having her as the defender. She's the type to launch herself at demonic beasts, but in daily life she often puts others before herself. Probably because she wants to see them smile. If I can also fight up front, I think I can ease her burden a bit. Besides, I want to become an explorer like you, someone who can do everything. For that, swordsmanship is essential. He wasn't saying this out of arrogance, but out of consideration for the party members. Indeed, in a 3-person party, having 2 frontliners is better. If that's the case, it makes sense for Log, who already has outstanding skills as an enchanter, to take on something new. I understand your thoughts. What you're trying to do has the risk of destroying everything you've built up so far. Still, is your feeling unchanged? Yes, without taking risks like that, you can't move up. I'm prepared. I mentally calculated the party setup if Log moved to the front line. Even if Log switched, he'd still have to use support magic. But fighting up front while managing buffs and directing the party would be impossible. So Sophie would have to take on the leadership role. Is that too heavy a burden for Shyher? I get how you feel, but it's not for just you and me to decide. Next time I'll ask the other 2 for their opinions before making a decision. Understood. Even if you take on the frontline role, I won't teach you swordsmanship. Understand that? Why? Because I have no talent for swords? Log exclaimed in surprise. That reaction is understandable given the suddenness. No, I will teach you martial arts. But since you'll also be an enchanter, a weapon that lets you keep your distance from the enemy is better. So instead of swordsmanship, I'll teach you spear techniques. After finishing the conversation with Log, I headed over to Miss Estella. She seemed to be doing paperwork at the same desk where I had greeted her this morning. Looks like Miss Selma has already left. Miss Estella, sorry to bother you when you're busy. Do you have a moment now? Oh, it's Oruki. Is today's training over? Yes, since it's the first day, I wrapped things up early. Got it. Thanks again for taking on the job. So what do you need to talk to me about? Wait, could it be a date invitation? Oh man, you're putting me in a tough spot. Sorry. This is a serious matter. When I said that in a serious tone, Estella's mood shifted accordingly. Ah, sorry for teasing you, so what's the matter? It's about Caroline. Please tell me everything you know about her past. I see. I can't talk about it here, so can you come with me? She stood up and took me to a small conference room. All right, first, sorry about this. Before talking about her, I shouldn't have assigned you the training without any bias. I wanted you to meet her without preconceptions. Estella bowed apologetically. Bringing me here meant it was a matter that couldn't be discussed openly, but if she intended to tell me, I wish she had done so from the start. It's already done, so it's fine, but in the future I'd appreciate a heads up. Also, please tell me everything you know about Caroline, Logan, and Sophia. Okay, got it. Let's start with the lighter stories. It might be rude to categorize someone's past as light or heavy, but please bear with me. First, do you know about Logan's past? I heard a little earlier. He was born and raised in a poor village. Right. Then there's not much to tell about Logan. What I know is that everyone in his village saw him off, and he joined the hero party called the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, who were recruiting newcomers. Next is Sophia. Have you heard anything about her? To be honest, not much. I don't really understand how a noble's child ended up here without going to the Noble Academy. It's surprising you know that much, since it's a noble system and usually unrelated to explorers. When I was in the hero party, I had chances to interact with nobles, so I learned about it then. So do you know why Sophia didn't attend the Noble Academy? Well, honestly, what I know is just surface level. Sophia apparently is an illegitimate child. Her mother passed away soon after giving birth to her, and she was raised in Count Claudel's family. But it seems she was persecuted by the lawful wife, Miss Selma's mother. An illegitimate child means a child born to parents not legally married. This country practices monogamy. Some other countries have polygamy, but not here. Miss Selma didn't seem to mind that and doted on Sophia. When Selma was around, the lawful wife didn't treat her badly. But once Selma became an explorer and started coming home less, the abuse worsened. When Selma found out, she brought Sophia here. As the lawful wife, she apparently didn't intend for Sophia to attend the Noble Academy from the start. That's quite a harsh story. It's understandable that nobles live by different standards compared to commoners, but it's not a pleasant tale. Lastly, Caroline's past. Before I talk about that, Oruki, do you know about the Cyclamen cult? The Cyclamen cult is an organization that worships the most ferocious and worst demonic beast, an evil god told about in fairy tales. They aim to revive this evil god. Planning the resurrection of an existence that might not even exist makes them a suspicious group. In reality, they engage in inhumane acts such as human experimentation and human trafficking. Besides that, they conduct terrorist acts like attacking towns and villages and are counted among the two major criminal organizations. Yes, I know. If you're mentioning that cult here then? Yeah, I think your guess is right. About 2 years ago, the guild gathered several powerful clan members and crushed one of the Cyclamen cult's bases. I wasn't an executive back then, so I don't know the details, but only Mr. Albert from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky participated. The old report said Mr. Albert brought Caroline back from there. So Caroline was rescued there. Caroline was apparently kidnapped from somewhere. She told me that herself. From here on, it's partly my guess, but I think she was mistreated at the cult's base, given her supernatural ability, you know. That's a sickening story. My hostility toward the Cyclamen cult, which I already had a bad impression of, intensifies. Hey, Oruki, calm down. That's really scary. Sorry, sigh. It's hypocritical that as soon as I learn someone close suffered, I feel this way. But now I have a decent understanding of their pasts. I know each of them has endured hardship. I hope I can also support their emotional healing. Right now we are on the 76th floor of the Great Labyrinth. This area is a snowy mountain region and extremely cold. On the 76th floor, it's only snow-covered so far, but as you go deeper, blizzards start to blow, and even if you don't fight demonic beasts, you'll lose your life if you don't take proper precautions. The reason we're here is to gather magic stones. Because of the recent failure, we have been instructed by the guild to replenish the large amount of magic stones used for forced recall. The 91st floor would be optimal for gathering a large number of magic stones, but entry into the deeper floors has been prohibited until the previous delivery is completed. So reluctantly, we came to the lower floors, specifically the 76th floor where a relatively large number of demonic beasts appear. Yah! Derek charged alone into a horde of snow-bear demonic beasts that appeared. Idiot, you're too far from the rear guard. You can't coordinate like that. I called out to Derek as I chased after him. Since the recent failure, he has been quite reckless. To vent his frustration, whenever demonic beasts appear, he rushes straight in to attack them. Shut up. I can handle these guys all by myself. I'm not going to lose to low-level demonic beasts down here. Yah, using Philly's support magic to boost his physical abilities, he forcibly defeated the snow bears one after another. Oliver, you're in the way. I heard Ainley's voice from behind and turned around just in time to see a fire javelin coming straight at me. I dodged it on reflex, but it could have caused serious injury if I hadn't. That was dangerous. Well, Philly told me to shoot. I told you to watch your line of fire, didn't I? Huh, was that so? Sorry, Philly. Apologized to me too. Since Orun told Philly to keep track of each of our buff durations, she hasn't let any buffs expire. But Philly said that Orun probably didn't tell the true durations. Since the guild executives were present, he must have given dummy information. Such unnecessary scheming. Philly's command style has become quite polished, and as she says, she really is an outstanding enchanter. However, what bothers me is that Ainley seems to be almost devoted to Philly. She listens to everything Philly says. Ainley is honest with herself, for better or worse. She's not the type to listen much to others. Well, Philly's instructions are accurate and trustworthy. Trustworthy? Reliable, right? What's this weird feeling? Never mind, our coordination was terrible. Derek charges in by himself. Ainley has many accidental shots. Luna doesn't even join our fights. She quietly hunts down any demonic beasts we missed. We can't possibly clear the 94th floor like this. A fundamental reform might be necessary. After returning from the Great Labyrinth, we delivered magic stones to the Explorers Guild and then headed back home. When we arrived, a grand carriage with a familiar family crest stood in front of the mansion, along with an elderly man in a tailcoat. Mr. Oliver, we have been awaiting your return. The Lord is calling for you. I apologize for the short notice, but please prepare immediately. He is the butler serving Marquis Forgus, our hero party's major sponsor. Are they calling us because of this morning's article? I thought we had properly reported to Marquis Forgus the other day. In fact, why wasn't that article suppressed? If it were him, it would have been easy to do. Is Oliver the only one the Marquis is calling? Yes, sir. The butler confirmed Derek's question. Only me? I have no idea what this is about. If that's the case, I'm going to grab something to eat. Oliver, you handle the old man's hospitality. Derek said that and went inside the mansion alone. Lately, Derek has been going too far. He was originally confident and tended to look down on others. But it's been especially noticeable recently. He wasn't this bad before. Since when? Maybe just before deciding to kick Orun out? Then I have business at my family home, so I'll be leaving. Luna also started walking in the direction of her family's home without entering the mansion. What should we do? Philly, we should probably go with Mr. Oliver too, right? We'll just get nagged anyway. Well, if Philly wants to go, I'll go along. Philly was trying to come with me. But as Ainley said, we'd probably just get nagged, and I don't want Philly, who just joined us, to be dragged into that. Philly, thank you, but I'll go alone. You two go have dinner. But it's okay. This is part of being the party leader. Saying that, I got into the carriage alone. After a few minutes of jolting in the carriage, we arrived at Marquis Forgus's mansion. It's ridiculously huge, as always. I followed the butler to the room where Marquis Forgus was waiting. Well done showing up, hero who made a huge blunder. As soon as I entered, Marquis Forgus sarcastically greeted me, Clive Forgus. He is the head of a major noble family controlling this area, including Tsutelero. He looks like a kindly old man, but he is quite cunning. However, Orun said that this is normal for surviving in noble society. What is this about today? There's only one thing to talk about, isn't there? He said so and threw the morning newspaper at me. You've shown a pathetic result. Is this the outcome of my support? It's already in the papers and the public knows what you did. What are you going to do now? Marquis Forgus glared at me with an angry expression. The paper should have been suppressed by you. I reported honestly before this article came out. You must have known. Thinking this, I kept my eyes on Marquis Forgus. He's angry, but I sense he's hiding something. With this feeling, maybe there won't be a suspension of funding. That's the most important thing to me. I receive funding from other nobles too, but Marquis Forgus's influence is huge. If he pulls out, other nobles might follow suit. That would be a matter of life or death. I will definitely make a comeback. Humph, good if you think so. The public's attention has turned to Orun Dura, whom you kicked out of the party, and to the silver rabbits of the night sky. If you and Orun fight with swords alone, you're stronger, right? He's called a sword saint after all. Why is he asking such an obvious thing? I don't know how Orun defeated the Black Dragon, but I have never lost to him. Moreover, if it's swordsmanship alone, I see no reason I would lose. Yes, I'm 100% sure I can win. The public probably thinks Orun is stronger than you, so strike him down, show the world your true strength. I'll set the stage for you. For now, endure and work for the guild. Ha ha ha. If that's necessary, I won't hesitate. I have to remain the strongest. Otherwise, I'll lose the people important to me again. If Orun is a hindrance to that, I will thrash him. Understood. Humph, that's a good look in your eyes. I wanted to know your resolve today. No problems, then. You may leave. Excuse me. Was that really the right decision? After Oliver left the room, Marquis Forgus muttered in the silent room. Yes, there is no problem. The space suddenly shimmered as a woman appeared. If pressure had been applied, such an article wouldn't have circulated. As expected, those fools got cocky and wrote whatever they pleased. This might even harm my reputation. Hee, humans only truly grow when pushed into a corner. To draw out his true power, he must be pushed further. You are a distasteful woman. You manipulate my pieces as you please. Oh dear, by agreeing with that person's thoughts, you are one of us, aren't you? Humph, don't lump me in with you. I only care about winning in the end. If so, it's natural to side with the one who rules the world. Indeed, I don't understand your mindset, but as long as you don't oppose that person's will, you won't lose. Now I'll be taking my leave. Yes, continue working so that I may keep winning from now on. With those words, the woman's presence vanished from the room. Suddenly, in a deserted back alley, the woman who had just been speaking with Marquis Forgus appeared. Phew, activating Space Leap is such a hassle. Support magic seems to have so many annoying ones. I wonder if those who serve as enchanters are masochists? I can't understand the nerves of people who seriously carry out this role. Still, ruling the world, huh? Do they really understand what that person is trying to achieve? Well, such a manageable person with power is rare, so I'll keep using them. Ah, there you are, the woman muttered as she walked down the alley and then encountered an acquaintance. Oh, Miss Ainley, what are you doing here? Not what am I doing? You disappeared without a trace, so I came looking for you. So, what are you doing in a place like this, Philly? Just taking a stroll. Thank you for reading until the end. It's been a while since we had the hero's perspective, and Philly turned out to be a suspicious person. Well, it was suspicious from the start when she said she'd never been to the deeper floors, but was able to go to the 92nd floor. I'm home, father-in-law. Ah! Having returned to my in-law's house, I immediately headed to the study where my father-in-law was. Even when I greeted him, he didn't lift his gaze from the documents, replying absent-mindedly. Well, this is usual, so I didn't mind. Normally, I would leave right away, but today I had something important to discuss, so I spoke to him again. Father-in-law, I know you're busy, but could you please spare a moment to listen to me? What is it? My father-in-law sighed softly and finally directed his eyes toward me. Actually, I'm thinking of leaving the hero party. It's clear from this morning's newspaper that the hero party is declining. There's no reason for me to remain in it anymore. Once my penalty period is over, I plan to withdraw immediately. What are you saying? What nonsense is this? What will you do if your actions cause us to lose our deal with Marquis Forgus? My in-laws run the Flockhart Trading Company. Flockhart Trading Company is one of the largest trading companies in the country, dealing extensively with the nobility. Among these, the trade with the Marquis Forgus family is the most significant. Over the past decade, the company has become heavily dependent on them. Once, they had more diverse dealings, but now they mostly trade with nobles affiliated with the Marquis Forgus faction. Indeed, if Marquis Forgus abandons us, this company will falter. I was once an orphan and was adopted into this family when I was 7. I have never felt parental love from them. The reason I was taken in is simple. This family, unable to have children, took me in as a tool for a political marriage. Still, I accepted it. Life here is undeniably better than in the orphanage. And if I were to marry into a large trading company or a baron's family, I believed I could live comfortably. I received education for that purpose and thought my life was better compared to other orphans. However, I was never used as a tool for a political marriage. My in-laws informed Marquis Forgus about my supernatural ability. Upon learning this, Marquis Forgus proposed increasing trade with us under one condition. My in-laws immediately agreed. The condition was that I must form an explorer party with 2 boys who were arriving in this town. Following instructions, I pretended it was a coincidence and formed the explorer party with Mr. Orun and Mr. Oliver. Perhaps it was to recruit the talented Mr. Orun, though it remains a mystery how they knew about him. Is there any value left in the party that Mr. Orun left? I believe Marquis Forgus thinks the same. What are you misunderstanding? We had you form a party to support Oliver Cardiff. Not some fake who only happened to defeat the Black Dragon, but a true hero? A true hero? Certainly Mr. Oliver is talented, but Mr. Orun surpasses him by far. With respect, the dungeon's deep floor boss is not something you can defeat by chance, especially not alone. That would be an achievement on par with heroes from fairy tales, would it not? You ignorant girl, don't talk back. Marquis Forgus has considerations far beyond your imagination. And who do you think saved you? You only need to obey our orders. Don't talk back. I will not allow you to leave the party. Understood? Why, yes. I understand. In a way, my father-in-law is right. If I had stayed in the orphanage's harsh environment, I might already be dead. This family saved my life. I owe them that much. But if I stay in the hero party now, with Mr. Derek and Miss Ainley going out of control, it will fall apart. In the worst case, I could lose my life exploring the dungeon. I don't want to die. Since I can't leave the party, I can no longer be a bystander. I must actively communicate with everyone to prevent the party from collapsing. The other day, picking a fight with Mr. Derek was a mistake, but there's no use lamenting. I have to do everything I can. I won't lose my life over something so pointless. Sigh, if there really is a hero from fairy tales, I wish they would come to help me. But of course, no such person exists. My life will probably end being controlled by someone else's convenience. I know it's unforgivable, but I want to cut all the strings binding me and be free. 3 weeks have passed since joining the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. During these 3 weeks, we have repeatedly descended to the lower layers, gathering the materials we need and strengthening our coordination. As a result, our teamwork has improved significantly. Naturally, the original 4 members have become better synchronized, and I've also started to understand each person's thoughts. On top of that, with Miss Selma's supernatural ability, we're able to maintain constant communication. Miscoordination has become quite rare. We could challenge the deep layers by now, but I'm currently waiting for my sword to be completed. Once the sword is finished, the exploration of the deep layers will finally begin. On days when the first squad doesn't have missions, I help Miss Selma with clerical work or focus on training the 10th squad. Besides that, I've accompanied the leader to dinners with sponsors and made greeting rounds to the executives, but nothing noteworthy happened, so I'll skip over those details. Right now, the members of the 10th squad are training in an indoor training hall within the grounds of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. So tough, I want a break. Carol's voice echoes through the room, a tone difficult to judge as either exhausted or still full of energy. Come on, 5 more minutes until the break, keep it up. Wea, Master is a demon. In front of her, 6 pillars stand about 2 meters tall, spaced evenly about 5 meters apart, arranged in a circle. I randomly cast flash on the pillars, emitting a slightly yellowish light that isn't too dazzling. Carol dashes to the pillar emitting the light and touches it. Right after she touches one pillar, I cast flash on another, and she dashes to touch that one, repeating the process. This forces Carol to continuously accelerate, decelerate, and change direction. It's a way to train agility. Eventually, Carol will be converted from a dodge-type defender to a frontline attacker. But even after conversion, agility remains essential. Since Carol's weapon is a dagger, her reach is short. To attack, she has to get close to the enemy, and even as a frontline attacker, she won't be completely free from incoming attacks. Whether it's hit-and-run tactics or dodging enemy strikes, improving agility is crucial. You might say, just boost it with agility-up support magic. But the boost from support magic depends on the person's own abilities. So if we raise Carol's personal agility, she'll benefit even more from support magic. Ha, say, ya! A little distance away from Carol, Log is practicing spear forms while holding a wooden spear. After discussing with the party, it was decided that Log would also join the frontline, so I started teaching him spear fighting. We chose the spear because it's a weapon with good reach that's relatively easy to handle. To reduce the chance of being overwhelmed by demonic beasts before buffs can be refreshed, it's better to attack while keeping distance from enemies. It's been about 2 weeks since I started teaching spear techniques. He's slowly getting the hang of it. To be able to do this much in such a short time, Log might have some talent for spear fighting. Judging by his current moves, it might be time to move on to practical training. However, I can only teach the basics of spear fighting. So from now on, I plan to ask Will for further instruction. Since the double-edged sword requires mastery not only of swordsmanship, but also of staff techniques, Will is more knowledgeable about spear fighting than I am. I've already gotten his permission beforehand. He can't come every day without exploration missions, but it seems he'll come about once a week. I'm very grateful. 297, 290, 283. 276, left hand. Sophie sits next to me on a chair, muttering numbers aloud. She occasionally taps her thighs lightly with her left or right hand. I've had Sophie practice parallel construction exercises. To master parallel construction, you need to be able to handle multiple tasks simultaneously. So I instructed Sophie to mutter numbers starting from 500, subtracting 7 each time, while tapping her thigh with her left hand once every 3 times and with her right hand once every 4 times. Once she can do this smoothly, she'll have a better grasp of parallel construction. She's still struggling a bit now, but she's showing good potential. If she keeps it up, she might master parallel construction faster than I expected. All right, let's take a break. So tired. As soon as I say break, Carol immediately lies down flat on her back right there. I think she should avoid lying spread-eagle since she's a girl. Log is panting and wiping sweat from his face. Sophie leans back in her chair, looking exhausted. Everyone is clearly worn out. Master, how am I doing with my spear techniques? Log approaches me, looking up with puppy-like eyes. After nearly 3 weeks, I've gotten used to this. You've improved quite a bit. It might be time to move on from just forms to practical training. Really? Yes. Log pumps his fist in excitement. It's amazing how much a person can change if they set their mind to it. I don't know much about him from before, but he's like a different person from my first impression. But Master, you're amazing. Out of nowhere, Log praises me. What's with the sudden compliment? Well, while you were casting all those flashes, you still managed to keep track of what Sophie and I were doing right. For someone who can do dozens of magics in parallel, it might be a breeze, but for me, it's something I can't do, so it's really impressive. Log often heaps praise on me. I'm happy he looks up to me, but I also worry that he blindly trusts me. I hope we can maintain a good balance somehow, but it's difficult. By evening, I gave the 3 various training menus, and when they were done, we wrapped up for the day. After finishing today's lessons, I made my way to my grandfather's shop. Good evening, Grandpa. Sorry for coming so late. Oh, you came just in time. I'm closing up the shop now. Why don't you wait inside for a bit? Grandpa said this while moving some goods around. No, I'll help you. Is that so? Thank you. We quickly finished tidying up and moved to the living room. So, what brings you here at this hour? If you came this late, it must be about magic, huh? After sipping warm green tea from the teacup, Grandpa asked why I came at such a late hour. By the way, green tea is a rare drink imported from a country in the eastern continent. It has a perfect balance of sweetness, bitterness, and astringency, and is a green-colored tea. Although uncommon, I like it and often drink it. Yeah, actually, I'm developing a new magic technique, and I was hoping to get some advice. Saying that, I showed Grandpa the paper with the magical formula written on it. Grandpa is an incredibly skilled magical tool artisan. He's also very knowledgeable about magic. He's the one who made my storage magical tool, and he's the one who taught me the basics of magic. When it comes to knowledge about magic, I'm nowhere near Grandpa's level. This is purely my guess, but I think Grandpa was a famous magical tool artisan well-known worldwide. If you randomly asked 10 people, who is the greatest magical tool artisan in the world? More than 8 would answer Cavadal Evans. And Grandpa's name is also Cavadal. I don't know why he taught me magic knowledge, but I have no intention of telling anyone about Grandpa. I do promote the shop, but no one knows that Grandpa is a magical tool artisan. This is an interesting magic technique, as expected of my disciple. Grandpa smiled and praised me. Thanks, hearing that from you gives me confidence. Ho ho ho, when it comes to magic development, you're already far beyond me. So what's this consultation about? It looks almost complete. Yeah, I can see the final form, so I think I can finish it on my own, though trial and error will be necessary after completion. What I want to consult about is the activation time. This magic inevitably takes time to activate. If I'm in a situation where I have to use it immediately, I can't afford to wait leisurely. I think this magic will become my signature move, like the instantaneous ability surge impact. Instantaneous ability surge impact, huh? Do you really think that's a flaw in magical theory? What do you mean? Since it overturns the premise of support magic, it must be a flaw, right? I see. So Orun's supernatural ability is... Grandpa muttered softly. I couldn't quite catch it. What did you say about my mana convergence? Oh, nothing. Back to the topic, it's impossible to shorten the activation time due to the nature of the magic. You can't simplify the spell either. I thought so. I slumped my shoulders. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't come up with a way to shorten the activation time, so I asked Grandpa, but he seemed to think the same. How about making it an always active type magical tool? I can make that, always active type. Many magical tool artisans are desperately trying every day to establish that technology, but don't say it so casually. I think that's possible, but wouldn't it attract demonic beasts? Indeed, even if a few defenders are elsewhere, the demonic beasts would head straight to you. I don't want to carry something that scary. Then maybe I'll prepare it elsewhere and use it when necessary. Wait, I might have a solution. I shared the idea I just thought of with Grandpa. It was inspired by Will's twin-edged sword. Indeed, that might be possible. There will be an interval, but it can be activated immediately when needed. And if you build that mechanism into a storage magical tool, the effect of attracting demonic beasts should remain the same. You want me to make that? Could you? If I have to develop something this complex on my own, it'd take years. I don't have that kind of time. Understood. Orun is my dear grandson, after all. Grandpa is the type to grant any request from his grandchild, but remember, you're the one who completes the magic. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Grandpa. You're welcome. I'll make the prototype within the next day or two, so report how it feels to use. Fine-tuning might take some time. Within a day or two, this guy really is on another level. After that, I ate dinner with Grandpa, left the shop, and headed to a certain bar. I hadn't planned to go there, but on the way back, Grandpa told me something unbelievable. The Amensarce is active in the Great Southern Labyrinth. Hearing that, I had to verify whether it was true. Grandpa is well informed about various information, and I don't doubt him, but since it's such a big matter, I want to check with multiple people. Amensarce, along with the Cyclamen cult, is one of the two major criminal organizations. They haven't harmed ordinary people, so why are they counted among the two major criminal organizations? Because they've killed many explorers. Amensarce insists that the Great Labyrinth must not be conquered. Since that warning is ignored, they've been killing explorers. That's a huge nuisance for explorers. Why is conquering the Great Labyrinth forbidden in the first place? After the Great Western Labyrinth was conquered, I heard the Empire's economy improved because many materials from its lower layers flooded the market. Though demonic beasts stopped appearing and magic stones can no longer be obtained from the labyrinth, the Empire has many labyrinths, so magic stones shouldn't run out. In real life, magic stones and labyrinth materials have become indispensable. You can get them from normal labyrinths, but the Great Labyrinth offers all the materials you need. Since you can also get magic stones, advancing through the Great Labyrinth layers has only benefits, I think. I entered the bar and looked around. After confirming the bartender I wanted was behind the counter, I sat in the seat in front of him. "I'll have your best." Saying that, I showed 5 gold coins. The bartender glanced at them and began making a cocktail. What was served looked like a delicious clear blue cocktail. Holding the glass, I activated Taste Block and downed it in one gulp. This drink is harmless, but tastes so awful it's impossible to drink properly. I've never actually drunk it fully, so I don't know. This bartender is an unusual informant who shares the information you want after you finish this drink. So, what do you want to ask? This time, he served a proper cocktail, probably for palate cleansing. Though I had Taste Block activated, so I couldn't taste it. I heard Amensarce is active in the Great Southern Labyrinth. Is that true? It's true. Several advanced explorers have already been killed. To enter labyrinths, including the Great Labyrinth and normal ones, you need a guild card. Those belonging to Amensarce are blacklisted by the guild and aren't issued guild cards. So how can Amensarce enter labyrinths? Because they make their own substitutes for guild cards. They sneak into labyrinths and kill explorers inside. They've been quiet recently, but now they're active again. Does the guild know about this? I don't recall any notices. They probably do. Most likely they're controlling information to avoid panic, but I don't know the truth. I understand the risk of causing public disorder, but this defeats the purpose. The Explorer Guild should be an organization supporting explorers. I should warn my clan too. Their targets are advanced explorers. The lower layers of the Great Labyrinth where advanced explorers operate are vast. If you're unlucky, you might encounter them, though the chances are low. They specialize in PvP, and they have the strength to reach the lower layers. They're extremely troublesome. Honestly, I didn't expect to hear about Amensarce right after the Cyclamen cult in such a short time. Thank you for reading until the end. If you found it interesting or want to read more, please support the work by rating below. If you liked it, 5 stars, if not 1 star. Honest opinions are welcome. Thank you very much. A week had passed since I consulted Grandpa about magic. I was now heading to the forge in the weapon development room. It seemed that my sword was finally complete. "Good morning, Mr. Allen." "Hey, Orun, good morning. It's finally done, your sword." Saying that, he handed me a sword wrapped in cloth. I took it and unwrapped the cloth to reveal a sword completely black from the hilt to the blade. As requested, although made using black dragon scales, it had no shine. Instead, it was a black that seemed to swallow light. The shape was a double-edged longsword tailored to my height. There was no excessive decoration, just a simple design, yet it had a presence that immediately showed it was a fine piece. "Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mind if I do some light swings?" "Of course." Moving to an open space, I swung the black sword. There was no awkwardness in handling it. It felt perfect in my hand. The balance was perfect too, so this is a sword made just for me. Amazing, how does it feel to use? No problems. As expected from the top blacksmith of the silver rabbits of the night sky, it's perfect. That's good to hear. As you requested, I infused the blood of hide turtle into the black dragon scales and ore. Because of that, the durability dropped a bit, but it's still way tougher than an ordinary sword. No problem, my support magic will cover that. I see. So, have you decided on the name for the sword yet? Yes. It's called Schwarges. Schwarges, never heard that word before. Probably not, it's a term from a certain region's language. Oh, what does it mean? Black rabbit. It's a black sword born from the silver rabbits of the night sky. I see. That's a good choice. After receiving the sword, I headed to the war room where everyone was already gathered. Good morning, Orun. Hey, show us the finished sword. As soon as I entered, Lucre excitedly asked to see it. Morning, Lucre, sure. I pulled Schwarges out from my storage magical tool. Not only Lucre, but everyone else looked at Schwarges with keen interest. Wow, it's black. So cool, for something made with black dragon scales, it has no gloss. Will raised a question. I asked them to remove the gloss. If it reflected light, it would stand out too much. With this, we're finally ready to go to the deep layers, Miss Selma muttered with a confident smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. We've already waited a year. This is just a minor delay. That's right. Finally, the time for revenge in the deep layers has come, Miss Rain spoke with a tone full of deep emotion. Then, as discussed earlier, we're ready to head deep. Today's exploration is the 91st floor. If all goes well, we'll proceed again to the 92nd floor. Everyone, are you ready? We all nodded in response to Miss Selma's question. Let's go. Yeah. We arrived at the 91st floor of the Great Labyrinth. Finally, it was the first deep layer for our group. The 91st floor was a swamp area. The ground was muddy, making footing unstable. The trees scattered around were leafless and rotting. The demonic beasts here were mostly undead types, either rotted to mush or reduced to bones. Their behavior was simple, and individual combat power was low. But they appeared in abnormally large numbers. They kept spawning one after another, forcing us to deal with them constantly. Moreover, we had to collect magic stones continuously, or the demonic beasts absorbing them would become stronger. A few stones didn't make a visible difference, but every little bit counted. Better to prevent the demonic beasts from absorbing magic stones altogether. The demonic beasts were troublesome enough, but the smell here was awful. The air was stagnant, creating a miserable environment that could make you feel sick if you stayed too long. Suddenly, demonic beasts appeared. They were bipedal, monkey-like rotten creatures. There were roughly over 50 of them. Even that was considered a small group for this floor, showing just how many there were. The standard tactic here was to fight grouped. With so many demonic beasts, managing aggro for each one was difficult. Since the backline couldn't perform at full strength if approached, the frontliners had to fight while protecting those behind them. The three backline members grouped together and formed magic barriers. Will and I stood diagonally on the outer edge, dealing with the incoming demonic beasts. Miss Rain and Lucre attacked the distant demonic beasts with magic. Miss Selma gave instructions and managed buffs as usual. Here, area suppression magic was essential to attack multiple demonic beasts at once. Ready, both of you get inside the magic barriers. Miss Rain's voice echoed in my mind, and we stepped inside the magic barriers as instructed. Confirming this, Miss Rain activated a carefully constructed spell. A 360-degree wave erupted around us, engulfing a large number of demonic beasts. The other four of us scattered lightning magic into the water, causing electrocution and swiftly defeating the demonic beasts. So many demonic beasts and that smell. I really hate this place. Right after we finished the battle, Lucre complained. I could understand her feelings. The demonic beasts were grotesque, rotted, and the environment was terrible. This is close to the worst environment, but if we can fight for long periods here, we'll endure similar conditions in the upper floors, right? Fortunately, these demonic beasts aren't strong, just numerous. Let's keep it up a bit more. Indeed, if we could fight well here, the 92nd and 93rd floors would have better environments. Miss Selma's point made sense. The 94th floor was harsh in a different way, and the 95th floor and beyond, which I hadn't been to, might be even worse than here. After that, we fought many more times. The battles here took longer than in other floors. Breaks were rare, and it was clear that the deep layers were more difficult than the lower floors. Eventually, since we had gathered a significant amount of magic stones, it was time to return. The 91st and 92nd floors were almost opposites. But for now, with this team, we proved we could handle the deep layers without serious injuries. Finally, tomorrow, I muttered as I looked up at the full moon from my room. Tomorrow, you and the others are going to the 92nd floor, right? Sophia, wearing cute loungewear, asked me. My little sister really is adorable. Just looking at her is soothing. Yeah, that's right. Are you nervous? Sophia's words made me realize for the first time that my hands were trembling. No way, this is just warrior's excitement. After a whole year, I can finally get my revenge. I pushed down the anxiety in my heart and acted strong. I couldn't show weakness in front of Sophia. I had to be the strong big sister. Otherwise, Sophia would become worried. Since I dragged Sophia out of the house without giving her a choice, I have the duty to protect her. If you're scared, it's okay to say so, you know? Huh. As she said that, Sophia hugged me tightly. I don't want you to go. Because maybe you could die tomorrow. I want you to stay by my side. But still, you're going, right? Then this is about all I can do, but I'll share my courage with you, you know. Recently, I feel like I've become friends with Carol and Log. Right now, I'm leading the party's command, and though it's just a little, I feel courage rising inside me. So even if it's small, I'll share my courage with you. You can beat the Black Dragon, big sister. Do your best. Sophia has grown stronger. She used to be such a timid girl who was always watching others' expressions. Did Orun give her the chance to change? The crybaby Sophia has become this strong. I can't afford to be scared here. Thank you, Sophia. Because of you, courage is welling up inside me. I was staring at my worn-out silver rabbit of the night sky jacket in my room. Mr. Albert, tomorrow we're going to the 92nd floor to challenge the Black Dragon. With Mr. Albert gone, I became the oldest in the party. That made me realize the greatness of Mr. Albert once again. Am I being a good big sister? I'm not as much older than everyone like Mr. Albert was, but I decided to be everyone's big sister and have done my best in my own way. But I wonder if that's enough. Tomorrow we will catch up to Mr. Albert, who was part of the previous hero party. And then we will catch up to the current hero, surpass them, and we will become the next hero. Tomorrow is the first step. I hope you can watch over us from heaven. We are. What a beautiful moon. I looked up at the full moon from the rooftop of the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky headquarters. Phew, it's fitting for the night before the big battle of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Whenever I get anxious, I come to a place where I can see the moon. Yes, I'm nervous. We've worked harder than anyone over this past year. But still, I don't know if it will be enough. If Mr. Al saw me being this weak-minded, he'd probably laugh at me. Actually, he may be laughing out loud in heaven right now. Thinking about that makes me a bit annoyed. This time, no one will be lost. I'm done with that kind of pain. That's why I've studied tons of healing magic this past year and even created original magic. I hold everyone's life and death in my hands. I won't let anyone die anymore. Hey, maintenance is done. Thanks, old man. In a free space, I lightly swung the double-edged sword my partner that Mr. Allen the old man had maintained. As perfect as always, it fits so well in my hand it's kind of scary. Glad to hear that. Will, you've gotten stronger. What's with that all of a sudden? You've gotten stronger. Not just as an explorer, but more importantly, your heart. You're still a bit frivolous, but if it were the you I knew, you would have run away by now. But you haven't run, you're fighting, you've gotten stronger. Ha, what's that about? I was the one who exposed myself and got Mr. Albert, someone I respect, killed. The one who should have died there was me, but I survived, so I have no choice but to do this. No matter how scared I am, or how others talk behind my back, I have to inherit that person's dream and conquer the great labyrinth. For that purpose, tomorrow, we will defeat the Black Dragon and set foot on the 93rd layer. 2 days after exploring the 91st floor, today is finally the day the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky set out to conquer the 92nd floor. As usual, I arrived at the war room around 7 o'clock and found someone already there. Good morning, Orun. Do you always come this early? Will greeted me as he confirmed I had entered the war room. His tone was firmer than usual, his face was tense, and the usual carefree vibe was completely absent. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Not really. I think I kept having shallow sleep, but it's not like I'm sleep-deprived, so it's fine, right? That makes sense. The four of us probably feel more invested in today's dungeon exploration than usual. I couldn't say anything careless. Will, could you stay with me for a bit? I led Will to the indoor training ground. I hadn't gotten permission to use it, but after checking the schedule posted on the wall, it seemed free until 10 o'clock, so I decided to use it. What are you planning to do by bringing me here? I took out a wooden double-edged sword from my storage magical tool and tossed it to Will. Whoa, hey! Will hesitated but caught the sword. Once confirmed, I summoned a wooden longsword. Instead of killing time lazily over there, how about warming up with a mock battle against me? That might be good. Will smiled wryly and agreed, assuming a stance. Then the sound of wood striking wood echoed repeatedly throughout the training ground. An hour and a bit passed since Will and I started fighting. We were both out of breath. That was pretty hard for a warm-up. That's because Will went all out. I was only at about 40%. Then why are you so out of breath? Phew. Thanks, I feel refreshed. Will caught his breath and thanked me. I just used you for warm-up, no need to thank me. Haha, all right then, let's say it's your kindness. Now let's shower and head back to the war room. The others should have arrived by now. I felt Will's expression soften a little. I wish I could have come up with a better way. What do you mean by jack of all trades, master of none? I'm just too clumsy. After washing off the sweat in the shower room adjacent to the training ground, we moved back to the war room. By the way, I had changed into different clothes for the mock battle. I couldn't fight the mock battle wearing the dungeon exploration gear when we were about to dive into the dungeon. When we returned to the war room, the other three were already gathered. Good morning, you two. It's rare to see Orun-kun just making it on time, unlike Will. We were deepening male friendship. Everyone looked tense. Even Luker, who usually lifts the atmosphere, didn't seem very upbeat today. I wanted to help everyone relax, but I couldn't think of a good idea. Well then, today we finally head to the 92nd floor. The goal is, of course, to defeat the Black Dragon and reach the 93rd floor. Today, we will set foot on the 93rd floor for the first time. Oh! Compared to the other three, Miss Selma's expression seemed softer. Still, she looked more nervous than usual. I hope everyone returns to normal once the dungeon exploration starts. Then we left the war room and began moving toward the Great Labyrinth. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky headquarters grounds are quite vast. Besides the main building with residential quarters and the exploration department, several other buildings stand within the compound. It takes a bit of walking from the main building to the gate leading outside the grounds. When we arrived at the gate, many members had gathered. First squad, do your best. Today's the day to take down the Black Dragon. You can reach the 93rd floor with your current strength. The members cheered on the first squad. Back when I was in the hero party, we sometimes received cheers from the public when diving into the Great Labyrinth. I gained a lot of strength from that, but somehow now I feel even more overwhelmed. And that's just me who recently joined the clan. The other four must be feeling indescribably more. Master, please defeat the Black Dragon once again. Master, we're cheering for you. Do your best. Mr. Orun, please come back safely. The 10th squad members ran over and cheered. I couldn't help but pat the heads of three of them. Thanks, I'll head to the 93rd floor first. Hee, we'll catch up soon, so wait for us. Yeah, we'll be waiting. You'll be able to catch up with me. Hee, I love it when the master pats my head. You better come back properly tomorrow and the day after, okay? I won't like it if you don't come back like Mr. Al. Of course. I'll come back safely, so be a good kid and wait for me. Do your best, please. Thanks, I'll do my best. Big Sister Rain, do your best. Miss Rain is the strongest mage, so she won't lose. Please protect everyone. Geez, I wasn't prepared for this, Miss Rain was crying. I had seen many expressions from Rain during this short time, but it was my first time seeing her cry. She had insisted on being everyone's big sister and probably forced herself to keep up appearances. Maybe I was seeing the real Miss Rain for the first time. Hey, Wilkes, don't look so lifeless. You're the strongest defender in this clan. A defender can't have a face like that. It makes your comrades uneasy. That's right. You look best with your usual carefree attitude. Don't make a face like some stranger. Luker is here. We'll definitely all come back unharmed. Luker, you're strong. You've worked so hard. You won't lose anymore. Haha, this really gives me strength, Will muttered, his voice trembling. Yeah, that's right. This isn't just our fight alone. Luker agreed with Will's words. Leader, do your best. The continent's greatest enchanter can't just linger on the 92nd floor, right? Hurry up and surpass the hero party to become the undisputed top. Today is the first step. You guys, as we received many cheers, the leader appeared before the first squad. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky have changed greatly in the past year. Including myself, the executive members were replaced, and we no longer have the momentum we once did. Some say the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky are done for, but I believe this past year had meaning. I want the world to know the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky still have room to soar. And above all, for your own sake, I want you to give it your all today. Everyone, including myself, is praying for your safe return with smiles. Hearing the leader's words, Miss Selma closed her eyes and looked up at the sky. After a while, she opened her eyes wide and stared straight at the leader. We will definitely reach the 93rd floor. Everyone, let's go. With the cheers of our comrades behind us, we stepped outside the gate. Before I knew it, the hardness had disappeared from the four of their expressions. The presence of allies is truly great, I realized. Orun, Will swung his twin-bladed sword at the winged demonic beast manticore rushing toward us, throwing its stance off balance. Immediately, I plunged the Schwarges into its vital point, turning it into magic stones. As expected of a sword crafted primarily from black dragon scales by a master blacksmith. I activated sharpness up, and even in its base state, Schwarges is superior to the swords I had been using until now. Moreover, it's finely tuned for me, so unlike other swords where I have to adjust myself, this one feels like it fully brings out my true potential. I finally understood in the truest sense why advanced explorers insist on custom-made gear. Seeing really is believing. The 92nd floor is like a giant canyon. Unlike the 91st floor, there are fewer demonic beasts. However, each one's combat power is quite high. Some even put up a good fight against floor bosses from the lower layers. The terrain is extremely uneven, and many demonic beasts can fly. Since they often take higher ground, I have to stay alert not only front, back, left, and right, but also above and below. It's been 3 hours since arriving on the 92nd floor. I'm cross-referencing the terrain data I've gathered with the unique mapping data from the silver rabbits of the night sky, choosing a route that avoids demonic beast encounters as much as possible while reaching the boss area quickly. Thanks to this, battles with demonic beasts have been kept to a minimum. Our goal this time is to reach the 93rd floor. Since the final battle with the Black Dragon awaits, we want to conserve stamina by minimizing fights along the way. This is the big difference between dungeon exploration and dungeon conquest. "Ah, Orun-kun, you have a cut on your hand. Stay still, I'll heal it," Lucre pointed out, and when I looked at the back of my left hand, I saw a slight cut with blood oozing out. "There's no need to waste healing magic on a wound this small." "No way," Lucre interrupted loudly, almost yelling. Well, because there might be germs. It's better to heal it if you can, right?" I messed up. I think I triggered Lucre's trauma. I should have realized how sensitive she is to injuries among our group if I'd thought for a moment. I might have been insensitive. True, there's still a chance it could worsen. "Okay then, I'll leave it to you." "Why yes, leave it to me." Despite fighting repeatedly, we steadily push deeper inside. Finally, we spot the cave leading to the boss area at the very heart of the 92nd floor. It seems no irregular events occurred this time. As we proceed through the cave, a massive double door appears, about 3 meters wide and 10 meters tall. Inside that door dwells the Black Dragon. The interior is like a giant hall roughly 70 meters in diameter. Most boss areas are similar in shape, differing mostly in size. However, unlike the boss area on the 50th layer where we fought recently, the 92nd floor's boss area has no ceiling. It's open to the sky. If the Black Dragon takes flight, it could rise to a height where our attack magic won't reach, so destroying its wings is essential this time. "We've arrived. Everyone, stay alert and double-check your gear. Rain, Orun, start your preparations." I quickly check my equipment and inspect my newly upgraded storage magical tool. After confirming everything's fine, I concentrate mana into the blade of Swordsman, enveloping it in jet black mana. Miss Rain also closes her eyes, focusing as she constructs her technique. "Vanguard up, rearguard up." Miss Selma buffs Will with Vanguard up and applies Rearguard up to the 3 in the back. Like Vanguard up, Rearguard up applies 5 of the 6 basic buffs simultaneously, excluding Strength up. I activate Status up with quadruple stacking on myself. "All right, ready, let's go." At Miss Selma's final check, we all nod in agreement. As she touches the door, it slowly creaks open with a loud sound. Entering the boss area, a roar from the Black Dragon echoes from above. The Black Dragon is flying about 20 meters above the center of the area. Spotting it, I immediately use mana convergence to create a foothold and close the distance. "Rain, Orun, bring the Black Dragon down as planned." The Black Dragon attempts to fire a fireball, but before it can, Heavenly Thunder hammer Mjolnir. From even higher above the Black Dragon, a massive thunderstorm pours down. Though this surprise attack from Miss Rain didn't bring the dragon down, it disrupted its balance mid-air. By the time the attack from Heavenly Thunder hammer Mjolnir ends, I'm directly above the Black Dragon. It hasn't noticed me, its attention fixed on Will below. "Heavenly Flash!" I swing Swordsman downward, releasing a pitch-black slash. This time, the Black Dragon's tail doesn't block it, and the instantaneous ability surge impact enhanced slash tears off the left wing. The Black Dragon, off balance, is forced to fall to the ground. It manages a rough landing, but glares at me with a hateful expression. Maybe this Black Dragon has a narrower field of vision. Hovering above and looking down, I analyze this individual. Even among the same species, not all demonic beasts are identical. While abilities don't vary much, personality and size differ. The same goes for floor bosses. From Will's twin-bladed sword in front of the Black Dragon, a blend of red, blue, and green mana glows. Will's twin-bladed sword is both a weapon and a storage magical tool. Storage magical tools can only store physical objects. But by manipulating techniques, Will's sword can store mana instead of matter. It only works while the blade is in contact with the mana, making timing tricky, but it can effectively nullify magic and spells. And if it can store mana, it can also release it. The released mana can be somewhat controlled, like mana inflow. However, mana converted into magic or spells isn't truly mana anymore. unless one has a supernatural ability that can directly interfere with mana, like my mana convergence. Controlling such chaotic mana is extremely difficult. Yet Will manages it. Whether through effort or talent, it looks like he has completely tamed that wild mana. Don't get distracted, chaos/chaos edge. Will swings his twin blades in a horizontal arc, sending a slash of chaotic mana hurtling toward the black dragon. The slash strikes the black dragon's face, which had been focusing on me. Everything's going according to plan. With attacks from Miss Rain and me, the black dragon is brought down and its wings are destroyed. This overwrites the aggro toward Will. The black dragon roars in anger, generating 5 purple mist orbs around it. One of the orbs bends like a whip and attacks Will. That's a bad move. That won't work on me. Will's blade touches the mist, which vanishes without a trace. The mist is just condensed mana and has no effect on Will. Pattern C, Rain and Orun alternate attacks to wear down the black dragon. Will manage aggro. Lucre support Will. All understood. Everyone responds to Miss Selma's orders. Miss Rain casts a spell. I move away from directly above the black dragon and land behind it. From where I had stood moments ago, multiple fire javelins rain down on the black dragon. I also activated a mid-level attack magic in sync with Miss Rain's magic. Furthermore, I set up the amplification chain rays repeat along the line of fire. The mists skillfully blocked our attack magic, but there weren't enough of them. Gradually, the attack magic began hitting the black dragon. The black dragon tried to move, but thanks to Will's perfect positioning and attacks, it couldn't budge from its spot. Interval. Attacks resume in 5 seconds. Miss Rain's voice echoed in my mind. Hearing that, I switched to close combat. I activated sharpness up on Swordsman and closed in on its rear left leg. Once I was within sword range, I slashed repeatedly and rapidly from various directions at the same spot. The sword I used during the previous Black Dragon battle was, for better or worse, ordinary. An ordinary sword could only break the hard scales and leave shallow wounds at best. However, the sword I have this time was made for me and optimized specifically for me. Moreover, the quality of the material is worlds apart. With Swordsman, whose performance is further boosted by my support magic, it's possible to sever even the hard leg of the black dragon. Multiple black trails raced past my eyes at high speed, finally cutting off the black dragon's rear left leg. The black dragon let out a scream. 3 remaining mists charged toward me. By the way, earlier Will had eliminated the second mist. I easily dodged those and put some distance between us, just as Miss Rain's interval ended. Attack magic rained down again from above the black dragon. Despite losing its rear leg, the black dragon staggered but summoned 10 mists. So far, 10 was the maximum number in previous fights. They're speeding up. The mists intercepted Miss Rain's magic and blocked the attacks. From behind, I activated Thunder Arrow, including instantaneous ability Surge Impact. Thunder-type attack magic has better penetration than other elemental attack magics. The Thunder Arrow pierced the black dragon's body, dealing damage. I see. This power can penetrate the scales without hesitation. Since Miss Rain went back into interval, I tried once again to close in. But before I could, multiple mists attacked, so I gave up on attacking and focused on evading while keeping my distance. While our attack stopped, one of the mists wrapped itself around the black dragon's left rear leg and replaced it. It can be used like that too. Interesting. Unlike the previous black dragon battle, I still had plenty of stamina and couldn't help but admire the versatility of the mists. The black dragon shifted its center of gravity forward. The tail attack is coming. I immediately read the black dragon's next move and warned everyone. The black dragon's tail struck at Will at a speed so fast it couldn't even be reacted to without buffs. I won't get hit by that attack again, Will shouted as he parried the tail's strike with his double-edged sword. But he didn't stop there. He extended the blade with the chaotic mana he summoned and stabbed the tail. I activated instantaneous ability Surge Impact in sync with Will's attack. The greatly enhanced blade pierced the tail and pinned it to the ground. Confirming the tail was fixed, I approached its base and swung Swordsman. Because I activated instantaneous ability Surge Impact just before the blade touched the tail, I severed it in a single blow. The black dragon roared, a sound that was both of anger and pain. "Fireball incoming," Miss Selma's voice echoed in my mind. Hearing that, I moved to a position where I could see the black dragon's face. I saw flames leaking from its mouth. After a brief charge, the black dragon was about to launch a fireball. At the same time, I activated a reflective barrier near my face. The fireball shot out of the black dragon's mouth but immediately reversed and returned inside, exploding within the mouth. The one-sided battle continued. Will took all the black dragon's aggro and managed it expertly. Whenever Will took damage, Lucre immediately healed him. Lucre hasn't joined the attack this time and is focused solely on healing allies. This is possible because Miss Rain is repeatedly hitting the Black Dragon with high-power magic during short intervals. Miss Selma is concentrating on managing buffs for everyone and tracking the Black Dragon's movements. Being close to the Black Dragon, Will and I can't see its full massive form. That means many blind spots, but Miss Selma constantly updates us about the situation, so we have no trouble dealing with the Black Dragon's attacks. The four of us have been mentally simulating battles against the Black Dragon for the past year. Even after I joined, we continued coordinating. This is the result. The Black Dragon is completely outmatched before us. We are a party with enough strength to defeat the Black Dragon from the start. Moreover, we have considered every possible scenario and decided on countermeasures. There was no room for complacency. The Black Dragon summoned 20 mists. Ha! Will shouted in surprise. Naturally. In my 2 battles and the first squad's 1 battle with the Black Dragon, it had never summoned more than 10 mists. There's no record in the Guild of the Black Dragon ever summoning more than 10 mists. Out of the 20, 5 each attacked me and Will. The remaining 10 transformed into countless tiny needles, simultaneously fired at the 3 people in the rear. Damn it! This is no time to hold back. If that many attacks rained on the rear, even if the 3 deployed magic barriers, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. While dodging the mists attacking me, I began constructing a technique. Demonic Sword Unification Alteration? After completing the technique construction, I activated a new feature of my storage magical tool. Magic only activates when mana flows through the constructed technique. The storage magical tool drew in and converged the mana it had been gathering from the surroundings and flowed it into my constructed, yet incomplete, original magic. That mana and Swordsman became one. The black sword lost its form and transformed into converged mana, a jet-black fluid that could be interpreted as gas, liquid, or solid, shaped like a sword. Heavenly Flash! Swordsman was already mana in converged form. There was no time to gather mana for Heavenly Flash. I unleashed Heavenly Flash against the countless needles, blowing most of them away with a shockwave. However, I couldn't eliminate them all. Some remnants flew toward the 3 people in the rear. I took action preparing for the next move. So, Orun, are you saying that the Black Dragon might be able to simultaneously summon more than 10 of those mists? During the meeting about the Black Dragon battle, Miss Selma asked after I shared my thoughts. Yeah, I don't think the possibility is 0. I have a similar ability to interfere with mana like the Black Dragon does, so I understand. I don't know if humans and demonic beasts have the same senses, but in my case, if I focus solely on mana convergence, I can interfere with mana more than usual. If what we've planned so far works out, it could become a one-sided fight. And if what I said earlier applies to the Black Dragon, it's quite possible it would recklessly focus entirely on manipulating the mists. In the 2 times I fought, and from other explorers' battle reports, the Black Dragon has never been recorded summoning more than 10 mists at once. However, just because there's no precedent doesn't mean it's 100% impossible. Since we're having such detailed meetings, it's better to also consider things we might be dismissing as impossible. The more thorough the planning, the more likely we'll be thrown into confusion when something unexpected happens. If it summons 100, that would be bad, Will muttered jokingly. In that case, wouldn't it be fine if Will just eats them all with his sword? Can I even do that? I can't stay more than a certain distance from the Black Dragon's front, and even if I could, 100 is physically impossible. Well then, you know. With spirit, don't be ridiculous. Ahahaha. But yeah, 100 is too much, but thinking it can only do 10 is dangerous. What if it actually summons more than 10? If I use my trump card, I can attack a wide area faster than Miss Rain's offensive magic with a Heavenly Flash, but it's still an experimental magic technique, so I can't guarantee I can shoot all of them down. That's Demonic Sword Unification Alteration, right? I saw it yesterday, but why does the material turn into mana? I've never heard of such a thing, Miss Rain asked. Come to think of it, I showed how the Swordsman transforms into jet black mana, but I never explained it. Right after that, I had another appointment, so there wasn't time. The Swordsman is infused with high turtle blood from the Black Dragon scales and deep layer ore. I'll skip the detailed theory, but it reacts to mana converged through the Demonic Sword Unification Alteration technique, causing the Swordsman to transform. The hide turtle is a demonic beast turtle inhabiting the lower layers. Its characteristic is adapting to the surrounding mana, changing its body to blend into the background. In other words, we incorporated that trait into the Swordsman. Normally, it's just a masterwork sword, but it adapts to mana channeled through a specific technique and transforms into a fluid mana mass. Well, I kind of get it, but also don't. Anyway, that means the Heavenly Flash, which used to take time to release, can now be fired multiple times quickly, right? No, multiple times is impossible. The total mana is fixed, so mana is consumed each time the heavenly flash is released. Being able to fire it quickly is just a bonus. The original purpose is... When I explained the original use of demonic sword unification alteration, Will had a blank look. Hey, Will, I'm not very familiar with martial arts learned by frontline explorers, but it's not something anyone can just do, right? Of course not. Martial arts aren't that easy for greedy people to succeed at. But I've been watching Orun fight for the past month, and it doesn't seem like he's only skilled in typical swordsmanship. He looks like he's incorporated various martial arts. Plus, Orun can raise his physical abilities to monster-like levels, and there's also this ridiculous magic called instantaneous ability surge impact. Considering all that, I'm starting to think he can do it. Luker, don't ever think this is normal. This guy is more out of the ordinary than I thought. I really feel lucky he's on our side. They sure say whatever they want, even with the person right in front of them. Well, it does feel like an insult to those who seriously devote themselves to a single martial art, but for me, what matters is winning and surviving. The means and process don't matter. Back on topic. If the Black Dragon summons more than 10 mists and all of them attack you frontline fighters, will that be a problem? Miss Selma brought the conversation back. No problem for me. Me too. Then what if they come at us in the rear? In that case, I'll handle it. Miss Selma began explaining the countermeasures she had devised. Yeah, that seems manageable. Countless needles flew toward the 3 rear members. Then they passed right through their bodies. This was Miss Selma's original magic, the Phantom technique. From the start of the battle, she had cast the support magic Hide on the 3 rear members, concealing their presence and projected illusions of the 3 in completely different places. In other words, the Black Dragon was attacking the wrong locations. How was our confused acting? Tell me, did you think the tide turned? You're naive. Today, all you can do is stand still and be our punching bags. While the Black Dragon's attention was on the 3 illusions, Will, who had closed in, slashed the Black Dragon's jaw with a blade wrapped in chaotic mana. The Black Dragon's face was blown upward, its neck arched, and it caught sight of me. I was already positioned directly above the Black Dragon. Fourth form Montvir, I muttered as I manipulated the jet black mana shaped like a longsword in my right hand. Then the jet black mana transformed from a longsword into a spear. You're a reckless specimen, I'm glad. I never thought you'd actually use your full capacity to manipulate the mists. Thanks for showing me a clear opening. This ends now. I hurled the Schwarze, now shaped like a spear, at a single point. That point was the place Miss Rain had been concentrating her attacks on all along. The scales there were falling apart. It was also near the Black Dragon's heart. The spear I threw pierced through the Black Dragon's body, even piercing through the heart along its path. The Black Dragon screamed and turned into black mist. At its former location, only a large magic stone, some scales and claws remained, and the Schwarze, reverted to its longsword form, was stuck in the ground. Did we win? Yeah, it's our victory. We did it. Ha, we finally won. The 4 of them had tears in their eyes, each expressing their emotions in their own way. It's really great. Everyone's efforts have paid off. I stepped away from the group to retrieve the Schwarze. As an outsider, it's better if I'm not around them right now. This is their moment alone. Still, the demonic sword unification alteration definitely has room for improvement. There's too much lag in the shape shifting. The form isn't stable. It lacks endurance. And there are countless other issues. Well, it's a matter of trial and error. After storing the Schwarze, I crouched on the spot and checked the magic stones and dropped items. Of course, compared to taking the entire corpse, it's less. But since the severed tail and legs were included, the amount obtained is pretty good, right? It should be enough to craft several weapons and pieces of armor. What, you're sitting here all alone? Orun, come join us. Suddenly, Will wrapped his arm around my neck from behind, his tone cheerful. I can't. I don't share the same deep feelings about this battle as the 4 of them do. Me joining in would be out of place. Honestly, I want to join. I want to celebrate with everyone together. But as a newcomer who didn't even know about the previous defeat, I don't have that right. I'm afraid of being rejected by others. I don't know why, but my heart, my feelings, fear it. If I get rejected by them now, I'll definitely get hurt. So it's better not to get too close in the first place. You're not out of place. You're an important comrade to me. Time doesn't matter. Even if you don't have years of feelings, you fought alongside us like this. That alone is enough reason. Let's keep doing our best together from now on. That's right. I kind of sensed that you weren't stepping on us too much, but since this is a good opportunity, let me say this, you don't have to be afraid. No matter what kind of person you are, I can accept you. Orun's really smart. You probably think about a lot more things than me, but at times like this, I think it's best to keep it simple. Just think about what you want to do. As for me, we all like the person Orun Dura is. At first, sure, it was because he was a former hero party member, or a dragon slayer, that kind of thing. But after spending this past month with Orun, I truly want to keep forming a party together regardless of all that. No matter what anyone says, Orun is our precious comrade. Their words deeply touched me. My mind went blank, but my heart felt strangely warm, as if filled with something comforting. I realized tears were streaming down my face. Looks like the real Orun has finally started to show. If you're going to say something, isn't now the time? Yeah, right. MHM. They all nodded in agreement at Miss Selma's words. Not fully understanding, my head wasn't working well. Orun, once again, welcome to the silver rabbits of the night sky? Everyone smiled broadly as they spoke. Maybe I've finally found my place. Wiping my tears, I stood up and looked at them. I might cause some trouble from now on, you know. Don't blame me if you regret letting me join. As if I'd regret it. Being the perfect younger brother is nice and all, but there are lonely parts too. So go ahead and depend on your big sisters as much as you want. If it's about causing trouble, Will and I won't lose either. We're free spirits after all. No difference there. But I absolutely refuse to be treated the same as you. I'm somewhat better than you. We're the same. Will and Lucre started their usual banter. What Dad said was true. Dad, I've made friends too, comrades. Finally, we're here. Lucre cheered happily. We stepped into the 93rd layer. The 93rd layer is a jungle. The trees grow so thick they cover the sky, and in some places the light barely reaches. And there are even more diverse demonic beasts than in the lower layers so far. There's more vegetation than I expected. Ambushes by demonic beasts could be scary. Yeah, well, we'll think about that later. Right, as planned, we'll pull back after today. The goal today was simply to reach the 93rd layer. The Black Dragon battle ended within expectations, so we still had some stamina left to explore a little of the 93rd layer, but it wasn't the time to overdo it. After the four placed their guild cards against the crystals in the 93rd layer, we exited the Great Labyrinth. My guild card says 93. We really went to the 93rd layer? Lucre was cheerful the whole time. The other three looked relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Returning to the clan headquarters, there were several members near the gate. It's rare to see people here. Since no guards are stationed at the gate, no one should normally be here. Oh, welcome back, everyone. We're back. What are you doing here? Miss Selma asked the members, who replied with wry smiles. We couldn't focus on work. Well, they must be curious about the results. So how did it go? One member asked nervously. We made it to the 93rd layer. Miss Rain smiled as she said this. Hearing that, the faces of the members brightened up, and they entered their respective buildings, chatting excitedly. Could they be messengers for each department? Everyone, let's move to the main building early. Judging by their reaction, this might cause a commotion. It might disturb the neighbors if we stay near the gate, so it's better to move more inside the grounds. Yeah, it was pretty noisy this morning too, so we should avoid making more noise here. Everyone agreed with me, and we began moving toward the main building. As expected, by the time we arrived, we were surrounded by many members. Congratulations, really. I believed you could do it. Everyone threw words of encouragement at us. I'm not fond of noisy situations, but this kind of attention isn't unpleasant at all. All right, everyone, let's wrap up work as planned today and start the party. When Mr. Gerald, one of the clan executives and the head of the General Affairs Department, announced this, cheers erupted from the members. It seemed he had planned the party in advance because, in no time, a standing buffet was being set up in an open space within the grounds. Drinks and food were brought in abundantly, and nearly all the members stationed at headquarters were finishing their work to join the party. By nearly all, it meant that some executives and those in important positions had tasks that had to be completed today, so they couldn't stay for the entire event. And from there, the raucous celebration began. Hi, nice to meet you. Mr. Orun, I'm Eliza. Congratulations on reaching the 93rd layer. Hey, no sneaking ahead. Nice to meet you, Mr. Orun. I'm Miranda. It had been about a month since I joined the clan, but until now I hadn't really blended in with the other members. Well, I'm a former hero party explorer, and I became an executive right after joining, so maybe it's understandable. But today, regardless of gender, I was able to talk with many members I hadn't spoken to before. This might sound rude, but Mr. Orun, you kind of gave off a vibe that made people hesitant to approach you. But today, that's gone. And since I've wanted to talk to you for a long time, I finally took the plunge. You're surprisingly easy to talk to, and I wonder why I was afraid to approach you before. What this person said was true. I had never made the effort to get close to others. Yet I wanted friends. That's how twisted I was, even I admit it. But being accepted by everyone in the first squad has given me a lot of mental relief. Today has been a good day not only for the silver rabbits of the night sky, but also for me. Hey Orun, long time no see. Just as I finished talking with various people, I heard a voice from behind. I turned around to see Mr. Anthem and Mr. Barnard standing there. Also present were Miss Kathy and some rookie explorers who had participated in last month's training expedition. The number of rookies had been cut in half, though. Some rookies were transferred to other departments or had left the clan entirely. Well, after such a scary experience, no one could blame them for that. Long time no see, Mr. Anthem, Mr. Barnard, Miss Kathy, and hello again to all the rookies. Reaching the 93rd layer right after joining. Well, you do have the strength to take down the Black Dragon alone, so this result is only natural. I thought I'd finally catch up to the first squad, but you've pulled ahead again. Mr. Barnard, you reached the 88th layer recently, right? Yeah. Soon I'll be done with the frontline nightmare areas, heading into the deep layers first, Anthem. You're only saying that now. I'll be overtaking you soon enough. Mr. Anthem and Mr. Barnard belong to different parties, but seem to motivate each other through friendly rivalry. That kind of relationship is nice. Congratulations on reaching the 93rd layer, Mr. Orun. Congratulations! While Mr. Anthem and Mr. Barnard were exchanging words, the rookies congratulated me. Thanks, I've heard from Miss Estella that you're all working hard, too. Are you really paying attention to us? One of the rookie girls exclaimed in surprise. It's not so much that I'm paying attention as that I happen to hear about their progress and the way the Exploration Management Department was educating them while confirming things with Miss Estella. I couldn't say that outright, so I just smiled vaguely. Seriously, the rookies spent the past month just watching the master from afar without trying to get involved, but as soon as the master does something amazing, they flip and suddenly get close. When Log grumbled this, everyone around shot him a cold look. Still, looking at everyone's faces, they were smiling. They didn't seem to be seriously upset. Ha ha ha, yeah, it's funny hearing that from you, Log. I couldn't hold back the laughter at their banter and burst out laughing. Master, please don't say things like that. I've already reflected enough. Log looked somewhat speechless. Still, if I'm building relationships with others to the point where they tease me like this, maybe I don't have to worry so much about human connections. The party was still ongoing, but I had left the venue and was walking behind the leader together with Miss Selma, heading towards the main building's reception room. Sorry for interrupting your fun, the leader ahead said apologetically. No, I enjoyed it enough. Besides, this is something Miss Selma and I need to handle, I replied. I see. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Once again, congratulations on reaching the 93rd floor. I'm proud of you all. No, this is just the beginning. Reaching the 93rd floor is only our first step. We will continue to push further. Miss Selma responded to the leader's congratulatory words. That's right. For everyone, revenge against the Black Dragon was a big goal, but our real objective was to conquer the Great Labyrinth. This clan will keep advancing deeper into the Great Labyrinth. That's reassuring to hear. We will fully support you all, so please proceed at your own pace without overexerting yourselves. Now, we've arrived at our destination. While talking with the leader, we reached the reception room. The leader knocked on the door and then entered. Miss Selma and I followed in. Inside the room was an elderly man dressed splendidly. His name was Lazarus Eddington. He was the former head of the House Eddington. The Eddington family was a major sponsor of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Although he had passed the family headship to his son and was practically retired, rarely appearing in public, he still held great influence. Lord Lazarus, sorry to keep you waiting, the leader greeted politely, and Miss Selma and I bowed in response. No, it's my fault for suddenly showing up. When I heard you reached the 93rd floor, I couldn't sit still. I know it's inconvenient, but could you spare some time to chat with this old man? Lazarus Eddington gave off the impression of a kindly old gentleman. Despite being a noble, he spoke softly even to commoners like me. Yet somehow that was unsettling. He was someone who had survived the treacherous social circles full of demons and specters. He wasn't just a kind old man. That said, the interests of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky and the House Eddington aligned. That was why they invested in us. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be enemies, so it was fine to keep our guard to a minimum. Until now, that is. Orun-kun, it's been 2 weeks. I never thought you'd reach the 93rd floor so quickly. Truly impressive. I guess this result wouldn't be possible without you? I'm honored, but my contribution was minor. This result was thanks to the true strength of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. I alone could never have reached the 93rd floor. Using I in that formal way still feels odd, but I can't say or to a noble. You're as humble as ever. Selma-chan, you must be tired today. Were you able to take revenge for Albert-kun? Yes, this was only possible thanks to Lord Lazarus's cooperation. Thank you for lending us your strength. What I did was trivial, but now everyone has a good story to tell. Thanks for providing such an interesting topic. I'm glad I trusted you. I once heard from Marquis Forgus during my hero party days that when Albert died and the hero party surpassed our reached floor, The faction to which the Eddington family belonged suggested cutting funding to the Silver Rabbits of the night sky. It was this old man who stopped that from happening at the last moment. There had been almost no news about the hero party over the past month, while the Silver Rabbits updated their reached floor to the 93rd. Only 3 parties, including ours, had reached the 93rd floor in history. Clearly, the momentum and public interest were with us. I don't know if this old man had anticipated this, but his influence in the faction undoubtedly grew stronger, and the Silver Rabbits of the night sky gained a huge favor. If Lazarus Eddington makes a big move in the future, there's a strong chance we'll be dragged into it. I need to gather more information about this old man than ever before. Oh, by the way, there's one thing I want to ask you, Orun-kun. Something he wants to ask? What is it? Well, it's about the hero party leader, the Sword St. Oliver. Oliver, now I'm even less sure where this is going. We had already talked about the hero party as much as possible. If you and Sword St. Oliver fought one-on-one without using magic, who would win? The condition is a fight using only martial arts. A fight without magic. In my mind, not using magic in battle isn't even an option. I am confident in several martial arts I've learned. But I'm not a master, and physically I'm weaker than advanced explorers in a natural state. To cover that gap, I incorporate support magic into my combat. I can't imagine fighting without magic. Besides, there's no place without mana, so a situation where magic can't be used probably doesn't exist. If such a situation did occur, I'd likely be barely conscious and unable to fight. I don't get the purpose of this question. I would win. Though I didn't understand the point, I answered honestly, thinking it wouldn't change much whether I lied or not. Sorry, Orun-kun, but I heard you've never won against Sword St. Oliver. Where did he hear that? Yes, I have never won. Miss Selma reacted to my statement. She seemed to think I was stronger than Oliver. If you've never won, can you really win? Although I've never won, the last mock battle with Oliver was before I converted to an enchanter. And you're asking about the outcome if we fought purely with martial arts without magic, right? The old man nodded. In that case, yes, I would win. I know Oliver's habits thoroughly, so he's actually an easy opponent in that sense. But don't get me wrong, that's only if it's a one-on-one fight between Oliver and me. If we had the same condition and competed on who could defeat the same kind of demonic beast faster, I wouldn't stand a chance. Oliver is a genius. He can overwhelm others with pure power without relying on flashy tricks. Ordinary people like me have no chance against him. I see. Indeed, you've watched Sword St. Oliver's moves since you were born, so even under the restriction of martial arts only, you could win. I'm convinced and relieved. Relieved? He's speaking as if Oliver and I will fight under those conditions. What's he plotting? We talked for another hour with Miss Selma and the leader, but that topic lingered in my mind like a thorn. The meeting with Lazarus Eddington ended, but the next appointment awaited. It was a press interview from Blanca, a newspaper publisher. Since I had been the one interviewed for the hero party and I was with Miss Selma, we went there together. The interview lasted about an hour. Miss Selma handled most of the answers, while I occasionally added supplementary remarks. Most of the questions concerned the 92nd floor and the Black Dragon battle, so I'll skip them. When the interview ended and we returned to the party venue, they were already cleaning up. Well, it was already late. We couldn't keep making noise outside. After helping with the cleanup, I went with Mr. Anthem, Mr. Barnard, and a few adults I had just met and gotten friendly with to a bar outside for a sort of after-party. Though I still felt a little unsettled, spending time with everyone was very enjoyable. 5 days had passed since the first squad reached the 93rd layer. During these 5 days, we had been quite busy compiling reports for the guild together with the exploration support team, attending interviews, and meeting with sponsors other than Old Man Eddington. As explorers, it's always exciting to update the highest layer reached, but for famous explorer parties like the Hero Party or the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, all the follow-up work afterward can honestly be a hassle. Now that things had settled down a bit over these 5 days, we decided to resume training for the 10th squad. When I entered the usual room in the Exploration Management Department, all 3 were already there. Good morning, all 3 of you. Ah, Master, good morning, and congratulations again on reaching the 93rd layer. Master, congrats, congratulations. The 3 greeted me with celebratory words as soon as they noticed I had entered the room. That felt much better than hearing it from sponsors or reporters. Thank you. Next, it will be your turn, the final challenge of the upper layers, the 30th layer. Over the past month, the 10th squad had cleared layers 1 through 29. I had accompanied them but merely observed without offering help or advice. They had all grown during this time. They were still like uncut gems, so they would surely continue to improve. I have something to discuss with you, Master. Discussion? Yes, we want to challenge the 30th layer with just the 3 of us. Just the three of you, so you don't want me to come along? No, that's not what we mean at all. Having you accompany us is a huge reassurance. Just knowing you're watching over us makes us confident to tackle the dungeon, but we feel we shouldn't always rely on you. If we keep having you with us while we clear the Great Labyrinth, I don't think that will be true dungeon exploration. I wondered if they were feeling pressured after hearing about the first squad reaching the 93rd layer. It's not out of arrogance that we say this. Following log, Sophie spoke up. Over the past 5 days, the three of us have discussed how to tackle the 30th layer. We also saw the battle between our seniors and the floor boss during last month's training exploration, so it's not our first time seeing it. Objectively comparing the strength of the demonic beasts and the floor boss against our abilities, we believe we can handle it without problems. It was rare for Sophie to speak up on her own. That showed how serious she was. I won't do anything reckless anymore. I won't do anything that takes the smile away from the two of you. I will properly cooperate with both of you. So please grant us permission. Carol also pleaded with a serious expression. The 10th Squad's coordination was improving. Besides, their abilities were already effective even in the middle layers. But there was one concern. That was the fact that it was only the three of them. With fewer people, they might not be able to handle unforeseen situations. That was my biggest worry, but could I really ignore their unusually serious wishes just because I was anxious? Maybe that'd be being overprotective. All right, you may challenge the 30th layer with just the three of you. When I gave permission, their faces immediately brightened. Thank you, but you said you discussed how to clear the 30th layer, right? First, tell me your plan. If it's way off, I'll revoke my permission. Understood. I then listened to their strategy. To be honest, I had underestimated them. Even though they said they had a plan, it was their first time drafting one. I thought there would be many flaws. However, their plan had almost no issues. The route they chose, their countermeasures against each demonic beast on the 30th layer, they covered the basics I had taught over the past month while also factoring in the disadvantage of only having 3 members. Perhaps they could plan this because the upper layer's information is relatively easy to gather. But if this was a strategy drafted by newcomers on their own, I'd give it almost a perfect score. If I were in the 10th Squad's position, my plan would probably look very similar. That's all. Master, what do you think? Who came up with the base of this plan? I did, Sophie answered my question. She looked scared as if she expected to be scolded and kept her head down. Am I really that scary? Relaxing my expression, I approached Sophie and patted her head. Impressive. I didn't expect such a solid plan. You should have more confidence. Sophie's face turned bright red, but she seemed to relax a bit. Ah, that's not fair. I helped with some parts too, Master. Carol appealed for attention, radiating a pet-me aura. All right. You worked hard too, Carol. I chuckled and patted Carol's head. Hee. After patting their heads, I approached Log, who looked a bit displeased, and patted his head as well. His expression softened into one of happiness. If it's that plan, it should be fine. You've gathered a lot of info. I officially permit the 3 of you to challenge the 30th layer together, but don't expect to clear the dungeon as scheduled. There will always be unforeseen circumstances. Never be overconfident. Yes! The 30th layer challenge was scheduled for the next day, making today a free day. By the way, since Miss Selma had gone to visit sponsors in another territory, the first squad wouldn't be exploring the dungeon together for a while. Maybe I'll spend today improving the demonic sword unification alteration. Ah, no, making that thing to give them takes priority. I'll go borrow a workshop from Grandpa. Asking Mr. Orun, may I have a moment? There's something I want to ask you. As I was heading outside to plan the upcoming schedule, Sophie called out to me from behind. What is it? Well, your supernatural ability is mana convergence, right? Yes, I can gather the surrounding mana into a single point. Why do you ask? How did you learn to use that ability? Was Sophie interested in supernatural abilities? Well, just having one was a big advantage. No one would lack interest. What exactly a supernatural ability is remains unknown. It's unclear whether it's innate or acquired. The current consensus is that supernatural abilities are innate, and at some point, one becomes aware of their own ability. I had perceived mana since I was young. For some reason, I felt I could control it. When I tried, I realized it was different from manipulating mana inflow. I could voluntarily gather mana wherever I wanted. That's a difficult thing to put into words. But supernatural ability users sometimes have an unfounded feeling that they can do something, and when they try, they actually can, and that's how they understand their ability. Maybe you have that feeling too? It's more like a weird sensation or discomfort. Sometimes I feel like I could affect something. But when I try, nothing happens, so maybe I'm just imagining it. Sophie smiled wryly, self-deprecating. There's still a lot we don't understand about supernatural abilities. After all, it's a special power unique to each person. Maybe you just haven't grasped the feeling yet. You shouldn't ignore that sensation. No need to rush. Let's slowly investigate what that feeling really is. I patted Sophie's head and offered some encouragement. Thank you. That really cleared up some of the fog in my heart. Sophie smiled at me. Yeah, that smile really is adorable. I can see why Miss Selma dotes on her. The next day, I and the 3 members of the 10th squad arrived near the entrance of the Great Labyrinth. Here, this is for you. Consider it a charm. I handed them colored plate necklaces I had made yesterday. Sophie's was red, Carol's green, and Log's purple, matching their eye colors. There was a mechanism built into them, but I hoped it would never have to activate. Wow, thank you, Master. They all seemed happy, which was a relief. You're welcome. Now go clear the 30th layer, and come back safely, all 3 of you. I look forward to your report. We're off. The 3 turned their backs and entered the Great Labyrinth. Escorted by Mr. Orun, we teleported to the entrance of the 30th floor. How is it? Does it suit me? Carol asked, showing me the necklace she had just received from Mr. Orun hanging around her neck. Yeah, it suits you. Thanks, Sophie, it looks good on you too. Really? I looked down at the red necklace Mr. Orun gave me, a gift from Mr. Orun. I'm so happy. Both of you focus. Even though this is a safe zone, we're already inside the Great Labyrinth, Log warned us. But Log's face was subtly trying to suppress a smile, so even though what he said was correct, it didn't carry much weight. I mean, it's hard to take that seriously with a face like that, Carol pointed out as expected. I can't help it. I didn't expect to get a present from our master. It was such a surprise attack. I think Log has changed a lot in this past month. Not long ago, he had this attitude of looking down on everyone around him, but now that attitude has completely disappeared. Maybe Mr. Orun defeated not only the Black Dragon, but also the unpleasant side of Log? Just kidding. Anyway, let's review the route and strategy one more time. I suggested to the 2 of them that we do a final check. I wanted to keep staring at the necklace I got, but we came here to clear the 30th floor. We pushed Mr. Orun to let just the 3 of us take on this challenge. I want to show Mr. Orun how much we've grown. I don't want to disappoint him. The 2 of them agreed to my suggestion. I took out the map of the 30th floor from my storage magical tool and did the final confirmation. I remember the layout of the 30th floor almost perfectly, including the route to the floor boss. I also planned escape routes just in case, so it's all good. For the battle formation, Carol is the vanguard, Log is the midguard, and I'm the rear guard. The damage dealers are Carol and me. Log supports us with buffs and switches between front and rear lines depending on the situation. This puts a heavy burden on Log. As Mr. Orun said, we have to avoid prolonging fights as much as possible. Yeah, this should be fine. Since we have Mr. Orun's approval, let's proceed without letting our guard down. All right. While staying alert and trying not to get overly tense, we moved along the planned route. Stop, I hear footsteps ahead. Log is in charge of scouting for our party. He activated the hearing up technique that Mr. Orun taught him, greatly enhancing his hearing. It seems Log's enhanced hearing caught the footsteps of demonic beasts. Do you know what kind they are? Sorry, I can't tell that much, but probably 3 of them. Since this is a narrow, single-path area, magic is better for battle here. There are enemies with ranged attacks on the 30th floor, but their power is low, so we don't have to worry too much. If they're coming from the front, Log and I will intercept with magic. Carol, please watch the rear for any demonic beasts. Got it. Right. As I gave instructions, I began constructing my technique. 4 goblins appeared walking toward us from the front. They haven't noticed us yet. Sorry, I miscounted. That's okay. We'll take them down with magic as planned. I'll cripple all their legs. Log, take 3 from the right. I'll handle the left. Arrow cutter. A blade of wind, about as wide as the corridor, sliced through the goblin's legs from the knees down, sweeping like it was crawling over the ground. Rock needle. The ground surged up like a spear and accurately pierced the vital points of the 3 fallen goblins. Thunder arrow. Right after casting arrow cutter, I unleashed the magic I had prepared to finish off the remaining goblin. I'm still not good at parallel technique construction. Log seems to have mastered it already and can cast magic faster and more precisely than I can, even though I'm a mage. I know it's no use envying what I don't have, but I still feel frustrated. I'm a mage, after all. I have to be the best at offensive magic in this party. I have to work harder. Good job, both of you. Sophie's instructions were precise and made it easy to move. Now I understand why the master told me my directions were sloppy the other day. I still have a long way to go too. My older sister's teaching me a lot, but I'm nowhere near good at it. You 2 are too negative. It's only natural that our experience levels are different. We're just getting started. It's too early to compare ourselves with advanced explorers. Yeah, you're right. In this past month with all the lessons from Mr. Orun, I really feel like I've grown a lot. Let's keep working hard to catch up with the seniors. All right. To do that, let's clear the 30th floor and advance to the middle layers. Then we'll join the third squad and start our activities as full-fledged explorers. Let's do our best as a team of 3? Yeah. Huh. Once we join the third squad, we won't be rookies anymore. Does that mean we won't receive any more guidance from Mr. Orun? He's been our mentor as part of our rookie training. Will we no longer get his guidance after clearing the 30th floor? That would be sad. But we can't keep relying on Mr. Orun forever. We have to become fully qualified explorers ourselves as soon as possible. I think it's been over an hour since we reached the 30th floor. We've been steadily advancing while fighting repeatedly. It's understandable that our pace is slower than during the previous guided exploration. Last time we followed the instructions of the seniors, but this time we have to make all the decisions on our own. Even so, we've already covered about 80% of the route. If we keep this up, we'll reach the boss area soon. We're about to enter a wide space, so stay focused. Since there are just 3 of us, we've been choosing relatively narrow paths where we can fight without spreading out. But there's a point where we have no choice but to enter a wide area. In such battles, numbers give a clear advantage. I've heard that groups of more than 6 don't appear on the 30th floor, but we can't afford to let our guard down. This is such a pain. We just got back to town and now we have to do this. It can't be helped. The Great Southern Labyrinth doesn't have crystal registration at the floor entrances. That's why we had to descend from the first floor. Our already low motivation is only getting worse, so please don't complain. When we entered the wide space, we encountered another explorer party. Another party. Log, what should we do? It's common to encounter other explorer parties during dungeon exploration. As we go deeper, the floors get wider, but the number of explorers decreases, so encounters become less frequent. But on the upper and middle floors, it's the opposite. Encounters are common. When encountering another party, we need to coordinate to take separate routes. If we go the same way, we'll end up competing for magic stones and materials, leading to pointless conflicts. That's what Mr. Orun taught me. First, we need to ask about their objective. If they're exploring, maybe they'll let us have the route we've chosen. Hello, could we have a moment? When Log spoke, a big muscular man responded in a lazy tone. What's up, kid? He's a little scary. There are 3 others with him. They seem to be a 4-person party. Opposite to the big man, there's a slender man, a woman, and the last one wears a hood over their head and loose robes, so their gender isn't clear. We're exploring this floor to clear it, but if you're also exploring, could you give us the route we plan to take? Log politely asked them to give up the route. Yeah, whatever. Don't need to deal with kids. They're unpleasant, but since they'll give up the path, let's just move on quickly. It's best not to get involved with people like this. Thanks. Then we'll wait. Just as Log was about to thank them and move on, the slender man stopped us. What is it? Are you explorers from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky? Why would they ask that? Could they recognize us by our clothes? Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky? I've heard that name somewhere. Where was it? Are you an idiot? Your brain must be all muscles, huh? What did you say? The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky are the clan that the Dragon Slayer belongs to. The Dragon Slayer is Mr. Orun, right? So he's famous after all. That's impressive. Oh, right. Hey, do you guys know the Dragon Slayer? All of us fell silent. Information is important, as Mr. Orun has told me many times. Until we understand why they're asking about him, it's better not to say anything foolish. Silence means consent, you know, the slender man spoke in an intimidating tone. Zuriru, check it. The hooded person, who hadn't said a word until now, spoke in a clear, beautiful voice, probably a woman. As you command. Right after that, Log gasped, What's wrong? Bingo. This boy and the Dragon Slayer seem to be acquaintances, or rather, master and disciple. Using them as bait, we might be able to lure the Dragon Slayer out. Why? Log was flustered. We haven't said anything, so how did they know? Could it be a supernatural ability to read minds? Ha, we're lucky. No need to bother with the troublesome dungeon clearing. A bad atmosphere emanated from the 4. This was the feeling I'd experienced almost every day when I was little, malice. But it wasn't just malice. There was a sense of murderous intent as well. I didn't understand why they directed their hostility at us, but it's best to run. They're stronger than we are. Carol, Log, let's backtrack and run away. Just after suggesting this to them, there was a loud noise behind us. When I turned around, the corridor we came from was blocked by a wall. Not only that, the other 2 corridors were blocked too. You're not getting away? It seemed like the big man's magic. Despite his appearance, he's able to use magic. Why are you doing this? Simple. Because you're close to the Dragon Slayer, you don't need to know anything more. The slender man's intimidating voice rang out. Hey, don't touch them. I'll handle them alone. I'm full of pent-up anger. Same here. But fine, I'll let you have this one. I want to save my fun for when I kill the Dragon Slayer. Kill Mr. Orun? Why? We can't run. You 2 break down the corridor walls. I'll buy time. After telling us this, Carol charged at the big man. Idiot, don't rush in alone. Ignoring Log's words, Carol attacked the big man. You scared those two. I won't forgive you. Huh. Carol, who had charged in, suddenly was blown behind us and slammed into the wall. Carol? Ugh. I finally realized that the cause of Carol's being blown back was the big man's greatsword, which he had somehow gotten hold of. Jumping back to reduce impact. Nice reflexes. But after that, she can't fight anymore. Just as the big man said, Carol was unconscious after being slammed into the wall. She didn't seem to have external injuries, but maybe some bones were broken. Sophie, focus. The three behind won't interfere. Think that way and concentrate on this man. Why, yeah? Log's shout helped me shift my focus. I was worried about Carol, but she was still breathing. She has self-healing, so she'll probably be okay. We have to come up with a plan to escape before she recovers. I'm scared, but I have to fight because waiting means death. I don't want to die here. Thunder Shock. I cast an offensive magic attack in sync with Log's movement. Log attacked bravely too, but the big man moved with agility that didn't match his size, completely ignoring our attacks. Log was blown away and collapsed near me. Log, are you okay? There were no visible injuries, but just in case, I activated healing. I wish I could use parallel construction in moments like this. You move pretty well too, just like the guy who knocked you away. Compared to my master, your movements are easier to read. Maybe you're just bad with a sword. While rising using his spear as a staff, Log mocked the big man. What did you say? He was joking, but Log's body was trembling. He's scared, which is understandable. I knew it, but we really can't win. At this rate? No, I can't give up, Mr. Orun said. Always keep thinking. To break this situation, while I was thinking, Log and the big man approached again. Ha, you're good, but too weak. Like with Carol, the big man swung his greatsword sideways. Log reacted and tried to block with his spear, but it was shattered, and the greatsword kept coming. The deadly blade swung toward Log. No! The answer I came up with was a gamble, but I desperately tried to interfere. With the source of the strange feeling I'd been sensing, and I won that gamble. What's this? I can't move. Just before the greatsword reached Log's body, it suddenly stopped. So that's how it is. I instantly understood my supernatural ability. With this, fly away. I used my ability to interfere and blasted the big man far backward. I wanted to slam him into the wall, but the distance was too great. Right after using my supernatural ability, my body was suddenly overwhelmed by a heavy fatigue. This is so exhausting. Geez, Jibua, what are you doing? Mr. Shin is super annoyed, so just kill him already. A woman who had been watching our battle shouted out. I'm not annoyed, but I do wonder why it's taking so long. The woman in the robe also spoke. I'll kill him right now, so just wait. I played around a bit too much. Next time I'll definitely kill him. A strong pressure radiated from the man. Scary, but compared to the pressure from the Black Dragon. If I hadn't experienced the pressure from the Black Dragon, I might have lost the will to fight at this point. Sophie, unleash every offensive magic you have. It's fine if you hit me with it. I constructed 5 techniques simultaneously. Why, no, that doesn't matter. I simultaneously activated 3 thunder arrows and 2 earth thorns rock needles. Log attacked with a spear made from an earthen weapon, focusing mainly on thrusting, just like before. But he wasn't just doing that, he also activated basic magic like Thunder Shock. Just like Mr. Orun, however, against the even sharper and stronger big man, it had absolutely no effect. Stop. Again, this was yet another exchange of offense and defense. Fatigue kept accumulating, but ignoring that, I forcibly reset the battle by stopping the big man's movements with my supernatural ability. While obstructing the big man's attacks with my supernatural power, Log and I managed to fight through teamwork. But I knew it was a losing battle. Even if we defeated this big man, there were still 3 others remaining. And in the first place, I didn't know how much longer I could keep using my supernatural ability. And finally, I reached my limit. Log was thrown back violently. I couldn't completely halt the big man's movements with my supernatural ability, and Log finally took damage. Fortunately, it didn't seem like a serious injury, but next time. Finally. Well, you kids did hold on for a while, huh? I'll make it quick and put you out of your misery now. The big man walked toward me, who was on my knees and too exhausted to move. Scary. I don't want this. I don't want to die. Big sister. Mr. Orun, stop! Ignoring Log's shout, the big man raised his sword. Right after, a loud explosion sounded behind him. At the moment the big man looked in that direction, a gust of wind blew past beside me. Dry! Gwa! Then I heard the big man's surprised voice grow fainter and fainter, followed by another loud sound. Sorry for being late. Confused and unsure of what had just happened, I heard the voice I most wanted to hear right now. When I looked up, there was Mr. Orun's back. Mr. Orun! Mr. Orun had come. The sense of relief made the tears I'd been holding back finally fall. Yeah, I'm here. You did well. You're amazing. It's all right now. Don't worry, I'll take it from here. I wonder if they're going to be all right. After seeing the three of them off, I pass the time at Grandpa's general store. When I'm alone, my thoughts tend to go in unpleasant directions, so right now, I don't want to be by myself. Loitering around and being a nuisance. Are you trying to sabotage my business? As I wandered about the shop, Grandpa finally spoke out in reproach. Yeah, I'm completely at fault here. Sorry. I just can't sit still. I never thought that just waiting could be this painful. Sending my disciples to a place beyond my reach makes me this anxious. If you're that worried, why didn't you tell them without being noticed? Grandpa said this with an exasperated tone. Yeah, he's right. I have no argument against that. I feel like that would mean I don't trust them, so I don't want to do it. They have enough skill to clear the 30th floor without any problems. They'll be fine, then just wait patiently. Yeah, I understand. After sharing my worries with Grandpa, I felt a bit calmer. That's right, I trust them. I can't let them see me like this, so unmanly. After stepping behind the counter and sitting next to Grandpa, I took another look around the shop. By the way, has the number of customers dropped? I haven't been able to promote the store properly this past month. Could that be part of the reason? It's always been like this during the daytime. We still get quite a few customers in the mornings and evenings. Most adventurers explore the dungeon during the day. This store caters to adventurers, so it makes sense there aren't many customers at this time. Speaking of which, the Thanksgiving festival is coming up soon, right? Orun will be participating this year too, won't he? After all, he belongs to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Oh, that's right, it's coming up soon. I haven't heard any special talk about it within the clan. I guess it was around the time of the 92nd floor expedition, so that's probably why. But I don't think he'd skip it. The Thanksgiving Festival is a 10-day event held annually from late May to early June in this city. It's a festival to give thanks for the Great Labyrinth. Thanks to the magic stones and materials brought out from the Great Labyrinth circulating in the market, it's no exaggeration to say that the country's economy has been revitalized. Moreover, having the Great Labyrinth means we can obtain a wider variety of materials than other nations, which we export as well. In gratitude for this, exploration in the Great Labyrinth is prohibited during the festival period. Well, that's the official reason, but in reality, it's to leave the labyrinth alone for a while to balance its ecosystem. The materials adventurers seek are in high demand. High-demand materials fetch higher prices when sold. So naturally, adventurers aim for those since they bear the same risks but get better rewards. However, this means that high-demand materials get overhunted, leaving the labyrinth filled with low-demand materials. Naturally, the Great Labyrinth has its own ecosystem. If this continues, the balance of that ecosystem will be severely disrupted. Normally, restoring a disrupted ecosystem takes longer than a human lifetime, but the labyrinth's ecosystem can be restored much more quickly. If the labyrinth is left untouched for about a week, it returns to its proper state. That's why no one is allowed in during this period to restore normal conditions. That's the background of this festival. Adventurers who can't explore the labyrinth set up stalls and participate in various events to help liven up the festival. I say help because I've never actually participated in the Thanksgiving festival. When I first became an adventurer, becoming stronger was my top priority, so during the downtime when the labyrinth was closed, I explored other places. Once I began gaining skill, it became a perfect opportunity to handle administrative tasks with sponsors, so I never really enjoyed the festival. Apparently, members of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky participate every year in some capacity. Maybe this year I'll be able to join. Orun is probably the most prominent adventurer in this city these days. It'd be a big problem if he didn't take part. Thankfully, after clearing the 92nd floor, opportunities to be featured have increased. I don't like being in the spotlight, but since I belong to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's first squad, I have to accept it. That said, I don't mind a bit of praise. After chatting with Grandpa for about an hour, suddenly the plate necklace hanging from my neck glowed green. Grandpa, sorry. Something urgent came up. I told him that, jumped over the counter, and headed for the door. Wait! Grandpa stopped me just as I touched the door. Suppressing my panic, I turned to him and something flew my way. I caught it instinctively. I've improved the storage magical tool. It takes about 10 minutes now. Take it with you. It was the improved storage magical tool used when activating the demonic sword unification alteration. The last one I used on the 92nd floor took about 20 minutes. To reduce that by half in just a few days? Thank you, Grandpa, I'm off. Take care. With Grandpa's voice behind me, I stepped outside. Strength up triple stacking, reflective barrier. After applying buffs to myself, I stomped hard on the gray, translucent wall slanted at my feet. By stomping it, I was propelled into the sky in the direction of the Great Labyrinth. Technical up triple stacking, agility up sextuple stacking. While ascending, I buffed myself further. Then I created a foothold in midair with mana convergence and sped toward the great labyrinth at full speed. Before long, I arrived at the entrance. There were quite a few people nearby, but I ignored them, didn't slow down, and headed straight to the crystal to move to the 30th floor. Activating Hearing Up, I quickly dashed along the route I had been told about beforehand. The necklace glowing green means something has happened to Carol, right? Could it be that she already, suppressing my anxiety, I activated the necklace hanging from my neck? Red, green, and purple lights appeared. Thank goodness, they're all still alive. I don't have time to explain in detail, so to put it simply, the necklaces I gave them at the entrance of the Great Labyrinth are rigged to alert me if they fall into danger. That alert just activated. In other words, there's a very high chance the three of them are in danger right now. I really should have followed them. No, don't think about unnecessary things now. Focus all your energy on finding them. Various sounds reach my ears, but none are from the three. I remember the unique sounds they make when walking or running. I won't miss even their slightest noise. I covered about 80% of the route I was told. Still, I haven't found them. I'm pretty sure they should be around here at this time. Stop it! I heard Log's voice from inside a wall. It was the first time I'd heard Log sound so panicked. I immediately matched my current location with the map in my head. There's a wide space beyond this wall. If I keep following the path, I'll reach it, but Log's tone suggests he's in a desperate situation. Time is precious. Demonic Sword Unification Alteration. I summoned Swordsman and transformed it into mana. I'm going to break through this wall. I concentrated Swordsman's mana. With a slash of the concentrated mana, I blew the wall upwards. Then I jumped through the hole. What are you doing? I blew away the dust with magic, and what I saw was a man about to swing his sword down on Sophie. I rushed to Sophie's side. Third form Montdre, I expanded the mana of Swordsman, which was still in its demonic sword form, shaping it into a great sword. I swung the great sword horizontally. The man barely reacted in time and tried to block with his sword like a shield, but he couldn't withstand it, was blown back, and crashed into the wall. Immediately after, Swordsman returned to its black sword form from the demonic sword. Checking the situation, Carol was unconscious near the wall. Log seemed conscious but injured. I quickly cast healing on Log. The enemy consisted of 4 people in total. The big man I just sent flying, another man, a woman, and a robed figure of unknown gender. Sorry for the delay. I felt anger welling up not just at the enemies, but also at myself for being late. Orun. San, Sophie spoke, calm your anger. Your priority now is to reassure them. Act as usual. Yeah, I'm here. You did well. Good job. It's okay now. Relax. I'll handle the rest. I forced a smile at Sophie, who was shedding tears, and said so. I'm going to teleport Sophie and Log near Carol now. Can you watch over Carol? I'll finish this quickly. Why, yes. I told Sophie that, then activated Space Leap, moving the 2 close to Carol. Next, I deployed a magic barrier covering all 3, enhancing its strength with mana convergence. Now then, why did you hurt those guys? I unleashed the anger I had been desperately restraining and questioned them. Are you the Dragon Slayer? Yeah, you've got that vibe. A voice came from a person wearing a robe whose gender was unclear. Judging by the tone, was it a woman? I'm the one asking questions here. Answer me. Oh, my apologies. You want to know why we hurt them? It's because they're connected to the Dragon Slayer. We thought if we had their bodies, the Dragon Slayer might show up. So basically, they didn't do anything to earn your wrath. You just hurt them because they're connected to me. To put it simply, yes. Honestly, I didn't expect you to show up so soon. You're kidding me. That's my line. Suddenly showing up and knocking me away like that. I'll kill you. The large man stood up, sending murderous intent in my direction. I see. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'll make you feel a pain worse than death, so be prepared. Ha, we're specialists in fighting people, and it's 4 against 1. You don't stand a chance. The scrawnier man was making a fuss, but I had no reason to respond to such things. Still, I should be grateful that they gave me time to construct my technique. Everyone, raise your magic barriers. The robe woman seemed to sense what I was about to do and shouted, she's perceptive. But too slow, I activated weight increase on everything they were wearing. What's this? Suddenly everything feels so heavy. Though the robe woman blocked it, the other 3 were affected. Their gear suddenly grew heavy, throwing their balance off. Earth shock! I sent an electric current through the ground toward the 4 of them. It wasn't strong enough to kill, but as long as they were touching the ground, evading it was difficult, and it could catch them off guard. The robe woman who had noticed it dodged, but the other 3 were struck by the current and lost consciousness. That left just 1 person. I activated Hide on myself to blend into the scenery and closed the distance on the robe woman. Once within sword range, I activated Sharpness Nullification on Schwar's Haste, then swung. To think 3 of them would be taken out in an instant. Muttering something, the robe woman effortlessly blocked my attack with the staff she had taken out at some point. I shouldn't be visible, so how is she blocking this? Before I knew it, white smoke surrounded me. Immediately recognizing it as an extreme cold blizzard, I jumped back just as the ground where I stood froze solid. The freezing was fast. Right after moving, more than 20 ice javelins appeared, covering me and striking all at once. Top-tier magic followed immediately by this many advanced mage's spells. I deployed a magic barrier and increased its strength with mana convergence. Just as the ice spears were about to hit, I activated instantaneous ability surge to protect myself. I also reflected one ice spear with a reflective barrier, redirecting it toward the robe woman. She tried to block the ice spear with her magic barrier, but I also activated instantaneous ability surge, piercing through her barrier. Just as the spear was about to hit, she astonishingly dodged. She couldn't fully avoid it, grazing her side, but it wasn't a fatal wound. A mage, huh? What an incredible agility. I admired the robe woman's movements, which rivaled those of advanced frontline explorers. I quickly moved to her side and swung Schwar's Haste again, but the staff blocked it once more. Still, I didn't stop, repeatedly swinging Schwar's Haste, each time blocked. After about 10 strikes, a magic barrier suddenly appeared between us. Then I sensed a strange flow of mana right before my eyes. I immediately jumped back, and in the spot where my face had been moments earlier, a huge explosion occurred. She blocked my invisible consecutive attacks while constructing a simplified super explosion technique. What was that flow of mana? Another explosion erupted right where I was standing. Had she predicted my escape route? Explosions kept erupting one after another wherever I moved. Damn it, even if I try to disrupt her mana intake, she activates magic faster than I can interfere. What kind of magic is this? It feels like it's skipping the usual mana intake process. If this is a supernatural ability, what kind of power could it be? Because I could sense the flow of mana beforehand, I somehow managed to dodge, but it felt like she was directing my movements. By the time the chain of explosions ended, I was quite far from the robe woman. Hide is useless here. Judging so, I deactivated Hide. To dodge my attack unscathed, not bad, Dragon Slayer. The robe woman spoke. She still seemed to have energy left. It might be a bluff, but I shouldn't underestimate her. She's strong. Compared to anyone I've met so far, she ranks among the top. Now that I noticed, not only the wound on her side, but even her robe had been repaired. I've never heard of magic that repairs clothing before. Original magic. Or perhaps a supernatural ability. You're a member of Amansars, aren't you? Judging by the scrawny man's claim of being a specialist in fighting people and this woman's combat experience, I guessed as much. When hearing professional in fighting people, the first candidates that come to mind are soldiers from various countries. Soldiers belong to the Wang family or lords, maintaining security during peace and going to battle during wars. Because of this, soldiers are trained for one-on-one combat. That's why 2 months ago, when the dragon appeared on the surface, explorers like us, rather than soldiers, were dispatched to hunt it. By the way, soldiers in the Nohitant Kingdom are divided into the central army held by the Wang family and the territorial army held by lords. From all this, soldiers rarely enter dungeons. So the next likely candidates are the organization Amansars, which has killed many explorers. Correct. Your insight is impressive. You remind me of someone I knew who died as a child, but had they grown, might have been like you. The distance wasn't in my favor. Keeping my distance from someone who can repeatedly use top-tier magic is foolish. I don't want to talk to the ones who hurt those guys, but now I have no choice but to buy time to close the gap. Why do you kill explorers? I don't want to kill people either, but the path left for us is this one. The originals were killed, the replicas fell into enemy hands. All we can do now is buy time, clinging to a slim hope. Original, replica, curious, but not the time to ponder. You terrorists, if this is the only path, then just give up. Shut up, you parasites breeding in this world. It's people like you who are bringing the world closer to destruction. For the first time, the robe woman showed emotion. Even showing anger, she doesn't give an opening. Humph, you won't charge in so easily, huh? Well, this should be enough time. Right after yelling, she returned to her earlier casual demeanor. She must have been playing along knowing it was just buying time. She left many intriguing words hanging. Shall I predict your next move? You'll close the distance with Space Leap, right? You're a frontline attacker among explorers. If you keep distance from me, a rear attacker, you have no chance. Will you come from behind me or the side? Or maybe straight on? The robe woman confidently guessed my next move. When I let my guard down during conversation, she planned to close in with Space Leap and attack. That's indeed the most effective move. But she's wrong. I channeled mana into the constructed technique. The thunder arrow shot toward the robe woman. With her agility, she should be able to dodge it without issue. In fact, it would be troublesome if she didn't dodge it. preferably with the minimum amount of movement. Was that construction of intermediate mage techniques just a stalling tactic, not good at technique construction, or maybe that's not it? Muttering something under my breath, she dodged with minimal movement. That was fine. Right now, she must think the thunder arrow was just a feint and that the real attack lies elsewhere. She should be focusing her attention on my every move. In a fight between individuals, the key is how well you can catch your opponent off guard, or so I believe. Sometimes, a single surprise strike decides the outcome, like when I took down 3 people with earth shock. The thunder arrow passed by the robe woman and struck the reflective barrier I had placed behind her, then struck again from behind. She noticed just before the arrow hit and dodged once more, but it wasn't over. I activated several reflective barriers around her. The translucent walls caused the arrow to change direction each time it struck, attacking repeatedly. After dodging a few times, the robe woman gave up and blocked the attack with a magic barrier. Status up, 7-fold overlay septuple. As she stopped moving, I activated my maximum overlay technique, 7-fold overlay, boosting my physical abilities, then kicked off the ground and closed the distance instantly. Apprenticeship tricks and rapid strikes are likely to be blocked. Then I'll just push through with pure strength. Once I was within sword range, I swung Swordsman in a sweeping arc from left to right. As before, she tried to block with her staff. I'll cut through the staff along with it. Just before Swordsman struck the staff, I activated instantaneous ability surge impact, intending to strike everything at once. However, this time the robe woman didn't take the attack head-on. She lightly jumped backward and received the slash. As a result, she was thrown back a good distance, creating space again. The match is over, then? The robe woman flew backward, a smile on her lips as she said so. From all around me, the super explosion, and from above, the heavenly thunder hammer were about to be unleashed. The required time hasn't even been met yet, so they'll probably be cancelled immediately, but I can't waste time thinking about that. Demonic Sword Unification Alteration. 5th form Mont Funf. Realizing I couldn't dodge, I transformed Swordsman's mana to form a shield. Raising the shield overhead, pitch-black mana enveloped my surroundings. As the attack came, I activated instantaneous ability surge impact, causing the air around me to vibrate with a roaring sound, but I managed to endure it. When the black mana dissipated, the smell of scorched earth hit my nose and smoke wrapped around the area. To reflect magic and counterattack like that was quite an interesting fighting style, but I win. There's no way you could withstand such top-tier magic simultaneously at such close range. Sorry, but this is also for saving the world. Hopefully this will buy us some time. The robe woman already acted like she had won. Master, no, please don't die, Mr. Orun, my disciples were screaming. I wanted to reassure them immediately, but there was something I had to do first. The opponent was completely off guard. She was stronger than I had anticipated. Among such circumstances, I had grasped a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I absolutely could not waste it. The moment the robe woman shifted her gaze toward her comrades, I moved to her blind spot behind her. Space leap, 0 form Mont Null. I transformed Swordsman into formless fluid mana and used it to restrain the robe woman. This mana, ! Along with her murmur, the hood that concealed the robe woman's face slipped off. What came into my sight was a young woman around my age with radiant, silvery hair. The instant I saw her, an inexplicable feeling welled up inside me. What is this feeling? No, now's not the time to think about that. As I prepared my next move, I sensed intense, murderous intent from beside me. Turning my gaze, I saw a person approaching rapidly through the hole I had made in the wall, ready to attack. Up close, she was a girl I had never seen before. I dodged the attack and put distance between myself and the robe woman. The girl threatened me as if protecting the robe woman. Reinforcements, the girl and I glared at each other. The silence was broken by the robe woman. What is this? What's going on? No, I already know. It has to be the work of that old nuisance and that harmful woman. You've got to be kidding me. How much longer do you plan to toy with people before you're satisfied? She shouted emotionally, but it felt like her words weren't aimed at us but somewhere else entirely. What's going on all of a sudden? And what's with this emotion? Confused by her sudden change, I felt an urge to reach out to her, who somehow seemed to be suffering. Suppressing my emotions with reason, I summoned a spare sword from my storage magical tool and took my stance again. Wait, Orun, I have no will to fight anymore. I can't fight you. Won't you let me go? I promise to pull the others back from this great labyrinth. The robe woman pleaded with an uncharacteristically calm voice for someone in the middle of a battle. Why is she talking to me so familiarly? The emotions I had subdued stirred again. At the same time, something inside me insisted that I finish this here and now. While confused about my own state, the situation worsened. First, the black mana reverted back into Swordsman, and the robe woman's restraints were released. Next, the three people whose consciousness I had previously taken were starting to come to. Even if I fought 5 against 1, my chances of winning were slim. If they were willing to withdraw, that would be an invaluable opportunity. I lowered my stance and sheathed my sword. Still, knowing they might try an ambush, I remained on high alert for their movements and mana flow. Thank you. I hope the next time we meet it won't be as enemies. Well then, see you again, Orun. When the robe woman spoke thus, the 5 figures flickered as if reflected on rippling water. Then they gradually vanished. There was nothing unnatural in the flow of mana or wind around me. They truly had disappeared somewhere. Master, after retrieving Swordsman, I went to my disciples. Carol had regained consciousness. Carol, thank goodness, how are all 3 of you feeling? I'm fine. I'm fine too. Me too, since the master healed me with healing. None of them showed any external injuries, and they seemed truthful. I see. I'm sorry for putting you in danger this time. You can complain all you want later, but for now, let's head back. Complain? No way. We're the ones who selfishly insisted on coming. Mr. Orun, it's not your fault. Yeah. Besides, I'm just grateful you came to help. Master, are you acquainted with that robe woman? No, I'm not. Recently, I've been featured in the news a lot. They probably learned my name from that. If it had been just the 3 people I took down first, or the girl who intervened later, I could have handled them easily, but that robe woman was on a whole different level. I never meant to be arrogant, but there's always someone stronger. At this rate, I can't protect what I want to. I have to become stronger, much stronger. I resolved to grow stronger to protect what mattered most. Thank you very much for reading until the end. Who do you think won the battle between Orun and the silver-haired woman? I think Orun was close to losing, but since he saved 3 people and forced a retreat, it's not a complete victory, but it's close to one. Having escaped the great labyrinth, we returned to our usual room at the clan headquarters. On the way back, the 3 of them remained silent, not a single word spoken. After confirming that the 3 had taken their seats, I spoke to them. Today was unfortunate, but don't misunderstand. Today's outcome was never because your skills were lacking. It was just bad luck, that's all. Again, no, it's not. Just as I was about to say we can try again, Carol burst out loudly. I ran ahead on my own again, even though the master told me to cooperate with the 2 of you. And yet I was quickly incapacitated. I caused so much trouble for you both. If only I had worked with you, we might have gotten through it. Today's loss is my fault. It's not Carol's fault. I was the one who froze at the sight of that big guy at first. I should have charged at him alongside Carol. Then she wouldn't have been taken down so easily. I could have supported with magic, but I did nothing until Carol was defeated. If I had been more reliable, this loss is my responsibility. You're both not at fault, it's me. As the rear guard, I should have been the first to attack, but I couldn't do anything. Even after Carol was taken down, I couldn't move for a while. I put a burden on you too. And in the end, I was the one with the widest field of vision. I should have grasped the battle situation. I didn't even realize the big guy had regained consciousness and ended up like a hostage. I did nothing right today? That's not true. You took down the big guy, but because I started the fight without knowing the situation, Sophie's attention was drawn over here. If that's the case, then I should have dealt with the whip guy alone. Then Carol wouldn't have had to push herself so hard. No, it's because I was pathetic that Log had to step forward. If I had been reliable, we could have fought while keeping our distance together. All 3 were insisting it was their own fault. Calm down a bit. When I spoke, they all stopped arguing. I think what you're saying isn't wrong at all. At my words, their faces drooped with disappointment. None of us here are satisfied with today's outcome, and we all strongly felt our lack of ability. Myself included. How could that be? Master helped us? In the end, yes. But if the fight had continued as it was, we all might have died. In that regard, we were lucky. Today, we all tasted defeat, but we're all alive. If you have life, there's a next time. Each of you probably has regrets. So let's use this defeat as fuel to become stronger, both in heart and body, so there won't be any more regrets. Yes. They all raised their heads and spoke with determination. Their eyes were blazing fiercely. I wanted to stay by their side now, but I had to act quickly, so I told them I would come back after a while and headed to the leader's office. The leader, who is often busy and out, happened to be at headquarters, perfect timing. Normally, I should report to Miss Selma first, but since she was away on a business trip, I went straight to the leader. After knocking on the door and stating my name, I was told to enter, so I stepped inside. Sorry to bother you, leader. No problem. I also have something to tell you, so this is just right. But first, let me hear about Orun. Understood. Earlier, the 10th Squad from the Exploration Management Department made contact with members of Amensars during their push through the 30th floor of the Great Labyrinth. What? Are the kids okay? The leader slammed the desk and stood up vigorously, firing questions. We managed to intervene just in time, so none of the three were physically injured, but their mental state needs to be monitored. I see. For now, that's a relief. I promise to do everything possible for their mental care. Thank you for protecting them. The leader sank back into the chair, expressing gratitude to me. But I'm not worthy of receiving that right now. No, continuing the report. There were 4 opponents. We killed 3 and tried to capture the remaining one, but they were skilled, and we barely managed to drive them off. An opponent that even someone as skilled as Orun struggles against, huh? It's regrettable that one escaped, but the fact that you all returned alive is more than enough. However, it's unheard of for them to appear on the 30th floor and attack novices. Their target should be advanced explorers. Have their tactics changed? I believe their target this time was me. They made statements suggesting they attacked the 10th squad to lure me out. I see. I've heard Amensars kills skilled explorers to prevent the Great Labyrinth's clearing. It's no wonder that Orun, who can defeat deep-floor bosses alone, has become their target. My awareness was lacking. I knew Amensars was active in the Great Southern Labyrinth and had instructed the 2nd Squad members to be cautious. It's not boasting but a fact. Right now, I'm the most talked-about explorer in this city. So why didn't I think I'd be the target? Why didn't I consider the danger posed to those around me? Maybe I'd become complacent because everything had been going too smoothly since being kicked out of the hero party. I told them before, never forget your original intention. The world is filled with unfairness. You push through all of it to protect the people you care about, right? Then think things through more. Don't be so optimistic. Don't blame yourself too much. No one is perfect. Don't try to carry everything alone. We might not be enough, but we'll help too. There are many members in this clan. I believe that by combining everyone's strength, no hardship is insurmountable. Heh, was that a bit cheesy? No, not at all. Thank you. Well then, we need to decide the way forward. Since Selma isn't here, the decision-making falls to you. I'd like to hear your thoughts first. Yes, when we drove them off, they said they'd pull back the other members, but I don't trust that. I think dungeon exploration should be banned for a while. The Thanksgiving festival starts next month, so I plan to have the explorers focus on that. A ban on dungeon exploration until after the Thanksgiving festival. That sounds reasonable. We'll share this information with the Exploration Management Department and ensure explorers strictly follow the ban. Understood. That concludes my report. What did you want to discuss, leader? It's about that Thanksgiving festival. There's something I want Orun to do. If it's something I can do, you know there's a martial arts tournament at the heart of the Thanksgiving festival. The martial arts tournament, as the name implies, is a pure martial arts competition where participants fight to determine the best that year. Well, it's a bit misleading because supernatural abilities are allowed, so it's not purely physical martial arts. Anyone can participate, and it's a popular event, but actually, few advanced explorers take part. Because pure martial arts means, of course, they have to fight using their natural physical abilities. In other words, magical support, including support magic, is forbidden. For advanced explorers, boosting their physical abilities with support magic is the norm, so they have to participate weaker than usual. Plus, since the opponent is human, it's not very beneficial for explorers who usually face demonic beasts. Now that this topic has come up, could it be? Yes, I know the basics. Every year it's lively, but Marquis Forgus is frustrated that advanced explorers aren't participating. He proposed creating a section just for advanced explorers. I think you know what I'm getting at. Orun is being asked to participate. Well, it's basically an order. They want to restore the hero party's reputation by having you defeat them in front of the crowd. So that's why old man Eddington asked me those questions before. So you want me to lose to Oliver? No, the opposite. They want you to win. This is an opportunity. If you win, you'll completely kill the hero party's momentum. That will be a tailwind for us. It's also at Lazarus's request. I want you to win. Can you do it? That's pretty difficult. I gave the leader my honest answer. Can't you beat Sword Saint Oliver? The leader asked with a puzzled expression. I can beat Oliver. But from what I hear, she'll participate too. The Sword Princess of the S-Rank party, Red Copper Twilight Fuuka Shinonome. Ah, I forgot about her. That's why winning is tough. But since I'm participating, I'll pour my heart and soul into winning. No matter who the opponent is, I won't lose anymore. My name is Haruto Tendo. I'm 25 years old. I was born and raised in a small country called Kyokudo, which lies eastward from here in Tsutalero. Somehow I eventually ended up in this city, working as an adventurer. Even after becoming an adventurer, things happened here and there, and before I knew it, I was serving as the captain of a clan called the Red Copper Twilight. Red Copper Twilight is a clan built on the concept of a small but elite team, composed of 11 people in total, 4 adventurers and 7 non-adventurers. Oh, don't look down on us just because we're few in number. After all, we are an S-rank party. That said, we mostly explore the lower layers of dungeons, and we've barely ever ventured into the deep layers. We aim to be specialists in lower-layer dungeon exploration. Who in their right mind would want to go to the deep layers, a dangerous place like that? Now you're probably wondering why I suddenly started talking about myself like this. Well, let me tell you why. It's because I might die very soon. Before I die, I wanted to engrave my glorious footprints in my mind. But even looking back on my life like this, I haven't really lived a remarkable life. Hey, who said I'm a careless person? Captain, can you stop joking around in this situation? Huey, a member of our party, got angry at me for talking to myself inside my mind to no one in particular. Why? I've had a serious face the whole time, haven't I? Even if you have a serious face, suddenly talking about weird stuff like that counts as joking around. Did I say it out loud? So embarrassing. So please stop joking and do something about this situation. No way, if you think about it normally, this is way beyond what someone like me can handle. Surrounding the four of us, more than 40 dragons of various kinds, fire dragons, earth dragons, flying dragons, are gathered. 1 or 2 dragons are tough enough for veteran adventurers, but 40, that's a death sentence. By the way, can you stop directing your anger at me? The very person who caused this situation is standing right in front of you. My gaze fell on a girl standing there, her glossy black hair fluttering, wearing a kimono from our homeland, arranged for easy movement. Her name is Fuuka Shinonome. She's 17 years old. She's the ace of our party, and the one who triggered this whole situation. We are frequently at her mercy. Since we're probably going to die here, this will be the last time she messes with us. I don't feel any regret about that at all. But she ignores me whenever I try to talk to her. Don't sound so pathetic. Don't worry, Fuuka isn't ignoring you. She just doesn't talk much and isn't speaking to you. Isn't that basically the same as ignoring me? Yeah, I guess so. Don't just accept that. Hey, why are you making jokes in a situation like this? Even Katina, nicknamed Catty, who was trembling behind us, snapped. This is getting chaotic. We're not joking around. Then why are you yelling so loud? Normally, you wouldn't even be able to make a sound in a situation like this. Catty, you're yelling pretty loud yourself, aren't you? Oh, you're right. All right, I guess I need to get serious soon. Hey, Fuuka, have you thought about what we're going to do now? Ignoring the quarrel between Huey and Catty, I spoke to Fuuka. Fuuka tilted her head curiously. I mean, do you have any plan to defeat these guys? All that's left is to slash them. You need dragon scales, right? Yeah, I knew that she's the type to recklessly attract a huge number of dragons without thinking things through. Well, I guess that's fine for Fuuka. Her attacks never miss. But we're ordinary humans. Please understand the struggles of ordinary folk, genius. A nearby fire dragon roared. Shut up. I'm thinking about how to deal with you guys right now, so be quiet, damn it. On impulse, I punched the fire dragon right in the face. Oh crap. Hey, don't start fighting unprepared like that. The delicate balance we had maintained shattered when I hit the fire dragon. Magic coming from 2 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Handle it. Fuuka stood near Huey and Catty as if shielding them. Then, as if making a prophecy, she gave them instructions. The dragons launched a simultaneous attack on us. Looks like I'm fighting alone again. So lonely, huh? Grumbling, I slipped into the dragon's midst and punched one right in the belly with all my might. The dragon spewed blood all over, turning into black mist. This is a technique passed down in my family. Mixed into my attack, this technique delivers an internal shock, destroying from the inside. Behind me, quite a number of dragons swarmed the other 3. Claws, tails, and fangs' deadly parts attacked them. But none of those came close enough. Fuuka's sword, held in her right hand, cut down every single one. In front of Fuuka, no attack was effective. To an unknowing observer, it might have looked like the dragons willingly offered their bodies to be cut. Well, I don't think many people could follow her movements with their eyes, since she's just too fast. Even when a fire dragon launched fireballs, the 2 in the back, who knew it ahead of time, easily blocked them with magic. I took the front line, and Fuuka protected the 2 in the back. That's our solid formation when surrounded by enemies. Fuuka, help me! After about 10 minutes of fighting, I was begging Fuuka for help. No, seriously, I can't do this. I'm really going to die, fighting this many dragons. Are you kidding me? I'm busy protecting the 2 of them. Fuuka muttered with an expression I couldn't quite read. Don't lie, there's no one around you anymore. You're acting like the fight's already over. Fuuka had already cut down more than 30 dragons that were closing in on the 3 of us and was collecting magic stones and dropped materials. I had only defeated 6. It's dangerous if something flies at us. You're the one who's supposed to detect things like that beforehand, right? And the other 2 besides you are the ones intercepting, aren't they? Don't ignore me, Captain. It's amazing how calm you are surrounded by dragons. I'm not calm. That's why I'm asking for help. Even after all that begging, I ended up fighting the remaining dragons by myself. Why won't they help me? Dodging the earth dragon's attacks, I punched one down. All right. Only 2 left. Finally, the end is in sight. 2 more to go, time to give it my all. Just as I steeled myself, the necks of 2 dragons dropped with a thud. Near those 2, Fuuka was standing, having quietly moved there, flicking the blood off her sword. Mission complete. Now's not the time to jump in, read the atmosphere, damn it. After the fierce battle with the dragon ended, we continued exploring for a while before returning to the clan home. I'm back. Oh, welcome back, everyone. You're home quite early today. As we entered the home, 3 small, boyish-faced boys who handled all the clan's administrative work alone were there. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? One of them spoke to us as we came back. This boy's name is Miles Lampling, 15 years old. Miles has a supernatural ability called Clone, which allows him to multiply his body into several copies. Apparently, all of these copies share unified memories and thoughts. Honestly, that ability sounds like it could drive someone crazy if used. The definition of self would become so vague, I'd be too scared to use it myself. Well, it's thanks to Fuuka's stupidity running wild. Don't say such rude things. I didn't run wild, you know. You started scattering magic stones everywhere as soon as we reached the 90th layer. What kind of nonsense is that coming from your mouth? But Haruto said we needed a large amount of dragon scales. I did say that, but it meant to take time, right? That's why we started the dungeon exploration from the morning. Was that so? After Caddy pointed it out, Fuuka finally seemed to realize the full plan for today. Yeah, from now on, I should only let Fuuka carry the absolutely necessary magic stones. Ahaha, Miss Fuuka is as usual, it seems. Today was the worst one in recent times. Oh, that's right. Your father is waiting in the reception room, so Captain and Miss Fuuka, could you please go to the reception room? Miles's father is the head of the Lampling Viscount family. A few years ago, we saved Miles from some villains, and feeling grateful, he helps with the clan's work while his father provides financial support. We didn't do anything special, but I think they're a sincere father and son. It's unusual for you to come here, understood. Fuuka, let's go. I took Fuuka with me to the reception room. When we entered, there was a dignified middle-aged man with a beard and a maid. Sorry to keep you waiting. Alf, you're back quite early. We gathered what we needed earlier than planned. Still, it's rare for you to come here. Is there an urgent matter? I just came to see my son. Also, I have a favor to ask of you all. What is it? It's about the Thanksgiving festival being held in 2 weeks. You know there's a martial arts tournament as one of the main events, right? Yeah, I know. I'm not interested, though, so I've never participated or even watched it. Until now, most participants were officers from the Central Army or regional armies, as well as B-rank or lower explorers. It was rare for A-rank or above explorers to join. Marquis Forgus doesn't like that situation. This time, he wants to gather only advanced explorers and have them fight. He personally approached me about it. Sounds troublesome, so you want Fuuka and me to participate too? To put it bluntly, yes. Sorry, but the opponent is the Marquis. You can't refuse. Putting Fuuka in it, does the Marquis have a screw loose? He's obviously aiming to restore the hero's reputation, but if Fuuka participates, she'll definitely win. I know Fuuka is strong, but is she really that strong? The tournament is fought with martial arts and supernatural abilities, no magic, right? Fuuka's physical abilities are extraordinary, and her supernatural ability is definitely top class. Even with magic, no one can beat her, so without magic, there's no way she can lose. Right, Fuuka? ... Probably? I asked Fuuka, who had been munching on sweets like a little squirrel since we came in, and she gave a vague answer. It's rare for you to be modest. Will it snow tomorrow? Oh no, I already put away my winter clothes. I'm not being modest, I really don't know. Well, she's not joking. The hero is strong, sure, but is there someone so strong even you can't beat? I didn't get that impression. I can beat the hero. What I'm talking about is Orun. You can't beat Orun? Orun is the explorer we met during the recent joint subjugation. He was pretty easy to talk to. He originally belonged to a hero party, but has now moved to the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. What a career path! My impression of him is that he's someone who thinks things through carefully. I didn't feel the aura typical of a strong person, and his physical abilities weren't that impressive. But he skillfully and neatly fills in the gaps in his party. I doubted my ears when I heard he defeated the D-player floor boss alone. Even so, it seems true, so maybe I just failed to see his true strength. He didn't seem like someone hiding his power. Maybe he has some incredible supernatural ability. Besides, he's called the Dragon Slayer now, but doesn't today make me more fitting for that title? The regular dragons on the lower layers and the D-player floor boss are totally different. Oh, I see. Back on track. Sure, he's strong, but does it matter when you're in front of him? Orun at full strength is definitely a monster, but if he's holding back like during the joint subjugation, I can win, so that's why I said probably. He was holding back. I didn't notice at all. My observational skills, which I had some confidence in, are even worse than Fuuka's. My value as a person, I'm about to cry. Jokes aside, if she says that seriously, Fuuka's supernatural ability is future sight. She can see a little into the near future. That alone is an incredible advantage, but Fuuka also possesses physical abilities and combat sense far beyond those of ordinary people. Before her ability manifested, the strongest swordsman in her homeland said she would surely surpass him in the future. In fact, since becoming an explorer, Fuuka has never even suffered a scratch. She is much better with the sword than Oliver Cardiff, who was called a sword saint before being called a hero. Such an absurd existence, yet she can't confidently say she can beat Orun. Anyway, understood about the martial arts tournament. Alf, you've been taking care of us, so it's fine if we lose with a moderate rank, right? No, I want you to go all out. Why? A moderate result would be fine. It's simple, I don't want to see you lose. What about the marquee? I've already dealt with that, no problem, just win. Good grief, unreasonable demands from sponsors are everywhere. Still, Alf has let us act freely without specific instructions until now. We're lucky to have sponsors. Since it's their wish, we'll give it our all this time. Can't be helped. Fuuka, let's aim to win. Got it. Even if Haruto is the opponent, I'll give it my all. No, please go easy on him, I'd die otherwise. Thank you for reading until the end. This concludes Chapter 2. Master, today I'll finally take a point. Today, I'll finally beat you, Master. Several days had passed since the battle with Amansars. In the indoor training ground of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, I was facing off against Log and Carol. All right, bring it on. At my signal, the two of them sprang into action. Log launched a series of thrusts and sweeping strikes from the front. He's even adding feints now. He's definitely improved over these past few days. While dodging and parrying Log's attacks with my sword, Carol, who had circled behind me, suddenly slashed from behind. Or so it seemed. Instead of closing the distance, she threw a dagger aimed near my right shoulder. By the way, all the weapons we're using now have their edges dulled, so they can't actually cut, and even if they hit, they won't cause serious injury. If I'm not careful, I might hit Log with it. That would be a bad move. I evaded the dagger's line of fire while handling Log's attacks. However, the dagger didn't pass by my side. It stopped midair before reaching me. Is this Object Float? Object Float is a magic technique I taught the Magic Development Room when I joined the clan. It's a spell that allows objects to levitate. Back when I developed it, it had no name, but the Magic Development Room named it when it was about to be released to the public. So they eliminated the risk of friendly fire while restricting my movement. That's a clever idea. Whenever Carol aimed for my right shoulder, I would dodge to the left. Knowing her next move made it easier to land my attacks. While I was focused on Carol's dagger, Log launched a thrust faster than before. Their tactical skills are improving, but I still have no intention of losing. I drew his spear tip close, waiting until he could react but couldn't move his body quickly enough. At the right moment, I rolled clockwise, entering Log's close range. Switching my sword to my left hand, I used the momentum to strike my right elbow into Log's solar plexus. Grabbing Log's collar with my right hand, I pulled him back hard. Exhaling and unable to brace himself, Log was pulled forward, walking several steps ahead. As a result, he collided with Carol, who had been closing in from behind, and the two of them tumbled over, entangled. To think he buried his face in Carol's chest. Well played, Log. Log, you're heavy. Sorry. Log, probably stunned by the confusion, stayed still for a moment but regained composure at Carol's voice and hurriedly separated from her. Oh, I thought it was a good strategy. Carol, still lying down, grumbled. I think it was a good plan. Did you two come up with it together? Yes, we thought that if we could predict Master's next move, we could land attacks. Our physical abilities are superior after all. This time, I was sparring without buffs because the martial arts tournament was coming up. Facing two buffed opponents required more concentration, making it good training. Well, it's a difference in experience. By the way, Carol, when did you learn Object Float? You hadn't used magic before. Ray Nichin taught me I wanted to surprise the Master by showing it off, but you just dealt with it normally. I wanted to see a more surprised reaction. Actually, Carol and Miss Rain get along well. They were acquainted even before I joined the clan, probably through Mr. Albert. Carol looks up to Rain as an older sister, and Rain, having a big sister personality, naturally likes Carol. No, I was definitely surprised. It just didn't show on my face because we were in battle. Really, but why did you decide to learn magic? Carol's expression turned unusually serious at my question. Well, I thought I could get by with just close combat. I'm faster than most and confident handling blades. But against big guys, I wasn't much of a challenge. I lost in an instant. I don't intend to change my fighting style, but after watching the battles between Master and Log, I realized I should increase my options in combat. Right now, all I can do is charge at the enemy. But that alone can't protect everyone. That's why I wanted to learn magic. I had already heard about their battle with Amensars before I arrived. Carol's fighting style was different from what I had imagined, but it was a conclusion she reached on her own. I wanted to respect that. My ideas aren't always right, and in the end, these decisions should be made by oneself. Magic, huh? Then maybe I'll teach her that magic in the future. I see, that's a good idea. But in that case, you should learn parallel construction. If you can construct spells while engaging in close combat, fighting will become much easier. Yeah, actually, Ray told me the same thing. I'm practicing mastering parallel construction before learning more spells. I can only use Object Float and some basic shock spells right now. Since Rain is teaching her, it's probably best if I don't interfere. Our training methods are likely different, and trying to do both at once might slow her progress. Carol's amazing. I need to get better with my spear. Log admired Carol's resolve and fired up his competitive spirit. Yeah, I think this kind of relationship is good. I hope the three of them keep pushing each other to improve. You're handling the spear very well for just a month of practice, Log. But compared to those who have mastered spear techniques, I'm still far behind, right? Of course. That means you have plenty of room to grow. It's just the beginning. By the way, are you two participating in the martial arts tournament? Anyone can enter the tournament. The one I'm entering is for advanced explorers only. But the regular martial arts tournament with no entry restrictions will also be held as scheduled. I've heard many rookie explorers join that tournament every year. No, until recently I planned to enter, but now I don't really want to fight anyone other than Master or Mr. Will. I don't want to hurt people much either, so I won't join. Well, right after what happened, it's natural not to want to fight. I see, participation isn't mandatory. The explorers of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky have clan events to help with, so you don't have to force yourselves. Enjoy the Thanksgiving festival in your free time. I heard there will be various attractions. Now then, after a short break, we'll have another round. Use this time to plan your next strategy. I'll go check on Sophie. Understood. This time I won't lose. Moving to the edge of the indoor training ground, Sophie was standing with a serious expression, extending her right hand forward. Soo-hoo. After taking a deep breath, Sophie clenched her open right hand. A thin iron played a short distance away from her, crumpled like wrinkled paper. Impressive. Oh, Mr. Orun. Thank you. How's your fatigue? Well, I still get out of breath quickly. It seems Sophie manifested a supernatural ability during the recent battle. Her ability is telekinesis. It's said to grant physical influence over objects. It's a bit vague, maybe because Sophie doesn't fully understand it yet, or maybe it really is that abstract. If it's the latter, various interpretations are possible. Just like my mana convergence is versatile, telekinesis might have many applications beyond crushing, blasting away, or holding objects in place. That will need to be verified going forward. In any case, telekinesis is a highly practical ability useful both in exploration and daily life. The fact that she tires quickly after just a few uses is probably because she's still inexperienced. Like all abilities, the more you use it, the more it becomes second nature. Along with manifesting her ability, Sophie also mastered parallel construction. She can now construct 7 spells simultaneously. This is probably a byproduct of her supernatural ability. I imagine telekinesis requires massive mental processing beyond normal spell construction, so perhaps her brain capacity grew to handle it. That's just a guess. Her quick fatigue might stem from this as well. Being able to construct 7 spells at once is sufficient for a mage. From now on, her priority should be to get used to using her ability. She can't be allowed to collapse after only a few uses in a real fight. I see. Well, many people struggle right after manifesting an ability, so let's gradually make it your own. Yes. Sophia, a loud voice rang out from the entrance of the indoor training ground. Turning toward it, I saw Miss Selma out of breath. She was supposed to leave tomorrow. Probably she heard about Sophie being attacked by Amensars and hurried back. Miss Selma approached quickly with a tense expression. Big sis, what's... Sophia, thank goodness. Miss Selma hugged Sophie tightly. It's tight, big sis. Sorry, but I was really relieved you're safe. When I heard you fought Amensars, my heart almost stopped. Sorry to make you worry. But Mr. Orun saved us, so we're safe. I see. Orun, I've heard the outline. Thank you for helping Sophia and the rookies. Miss Selma expressed gratitude to me with a gentle look. No, I didn't do anything to be thanked for. By the way, Sophie, since Miss Selma returned early, you can call it a day for today, all right? Thank you, but I want to keep going a bit more. Still such a hard worker. All right. Just don't push yourself to collapse. The day before yesterday, Sophie collapsed after pushing beyond her limit during ability training. I warned her strictly not to overdo it, so she should be okay, but just to be safe, I reminded her again. Collapse? Of course not, I won't overdo it. Miss Selma, do you still have time? I asked Miss Selma, who looked puzzled by my mention of collapsing. Yes, no problem. I had planned to spend today traveling. But later I want to talk with Orun in detail about what happened while I wasn't here. Understood. Then watch Sophie's training. You'll see something interesting. Something interesting? That's a surprise for later. Well then, Sophie, I'm going back to Log and Carol. Understood. Saying that, I left the two of them and returned to where Log and Carol were. I'm back. All right, break's over. Let's resume sparring. I approached the two who were discussing. Understood. This time we'll score a point. All right, let's beat the master. After throwing them to the ground several times, the indoor training time was almost up, so we ended. Well then, it's early, but let's call it a day. Good work today? Thank you very much. I had planned to return to the usual room afterwards for classroom lessons, but I want to hear Miss Selma's story sooner, and the three of them have been pushing themselves lately. They need to rest properly. I don't want to interrupt their momentum, but if they get injured, that would be counterproductive. After parting ways with the members of the 10th squad, I was now heading to the war room of the 1st squad with Miss Selma. Apparently, the others could also make time, so an impromptu meeting was arranged. Still, Sophia manifested her supernatural ability. Miss Selma murmured with an expression that made it hard to tell whether she was happy or sad. Yeah, and it's quite versatile. I think Sophie will only get stronger from here. Aren't you pleased, Miss Selma? No, of course I'm happy. But with this, Sophia's value has increased. I see Miss Selma is worried about Sophie's future. A supernatural ability is a unique power that others don't possess. Up until now, Sophie hadn't been treated like a noble daughter by her family. She has since left home, and her ties with her family have become so thin that it's almost fair to say they're non-existent. However, now that Sophie has manifested her supernatural ability, the possibility of being used as a tool for political marriage is not insignificant. Got it. I'll be careful not to let Sophie's supernatural ability become too widely known. Sorry and thank you. The Claudel family, huh? I hadn't paid much attention since I hadn't heard any bad rumors and Sophie had little connection with them, but I'll keep a closer eye on their movements from now on. It's only natural for someone who cares about Sophie. By the way, there was something I wanted to ask you, Miss Selma. While thinking about Sophie and Miss Selma, I remembered something I wanted to confirm with her. What is it? Sophie's uniform? Did you give it to her as a present? Even though Sophie is a newcomer, her uniform differs in design from those other newcomers wear. There's no rule that newcomers must wear the uniform designed specifically for them. Besides, it's not a problem if someone doesn't wear the uniform during dungeon exploration. However, the material used for the explorer's uniforms is wool from noxious sheep. Unless someone is particular, the uniform suffices, so everyone ends up wearing it after all. Well, I guess it's a present. Sophia said she wanted to become an explorer, so I handed down my old uniform to her. It's like a hand-me-down. Why do you ask? Actually, after the Thanksgiving festival ends, I want them to challenge the 30th layer again. Of course, if they don't want to, I won't force it. This time I'll accompany them, and I feel like they want to take on the challenge. If that happens, they will almost certainly reach the 31st layer. That sounds about right. Even though Sophia hasn't fully mastered her supernatural ability, she has acquired parallel construction. I also watched the other two during mock battles with Orun, and they seemed capable of easily clearing layers up to the upper levels. They should be able to conquer the 30th layer without a problem. Yeah, once they reach the 31st layer, they won't be considered newcomers anymore. I heard from Miss Estella that usually the Exploration Management Department prepares the uniforms, but I want to gift one myself. So if Sophie has a special attachment to the uniform she's wearing now, I need to think about it. I see. Like I said earlier, that's my hand-me-down. If Sophia wants to wear something else, I'll respect her wishes. Got it. Then I'll prepare something on my end. Well, if she doesn't like my design, she'll probably stick with the current one. Heh, I don't think that will happen. While we were talking, we arrived at the war room. When we arrived, it was just the two of us, but after waiting a bit, everyone gathered. Long time no see, everyone. Yeah, with everyone except Selma being so busy, it's been about a week since we last met as a whole, hasn't it? Time flew by. I also had that many interviews for the first time in a while. Well, with the third hero parties to reach the 93rd layer, but the ones who were particularly busy were Selma's boss and Orun, right? Will's remark brought a tense atmosphere into the room. Well, it was pretty hectic. You want to hear about that matter, right? I think mine will take the longest, so I'll report last. That's right. Then I'll start with a status report. As you all know, I was dealing with sponsors in another territory. Every day was filled with traveling and dinners, which was really exhausting. This might be the first time I've seen Miss Selma this worn out. Well, given the situation, I think those who had been overbearing before suddenly flipped their attitudes, but even without that, dealing with nobles is troublesome. You have to pay attention to your language and etiquette, and be careful not to make a slip of the tongue, which wastes a lot of energy. Thank you for your hard work. So how did the sponsors react? For the most part, positively. This should reduce unreasonable demands and orders somewhat. So some are still coming. That can't be helped. Since they're paying, we can't just reject them outright. But dungeon exploration is currently banned, right? What if an unreasonable request comes now? For example, something like urgently needing materials. I'm handling those adjustments. I've already informed the sponsors that there will be no exploration until the Thanksgiving festival is over, following the recent incident. So far, no new requests have come after that. But if they do, I'll handle what can be handled now and ask them to wait until after the festival for anything requiring dungeon exploration. The sponsors have already been told this. Also, for some reason, Lord Lazarus is cooperating with this and has asked people to refrain from making requests to us for a while. So I don't think this will become a major problem. I answered on behalf of Miss Selma when Will asked the question. She only knew the general outline. Lord Lazarus, that old man is a bit of a mystery. Yeah, I've met him a few times, but his eyes don't smile. That guy's a little scary. Indeed, he probably has some scheme going on, but there's no point in worrying about it. Orun, thanks for handling the adjustments. No, the exploration ban was decided by me and the leader, so I have to take care of it. Orun-kun, you were just dragged into it, right? Don't carry everything on your own. Please rely on us too. Rain-sun pointed this out. Indeed, I might have been holding this issue on my own. It's different from when I was in the hero party. I need to learn to rely on others. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. I'll ask for help if it really gets out of hand. You're welcome. Well then, I'll report next. Then Rain-sun, Luker, and Will each gave their status reports in turn. Rain-sun, besides handling press interviews, focused on coordinating with the Exploration Management Department. She was handling internal affairs while I dealt with external matters on behalf of Miss Selma, like organizing policies for each party until the end of the Thanksgiving festival. Luker, besides interviews, cooperated in the final adjustments for several magics, including the object float, which will be unveiled at the festival by the Magic Development Department. The Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky unveil new magic or improved versions every year at the Thanksgiving festival, and this is the most anticipated event they hold. We'll help develop equipment using materials from the Black Dragon we defeated recently. In the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, materials gathered during exploration become shared among clan members, but first, the party decides whether to use the materials. Those not planned for use become shared clan materials. Currently, the first squad has no plans to use Black Dragon materials, so they became shared clan resources. However, since materials from D-player floor bosses rarely circulate publicly, discovering their characteristics and uses requires trial and error. It's quite a tedious process. After the 3 reports ended, it was my turn. Well then, I'll go last. Mainly, I dealt with interviews and various administrative tasks. Also, 5 days ago, I fought Amensars. My words brought the room's tension back up. I heard Orun fought Amensars, but I don't know much else. The 10th squad newcomers were attacked first, right? How did that happen? This is just my guess, but I think I was their target. They said they attacked to lure me out since I became a nuisance after defeating the Black Dragon. Scoundrels, Miss Selma murmured quietly, trying to suppress her anger. I've also killed people, so I can't blame them. I don't think killing them was a mistake. If I had left them alive, who knows what would have happened, but maybe there was a better way. But that was because the newcomers were attacked, right? Orun-kun, it's not your fault. Well, some might say killing was too much, but if I saw my friends about to be killed, I wouldn't forgive the other party either. You're not at fault, Orun-kun. Luker, thanks. From our point of view, that's how it looks. But from their perspective, maybe I'm the villain. What do you mean? They said during the fight we're buying time, and also that our existence is bringing the world closer to destruction. I think they had their own sense of justice. That doesn't mean I'll forgive them, though. I don't really get it. Well, I guess it's hard to understand a terrorist's mind. But why kill them all? I get you weren't calm, but you should have captured at least one for information. Killed them all? The leader must have controlled that information. Embarrassing as it is to say, I'm this clan's ace. If word got out that I lost, it would unnecessarily worry the members, so the leader likely withheld that information. Sorry, but that info isn't accurate. I lost to Amensars. What? You lost, but you're alive. Yeah, looking at the battle optimistically, it's a draw. Pessimistically, they let me go. If the fight had continued, my chances of winning were pretty slim. Everyone's faces showed surprise. No one expected me to have lost. I felt a mix of happiness and guilt. No way. Is the opponent stronger than Orun-kun, who can defeat a floor boss alone? I hate to say it, but you weren't holding back, right? At that time, I gave it my all. Initially, I intended to capture him alive, but after realizing his strength, I fought to kill. I thought I'd killed him once, but for some reason he was unharmed. I thought the exploration ban was too much, but knowing there's someone Orun can't beat makes me understand. It's scary to think he might still be in the Great Labyrinth. I think we should remain cautious even after the festival ends and the ban lifts, especially since we're likely targets of Amensars. We must never enter the dungeon alone. That's right, everyone sometimes explored solo in the Great Labyrinth, but we should lay off for a while. Then I shared information about the silver-haired woman with everyone. I see. I don't think we'll be attacked in the city, but everyone should maintain vigilance at all times. Well, the atmosphere got heavy, but next, I want to confirm the plans for the Thanksgiving festival. As far as I know, I'm coordinating the whole event. Rain and Lucre will assist with the magic presentation. We will patrol the city in the first half and participate in the martial arts tournament in the second half. Orun, you'll help coordinate in the first half and participate in the tournament in the second half. Any changes? No one objected to Miss Selma's report. All right, no changes. Then from tomorrow the schedule is basically free. Contact me if anything comes up. I'll notify the other members, that's all. Thus ended the first squad's status report, gathered together for the first time in a while. Tomorrow marks exactly 3 weeks until the Thanksgiving festival begins. The clan's full-scale preparations will likely start soon. The next day I headed to the Forge of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. Good morning, Mr. Allen. Oh, Orun, good morning. You're here to pick up your swords, right? Wait a moment. When Mr. Allen noticed me, he moved to the back of the forge and brought out 2 swords of different lengths sheathed. Take a look. The shape, weight, and balance of the longer one are the same as the black sword I made before. I took the swords from Mr. Allen and examined each one. The longsword's blade was lead-colored, but otherwise it was almost identical to the Swordsman. Even though different materials were used, I was amazed by Mr. Allen's skill in replicating it so closely. The shorter sword was about half the length of the longsword, but it fit me just as naturally without any discomfort. These swords were specially made for the martial arts tournament. Weapons were allowed in the tournament, but blades had to be dulled according to the rules. These 2 swords complied with that regulation. After checking how each sword felt, I sheathed them. It's been a while since I put swords into their sheaths. Ever since I got the storage magical tool, I haven't had a chance to use them. Long ago, sheathing swords was normal, but nowadays it's rare. That's thanks to the storage magical tool. Sheathing swords was meant to prevent injury while carrying them and to keep the blades sharp. Both issues are solved by storing them in the magical tool, which also saves space. So very few people use sheaths nowadays. But since magical tools are banned in the martial arts tournament, I had to have sheaths made. There's still surprisingly little discomfort, as always. All the data from orders by members is saved. When updating equipment, I refer to those data. Well, if it's too old, the accuracy drops, so I often have to measure again. I see. Then, do you have data for the new 10th squad members? I asked Mr. Allen if he had their data. Yeah, I do. If I remember correctly, I took data from the rookies just before the instructor-led exploration. Data from about 2 months ago is fine. Then I'd like to order weapons for the 3/10th squad members. Is it possible to have them made? I can make them, but should the cost be deducted from the 10th squad's expenses? Sorry to say, but if so, I can't use top-quality materials. No, I'll pay for the costs and materials myself. I've got permission from the Exploration Management Department, and since the materials before joining the clan belong to me personally, I want the best weapons made using the remaining Black Dragon scales and D-player materials. I know others might say I'm showing favoritism, but no matter what they say, I won't back down. They have endured such defeats but never give up and are working hard to get stronger. Seeing that, I want to support them. After all, I'm their master. I have an obligation to protect them. If you have permission from the Exploration Management Department, that's fine. Understood. Leave the materials here. I'll be free during the Thanksgiving festival, so it's convenient. I'm glad to have something to work on. The weapons should be done by the end of the festival. I'll contact you when they're finished. Since exploration is banned until the festival ends, the timing is perfect. Understood, thank you. All right, now back to the topic. If you're going to sheath those swords, you'll need sword belts, right? Sword belts are bands used to hang swords near the waist. Leather is the usual material, but since they'll only be used in this tournament, cloth might be fine. That's right, I don't have any because I haven't needed them until now. I'm thinking of requesting the clothing department to make them. That's a good idea. I could arrange them, but if you have time, it's better to order them yourself. The clan's reputation is at stake in this tournament, so it's best to get the best ones made. Plus, the clothing department is probably idle this time of year, so they'll start quickly. The clothing department isn't in this city, but in Falira, a neighboring town. Falira is a town thriving in the clothing industry, located a few hours by carriage from Tsutulero. Carriages run regularly, so it's not hard to get there. Since I have no urgent matters, I'll finish some paperwork today and visit there tomorrow. Thanks for the advice. I'll stop by the clothing department tomorrow. Hey, isn't that Orun? What are you doing here? The next day, while waiting for the carriage to Falira, Will appeared. Will. Oh, right, you said you'd be out of town for a few days. I was surprised to see Will here, but knowing his plans, I understood why he was here. Yeah, no dungeon explorations, so I thought I'd go home for a bit. Home, huh? Oh, here comes the carriage. Let's get on quickly. The carriage arrived just in time. I paid the driver and climbed aboard. Where are you headed, Orun? Will asked as the carriage jolted along. To Falira. I want to order sword belts and clan uniforms from our clothing department. Clan uniforms? Changing the design or something? Well, most would think it's for themselves. No, not mine, but the 10th Squad's uniforms. Once they clear the 30th layer, they graduate from being rookies, so I want to prepare these as a celebration. Oh, you're a thoughtful master. It's nothing special. It's just my own satisfaction. Also, since the design isn't decided yet, I think it'll just be a consultation regarding the uniforms. That's right. I decided to gift uniforms to them, but haven't settled on a design at all. I'm more practical than fashionable, so I can't come up with ideas. Design, huh? Then why not base it on your own uniform? Mine. Yeah, I have a younger brother who always wanted to imitate me. When I gave him a uniform with my old emblem removed, he was really happy. The 10th Squad guys like you, Orun, so if they got uniforms similar to yours, they'd be happy, right? Basing it on my uniform, huh? It's embarrassing to say, but I'm aware they're attached to me. I haven't found a better idea, so maybe I'll consider that. Thanks, Will. I'm starting to get an image now. You're welcome. While chatting casually with Will, we arrived in Falira. It was a town with rich nature and a relaxed atmosphere, very different from Tsudelero. It's my first time here, but it seems comfortable. I'm glad you think so. It's perfect when you want to get away from the city noise. Will got off the carriage with me and spoke proudly. Apparently, Will's family lives in Falira, and he offered to guide me to the clothing department building. Here we are. The building was much larger than the surrounding ones, as expected of a major clan's facility. Thanks for taking me here on your day off. Don't mention it. Are you heading back soon? You can stay over at my place. My family would be happy. That's kind of you, but I have other matters to handle once I return. I'll just take the thought. It wouldn't be appropriate for an outsider to intrude on family time. Besides, seeing families together sometimes makes me uncomfortable. I see. Well, if you change your mind, you're always welcome. Thanks. Will walked off toward his home. Hello. Alone, I entered the building and saw a girl at the front desk sewing. Though she looked about 10, her skill seemed impressive. I don't know much about sewing, though. She was so focused she didn't notice me entering. Huh. Oh, sorry. I was so absorbed I didn't notice you coming. Have I kept you waiting? Once she noticed me, her intense focus vanished, replaced by the typical demeanor of her age. I just got here, so it's fine. Nice to meet you. I'm Orun. I heard you have an appointment. Has the message arrived? Nice to meet you. I'm Marcia. You're Orun, right? Please wait a moment. She seemed flustered, but handled it well. Marcia hurriedly disappeared toward the back. Mom, someone named Orun is here. A loud voice, probably Marcia's, echoed from the back. It might have been better if she kept her voice down. I don't mind, but some guests might find being called by their given name rude. Maybe she was made receptionist because they knew I was coming today. Among clan members, some informality is acceptable. While pondering such trivial things, another woman appeared from where Marcia had gone. After seeing me briefly, you must be Orun-kun. Nice to meet you. I'm Glenda Burnett, the head of the clothing department. We've received your message from headquarters. Let's start by taking your measurements over here. Understood, thank you. I followed Glenda deeper into the building. All done with the measurements. We went to a certain room where she quickly took measurements with great skill. Thank you very much. No problem. For now, you need sword belts, right? Yes. I want to hang the long sword on my left waist and the short sword horizontally on my back waist. Also, please have the short sword's hilt on the left side. While explaining to Glenda, I summoned the 2 swords I received from Mr. Allen yesterday. Oh, 2 swords, you're quite skilled. Glenda spoke admiringly. The short sword is just in case. Basically, I plan to fight with only the long sword. I see. I understand your request. May I keep the swords for now? I'll send them with the sword belts once done. It'll take about 2 to 3 days. 3 days, that's fast. Haha, I'm a pro, and since it's a slow season, plus headquarters told me to prioritize Orun-kun's sword belts, you'll get them quickly. After you receive them, check how they feel. If there's even a little discomfort, let me know. I'll adjust them. Understood. I appreciate it. Also, you mentioned it's a slow season, but would you accept personal orders from me? It depends on the work, but usually no problem. What kind of work is it? I actually want to order 3 clan uniforms. Clan uniforms? You want spares? She asked similarly to Will. I gave Glenda the same explanation. I see. That's a wonderful idea. I'd love to make them. Glenda's eyes sparkled as she accepted my order. I've noticed she sometimes reacts a bit childishly. Though she must be in her 30s as Marcia's mother, she looks youthful. Without prior info, I wouldn't have guessed her age. Thank you, but to be honest, the design isn't finalized yet. Oh, so you have a concept? Yes, I'm thinking to base them on my coat. As a master gifting to disciples, basing it on your coat is a great idea. May I design them? That would be great. I'm not confident in fashion sense, so I'd appreciate if a pro handled the design. Got it. Then tell me about those three's personalities and preferences. That started a barrage of questions from Glenda. Though flustered, I tried to answer in detail, thinking about Sophie, Carol, and Log. Okay, I'm getting a clear image. I'll start work after the sword belts are finished. Thank you. By the way, I'm curious, do Orunkun's disciples form a party of 3? Yes, for now it's just 3. I want to add members soon, but I haven't found good candidates. Really? I get the feeling you already have someone in mind. She's sharp. I don't think I've been that obvious. Yes. There is someone who can fill in the gaps, but she's already in another party. It's hard to persuade her to switch. She also has her own reasons, and frankly, her skill level doesn't match the current 3. I see. Hey, is that girl? Even though I gave few hints, she guessed who I was thinking of. How did you know? Female intuition. I'll make one for her too. Since she's not your disciple, I'll tweak the design a bit. Suddenly, Glenda started running wild. And no, she won't be joining us, it'd just be a waste. As I said, I'm free right now and won't charge you. Let me make it? Well, if you really want to, I can't stop you. Also, I'll pay properly, so please charge the regular price. You're generous. You're using the clan's materials right. Then you have to charge. As expected from a clan executive, very responsible. All right, I'll bill you properly. Okay, then I'll be going now. Thank you for the sword belts and uniforms. You're welcome. Oh, wait. Glenda stopped me as I was leaving. Yes, this might be unnecessary meddling, but you should get enough sleep. She really has a keen eye. No one has ever guessed I'm sleep-deprived like this. Lately, I have been short on sleep, not from insomnia, but simply because I stay up late working on various tasks. I'm fine. I manage my health and won't collapse. I've heard rumors you're talented, but everyone has limits. And since you have the martial arts tournament coming up, please be in top form for the clan's sake. That hurts to hear, but I get it. I'll make sure to rest well before the tournament and be ready. Good. If you understand, that's enough. I guess I was just meddling. No, I appreciate your concern. Well then, I'll take my leave. Though I said that this lifestyle will probably continue for a while, but I can't compromise. I don't want to go through that kind of hardship again. About 2 weeks passed in a blink as I busily prepared for the Thanksgiving festival. With the Thanksgiving festival just a few days away, 2 individuals faced each other in a small meeting room of the Explorers Guild. One was Leon Conti, the guild master responsible for managing the southern part of the continent, including the Great Southern Labyrinth. The other was Philly Carpenter, an enchanter currently belonging to the hero party. The atmosphere between them was far from friendly, a tense undercurrent stretched taut between them. First of all, well done. Achieving the quota in less than 2 months, that's truly worthy of a hero party. Collecting that amount of magic stones must have been quite the challenge, Leon said cheerfully, as usual, his smile never fading as he offered words of praise. Is that sarcasm? Philly replied, her expression bitter and tense as she responded to Leon's praise. No, I didn't mean it like that, Leon said sincerely. The number of magic stones the guild demanded as a penalty, excluding the silver rabbits of the night sky and red copper twilight, would have taken even in a rank party at least 3 months to gather. Yet they achieved it within 2 months. That was certainly commendable. Well, I did think your first dungeon exploration since joining the hero party was rather disgraceful. You dug your own grave by being overly cautious. That's not important right now. The reason I came here today is one. Why didn't you report to me that Amensars and the White Demon were in the Great Southern Labyrinth? Though her tone was soft, Philly's gaze was so sharp it could make an ordinary person tremble. Why? Because I imposed a gag order. There was no way a mere explorer like you would be informed. Leon answered calmly, unfazed by Philly's piercing stare. Mere explorer? That's just a pretense. I'm a close aide to the Grandmaster. My position is higher than yours. Know your place. Suppose I had informed you that Amensars was active. Can you imagine what would have happened? You and the White Demon would have started a fierce battle, causing great harm to the people living in this city. Knowing that, there was no way I would tell you. Your imagination is probably correct. If I had known, I would have definitely moved to kill that woman. What's wrong with that? She's a clear enemy. And there's the righteous cause of eliminating a murderer who's been killing explorers. Killing her is a priority. If it means all the city's residents die, it wouldn't matter to me at all. What do you even think of human life? Leon's cheerful expression faded, and struggling to suppress his anger, he spoke in a strained voice. You don't care about people at all. If anything, you see them as convenient puppets to serve as your hands and feet, don't you? Philly said that with a tone as casual as if it were obvious. You're a fiend. I don't understand why you're so determined to protect those inferior beings. Ah, right, you're inferior yourself. She mocked him with a deeply contemptuous and belittling expression. You'd better not look down on us too much. If you do, you're going to get hurt someday. Heh, get hurt, huh? How exactly do you think that will happen? If I use my supernatural ability, you'll forget this conversation the next moment. What can a fragile existence like you possibly do to me? Do you really think I'm doing nothing even though I'm talking to you face to face right now? Your supernatural ability is powerful. Depending on how you use it, you could even remake the world as you like. But it's not perfect. Try using that power on me. The moment you do, the location of the guild's headquarters and all their past crimes will be broadcast worldwide. How do you think Amentsars will respond? They'll almost certainly launch an assault on the headquarters, mobilizing the full strength of the organization. But even so, you wouldn't. I'd probably forget. But my trap isn't that simple. Philly regarded Leon with eyes that sought to confirm his true intent. Isn't this outright rebellion? Aren't you supposed to be loyal to the Grandmaster? Humph. I'm not loyal to the Grandmaster. What did you say? Of course, the Grandmaster knows about this. The Guild's true purpose is irrelevant to me. In fact, I despise it. But the Guild has become indispensable to society as it is now. That's why I work in this organization, for the innocent people living in this world. Leon's words carried a fierce intensity. His tone spoke volumes about the seriousness of his convictions. Ha! This is probably a bluff, but I suppose there's always a chance. Fine, I concede today. I don't think there's a matter of winning or losing here. For now, I won't interfere with you, so please don't get in my way either. Philly's words eased the tension in the room somewhat. Yeah, that's fine. I just hope your plan fails. As they acknowledged their mutual non-aggression, Leon took a parting jab with a sarcastic remark, but Philly merely frowned slightly and left the room without replying. Phew. That was a risky bridge to cross, but it served as a bit of a deterrent. Now, time to prepare for the Thanksgiving festival. As Philly's footsteps faded away, Leon muttered to himself in the now empty room. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, returning to his usual mild-mannered self. A brown-haired boy not yet 10 years old and a black-haired boy of about the same age were fiercely battling each other, each wielding a wooden sword. Their fight was so intense it was hard to believe it was just a children's duel. When the brown-haired boy swung his sword, the impact gouged the ground, and when the wooden swords clashed, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings. The brown-haired boy was clearly dominant. It seemed only a matter of time before the match ended, but the black-haired boy was hanging on by a hair's breadth. As expected of the hero, the prodigy just can't keep up anymore. Yeah, even the prodigy's past growth speed was impressive, but now he's at the level of an average person. It seems only hero Oliver can fulfill our great wish. True. Still, the prodigy should at least be able to serve as Oliver's shield. Several adults standing a little distance away watched the fight and exchanged words just as the two finally reached a conclusion. The black-haired boy lay on his back on the ground while the brown-haired boy, panting heavily, pointed the tip of his sword at him. Ha ha ha! Man, I lost. There's no way I can beat Oliver anymore. Ha ha. Why aren't you going all out, Orun? Your true strength can't be this weak. You were so much stronger before. You're overestimating me. I was at full strength. Maybe I was stronger before, but Oliver's growth just overtook me, that's all. There's no way you could beat the genius. I don't believe that. I still don't think I've beaten you. Someday I'll beat the real you. That's because this is my full power right now. Shut up, just you wait. I'll definitely make you go all out. The brown-haired boy called Oliver said that and turned his back on the black-haired boy called Orun, walking off somewhere. I hope that chance never comes. I don't want to kill you. I absolutely don't want you to die because of me, Orun whispered in a voice so low that Oliver couldn't hear it, watching his back. Lady Shin, it's about time to return. A maid-like woman called out to the silver-haired girl who had been watching the fight from a different location than the adults. Okay, got it. I'll go say hi to Orun then. Understood, we will prepare the carriage. The silver-haired girl called Shin headed toward Orun, who was still lying on the ground. Orun, good job. Too bad you lost. Shin, you were here. I showed a pretty uncool side, huh? Orun sat up with an uncomfortable expression. Not at all, you were cool, you know. Besides, I know your true strength. My true strength or not, this is my current power. But yeah, that's because my heart is weak. I couldn't bear the fearful eyes from those around me and I cried for help. As a result, I ended up burdening Oliver, so I have to carry both his and my load. I won't let you be alone, Orun. Shin. I'll become strong enough to stand by your side. Strong enough to take down Beep together. I'm the same Beep as you after all. I'll always be with you. Even if you go far away, I'll definitely catch up. So don't carry it all alone. Orun was stunned by Shin's words, but gradually his face flushed and his eyes grew moist. It's about time for you to go home, right? I'll walk you to the carriage. Orun turned his back and started walking toward the carriage, speaking quickly. Wait, hey Orun, are you crying because you're happy? No way. If you want to tease me, wait until you catch up to the real me. Wasn't that fight your true strength? Then that means I've already passed you. You're just nitpicking. Ha, they happily chatted as they walked toward the carriage. When they reached the carriage, Shin turned around and looked straight into Orun's face. I know I sounded joking before, but I'm serious. I'll really catch up to you, so for now, be my guiding light. Someday we'll walk side by side at that place, I promise. Got it, don't get lost, okay? I won't get lost, I'm not directionally challenged. Well then, see you later, Orun. Yeah, see you, Shin. After finishing her farewell, Shin turned her back and got into the carriage. Well then, Lord Orun, we shall take our leave. Yes, please take care on your way. The maid bowed to Orun before getting into the carriage, and the carriage began to move. Orun, bye-bye, Lady Shin. That's improper. Ignoring the maid's reprimand, Shin stuck her head out and waved enthusiastically at Orun. Orun followed suit, waving back energetically. Several hours later, the place was reduced to a barren ground marked only by the traces of a fierce battle, and everyone who had been there. Sunlight streamed through the window, touching my face as I woke up. I sat up and stretched deeply. Slept well. Is it almost noon? It's been a while since I've slept this long. Today was the first day of the Thanksgiving festival. Since the work I'd been doing until yesterday was finally finished, and today was free, I indulged in some lazy sleep. I didn't have anything special to do, but I decided to have my meal outside since it was a special occasion. After tidying myself up, I left the room. Hello, Mr. Orun, a voice called out near the building's entrance. Looking over, I saw Sophie. Hello, Sophie, are you going somewhere? Yes. My job today is to help out at the Moonplay Pavilion, so I'm heading there now. The Moonplay Pavilion was a restaurant run by the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky clan. During the Thanksgiving festival, more customers than usual come, so relatively free explorers are sent to help out. By the way, the first place I ate with Sophie was the Moonplay Pavilion. I see. I don't have any plans either, so I'll walk you there. That's not necessary. I can go by myself. Since there are lots of people around and to avoid unnecessary trouble, right? Apparently, there have been many child kidnappings in this town over the past few days. All victims are under 10 years old, so I think Sophie is safe. But even aside from that, Sophie is cute, so weird guys might try to bother her. I can't always protect her, but at least when I have the chance, I want to act like a bug repellent. It's okay then, may I ask you to come with me? All right then, let's go right away. As expected, the number of people is on a whole different level during this season. Yeah, I've never seen this many people crowding like this before. I'd heard about it, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Looking at this many people for a long time might make me feel sick. I'll probably need to take breaks often when walking around the city. Is this your first time? Sophie looked at me with a puzzled expression and asked. Yeah, when I was in the hero party, I never walked through town during the day. I heard stories, but this is the first time I've actually seen it. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be this much. I see. I've lived in this town for nearly 10 years, so I thought you were used to it. That's reasonable. If I were in Sophie's position, I'd think the same. There are even people drinking from noon. It's really peaceful. Though it's peaceful, with this many people gathering, troubles happen accordingly. But since the military has reinforced security and some explorers from major clans also contribute to maintaining order, it should be fine unless something major happens. Will and Mr. Anthem from our clan are probably still patrolling. Is alcohol tasty? I like drinking while chatting with someone, but the alcohol itself isn't particularly tasty or bad, so I hardly ever drink alone. Are you interested in alcohol? Yes, I think I'm somewhat interested. I wonder what it tastes like. In this country, people are considered adults at 15 and can drink alcohol from that age. By the way, unlike other countries where age goes up on the birthday, here age increases the moment the birth month starts. For example, if someone's birthday is April 15, in this country they turn a year older on April 1. Sophie is 14 now. That means she'll be able to drink alcohol when her next birth month comes. Her birthday is in December, so that's about half a year away. When December comes, ask Miss Selma to take you. I hear Selma sometimes goes to bars alone, so she knows a lot. You remember my birth month? Sophie widened her eyes in surprise. Well, since you became my disciple, I have at least some idea of your profile. I see. I'm sorry, I don't know your birth month, Mr. Orun. She lowered her gaze apologetically. I don't think she needs to worry about that. I just remembered it on my own. There's no rule that a master must know a disciple's profile, so don't worry. Okay, can you tell me your birth month? With a serious look she pressed. It feels like she's a bit too close, but she doesn't notice because she's serious. My birth month is June. Jae-jun, when I told her, Sophie seemed flustered. That's right, is something wrong? And no, nothing at all. She seems like she's hiding something, but it doesn't feel urgent, so I won't pry. Anyway, we arrived at the back entrance of the Moonplay Pavilion. Thank you for walking me here, Mr. Orun. She seemed flustered when I told her my birth month, but now she's back to normal. What was that about? You're welcome, good luck helping out. Thanks. I'll do my best, Sophie cheerfully shouted and went inside. Well then, as planned, I'll stroll around the city and have lunch. Walking the streets as I pleased, I came to a street lined with stalls. Delicious smells wafted from everywhere. I decided to eat something here and looked around. I found a stall selling grilled chicken skewers. Remember, Grandpa said, the Thanksgiving festival is all about walking the streets holding skewers and beer. I don't plan to drink, but I do want the skewers. I decided to buy skewers and quickly pushed through the crowd toward the stall. The smell of charred skewer sauce grew stronger as I approached, making me hungrier. At the counter, a black-haired girl in foreign clothes was talking with the shopkeeper. It seemed like a conversation. I'll bring the money soon, so please give me just one first. I'm not saying I don't trust you, young lady, but we only do cash on delivery. Sorry, but bring the money first. The girl looked down, disappointed, stomach rumbling. Her expression was still as blank as ever. She hardly changes expression, but somehow looks so melancholic. What is she doing? The shopkeeper wore an apologetic expression facing the girl. Others seemed interested in buying skewers, but probably felt hesitant because of her. When I came closer, the girl noticed me and said, Orun, sir, 2 skewers, please. Okay. 3 large copper coins. Ignoring the girl for a moment, I ordered 2 skewers. The owner hesitated but quoted the price. I handed over 3 large copper coins and received the skewers. Thank you. Now come on, let's get out of here. After thanking the owner, I handed 1 skewer to the black-haired girl, Fuuka Shinonome, and told her we should leave. Fuuka Shinonome? She belongs to the clan called Red Copper Twilight, which boasts an S-rank party, and is known by the nickname Sword Princess. Despite her position as a defender, she is also the ace of the S-rank party, making her an exceptional explorer. She possesses an extraordinary supernatural ability called Future Sight, and it is said that no one, neither humans nor demonic beasts, has ever touched her during battle. Indeed, her supernatural ability is overwhelmingly powerful compared to others. However, I believe her strength does not depend solely on her supernatural ability. At the core of her strength lies her swordsmanship, which could be called a masterpiece technique, as well as her high physical abilities like agility. No matter how much you can see the future, dealing with it requires your own physical and cognitive abilities. If those are low, having future sight is just a wasted treasure. The first time I saw her fight up close was during a joint subjugation, and her refined, efficient movements convinced me that she is the perfect example of the evasion-type style that Carol aims for. Moreover, she hails from an island nation in the eastern continent, Kyokudo. The clothes she wears originate from Kyokudo and are called kimono. They have a certain charm, and I think they suit her very well. Fuuka and I moved to a relatively quiet spot, and the 2 of us ate skewered meat together. Is it delicious? In response to my question, Fuuka nodded her head vigorously. Although her expression barely changed, she gave off an incredibly happy vibe. If she had a tail, I bet she'd be wagging it wildly. Orun, thank you for the treat. The meat on her skewer disappeared in no time, and Fuuka expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, but why didn't you have any money? When I was walking with Caddy, they confiscated my money, then she just went off somewhere on her own. I wanted to ask so many questions. Caddy refers to Katina Oldham, who also belongs to the Red Copper Twilight clan. She gave me the impression of being quite responsible. I wonder which one of them actually wandered off on their own. Why did they confiscate it in the first place? The thing I most wanted to ask slipped out of my mouth. I don't know, I was just buying what I wanted to eat. Fuuka once again gave off a somewhat downcast vibe. She really is skilled at keeping her expression almost unchanged. I see. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're satisfied. Just don't bother the street vendors from now on, okay? They basically work on cash on delivery. Yeah, this time I realized Caddy was gone after I talked to the uncle, so I overdid it, but I'll be careful next time. Also, I want to do something to thank you. Haruto told me not to hold back at the martial arts tournament, so not that. So Fuuka will participate in the martial arts tournament as well, and she definitely won't go easy. I have some countermeasures in mind, but whether they'll work or not, I won't know until we actually face off. It's tough. Nothing in particular. What's wrong? When I said there wasn't anything I wanted her to do, Fuuka looked toward the crowd. A pickpocket is about to happen. When I asked what she meant, Fuuka replied, It's not happened. It's about to happen, right? Thinking that, I looked in the direction Fuuka was watching. There was a suspicious man nervously glancing around. That shady man snatched a woman's bag, walking ahead and forcibly pushed through the crowd to escape. The woman whose bag was stolen screamed loudly, "Kaya, a pickpocket!" and the surrounding people turned their attention to her. What a bold crime. Well, if Fuuka hadn't been there, I might have missed it too, so in that sense it makes sense. No crime goes against reason itself. "Orun, should we catch him?" Fuuka asked. "Yeah. After seeing such wrongdoing right in front of me, I want to at least grasp the situation." Although the criminal was already far away, I had already activated my original magic, target marking, so as long as he was within several kilometers of me, I could track him without any problem. Just as I was thinking calmly, Fuuka suddenly disappeared beside me. She weaved through the crowd at remarkable speed, cutting the distance to the thief to less than half. I didn't feel the characteristic flow of mana that happens when magic is activated. So that means she's capable physically without any support magic buffs. I was once again amazed by Fuuka's agility and physical ability. In no time, Fuuka moved in front of the thief and blocked his path. The thief brandished a small blade, attempting to slash at Fuuka. Seeing that, the nearby people quickly moved away from Fuuka and the thief, which made it easier for Fuuka to move. The thief's attacks, akin to an amateur's, naturally did not land on Fuuka. She effortlessly grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Approaching Fuuka, the thief said with a straightforward attitude, "Damn, I got caught. Hey, hurry up and hand me over to the army," stealing and yet so frank. "Now what should I do?" "Fuuka, what are you doing fighting a civilian?" While I was considering the next steps, a voice called out, not from the woman who was robbed, but from another woman. I turned to see a woman in her early 20s with chestnut natural waves in her hair. "No, I just caught the pickpocket." She was Katina Oldham, an explorer from the same Red Copper Twilight clan as Fuuka. "Long time no see, Miss Katina." "Orun Dura, why are you with Fuuka?" Miss Katina gave me a skeptical look. "I happened to meet her earlier and talked for a bit. Then the pickpocket incident occurred and we caught the criminal." "I see. Did Fuuka cause any trouble?" Miss Katina seemed to believe me immediately and started acting like a guardian. I wonder if it was actually Fuuka who wandered off on her own. "Catty, don't say rude things. Fuuka didn't cause any trouble. She just had skewers bought for her." "Huh, skewers bought for her. I told her not to eat so much?" Why does she say it so honestly? Even I can tell that Miss Katina's reaction means they don't hang out much. So Fuuka got her money confiscated because she ate too much. I'd respected Fuuka as a martial artist and thought she was cool, but her image is gradually unraveling. As soon as I tried to manage her money, she went off somewhere and started begging. "So embarrassing," Miss Katina muttered this while holding her head. "Begging is a bit exaggerated, but I can understand how she feels. I just gave Fuuka the skewers." But Fuuka gave off that kind of vibe, right? "She's cute and easy to want to protect." "I'm one of her victims too," Miss Katina added quietly at the end. "She seems to have quite a hard time." "I feel like I'm being made fun of." Fuuka muttered her displeasure at Miss Katina's words. "If you feel that way, then get your act together. By the way, Orun, how much were the skewers?" "It was 1 large copper coin and 5 small copper coins." I told Miss Katina the amount, and she handed me the payment. "Here you go, that's just right. Sorry for the trouble Fuuka caused. Now this pickpocket was caught by Fuuka, right?" "Yeah, then let's take him to the army. And the victim?" That's me." Actually, I had been there since shortly after Miss Katina appeared, but I missed the chance to speak because of Miss Katina's complaints and such. "I see, is this the bag? Be careful not to lose it from now on." "Why, yes, thank you very much." Excuse me, can I ask a few questions?" The victim took her stolen bag and tried to leave quickly, but I stopped her. What is it?" She didn't meet my eyes and looked uncomfortable, but seemed willing to listen. "Nothing serious, but are you from another country? No need to say which one, just answer yes or no." Yes, I am from another country." "Is this okay?" "Thank you. Lastly, just one more thing. Do you know the Flockhart Trading Company?" I didn't miss the small, subtle reaction in the woman's shoulders. "Sigh, I guess it's not a misunderstanding after all. What should I do?" "And no, I don't know it. Is it a famous trading company?" "I see. Well, it's a company I'm on good terms with, and I heard they're expanding into other countries, so I was curious if people from other countries knew about it." "Sorry for the odd question." I see. Well then, excuse me. Thank you very much." The woman left without saying more. "Miss Katina, sorry, I have some errands to run, so could you take this criminal to the army?" "Got it. Leave the criminal's arrest to us." Miss Katina gladly accepted my request, so I began moving toward the Flockhart Trading Company, where the kidnapper, marked by my target marking, ability is. "Hey, didn't I say I have something to do from now on? Why are you following me?" I asked Fuuka, who had been trailing behind me. "Just felt like it. Don't worry about me." No way I wouldn't worry about that. Still, no matter what I said, she seemed determined to tag along, and chasing her off would probably take a lot of effort. Besides, I couldn't predict what would happen next. If I could make use of Fuuka's supernatural ability, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Although I'm not sure if she'll actually help. Sigh, fine, but whatever we see or hear from now on stays strictly between us. If you can swear to that, then I'll let you come along. Yeah, I understand, I swear. Swear on what? On what? Then on my sword. As she said that, she drew out a curved blade she had sheathed. Fuuka's sword is called a katana, a type of blade popular in the East, specialized for cutting. The katana Fuuka carries exudes such an indescribable, unique aura that you can tell it's a masterwork even without looking at the blade itself. Many swordsmen consider their blades as valuable as their lives, and I've heard the people of Kyokudo especially have customs of treasuring their belongings. I don't know if Fuuka fits that mold, but I think I can trust this oath. Why does she want to keep what's about to happen a secret to such lengths? Because what I'm going to do now is generally considered wrong by society. If word gets out that I did something like this, it might cause trouble for the silver rabbits of the night sky. But if Fuuka stays silent, it's unlikely this story will spread. The one I'd marked with target marking wasn't the thief from earlier. That theft was staged to divert attention from the real target. Before the theft, the thief was glancing around nervously, fixating on certain spots. And right before the crime, the female victim was also looking in the same direction. At that location, while the theft took place, other culprits were kidnapping a child. I had activated target marking on those kidnappers. Following the signal from target marking, we arrived, unsurprisingly, at the main store of the Flockhart Trading Company. I really hoped I was mistaken, but now it's certain. You have business with the Flockhart Trading Company? Yeah. Flockhart Trading Company is one of the top 5 largest trading firms headquartered within the Nohitan Kingdom. They undoubtedly hold the largest market share in Sudaleru. It's also the family home of Luna, who belongs to the hero party. Following the kidnappers' route, we came to the back entrance of the store. Well, there's no way they'd enter head-on carrying a sack with a child inside. I tried the back door's doorknob on a whim, and surprisingly it wasn't locked. It opened smoothly. Were they in such a hurry? Committing a huge crime like kidnapping, yet so careless, try to keep noise to a minimum from here on. After closing the door, I told Fuuka. Once she nodded, I reopened the door and entered the building. It's my first time entering this building from the back. Right inside was a staircase leading down to the basement. It seemed the kidnappers had gone straight downstairs. As I descended, I heard male voices. Anyway, well done. As always, those caught will be released through the Marquis arrangements. Yeah, thanks, but haven't there been a lot of kidnap requests lately? We get paid handsomely, so no complaints here, though. The Marquis requested it. I don't know the details either. You don't know? At least try to understand the reasons. Listening to them, I couldn't help but interject. Seriously, they're involved in such crimes yet clueless about their purpose? That's just shocking. There were 5 men in the room and 1 girl who seemed to have been kidnapped. One of them was someone I knew well, Pascal Flockhart. He's the head of this trading company and Luna's stepfather. The other 4 looked to be in their 20s, varying in age, and none looked like ordinary citizens. They were almost certainly connected to the underworld. The girl appeared to be sedated, lying on a bed. It seemed she hadn't been roughly handled, but the handcuffs on her wrists were chained to a nearby pillar, preventing escape. Who's there? Long time no see, Pascal. I greeted him in a casual tone, like bumping into an acquaintance on the street. Orun, what do you want? There was a kidnapping right in front of me, so I was just investigating to understand the situation and happened to trace it here. I see. Now that you know, we can't let you leave alive. Jeffrey, new orders, kill the kid right in front of you. Decisive, well, if someone sees this place, I guess it's understandable. The decision wasn't wrong, but it felt uncharacteristic of Pascal. At least from what I knew, he wasn't someone who'd make such a call so quickly. Got it. Sorry, no personal grudge against you, but it's a client request. 4 men readied for battle. Pascal, you're mistaken. We have no intention of fighting. I raised both hands to show I wasn't looking for a fight. Who would believe that? Even if you don't want to fight, you'll threaten us with this incident. We can't cause trouble for the Marquis. Die here. I hadn't intended to fight, but I had no choice. Fuuka, do you know what they'll do next? I asked her, partly to test the effect of her future sight. We can never have enough info about Fuuka's supernatural ability. This was a good opportunity to gather intelligence. They'll split into 2 groups of 2 and attack you and me respectively, she replied as if it was obvious. This advantage is ridiculous. Then I'll take the 2 coming your way and you handle the other 2. Okay, got it. Need a buff? No, I'm fine. As we spoke, just as Fuuka said, 2 of them attacked me. Since the space wasn't wide enough to swing swords around, I activated all abilities up status up with triple stacking, and simultaneously unleashed wind strike arrow shock near their faces. The 2 attacking me were startled by the sudden burst of air in front of them. I closed in and punched one man's solar plexus. The other was about to kick, so I swept his supporting leg, knocking him off balance. I grabbed his face and slammed him onto the ground. That took care of one. The man clutching his stomach was slightly hunched forward, making it easier to kick him in the jaw and cause a concussion. Now the two who attacked me were incapacitated. Fuuka had already defeated the other two who attacked her. Fuuka's fight was over in a flash too. Well, just getting to see her fight a bit was a win. WI. How can someone weak enough to be kicked out of the party beat these guys? Pascal, watching us defeat all four so quickly, panicked slightly. He was supposed to be calmer, but something felt off about this. It's true I was kicked out of the party for lack of ability, but you're mistaken if you think I'm weak. To be honest, I rank near the top among explorers. Even if you turn me in here, Marquis Forgus is behind me. This will be swept under the rug in no time. Catching me is useless. What do you call a person like that again? Ah, right, a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Still, he reeks of being a small-time player. Maybe it's just because I'm watching from a distance after he left the hero party. Sigh, that's why I said you're mistaken. I have no intention of exposing this case. Of course, child kidnapping is a crime. In some cases, it's so severe that death penalty is not surprising. But as I said, I won't report this. There are several reasons, but primarily because if this comes out, it will cause chaos so severe it would be hard to control. This trading company, and by extension Marquis Forgus, has long had rumors of shady dealings. I believe they've definitely been involved in wrongdoing, but so far there was no evidence. If this comes to light, it could unravel everything like a chain reaction. If that happens, the Lord and the trading company supporting this town could both disappear. This town has the Great Labyrinth. Though I'm not an expert in domain governance, I can easily imagine managing this territory would be harder than others without a Great Labyrinth. Marquis Forgus' sense of balance could be called a natural talent. His skill has undoubtedly contributed to the town's growth. If he disappears without a successor, the town might suddenly collapse. Right now, there's likely no one else at his level to govern this town. I feel sorry for those harassed or worse by them, but there is such a thing as a necessary evil. Now that it's almost certain Marquis Forgus has underworld ties, I'd rather avoid chaos. Most would say this is wrong, but I don't care what happens to strangers unrelated to me. I'm neither a saint, hero, nor champion. I can only protect what's within my reach. Unless someone spreads malice toward me or my circle, it's a different story, but that's not the case. For these reasons, I won't expose this. Marquis Forgus will likely cover it up, and I think that's for the best. What? Then why did you come here? Pascal looked suspicious after hearing my words. As I said earlier, I was just verifying the situation. Nothing more, nothing less. Orun, someone's coming. Looks like soldiers. While talking to Pascal, Fuuka spoke up. Soldiers? We heard multiple footsteps approaching, just as Fuuka said. And the Lord, too. Huh, the Lord Marquis Forgus coming here with soldiers. Why now? The Domain Army? No, the Central Army. Fuuka shook her head, denying my question. Not soldiers under the Marquis command, but the Kingdom's Central Army. I don't get this at all. What's going on? While I was confused, Marquis Forgus appeared alongside 5 soldiers clad in Central Army armor. Orun Dura, is it? Could it be that you've also caught wind of this trading company's misdeeds? Impressive. Perhaps letting you leave the hero party was a mistake after all. Marquis Forgus locked his gaze on me and spoke smoothly, as if reciting lines he had prepared in advance. Long time no see, Lord Forgus. I hope you don't mind my boldness, but could you tell me about the misdeeds you uncovered? Yes. You have a right to know, considering you're here. Actually, I've been hearing dark rumors about the Flockhart Trading Company for some time now. It's a company I've had a long-standing relationship with. I initially thought someone jealous was spreading baseless rumors, so I investigated. But just recently, my subordinates brought me information confirming that this company really has gotten involved in human trafficking. What are you saying? Isn't this your own doing? Pascal interrupted Marquis Forgus, his voice trembling as he insisted that the accusations came from Forgus's orders. No doubt what Pascal said was probably true. However, you say I gave such an inhumane order. How dare you insult me so, to claim I would instruct such a dehumanizing act? How can you lie so brazenly? It's shameful to think I was ever close to someone like you. Pascal looked stunned, as if witnessing something unbelievable. This man claims the orders came from Lord Clive. Is that truly a lie? A stern-looking soldier clad in armor, who had come with Marquis Forgus, spoke up. This must mean Marquis Forgus has cut ties with the Flockhart Trading Company. But whether that was his own decision or forced upon him changes the story significantly. The grim-faced man who appeared with Marquis Forgus is a well-known military figure called the Purger. His name is Lester Huston, and he commands the Central Army's 4th Division. The Central Army is the royal family's military force, consisting of the 1st through 4th Divisions. Each division has its own specialties. The 4th Division is smaller in number than the others, but is more agile and primarily focuses on intelligence gathering. Why does this division commander have such an imposing nickname as the Purger? Because he relentlessly punishes wrongdoers, regardless of whether they are nobles. He is highly trusted by the royal family and is therefore untouchable, but nobles resent him. On the other hand, he is quite popular among the common people. It's a bit strange that the leader of an intelligence-focused division is so well known, but then again, the 4th Division seems to operate under his cover, so it might be part of information control. And I don't like Lester Huston. Sure, he probably does the right thing. There are stories of him punishing counts without mercy and rescuing oppressed subjects. But what he does is only the punishment part. He leaves the aftermath to others. When someone commits a misdeed right before his eyes, he punishes them. That's it. That's not necessarily bad, but I've heard quite a few stories where victims suffered even worse after the punishment. That leaves me with a poor impression of him. Given all this, it's possible Marquis Forgus had no choice but to cut ties with the Flockhart Trading Company because Lester Huston was about to catch him red-handed. Of course not, there's no way I gave such an order. Pascal, you're trying to set me up, so you must have solid evidence. It was all verbal. Humph, that's no good. Lester, you don't really believe I'm involved, do you? Looks like this time you missed. But I will expose your crimes in broad daylight, Marquis Forgus. Arrest the 4 individuals on the ground and the head of the Flockhart Trading Company on charges of child abduction. Why, yes, sir. Rather than chasing after things that don't exist, I think you soldiers have plenty of other things to do. Pascal muttered. It's a lie, it must be a mistake, but did not resist as the soldiers restrained him. The girl who had been asleep was also freed from her handcuffs and carried on the back of one of the soldiers. It was a very unpleasant ending. In the end, the Flockhart Trading Company would be charged with child abduction and would undoubtedly collapse. Lord Forgus, please answer me one thing. I lowered my voice so the Central Army members wouldn't hear, wanting to ask something I couldn't ignore. Very well. Was this incident spontaneous? Did it happen because I got involved? Humph, your self-assessment has really improved. When you were with Dawnlight, you had low self-esteem and only thought of supporting Oliver. Well, that will only last until this Thanksgiving festival is over. You can't beat Oliver. Please answer my question. The answer is no. No, so the decision to cut ties with the Flockhart Trading Company had been made from the start. But why? From the information I have, I can't see any advantage for Marquis Forgus in cutting ties. Has the situation changed drastically in the 2 months since I left the hero party? After answering my question, Marquis Forgus left the room with the Central Army, leaving only Fuuka and me behind. Well then, shall we head out? Even though we were just going around the stalls, how did it come to this? As I grumbled while climbing the stairs, I heard loud voices. It seemed the army had begun a full-scale investigation of the trading company. Since getting caught would drag me into trouble, I immediately slipped out stealthily. I'm going back to my clan headquarters for a bit. What about you, Fuuka? I'm going home too. I saw what I wanted to see, so I'm satisfied. What did she want to see? It didn't seem like what happened earlier was anything she'd desire. Well, no point thinking about it. I see. Then let's part here. Oh, as I said before, whatever you saw or heard here, don't tell anyone. There's no reason for us to keep silent anymore, but it's still not something to talk about ourselves. Yeah, I understand. See you later, Orun. Yeah, see you. We exchanged farewells one last time and each went our separate ways. The timeline at the beginning is immediately after episode 78. The battle between Orun and Amensars ended. After leaving the Great Labyrinth, I moved with the 3 who had regained consciousness and the girl who came to help us, Loretta, to a deserted back alley. He's alive, Orun is alive, but he's become an explorer. Why does Orun have to look at me like that? My head was in a mess. Not only Oliver, but Orun too had fallen into the enemy's hands. I will never forgive you. Philly Carpenter, I will make you regret being born. I will throw you into a hell where you'll wish for death yourself. By the way, Shin, why did you back off? If you hadn't, we could have killed the Dragon Slayer. The big man, Jibua, who had fully regained consciousness, questioned me in an accusing tone. ... Could you be quiet? I'm in a bad mood right now. If you make any more noise, I won't spare even you, Jibua. Sorry. Seemingly intimidated by my anger, he shrank down quietly. No, I'm the one who should apologize, but I think it was the right call to pull back. What do you mean? We'd been ordered to kill the Dragon Slayer. That's true, but first of all, Loretta, thanks for your help earlier. If you hadn't intervened, I think I would have been taken down too. Thank you. I just did what was natural, but seriously, whoever that guy is to corner Shinsun like that, who is he? Ignoring the 3, well, even though we were beaten quickly, we're still quite skilled, you know. Another woman, Agnes, spoke up with a critical tone in response to Loretta's remark. Ha, I get it. I know I'd lose easily if I fought head-on, but Shinsun is in a different league. I never thought Shinsun would be cornered. I agree with that. So who exactly is he? Sorry, I can't tell you much. It's probably classified information. Christopher, the leader of Amensars, must have known Orun was alive. Even I, who have access to all the organization's information, was kept in the dark. Sorry, but this is something I can't share with everyone. Still, despite being caught off guard at the end, Orun defeated me in that state. If he had shown his true power, I would have been killed instantly. It seems he had somehow partially unlocked his physical abilities. The destination is still far away. So Loretta came because there's some kind of notice for us, right? Loretta is one of Amensars' messengers. They are responsible for conveying information from distant places and instructions from the organization to those of us working across the continent. Ah, yes, there's a notice from the leader. The orders given to Shinsun and the others come from the poisonous flower, so they must immediately cease activity and withdraw. Poisonous flower? Jibua exclaimed in surprise at Loretta's words. I knew it. Sorry, I never imagined that among the messengers someone would be in league with those scums. It can't be helped. The enemy has a harmful woman with the supernatural ability of cognitive alteration. Maybe she rewrote the perception of that person too. So that's why Shinsun pulled back. Zuriel, a lanky man, murmured as if satisfied. Yeah, according to the information I have, the Dragon Slayer is in existence whom we must not kill, even more than the hero. I realized that only near the end of the fight. Also, Shinsun is ordered to return to headquarters. Then, should we just head back east as we are? Yes, the instruction is to return to the Great Eastern Labyrinth. I understand the message for now. But before we go, I have one request for you, Loretta. What is it? Please tell everyone else to withdraw from the Great Southern Labyrinth. Why, they've progressed to the 94th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. We need to take down as many skilled explorers as possible to slow the conquest. After all, several of us managed to get inside. Yes, that's true, but I made a promise to be spared, and in return, everyone else would withdraw from the Great Southern Labyrinth. Such a promise? I don't want to break my promise to him. Besides, I think there's no longer a need to kill explorers. Please, you can say this is an order from me. Understood. I'll tell everyone to withdraw from the Great Southern Labyrinth. Thank you. After withdrawing the Amensars members from the Great Southern Labyrinth, I returned to headquarters alone. Immediately, I went to the room where the leader was. The man in the office was in his late 20s and gave off a gentle atmosphere. His name was Christopher Downing. He is the current leader of Amensars. You're back. Welcome back, Shin. Did you meet Orun? I met him. He attacked me as soon as we reunited. Well, I didn't expect him to be alive, so at first, I intended to kill him as planned. Although he resembled Orun from the start, I thought it was just a coincidence. But I was certain it was Orun when I saw that jet-black mana. Looking back, many moments in that fight could only be explained by Orun's supernatural ability. He was effortlessly avoiding magic that combined my own ability, time reversal, with spells. I want to know this above all else. Did you know Orun was alive, Chris? Yes, I knew. Then, if I had told you when you were still a child, you would have run off alone saying you'd save Orun, right? I thought the chance of Orun and Oliver being killed was low, and I couldn't afford to lose you too. You're a valuable asset. You can scold me all you want, but please don't act on your own. I'm begging you. Chris bowed deeply and pleaded. Indeed, if I had known Orun was alive back then, I'd have tried to get him back at any cost. Probably ending up like Orun and the others, or worst, killed. Either way, the chance of me being here now would be extremely low. Yeah, I understand. I think your decision was right. Thank you. So, what's my plan from now on? You called me here to talk about it, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. Right away, we've received several reports that the cult has been vigorously active in the Empire. They're apparently clearing dungeons one after another. We've dispatched a significant number of forces as well, but the cult is serious. Although we haven't had casualties, the damage has been substantial. In the Empire, there are no more great labyrinths left in the Empire. I don't think the cult has anything to do there. The cult's ultimate goal is the resurrection of the evil god. They seem to want to erase the great labyrinths that stand in their way. So it feels very strange that the cult is still active in the Empire, where the great labyrinths are gone. This is just my speculation, but I think the cult's aim is to move the hero. The cult clearing dungeons to move the hero? No way. The hero holds immense power. After all, they are the same kind of being as Orun and me. However, the hero only acts for the Empire. After the Great Western Labyrinth disappeared, we assumed the hero wouldn't intervene in our battle with the cult. But if this continues, that assumption will collapse. If that thing runs wild, the current balance of power could be overturned instantly. If all the dungeons in the Empire disappear, it's quite possible the Empire could start invading other countries, using the war-driven economic boom to accelerate dungeon conquest. Most current weapons are made from dungeon materials. If war intensifies weapons production, the value of dungeon materials will rise sharply. It's a lucrative time for explorers, and inevitably the conquest speed of the great labyrinths will increase. In fact, about 60 years ago, when a war broke out in the Juno Republic, which has the Great Northern Labyrinth, the conquest of the Northern Great Labyrinth advanced significantly. But why is the cult doing something so reckless? They risk being wiped out before achieving their goals. It's probably because Orun has emerged as a rising star. We and the cult didn't think that Orun, who has his memories and power sealed, would be the leading candidate for conquering the Great Labyrinth. They thought he could only support Oliver, but Orun has defeated D-player floor bosses alone. It might also be that the sealing magic has started to fail. Shin, as someone who fought him, what do you think? I think the sealing magic worked fine. Even though it could have been triggered during battle, no high or special level magic was activated. As for physical abilities, it seemed like he forcibly lifted some of the seals, but only partially, and he was too weak for it to be a case of sealing magic failing. Forcibly lifting the sealing magic, that magic is, without exaggeration, Rensu's masterpiece. To unlock it in any way other than the official method, your king must really be extraordinary. I agree. He seems to be developing new magic too. The strike he tried to seriously land on me was quite heavy. If I had taken it directly, I'd have been cut in half. Depending on Orun's future actions, this battle could become a quagmire. As planned, you should head to the Empire. It's probably already too late, but I want you to restrain the cult. We cannot afford a scenario where the hero runs amok. Understood. This time, I was used by the cult. Next time, I won't let them have their way. What would be good, I wonder? The Thanksgiving festival is already on its third day. Since I have the whole day free today, Carol, who is also free, and I are strolling around the town, thinking about a present to give to Mr. Orun. Log has some help to do this morning, so first the two of us will come up with a few candidates, then we'll meet up at noon to decide together as a trio. Apparently in other countries, there's a custom to give presents on one's birthday. Here there isn't such a custom, but to express our gratitude to Mr. Orun, the three of us agreed to give him a gift on his birth month. However, we hadn't had the chance to ask about Mr. Orun's birth month, and when we finally did 2 days ago, he said it was June, which made me panic. I regret not asking sooner, even if I had to force myself. But since his birth month had not yet arrived, that's still somewhat better, right? Besides, during this time, there are many rare items sold that don't usually appear in stores. I really want to give something that he'll be happy with. Yeah, I wonder what would make Mr. Orun happy. When we think about him like this, we don't actually know much about him, do we? Yeah, Master doesn't really talk about himself much. We should have asked about his hobbies and stuff more carefully. Neither Carol nor I could come up with anything that Mr. Orun might like. There sure are a lot of people here, as expected of a festival. Yeah, I'd rather not stay here for too long. Just as Carol said, this place, with its rows of food stalls, has the highest population density in town. If we stay here too long, I'll probably get dizzy, so I want to move somewhere else soon. Maybe instead of something sold at a food stall, it'd be better to get something made by a craftsman. How about we go over to Artisan Street once? After I said that, Carol immediately suggested we move to another place. I think she's trying to be considerate of me. Carol often gives off the impression of being carefree. But in reality, and this might sound rude, she's actually very thoughtful. That's one of her virtues, but in her case, she tends to suppress herself to respect others' wishes. I find that really unfortunate. Carol and I have known each other for about a year now. Having interacted with her for so long, I can sense that she carries some kind of trauma. That probably connects to her excessive thoughtfulness. I wish I could help her overcome that trauma, but I can't think of any good ideas. There's not much I can do right now, but someday I hope Carol can express her selfishness to me without any hesitation. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go to Artisan Street. Agreeing to Carol's proposal, we left the crowded food stall street and moved towards Artisan Street. Maybe something useful for exploring would be good. Arriving at Artisan Street, Carol started speaking while looking at some items displayed at a nearby weapon shop. I think he probably already has everything he needs for exploring. The sword Mr. Orun carries is a fine one. Even if there is something he wants, it might be too expensive for us to buy. That's true. In that case, maybe something for everyday use. That sounds good, like maybe some accessories. Right, that might work. Okay, let's look around for things in that direction. Just as we finally decided on a direction and were about to look around the shops again, Carol seemed to notice something and briskly walked off somewhere. I hurriedly followed her. What's going on? Miss, are you feeling unwell? Are you okay? Where Carol went, a woman with indigo-colored hair was sitting on a bench, looking down. Me. The woman looked up in response to Carol's voice. She's really beautiful. If my older sister is a cool kind of beauty, then this woman is a cute kind of beauty. I think she's younger than my sister. She's dressed like a mage, so maybe she's an explorer. Yeah, you looked like you were struggling. Did the crowd make you feel dizzy? I was just lost in thought. I'm not unwell, so it's fine. Thank you for your concern. The woman smiled, but her expression looked lonely, and it was clear she was forcing herself to smile. Troubles, huh? Actually, we're also having some troubles right now. Our master's birth month is coming up, and we're thinking about what gift to give, but we can't come up with anything good. A gift for your master's birth month? You too, huh? Oh, that's right, it's already June. The woman muttered something softly and looked as if she understood. That's right, we found out 2 days ago that master's birth month is June, so we're rushing to come up with a present now. Why didn't master say anything earlier? We could have taken more time to think about it. Hee, you really care about your master, don't you? It's enviable to have such lovely disciples. Don't you have any disciples? You're really strong, right? I think even if the two of us fought you together, you could easily handle us. It wouldn't be strange for you to have disciples. I thought so too. Mana is usually something I can neither see nor feel, but around this woman I can clearly sense a strong concentration of mana. Or maybe it's just my imagination. I don't have any disciples. Someone who's constantly being tossed around by the people around them can't take care of others. Maybe because Carol shared her worries first, the woman opened up about hers. I think this is due to Carol's personality and her high communication skills. Amazing, I couldn't have this kind of conversation. Still, things not going well, huh? It's understandable to feel down. Anyone in that situation would become negative, I think. Speaking of which, Mr. Orun once taught us a lecture about how to handle times when things don't go well. The method was, if I recall correctly, I see. Hey, miss, is it really true that nothing is going well? Huh. Our master said the other day that when things don't go well, your field of vision narrows. So that's when you should stop and look back. Behind what you thought were failures always lies a small success. If you can recognize the good in yourself that you hadn't noticed, your thoughts will naturally change. First, you should face your reality rather than your ideals. My reality, I suppose recently I have been pursuing ideals too much. Thank you for your advice. Your master really is a wonderful person. Hearing Carol's, or rather Mr. Orun's, words, the woman's expression seemed a bit relieved. Our master is our pride. Well then, I think I'll find a quiet place and spend some time reflecting. I'll take my leave now. Yeah, bye, miss. Gee, goodbye. I didn't get a chance to speak during the farewell. I'm not good at talking to people I meet for the first time, so I wasn't planning to join in. Oh, right. As thanks for the advice, I have a piece of advice for you too. Your master must love new information. Around this time, merchants from other countries come here, so if you give him books published in other countries as presents, I think he'd be very happy. That's right. Mr. Orun always spends his free time reading. Why didn't I think of giving books as a present? Books do seem like the best choice. Mr. Orun has been busy even during the Thanksgiving festival. My sister said he was busy on the first day, which we thought would be free, so he didn't get to explore much. Then it's very unlikely he has bought books from merchants from other countries this year. Books? Yeah, master does read a lot. Thank you, miss. Carol seems to think the same. A present of foreign books for Mr. Orun is decided. Books are expensive, but if we pool our money, we should be able to buy a few. You're welcome. But how did you know master reads a lot? Well, the spirit told me. Spirit? That's not a person's name, right? What does it mean? Carol also seems puzzled, tilting her head. If you're curious, ask your master. He can explain it better than I can. Well then, goodbye for real this time. With something intriguing left unsaid, the woman left with light steps. I don't know what that spirit thing is, but I'm glad that Miss seemed to feel a bit better. Carol, you're kind. Not really. I do it because I want to. I'm not doing it for anyone else. I can't tell if she really means it or is just embarrassed, but Carol's thoughtfulness really is a virtue. If it were just me, I don't think I would have spoken to her. I want to learn from her in situations like this. Well then, let's go look for books. If we take too long, someone else might buy them. That's serious. Sophie, let's hurry. After that, we met up with Log, carefully looked through books published in other countries, and each bought one. I hope Mr. Orun will be happy with them. On the night of the 6th day of the Thanksgiving festival, after finishing today's duties, I headed to the leader's office. The matchups for the martial arts tournament starting tomorrow, featuring a rank and above explorers, were finally announced. It seems the public already knows, so by now the taverns must be buzzing with bets on who will win. Leader, Orun here. I knocked on the door upon arrival, letting them know I was here. A voice from inside said, "Come in," so I opened the door and entered. Inside were the leader, Miss Selma, Will, and Jerome, an executive from the publicity department, 4 people in total. Excuse me, am I the last to arrive? Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem. I'm sorry for assigning you so many tasks. When I apologized for being late, the leader apologized back. From tomorrow, I won't be able to help much, so it's only natural to assist while I still can. Leader, let's get started. We need to decide our future strategy. Jerome suggested beginning the discussion. Indeed, we had less than half a day to decide and execute the publicity strategy for the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky in the martial arts tournament. The busiest will definitely be the publicity department led by Jerome. Right, Selma, please hand out the tournament brackets to the three of them. Understood. Here is the tournament bracket for the Advanced Explorers Division starting tomorrow. Following the leader's instructions, Miss Selma handed us the papers with the matchups. So it's a knockout tournament without preliminaries like the open one held from day one. Let's see how the pairings look. I examined the bracket while thinking this. It feels contrived. It's too perfect to be random. Will muttered after looking at the bracket. First thing I noticed was how few participants there were, only 16 people in the main tournament. Well, late notification was partly responsible, so it's understandable. Then, Will's comment about the manipulative pairing. Though the low number might mean it's coincidence, the organizer is Marquis Forgus after all. They say the pairings were created randomly. There are 2 from S-rank parties and 1 from A-rank parties. Members from the same party are placed in different brackets. Miss Selma explained the official explanation. So it means Wilkes and Orun will meet in the final. Orun notwithstanding, I have to face the hero party's ace before facing Orun, so getting to the final is tough, isn't it? Indeed, Oliver and I were on opposite sides of the bracket. I expected Marquis Forgus might pit us against each other in the first match, but it seems he saved the most exciting matchup for the final. If I get eliminated before then, so be it. Hey Orun, to be blunt, what are the odds I can beat this guy? Will asked me. The others seemed interested too, all eyes on me. I think Will is a skilled warrior. I've never seen anyone wield dual-blade swords so well. That's undeniable. But it's difficult for Will to beat Oliver. In 10 matches, he'd probably lose 9 or more. The atmosphere grew heavy with my words. I knew this would happen, but there's no point sugarcoating it. Humph, so that big a gap, huh? Still, the chance isn't 0, right? That means winning at the tournament is possible. Orun, see you in the final. And don't lose to the Sword Princess either, okay? I could tell Will was putting on a brave face, but it's better not to dwell on that. Yeah, got it. If all goes well, I'll face Fuuka, the Sword Princess, in the semifinals before the final. Other likely matchups are, first round, Loretta, the ace of the rising A-rank party, Jade Gale. Second round, Derek from the hero party. Semi-final, Fuuka. Final, sorry Will, but probably Oliver. Next likely is Haruto, leader of the Red Copper Twilight. You probably already know the tournament rules, but just in case, let's review. Miss Selma started explaining. First, schedule. No participant will fight twice on the same day. First round is on the 7th day of the Thanksgiving festival, second round on the 8th, so even if you win all your matches, it's only 1 fight per day. Fights take place in the arena in Sudalero. It's a typical circular arena about 20 meters in diameter. Winning conditions are simple. Either the opponent concedes or the referee judges the outcome. That's all. Any questions? Can we leave publicity to you? No problem. I'll continue directing overall operations. Understood. We'll discuss details within the department right away. Thank you, leader. Please promote the clan well. Jerome said this and left immediately. He really seems pressed for time. Will, Orun, again, good luck. I'm praying you two get to face each other in the final. After receiving the leader's encouragement, we left the room. Oh, Orun, a message from Sophia. Once you're done here, please come to the usual room in the Exploration Management Department. Sophia? I wondered if something happened, but Miss Selma didn't seem worried, so probably no trouble. Then what's the reason for calling me? Well, I'll find out when I get there. Got it. I'm heading there now. Orun, let's both do our best. If we meet in the final, let's give it our all then, Will said while raising his fist to his chest. Yeah, I promise to fight with all my strength then. I met his fist with mine in reply. As instructed, I arrived at the usual room in the Exploration Management Department, where not only Sophie but also Log and Carol were waiting. Master, good work. Sorry for calling you out suddenly. No problem, I finished everything I had to do today, so why did you call me here? Actually, we have something to give you, Orun, Sophie answered my question. Something to give me? I remembered this month is your birthday month. Here, a gift from the three of us. Carol said this while handing me something wrapped in a fairly heavy cloth. Congratulations, Orun. Congratulations. Congrats. They all celebrated my birthday month. Too unexpected. Since becoming an explorer, I've rarely had anyone celebrate my birthday month, including myself. Besides, though some countries have customs for birthdays or birthday months, this country barely does. Joy welled up inside me, but honestly I didn't know how to react. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not used to being celebrated on my birthday month, but I'm really glad. Can I see what's inside? Yes. I hope you like it. Log looked half hopeful, half nervous. They gave these gifts thinking of me. I'd be happy no matter what. Excitedly, I unwrapped it and found 3 books. Books! All were published in other countries. Why, yeah. Since Orun always reads books, we thought these might be good. Sophie answered cautiously, watching my reaction. I probably had an indescribable expression. If no one else were here, I'd be showing my excitement loudly. But I didn't want to show that side in front of my apprentices. I'd never read any of these books, and their contents all piqued my interest. This gift truly made me happy from the bottom of my heart. I'm seriously happy. Thank you all. I'm glad Master liked them. Actually, this gift was advised by Saray's older sister. Spirit's older sister. How does Carol know about spirits? More so, I can hardly even recognize, let alone converse with spirits. No way. Is she about my age with long indigo hair? Yes, are you acquainted with her? That sister said Saray told her what Orun would like. Ah, I know well, so it was her advice. Haha, she's remarkable. That must be Luna. I'd shown off new books to her several times, so she wasn't mad at me after all. Good, I thought Luna hated me. I ignored her wish for me to return to her party and joined another clan. Recently, I was even involved, indirectly, with her father's arrest. I don't know how much Luna knows about the situation, but she must know I was at the scene, so it was natural for her to hate me. I don't know how Luna met them, but the advice likely came after the child abduction incident was exposed. The day Sophie told me my birth month was the same day the incident broke. Whether or not Luna hates or resents me, I'm gathering information to ensure she isn't implicated in anything related to Flockhart Trading Company. I don't believe Luna was involved in the child abduction. By the way, the trial will happen after the Thanksgiving festival ends. Hey, Master, what's a Saray? You said you know a lot about them? Carol asked about spirits. Normally, one rarely encounters spirits in daily life. Most people live and die without ever knowing they exist, so not knowing is fine. But if they're curious, I might as well explain the basics. Since everyone has some understanding of magic, it should be okay. All right, then I'll teach you about spirits now. An impromptu lecture. When I said lecture, the three sat in their seats and took out pens and notebooks, just like during normal classes. Though the content isn't that serious, they probably won't fully understand anyway. Before starting, Carol, what? Since you recently started studying magic, answer this. What are the steps to casting magic? That's easy. Magic is activated by constructing the technique's blueprint in your mind, technique construction, and then infusing surrounding mana inflow. As expected of Miss Rain, she taught the theory well. That's correct. I've said before that magic is a general term for phenomena humans cause using mana. Remember. Now, one more question. Whoever knows, answer this. Suppose you cast a basic spell. After the phenomenon designated by the technique ends, in other words, the residue of the magic, what do you think happens? After attacking an enemy with a fire bullet, the fire visually disappears. But in reality, it can never vanish completely. Well, can you answer this? None of the three of them could come up with an answer to my question. This wasn't due to a lack of knowledge on their part. For humans, mana is something so natural that it's taken for granted. Even people with no involvement in magic know that mana exists in the air. It's what you'd call common sense. Few people would question something that seems so obviously present. Now that you mention it, what actually happens to magic after it's used? We just use it without a second thought. Yeah, I can't really explain it. The more I think about it, the more mysterious it seems. Even the two of you who are knowledgeable about magic don't know. When Rain Nichin taught me magic, she never talked about that either. All three of them looked confused. It's no wonder you don't know. Don't be too discouraged. In fact, it's rare for anyone to even question this. Even among advanced explorers, there's probably no one who knows. Miss Selma and Miss Rain, who are the top magic users of the silver rabbits of the night sky, and Lucre probably don't know either. Even Nichin? Probably. So you don't need to feel ashamed for not knowing. You can become a top-class explorer without understanding this. And knowing it doesn't suddenly improve your magic skills either. What you do in the end doesn't change. But there's no doubt that knowing this helps you handle magic better. Why am I talking about this when the lecture is supposed to be about spirits? It's because spirits, magic, and mana are closely connected. I think they'll understand better if I explain this first rather than only talking about spirits. I'm not blaming you, but you probably thought you understood magic, right? But in reality, your understanding is still shallow. But don't be down about it. If you don't know now, you can learn from here on. Yes. Their gloomy mood from not being able to answer my question lifted a bit after my encouragement. All right, now I'll explain. Let's start with the answer to the problem. What happens to magic after it has fulfilled its role? It returns to mana. Returns to mana, you say? Log repeated my answer in surprise. Think of mana as an all-purpose worker. For example, when we cast a fire bullet, from the mana's perspective, it receives the order burn in a spherical shape and move to the designated location, and it faithfully carries out that command. After completing the command, it goes back to standby, waiting for the next instruction. We call this standby state mana in the air. Strictly speaking, there are conditions for returning to this standby state too, but explaining that in detail would just cause confusion, so I'll leave that out. I thought the mana disappeared when you cast magic, so it doesn't disappear after all, Sophie murmured, clearly convinced. So far, everyone is following along. This is where it gets a bit complicated, so just take this with a grain of salt. Mana is executing our techniques, in other words, our orders. Now, what do you think happens if most of those orders are fire-type magic? By the way, offensive magic is divided into 6 categories: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, and ice. Recovery and support magic also have categories, but that's not relevant here, so I won't explain further. Probably nothing special, it just carries out orders, right? That's right. 10 or 20 times won't make a difference. But if it repeats those orders hundreds or thousands of times, the mana undergoes a change. Does it mean the mana can only execute magic of that type then? Log offered his guess. Close, even the changed mana can execute all types, but the altered mana becomes better at executing magic of that type. Humans are the same, right? If you repeat something enough, you get used to it. Think of it the same way. And we call this changed mana a spirit. Changed mana, so does that mean magic cast through a spirit activates faster or hits harder? Sophie asked. Correct. So if there's a spirit of that type in the area, it's more efficient to cast magic of that type. I see, that's definitely an advantage, so how do we check if a spirit is present? There is no way to check. Spirits are like mana. Since we humans can't sense mana, it's only natural we can't sense spirits either. What the heck? Carol expressed her frustration at the anticlimactic answer. Well, it can't be helped. That's why I said earlier that even if you know this, your magic won't suddenly improve. But if you know this, you can handle magic better. Especially for explorers who make a living in dungeons, it's definitely something worth knowing. Ah, I get it. Sophie seemed to have realized something from my words. Sophie, what did you figure out? Log asked. Well, spirits are mana that have executed the same type of magic hundreds or thousands of times, right? And dungeons have fixed demonic beasts on each floor. So if a floor has many demonic beasts weak to fire, wouldn't there probably be fire spirits there? Everyone would be using fire magic after all. Maybe there are spirits in such places, but what difference does it make? Even if you know about spirits, everyone would use the same type of magic anyway. Carol isn't wrong, but didn't Mr. Orun say that knowing this lets you use magic better? If you can defeat a demonic beast by casting magic at 10 power, you'd do so, right? But if a spirit is there, even if you cast with 10 power, it might actually be like casting with 11 or 12. Conversely, even if you only use 9 power, the demonic beast could be defeated. In other words, being able to cast with less power means greater efficiency. Amazing. Sophie said most of what I was trying to explain. If you keep power low, constructing techniques becomes easier, so the mental load is lighter. Knowing this or not makes a big difference. So, Mr. Orun, am I right? Yeah, you're right. It's impressive that you came to that conclusion. But that's strange. Carol seemed to have something bothering her. What's strange? From your explanation, spirits are basically just an extension of mana, right? Then what does it mean when that lady said she was taught by a spirit? Now that you mention it, that is strange. I haven't explained that part yet. What do you mean, Master? As I said earlier, spirits can't talk. But there are exceptions. Exceptions? Yes, sometimes rare spirits develop self-awareness. They are still classified as spirits, but are sometimes called fairies. Fairies. Like those from fairy tales who helped heroes defeat evil gods. Exactly, although only a few have existed since the fairy tale era. So that lady can talk with fairies, but fairies are spirits too, right? So shouldn't they be undetectable? Sorry, but I can't say anything more about that. For now, that's all about spirits. It wouldn't hurt to keep this information in the back of your mind. Thank you very much. Despite unexpected events like receiving gifts from my disciples and giving this explanation about spirits, the day came to an end. And finally, the martial arts tournament begins. Nice to meet you. I'm Nell Plant, and I'll be serving as the host and commentator for this tournament. Now, the long-awaited martial arts tournament Advanced Explorers Division is finally about to begin. The voice of a woman echoed throughout the arena thanks to an amplifying magical tool, and the audience erupted in excitement, each shouting out in their own way. It's super noisy. They're really fired up, huh? Yeah, it seems this tournament is attracting more attention than the popular annual magic exhibition. As I muttered what I was thinking, Sophie added some explanation. Right now, I was sitting in the spectator seats of the arena prepared for the silver rabbits of the night sky. The matches in the mountain tournament with Will and Oliver had already started, and since my match would be the last, I planned to watch together with everyone here at first. The kind of fierce battle the public expects might not necessarily happen. In fact, the earlier martial arts tournament might even be more exciting. Why? Because it's a fight between top-class explorers, right? It should be amazing, Carol asked, puzzled by my comment. You'll understand if you put yourself in their shoes. First, magic is forbidden this time, so no buffs are allowed. That means they're significantly weaker than when fighting in the dungeon normally, right? Why, yeah, that's true. Secondly, explorers usually fight demonic beasts. While there are humanoid demonic beasts, encounters with humans are almost non-existent. Considering the martial arts tournament rules, who do you think has the advantage, an explorer used to fighting beasts or a soldier trained for human combat? That be the soldier. Exactly. In fact, the winner of the earlier martial arts tournament was a soldier. But all participants in this tournament are advanced explorers, so, according to your point, no one here is specialized for human combat. Isn't that level playing field? That's true, but then there's no factor to make this tournament more exciting than the earlier one. If only buffs from the enchanters in the same party were allowed, we might have seen the kind of battles the public is hoping for. Well, from my perspective, it's actually a favor since it effectively weakens the opponents. Orun, the analysis is fine, but this is a festival, so I think you should just enjoy it. Miss Rain, sitting in front of me, gently scolded. You're right. I guess I was overthinking it because I feel like I'm about to be put on display. Sorry for spoiling the mood. No, that's not what I meant, but since you and Will are carrying the clan's reputation, I understand it's hard to just enjoy it. I'm sorry too. Now then, first, let's have a greeting from Marquis Forgus, the Lord of Tsutelero who planned this tournament. Marquis Forgus, please. At the host's announcement, the previously noisy audience grew silent. This martial arts tournament gets more exciting every year, but I'm sure many have wondered, just how strong are these advanced explorers who support our country's economy? I'm one of those curious. Every time I read about their exploits in the newspaper, I've imagined how they might fight. And now, finally, today we get to witness the battles of these advanced explorers. My gratitude goes to the 16 explorers who declared their participation. There are rewards prepared for the winner, so I hope you all fight with all your might for victory. That is all, the crowd roared even louder after Marquis Forgus's words. Thank you, Marquis Forgus. Now let's get started. The first match of the first round features the hero party's leader and ace, hero Oliver Cardiff. His opponent is Bertram South from the rank party Crimson Blaze. The two called by name appeared in the arena. The crowd's excitement surged even higher upon their arrival. If things keep getting this hyped from the start, won't everyone be exhausted by the time my match starts? Well, I don't mind. I actually focus better in quiet. The rank guy's weapon is a spear. I gotta learn from any good moves I see. Bertram is probably one of the top spear users among explorers active in the Great Southern Labyrinth. He's been featured in newspapers many times, and his party had reached the 83rd floor. Normally, I would have agreed with Log's advice to watch and learn from his movements, but I don't think there's anything to learn from this match. Both fighters seem ready. Then, first match of the first round, let the battle begin. Following the host's words, the sound of a gong resounded and the fight started. Right from the beginning, Oliver charged straight forward. Of course, Bertram attacked from just outside Oliver's range, but just before the attack would land, Oliver's movement suddenly accelerated another level. From where we sat in the stands, we could see it from above, but for Bertram facing him, it must have felt like Oliver vanished all of a sudden. Oliver got behind Bertram's side and swept his longsword horizontally with his right hand. Bertram barely reacted in time, blocking the slash with the shaft of his spear, but he couldn't withstand the heavy blow in such an unstable stance and lost his balance further. Oliver's slash. Bertram is forced to put distance between them, but he can't get out of range. Oliver's offense leaves Bertram only on defense. This isn't looking good for Bertram. What will he do? Bertram desperately tried to create distance, but Oliver, anticipating his moves, rendered it useless. After enduring more of Oliver's heavy strikes, Bertram's spear was finally knocked away, and the next moment Oliver's sword tip was right before Bertram's eyes. Bertram surrenders here, ending the match. The hero is indeed strong. He wins without letting his opponent do anything. He's insanely strong. Hey, who said Oliver was weak? Isn't he even stronger than the person who won yesterday? Wow, I should have bet on Oliver. Comments from the audience watching Oliver's fight echoed around. Recently, nobles including the sponsors of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky had been trying to tarnish the hero party's reputation, mainly through newspapers. For the public who took that at face value, this battle must have been a shock. The spear guy earlier was stronger than me when I fought the master. Log said what he felt watching the fight, but seemed to realize it might be bad and ended his comment vaguely. Yeah, I think Log could have put up a better fight against Oliver than Bertram did. Really? Log's eyes lit up happily at my words. Yeah, because Log is used to close combat from our mock battles, but don't get the wrong idea. Log is just better at dealing with close range. Overall spear skills are still superior with Bertram. There wasn't anything Log could learn from this match. I know, I've experienced firsthand that there are many people stronger than me. The matches continued as I predicted. We'll also easily advance through the first round. Well then, I'll head to the waiting room soon. Since all matches in the other mountain had finished, I stood up and told those around me. Good luck, Orun son. Master, make sure you win. Show everyone here that the master is the best. Receiving cheers from everyone, I left the spectator seats. When I entered the waiting room guided by staff, naturally, the other participants were there too. There are only 2 waiting rooms. The back of this room connects to the arena. Hey, isn't this a weak explorer? To enter just to embarrass yourself? I couldn't do that even if I wanted to. What made you decide to join? Great, I'm in the same waiting room as a pain in the ass. My mood just dropped. Long time no see, Derek. Isn't that a bit harsh to say right off the bat? I'm just speaking the truth. He's completely ignoring the people around him. Wait, was he always this awful? He used to act on emotion, but he wasn't the type to make a fuss like this in places like this. Recently, I've felt similar weirdness. Oh, right, Pascal's son. What Pascal and Derek have in common is that their actual impression when seen doesn't match the image I have in my memories. And both are related to the hero party, With Marquis Forgus suddenly cutting ties with the Flockhart Trading Company, what's going on in the hero party? Hey, don't ignore me, what a rude guy. While I was lost in thought, Derek kept provoking me. Sorry. So why am I participating in this martial arts tournament? Because Marquis Forgus told me to? That old guy? So you're just filler fodder? Maybe, I don't know. I got tired of dealing with him and sat down away from Derek. While waiting to relax a bit, I took out the book gifted to me yesterday from my storage magical tool and started reading. This book was published in the Principality of Hisha, a great magic nation, and its contents cover magical theory. Most of it was familiar, but there were parts I learned for the first time. There's nothing more exciting than encountering new knowledge. I see, so if I apply this theory... Hey, what are you reading? Reading's not for someone like you? While I was lost in the book, that noisy guy bothered me again. I saw from the corner of my eye that Derek was carelessly reaching for the book, so I activated a reflective barrier between his hand and the book. His hand was repelled by the barrier. What? What are you doing? That's my line. This book was given to me by my disciples and is precious. Don't touch it so easily. Can't he just stay quiet? Disciples, You actually have disciples? Anyone who studies under a weakling like you must have terrible character and no good sense. Why do they have to be insulted like this? Enough already. Did you say something, weak explorer? I told you to shut your loud mouth. If you insult them again, I'll make sure you never joke around again. I said this with murderous intent. Last time this silenced him, so he should shut up now. Or so I thought. I'll say it as many times as I want. Your disciples are trash who made the wrong choice. While Derek was so engrossed in talking that he let his guard down, I punched his face. I also activated a low-level instantaneous ability surge impact at the moment of contact. I swung my fist through, and Derek collapsed onto the ground. He lay there with a dumbfounded expression as if he couldn't understand what happened. I approached Derek lying there to check his condition. He was conscious and seemed all right. There was some nosebleed, but no signs of fractures. While activating healing, I said to Derek, "It's fine if you mock me. I'm willing to overlook you laughing at their lack of strength, too. Right now, you're stronger than them, but I won't forgive you denying them. Got it? Stay away from me from now on. You're unpleasant." Yeah, that felt good. I don't care if this causes a scene. Other participants looked like they approved, so it'll probably end with Derek making a fuss. After healing Derek, I left the waiting room. Staying here would only bother those around me. Though maybe I already have. The perspective changes in the second half. After killing time aimlessly, it was finally my turn to fight, so I returned to the waiting room. Mr. Orun, we were looking for you. Why weren't you in the waiting room? Honestly, they must have been searching for me. The staff member who spotted me began to complain non-stop. Sorry, I was just taking a walk. Well, it's fine. The previous match has already started, so please prepare. Just as the staff said this, the previous match seemed to have ended. Derek entered the waiting room from the arena. As soon as he saw me, his face was burning with rage as he glared at me. Hey, win and move on. Tomorrow I'll beat you badly in front of the crowd. He's as noisy as ever. I told him to stay out of my way, but he keeps picking fights. Well, I'm partly to blame for this, though. I appreciate your support. I'm not supporting you, I joked with Derek and then walked out of the waiting room. As I moved deeper inside, an arena with a circular fighting space spread out before me. That armband is a magical tool, isn't it? Bringing magical tools into the arena is forbidden. Please hand over the main device or the attached magic stones. I had heard this in the pre-match rules explanation, so I wasn't surprised. I removed the armband from my right wrist, then took out my sword belt and 2 swords for the martial arts tournament. Then I took the magic stones from the left armband and handed them to the staff. I definitely didn't want to hand over my magical tools to someone else. I wrapped the sword belt around my waist, sheathed the longsword on my left hip and the short sword on my back. While preparing, I heard the announcer's voice. Now we are down to the final match of today's tournament. Representing the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky, the ace and top favorite for the championship, Dragon Slayer Orun Dura. His opponent is Loretta Weaver from Jade Gale, who has reached the 89th floor within the past month and is said to be the closest to an S-rank party. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, and the crowd's cheers were as loud as during the first match. Everyone's so energetic. With preparations complete, I slowly walked toward the designated spot in the arena. Nice to meet you, Dragon Slayer. I can't believe I'm facing the top favorite in the first round. I'm so fed up with my bad luck, but if I win, our party will become famous overnight, so I'll be the one winning. Whether I win or lose, I don't think your party's notoriety will change that much. After all, your party has jumped from the 86th floor to the 89th floor in just 1 month. That's right. Last month, the party with the highest progress among ranked parties was the one Mr. Barnard from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky belonged to. But within this month, they rapidly rose to the top of the rank parties. That progress is genuinely admirable. It's not easy to clear the lower floors in such a short time, let alone the mid-level floors. We're still not enough. We'll surpass Red Copper Twilight, surpass the Rabbits, surpass Dawnlight, and become the hero party. Miss Loretta raised the 2 longswords she held in both hands. I wonder if a woman can handle them well without any buffs, in terms of strength, I mean. She has a standard build, but I feel like she might get overwhelmed by the swords. Is that so? I support that goal, but I also have my reasons for not losing, so I'll be the one winning. I drew the longsword from my left hip, lowered my center of gravity slightly, and relaxed my entire body. It seems both are ready. Then first round, match 8, fight. Right after the start, Miss Loretta rushed at me. I didn't move, watching her every move. She entered sword range and swung the sword in her right hand horizontally from right to left, exactly as I predicted, somewhat clumsily affected by the weight of the sword. Because the sword was too heavy for her, the attack was slow. I dodged the attack easily, and without delay, the sword in her left hand followed almost the same path as the right. Judging that there would be a big opening after she finished swinging the left sword, I launched a counterattack. But immediately after, from my lower left, the sword tip came rushing toward my throat. I stopped my attack on the spot, dodged the thrust by moving my body aside, and jumped back to create distance. Miss Loretta had thrust with her right sword immediately after swinging the left. That move requires solid core strength, so the act of being overwhelmed by the sword was a bluff. "Oh, you reacted to that? I wanted to finish you quickly with that attack." Miss Loretta spoke lightly as she closed the distance again and swung her sword. Her sword speed wasn't that fast, so I could handle it, but there were many strikes. She was making the most of the dual-wielding advantage. While I could dodge or block her slashes, I couldn't shift to offense. This is an unexpected development. Orun is unable to go on the offensive. Is he just barely managing to defend? We clashed swords dozens of times. I figured out her movements pretty well. Maybe it's time. While taking attacks, I observed her fully and then started to act to turn the tables. Miss Loretta was compensating for her slow sword speed with volume of attacks. However, the tempo of her attacks was almost constant and predictable. To break her rhythm first, I drew the short sword from my left waist and struck the right sword she was about to attack with. With her attack rhythm broken, I swung my long sword. Miss Loretta immediately switched to defense, blocking my attack with her left sword while stepping back to keep distance. As I closed in to press the attack, she quickly prepared and swung her right sword. Unfortunately, that attack didn't reach me. I'd already read that her attack started from the right sword and had judged her sword range. Her attack missed by a small margin. Right after the miss, I swung the longsword at her right arm. Because I was pulling the blade, it didn't cut, but I felt the sensation of her bones cracking through the longsword. I tried to follow up with the short sword in my left hand, but she leapt back a great distance, and I had to give up. Instead, at her landing, I threw the short sword. Miss Loretta dodged the flying dagger, losing her stance. Seizing the moment, I closed in and swung my longsword horizontally with full force. Though off balance, she blocked the slash with her left sword but couldn't hold firm. She dropped the sword and fell on her backside. I pressed the sword tip against her face. "Yeah, I lost." Decision. The winner is Orun from the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. After turning to offense, it was one-sided. Truly strong Dragon Slayer. The announcer's excited voice stirred the crowd's enthusiasm. They're noisy as usual. I couldn't win after all. You're no easy opponent to beat with an unbuffed, improvised fighting style. So that was different from your usual combat style, huh? Well, yeah. It's just an excuse, though. Though she moved skillfully, I had doubts if this was the real strength of the rank party's ace. Also, sorry about your right arm. No, don't apologize. I expected injuries when I decided to join this tournament. Injuries are common in the martial arts tournament. That's why several excellent healers are always on duty. She's going to get treatment soon. She should recover completely today. Well then, good luck in your next match. Win the championship. Then I can say I lost to the champion and used that as an excuse for losing in the first round. Got it. Winning was my plan from the start anyway. And so, the first round of the martial arts tournament ended with my victory. Through this battle, I reaffirmed my thought. The rules of this tournament and explorers are the worst match. It's fortunate for me, but I don't like the idea of the public seeing this as the true strength of advanced explorers. Thus ended day one of the martial arts tournament, Advanced Explorers Division. 3 more wins to the championship. The semifinals and finals won't be easy, but I can't afford to lose for the clan and most importantly myself. Good morning, everyone. The excitement from yesterday hasn't died down yet, and the second round is starting soon. Just like yesterday, the high-energy announcer's voice lifted the crowd's spirits. Now let's check today's matchups. The first match is Hero Party's Oliver versus Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's Wilkes. The second match is Red Copper Twilight's Haruto versus Ultramarine Drizzle's Olaf. The third match is Amber Flash's Kyron versus Red Copper Twilight's Fuuka. And the fourth match is Hero Party's Derek against Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's Orun. Especially in the first and fourth matches, we have S-rank clashes. Now what battles will they show us today? How's your condition, Will? Orun, who was waiting with me in the waiting room, spoke. Not bad. I studied Oliver's fight from yesterday and ran simulations. I'm going to win. His fighting style was all-out offense, like the best defense is a good offense. If he only attacks, that fits well with my combat style. I don't think it's good to base your strategy on Oliver's fight from yesterday. Not that it's useless, but Orun warned me with concern in his voice. I know, yesterday's style might be a mislead. I'll judge properly as I fight. It's time. The second round of the Martial Arts Tournament Advanced Explorers Division begins now. First match, Hero Party's Oliver Cardiff, who overwhelmed enemies with a barrage yesterday, versus Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky's Wilkes Severy, who controlled the fight skillfully while defending. Called by name, I walked to the center of the arena. Oliver was approaching from the opposite side. He definitely has an aura. He somewhat reminds me of Orun. Take it easy on me, hero. Take it easy, don't be stupid. I'm going all out to crush you. I meant it as a greeting, but he responded seriously, with eyes so sharp it seemed he could kill with a glance. But I understood he was serious. I switched my mindset and readied my double-edged sword. Then second round, first match, fight! With the announcer's words, a loud gong sounded around. Unlike yesterday, he didn't attack right away. Is he wary of me? That can't be. My combat style basically reacts to enemy attacks. A smart person seeing yesterday's fight would realize I don't attack first, so I'll move first and seize the initiative. Oh, Wilkes moves first? This is the exact opposite of yesterday. Even as I closed in, Oliver kept watching me, sword in hand, without moving. That part is just like Orun, but Orun's responsibility is probably better. Since I've done many mock battles with Orun, I should be able to deal with a counterattack if that's what Oliver is aiming for. I swung the double-edged sword. Even though the blade was close to Oliver, he still didn't move. What's going on? If he doesn't move now, won't a counter be too late? Before the blade reached Oliver, it hit something, stopping my attack. I quickly checked what blocked my blade and saw a golden mass in midair. This is mana convergence. Taking advantage of my pause, Oliver's blade rushed toward me. I had been wary of a counter and managed to react but couldn't fully dodge, and the tip grazed my side. Ugh! The blade was pulled back so it didn't cut, but it felt like getting hit at high speed. It really hurt. Enduring the pain, I blocked Oliver's second strike with my double-edged sword. This is too heavy. I couldn't parry properly, and the direct hit was heavier than expected. Still, I barely held firm and forced a blade lock. I planned to steady myself and counterattack with the other blade, but Oliver pulled back his sword first. I almost lost my footing but held on. Oliver's attack was already coming. I blocked that attack too, but now I can't parry or take it head-on. I'm barely hanging on. Oliver's relentless rush. Wilkes is just defending. Can he turn things around? Oliver's attacks wore me down steadily. He gave me no time to recover. Orun told me, and I thought I understood, that I couldn't beat Oliver. But is the gap really this big? From the initial standoff to now, everything's been in his hands. Wilkes, hang in there. Among the crowd's noise, I thought I heard Luker's voice. Why am I entering a giving-up mode? I can't show such a pathetic side. Even if I lose, I have to leave my mark. Though off balance, I forced myself to let Oliver's sword slide diagonally over the blade of my double-edged sword. What? Ha! I swung out the double-edged sword, striking Oliver's abdomen, sending him flying backward. I felt it. That should have done serious damage, but Oliver stood as if nothing happened. The attack hit directly. Why, that surprised me. I thought I could finish this with that attack. I'm the one surprised. Then the next attack, can you block this? Rabbit's shield. Oliver's blade shone with golden light. This is heavenly flash? This is bad. If it were my usual double-edged sword, I could cancel it out. But this weapon was made purely for striking in the tournament. There's no way I'd stand after being hit directly by something that dangerous. I instinctively closed the distance to avoid getting hit by heavenly flash. Then Oliver smiled. A bluff. I had assumed Oliver wouldn't move, so I couldn't react as he suddenly closed in. He struck me with the golden glowing blade, and I lost consciousness. Oh, today we're in the same waiting room as Orun. As I was watching Will's fight from the waiting room, a voice called out from behind, "Mr. Haruto and Fuuka too." There were 2 members of the Red Copper Twilight, Harto Tendo. He's the leader of the Red Copper Twilight Seekers. He's about 10 centimeters taller than me. His outfit combines elements of traditional kimono and modern clothing. As for his ability, I think he's more than worthy of being an S-rank. In the joint hunts, it seemed like he wasn't using his full power, but even so, he performed on par with those around him, so his potential must be high. His fighting style is unarmed combat. He doesn't use weapons, and from his light movements comes a surprisingly powerful strike. In yesterday's first round, he even broke his opponent's weapon with his fist. I can tell there's some trick behind those blows, but I haven't figured out what it is yet. Long time no see, Orun. Has it been a bit over 2 months? I hear you've been doing great lately. Since the last joint hunt, so about that long. But my success is just because I was lucky with my team. Don't be so humble. Oh, Oliver's in the lead, huh? Mr. Haruto commented on the battle between Will and Oliver. Fuuka, have you already seen the outcome of this fight? I casually asked Fuuka. Well, whoa, not so fast. Fuuka, you're not going to be so honest, are you? I wanted to check just how far Fuuka's future sight could see, but Mr. Haruto noticed my intent and stopped me. Guess they won't tell me, though I feel like I could have asked if Haruto wasn't here, because I was asked a question. Do you answer questions no matter who asks, even if they're the enemy? Huh. Orun, you're not the enemy. Fuuka tilted her head and gave off an expression that clearly said, "What are you talking about?" Huh, did I say something wrong? Am I the one who's mistaken? Yet Mr. Haruto seemed to be the one doubting himself as if he'd made a mistake. In that exchange, Mr. Haruto was clearly in the right. I thought they were as entertaining as ever as I watched their interaction, when there was progress in the fight between Will and Oliver. Just when it looked like Will was going to be pushed through, he somewhat forcefully parried Oliver's sword and deflected its trajectory. The double-edged blade caught Oliver, sending him flying far backward. Oh, Wilkes is impressive. That must have hurt Oliver too. Talking with Fuuka, Mr. Haruto admired Will's counterattack that should have been out of sight. However, contrary to Mr. Haruto's expectations, Oliver stood as if nothing had happened. Will's face showed surprise as mana gathered on Oliver's blade, materializing into golden mana. Will probably judged it to be a heavenly flash. As he closed distance to respond before the slash was unleashed, Oliver slipped into Will's guard and swung his sword at his abdomen. Here's the finish. The winner is Hero Oliver. Wilkes fought back bravely but couldn't reach him after all. Will's counterattack was likely stopped by mana convergence. Oliver used to revere mana convergence as something sacred, almost to the point of over-specializing it, and never applied it outside of attacks. But now, in this battle, he had twice diverted mana convergence to defense. I wonder if his mindset has changed. My feeling of unease toward the hero party continued to grow. Does Luna know anything? But I want to avoid drawing attention by going to the mansion. What should I do? No, maybe it's none of my business anymore. Will was carried back to the waiting room on a stretcher, unconscious. He looked pale. How is Will's condition? I asked the attendant who brought him. He's not in any life-threatening condition. However, there's a possibility of broken ribs, so we'll take him to the infirmary for treatment. Understood. May I accompany you? No problem. Let's go. I wanted to watch Mr. Haruto and Fuuka's fight, but I thought Will would feel lonely if no one was with him when he woke up. At least I wanted to stay by his side until then. We arrived at the infirmary, and just as I was about to have the healer treat him, the infirmary door burst open and Lucre came in. Hey, is Will okay? She asked anxiously the moment she entered. Lucre, calm down, Will's fine. He has some external injuries, but nothing life-threatening. Upon hearing that, she finally relaxed. I'm glad. Sorry for causing a fuss. Can I do Will's treatment? The healer looked at me with some confusion at Lucre's sudden offer. She's the healer who's in the party with Will and me. I see, so she's a healer from the silver rabbits of the night sky. Then it's fine. Thank you. The healer made way, and Lucre immediately activated the high-level healing magic rapid healing Exile. Her technique construction for healing magic is still impressively fast. Is he okay for now? Lucre checked and whispered with relief as she looked into Will's face. Well, I'll head back to the waiting room. Can you take care of Will? Yes, leave it to me. Orun, do your best. Win for both of us and Will. Then I'm off. I left Will in Lucre's care and returned to the waiting room. Orun, welcome back. Fuuka called out to me as I returned. Normally, I would have answered as usual, but now I was frozen, stunned by the scene before me. What's with all that? Lunch. It's my turn next, so I thought I'd eat before then. Fuuka had spread a blue sheet on the floor and laid out a massive amount of food. The quantity easily exceeded what several people would eat. They must have bought it all from food stalls. Isn't that too much? You're going to fight later, right? Won't that make you feel uncomfortable? I couldn't help but point it out, though honestly I'd prefer if they lost here. Eating this much won't make me feel uncomfortable. I'm fine. She happily munched on takoyaki while answering. Now I understand why Miss Katina said she eats too much before. I see. Whoa, here goes. Harto's broken his opponent's weapon again just like in the first round. Both fighters are weaponless now. Is Harto in the lead? Hearing the announcer, I moved to a spot where I could see Mr. Haruto's fight. With no buffs and no weapon, there was no way to beat Mr. Haruto, and when I looked, it was a one-sided fight. Mr. Olaf from the Ultramarine Drizzle, who was Mr. Haruto's opponent, was guarding and holding on. But Mr. Haruto kept up light footwork, delivering strikes from all directions, leaving no chance to counterattack. Finally, Olaf's guard slipped as he couldn't endure it any longer, and Mr. Haruto landed a powerful finishing blow. Here's the finish. Overcoming the disadvantage of no weapons, Mr. Haruto wins. This is the power of an S-rank seeker. Phew, that was tiring. Oh, Orun, you're back. Yes, just a while ago. Congratulations on your win. Thanks. But I'm fighting someone who's used to support magic. I can't afford to lose. From what you said, it sounds like you're not used to buffs. Well, who knows? Hey, what are you doing? Mr. Haruto entered the waiting room and couldn't help but chide Fuuka. Lunch, Katina'll scold you for this. Though Mr. Haruto was exasperated, he didn't comment on whether she could finish it, so this amount of eating might be normal for her. About an hour after Mr. Haruto's match ended, the third match began. It was between Fuuka and Kaiern from the Amber Flash. Both were already facing each other in the center of the arena. All right. The second round, third match, fight start. Wait, the announcer's voice faltered right after starting the fight. No wonder. The moment the fight began, Fuuka had moved to where Kaiern stood. Kaiern was unconscious and collapsed nearby. As far as I knew, it was the first time the entire arena was plunged into silence. Do we still have to fight? Fuuka asked the referee. Because of the quiet, even her soft voice was clearly heard. The winner is Fuuka from Red Copper Twilight. Decided. That was instant. I didn't even see what happened. The audience was in uproar. No wonder. Yesterday, Fuuka won with a single counterattack, but that was only in response to the opponent's attack. No one in the audience imagined this kind of outcome. Why would she use chi? Mr. Haruto muttered so quietly that it could almost be missed. Thanks to my buff of quadruple stacking technical up, sight up, and hearing up on myself to avoid missing any of Fuuka's moves, I caught his words. What's chi? Huh, you heard that. You've got good ears. Chi is a general term for techniques passed down in my family line. Sorry, but I'm not going to explain any further. My family line? So it's a technique of the Tendo family. But Fuuka's last name is Shinonome, yet she used chi. That means it's not a secret technique exclusive to the Tendo family, but Fuuka has learned it. I don't know exactly what chi is, but should I consider it directly linked to Fuuka's strength? Maybe I'll investigate it a little. All right, let's get back on track. The third match ended quickly, but the fourth match is another battle between S-rank seekers. Hero Derek Mosley versus Dragon Slayer Orun Dura. Having finished preparations, I walked toward the center of the arena. Derek glared at me with a furious expression coming from the opposite side. He seems to be holding a grudge about yesterday. You weak seeker, even if it was a sneak attack, how dare you? I'll kill you, so be ready. Killing is against the rules. How can a hero behave like that? Shut up. I won't forgive you even if you cry and apologize. If he's this hot-headed, I probably don't need to worry much. I drew the dagger at my waist and gripped it with my right hand, holding it reversed. Well then, let's finish this quickly. The perspective shifts for the second half. Hey, what's with that pathetic sword? Don't worry about it. Is that just an excuse for when you lose? Pathetic. Don't bark, get ready already. No matter how much time you stall, the result won't change, you're going to lose. I'll kill you. Derek radiated incredible anger as he raised his shield and sword. All right, it looks like both of you are ready. The second round, fourth match begins now. Right from the start, Derek closed the distance. After all that provocation, it was only natural he'd charge in. Really, he's so easy to handle, it's a relief. Derek swung his sword down. When I converted to an enchanter from my time in the hero party, Derek was already part of the party. I'd been watching Derek's movements for years, and I had repeatedly coordinated my instantaneous ability surge impact with his actions. I already have your moves completely figured out. I stepped back half a step just as Derek's sword came down, letting the tip run past right in front of me. After confirming his attack missed, I moved to his right side and aimed my dagger for his neck. Derek reacted to my attack and tried to dodge. I knew that whenever Derek dodged after attacking, he always moved his left foot first. Right after he moved his left foot, I kicked his right foot as if sweeping it away. What? Immediately after, recalling the sensation from when I hit him yesterday, I aimed to break his nose this time by driving my reverse palm strike into his face. Once the fight's over, he can get treatment. A broken nose won't be a problem. He dropped his right-hand dagger, drew his longsword from his waist, and pressed the attack toward Derek's chest. I held the sword tip to Derek's face as he fell backward. The match is over. Not yet. Derek's eyes were far from dead. He glared at me. There's zero chance you can turn this around. Know when to quit. Shut up. Gah! Derek freed his left hand from his shield, aiming to strike my shin. But since his move was obvious, I slammed that left hand with my longsword. Referee, please judge. Winner, Orun Dura. The referee made the call. I won, as expected, but it still felt a bit anticlimactic. Now then, next up is the tough Fuuka match. Orun, you did it. As I returned to the waiting room, I heard Will's voice. Will, are you okay now? Fuuka and Mr. Haruto weren't there. Only Will and Lucre were present. It's thanks to Lucre's healing magic. Fuffa, be sure to give her your gratitude. The serious concern Will had earlier was gone. Lucre was back to her usual self. All right, I'm grateful, and congratulations again. Keep up the good work for me, too. Yeah, I'll do my best for you and Will. That's how the second day of the martial arts tournament ended. Third day of the martial arts tournament. Fuuka and I left the clan home of Red Copper Twilight, heading to the arena for our matches. Only 4 remain. 2 of those are from Red Copper Twilight. Isn't that enough? This tournament has been more of a hassle than I thought, and my motivation is pretty low. So tired. Weren't you supposed to take this seriously? Fuuka, walking beside me, asked. Well, that's what I thought, but I've done enough. Still, you're pretty hyped. Her expression was as inscrutable as usual, but she looked like a kid too, excited to wait. That's because I get to fight you today, Orun. Maybe I'll even get to see your real fight. Oh yeah, you're the one who said you thought I was holding back, but I thought you fought pretty seriously in the first and second rounds. I think you gave your all both days. But your real fight isn't like that, right? Well, even if you ask me, I don't know. Hello, Mr. Haruto. Orun entered the waiting room while I was waiting. Same room as Orun again. Hey, Orun, how's it going? Perfectly. My opponent today is Fuuka. Orun was conscious of Fuuka as well. After hearing Fuuka's evaluation of Orun last time, I had been watching this fight closely. Still, my impression was that his skill was average. His fighting style is good, I'll admit that. But in terms of raw potential, Fuuka is obviously superior, and I don't think Orun matches up at all. Hey, Orun, are you going to fight seriously today? I don't get the question's meaning, but I don't hold back every match. I'm not arrogant enough to think I can win by slacking. He didn't seem to be lying. In the whole world, there are only 5 people I know who have any chance of beating Fuuka. But Orun isn't among them, and even then it's only a possibility. I can't imagine Fuuka losing. Fuuka is special. Well, those 5 are special too. Hello, everyone. The semi-finals of the martial arts tournament are about to begin. All those who remain are S-rank seekers. Seems like the gap between A-rank and S-rank was big after all. Now let's look at today's matchups. In the first match, Oliver Cardiff of the Hero Party faces off against Harto Tendo of Red Copper Twilight. It's a leader's showdown between S-rank parties. Then in the second match, Fuuka Shinonome of Red Copper Twilight will fight Orun Dura of the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky. This is an ace showdown between S-rank parties. Both are matches you can't miss. The announcer's loud voice stopped my thoughts. Heading toward the arena through the back of the waiting room, I heard my name called and walked to the center of the arena. After taking our places, I checked Oliver's expression. He glared at me without a trace of emotion. He's definitely the superior opponent, but he showed no sign of underestimating me. I never imagined I'd end up fighting Oliver like this. All right, let's see what you've got. Without a word, we both entered battle stance. Then the semifinals' first match begins now. At the sound of the drum, we close the distance. Of course, with sword versus bare hands, the sword has reach. That means the other side attacks first. As before, I planned to parry and counter. But contrary to my expectations, Oliver didn't even swing his sword once he got within range. What's he thinking? Unable to read his intent, I saw something golden appear before my eyes. What is this? It exploded right in front of me. I jumped backward instinctively. That was close. What the hell was that? As I was shocked, I realized something. Because I jumped back, the distance was perfect for his sword again. Damn it! This time he swung his sword. I deflected the blade with my gauntlet and stepped back outside his sword range. That gave me a fright. This could have ended in an instant, so this is mana convergence, huh? It has enough destructive power to destroy a city, but can also pull off such precise tricks. Impressive, but no time to admire. First, I'll break his sword as usual and drag the fight onto my turf. I concentrated my chi into my fist and closed in on Oliver. Chi is the energy flowing inside the body. Everyone has it, but controlling it is no easy feat. My ancestors reached the peak of chi mastery and passed down the techniques. Since childhood, I was taught chi control, so now I can manipulate it as easily as breathing. Circulating chi inside greatly enhances physical ability, much like support magic buffs. Furthermore, releasing chi outside can achieve various effects. For example, by channeling chi into a strike and detonating it, you can destroy the target from within. That's how I break weapons. Oliver attacked in sync with my moves. But too bad, I'm aiming for your sword. I met his blade with my fist, flowing chi into the sword at the moment of impact to detonate it. But the sword didn't break, and I was caught off guard by his counterattack. Ugh! Before I could think, my body moved, and I put distance between us before the follow-up hit landed. What's going on? I touched the sword and flowed chi in. Your expression looks like you've seen something unbelievable. Is it surprising that my sword didn't break? Oliver said coldly. So he had countermeasures against weapon breaking. Well, I'm stumped. My fighting style focuses on breaking things. This tournament's rules aren't favorable to me more than any other seeker. I didn't want to show my hand, so I'd only been breaking weapons. Looking at Oliver's blade, I now knew why it didn't break. His supernatural ability is mana convergence. By covering his blade with a mana membrane, the chi couldn't reach the sword. Seriously, how useful is that? Maybe I should just give up, but thinking about the future, maybe I should watch Oliver fight a bit longer up close. Sigh, I'll fight a bit more, then lose at some convenient point. No chance of winning, and sorry, Alf, but it can't be helped. Deciding on my approach, I circulated chi through my body to boost my physical abilities. Oliver seemed surprised at my increased speed, but quickly adapted. I kept attacking to create openings, but having no way to break his weapon, I could only punch. Oliver got used to my moves and began counterattacking more. I gradually spent more resources on defense, eventually getting beaten up badly and losing to Oliver. It hurt a lot. After the fight, I received treatment for bruises caused by Oliver and headed toward Huey and Caddy in the audience. Oh, it's the captain who got beaten up by the hero. Caddy greeted me harshly upon seeing me. That's harsh to a comrade who fought hard. Because he was holding back and got beaten up, what else can I say? No, I gave it my all, it's just that the rules limit what I can do. But if you really intended to win, couldn't you have attacked unilaterally from outside sword range? I can't do that. Isn't that broken Japanese? We wanted to see the captain beat the hero, Huey whispered sadly. Sorry for that pathetic showing, but understand this, I couldn't corner him. It would have taken too long for me to beat Oliver. Well, I'll leave the championship to Fuuka. Now it's time for the second semi-final match. Will there be as fierce a battle as the first match? First, Sword Princess Fuuka Shinonome, who won her first and second rounds with just one strike each. Facing her is Dragon Slayer Orun Dura, who advanced with skillful tactics. While we talked, the second match was about to start. Fuuka and Orun took their places, preparing for battle. Hey, unlike before, Orun is only wielding a longsword this time. Caddy's observation made me notice. Orun had been fighting with a longsword and dagger before, but now only the longsword and no sheath to be seen. Is he trying to lighten his load to match Fuuka's speed? I don't think that can make much difference. Both are ready. The second semi-final match begins now. After the fight started, murmurs arose from the crowd. The reason was simple. Even though the match had begun, Fuuka and Orun hadn't moved a single step. Hey, it started. Fight already. The impatient crowd began shouting jeers at the two motionless fighters. Captain, why aren't they moving? Those two are locked in an intense battle. They're moving so fast it looks like they're still. No way. Yeah, not really. Ouch. Trying to lighten the mood with a joke, Caddy didn't like it and kept hitting me. Don't tell dumb lies here. Sorry, no more hits. Okay, the second half was a lie, but the first part was true. With Caddy's violence behind me, I started explaining. Well, you'd need to be pretty familiar with martial arts to understand what's happening. What do you mean? They do look like they're not moving, but there are tiny movements like weight shifts. They read those minute motions and fight mentally. It's essentially a battle of strategy. ... Can they really do that? In matches between masters, it's said the outcome is decided before either makes a move. Fuuka obviously reached that level, but I didn't expect Orun to be there too. Even though the battle hadn't moved a single step forward since it began, I could feel the fatigue steadily building up. This is bad. No matter how I attack, I can only see visions of me losing. Some time had passed since the fight started, but I was still struggling to find an opening. Fuuka kept a calm expression, calmly shifting her stance to counter whatever move I was about to make next. At this rate, I'll be the one to tire out first. But it wasn't like I gained nothing from this. From all the tactics so far, I had managed to learn a bit about Fuuka's future sight. First, the extent of how far ahead she could see, probably just a few seconds, and at most about 10 seconds into the future. Next, the future Fuuka sees isn't a fixed, unchangeable one. If it were an unchanging future, she wouldn't have to keep adjusting her actions to counter mine. Every time I changed my move, Fuuka would alter her counter as well. If this was just a bluff, I was completely helpless, so I had no choice but to believe what I was seeing. If my understanding was wrong, then there was no chance for me to win. It took quite some time, but I gathered the information I wanted. This is the only way. My strengths lie in adaptability and my ability to respond quickly. I'm confident that in these two aspects I don't lose to most people. Not even to Fuuka, the strongest swordsman. She can't use magic. All the mana capacity that I usually dedicate to magic, I'll put it all into this attack. No matter how far into the future she can see, Fuuka is still human. There has to be a limit. I steeled myself and closed the distance to Fuuka. Of course, Fuuka, seeing the future, tried to respond optimally to my moves. The moment I sensed that, I changed my action. Feints won't work. Act as if you really intend to carry out every move. I changed my actions dozens, maybe hundreds of times before closing the gap of about 10 meters. I even moved faster than my own thoughts, almost like a reflex. Once I was in sword's reach, swinging my blade while changing actions with each move. Ha ha ha! My sword stopped just before Fuuka's neck. If I hadn't stopped, this blade would have definitely reached her. Fuuka stood there, eyes wide open, unable to move. Just as I expected, seeing so many futures in an instant overloaded her information processing, putting her in a near paralysis. I had no idea you could do that. I couldn't move. Fuuka muttered in her usual calm tone, but her expression looked like she simply couldn't believe it. Ha ha, I'm glad I caught you off guard. So is this my win? Because I pushed my brain to near its limit, I felt the same heavy sensation in my head that I got when I overused magic. If I pushed myself further, I'd definitely get a headache. Yeah, if this were a real fight, I would have died. I lose. The host announced Fuuka's surrender to the audience, signaling the end of the match. Unsurprisingly, many viewers were dissatisfied with both the process and the outcome, and complaints poured in even more fiercely than before. I understand their feelings, but we were both serious about this, and yet they keep saying whatever they want. But it can't be helped if I had no chance winning through fair fighting. The reason I won this time was because the rules defined the battle. You can't fight like this in a regular martial arts tournament. Dedicating all the capacity I usually use for magic just to make my sword reach Fuuka, that's something I'd be afraid to try normally. If I ever fought Fuuka outside this place, I'd probably focus on how fast I could retreat instead, depending on the situation. Also, this method will probably be countered next time. Why didn't you show your full power? After withdrawing my sword, Fuuka asked. What do you mean? I didn't understand the intention of her question and returned it with a question. You showed a bit of your true strength last time. When was last time? The joint subjugation mission? She shook her head. Then when was it? The fight at the Flockhart Trading Company. Your movements were sharper than usual. Ah, that time. Fuuka's true strength referred to the stacked buffs. That was an original magic buff. I can't use it in this magic-prohibited tournament. Magic! The thing needed to cancel it is a Katadama using chi, right? Fuuka tilted her head as she pointed this out. That Kai again? And cancel? What is she talking about? Sometimes it's hard to have a coherent conversation with Fuuka. I see. I didn't understand why you defeated the Black Dragon, but now I get it. Without me even asking, she seemed to have come to a conclusion. It's no use telling this to the current Orun, but remember this, I am your sword. Even if the world turns against you, I will fight alongside you. Turn the world against me? What is she suddenly talking about? With my head tired, I couldn't grasp the meaning of Fuuka's words. After saying that, she walked back toward the waiting room. Although it was a somewhat anticlimactic conclusion, the two finalists have been decided. First, hero Oliver Cardiff, and opposing him, the Dragon Slayer Orun Dura. The match will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow, the strongest explorer of Tsutoleru will be determined. Don't miss it. The host's announcement stirred the crowd again, and I returned to the waiting room. Thus, I moved on to the finals. Next is the fight against Oliver. His movements are as familiar as Derek's, no, even more so, but he has techniques like the use of mana convergence that I don't know. Like Fuuka, he's not someone I can easily defeat. Now in the Hero Party Advanced Explorer Division of the Martial Arts Tournament, only the final match remains. The matchup is just as most expected on the fourth day of the Martial Arts Tournament. As I meditated with my eyes closed in the waiting room, the announcer's voice reached me. At last, the final match. My opponent is Oliver. We were born in the same village and have been pushing each other to improve ever since. Since becoming explorers, a gap in our physical abilities began to appear. And by the time we reached the lower floors of the Great Labyrinth, the difference was insurmountable. Even after I converted to an Enchanter following various twists and turns, Oliver continued to grow. In a pure power contest, I can't match him, but I haven't done nothing either. As an Enchanter, I've gained various experiences and have kept a bird's-eye view on Oliver's movements. I know his habits better than he does. What I do now isn't any different from what I did with Fuuka. I'll just face him with my strengths. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. It's time to call the two warriors who will fight now. First, the current Hero Party leader who reached the unprecedented 94th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth and is also known by the epithet Sword Saint, Explorer Oliver Cardiff. When Oliver's name was called, he walked toward the center of the arena from the opposite side. From the spectator seats, loud cheers erupted. Opposing him is the ace of the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky, known by the title Dragon Slayer for single-handedly defeating D-player floor bosses. Orun Dura, my name was called next, so I also headed from the waiting room to the match center. Cheers could be heard from the crowd, but the loudest came from the area reserved for the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky members. This battle is not just about me. If I win here, the Silver Rabbits of the Night Sky will gain even greater advantage going forward. For that reason, I absolutely cannot lose. Long time no see, Orun. Once we took our designated positions, Oliver spoke to me. It's truly been a long time since we talked properly. When I was kicked out of the party, Oliver spoke, and the day after he defeated the Black Dragon on the 50th layer, I mostly talked one-sidedly. We haven't had a conversation in over 2 months. Not exaggerating, this might be the first time since I became aware of the world that I haven't spoken like this. Yeah, long time no see. I've heard of Dawnlight's success. Gathering that amount of magic stones in under 2 months, impressive. Is that sarcasm? In response to me, Oliver's expression didn't change as he coldly replied. No sarcasm, I just thought it would take longer for you guys. Seems my successor is quite capable. Since I've been active as an explorer in Pseudolero, I've heard some information about explorers operating outside the Great Southern Labyrinth. I even looked into Philly Carpenter, the Enchanter who joined the Hero Party as my successor. Yet I found no information about her. Well, Enchanters hardly get mentioned. So it's not strange there's no information, but the final decision on party makeup is up to Marquis Forgus. Would he have allowed an unknown Enchanter to join? Looking back now, this personnel decision feels strange as well. Yeah, she's excellent. Her support magic is several ranks above you. I see. So are you about to start conquering the 94th floor? I wouldn't tell an outsider like you. That's true. The questioning's over. Get ready. Like always, I'll crush you. Oliver said this, and his aura shifted into battle mode as he drew his sword. I know you're obsessed with conquering the Great Labyrinth. I also know you can't afford to lose here. But I have my reasons for not losing either. I'm winning today. He said that and shifted his focus. Drawing a longsword from his left waist, he assumed a stance. Both are ready. The final match begins. Right at the start, we closed the distance. As I entered his range, Oliver slashed his sword horizontally. I met that attack head-on with my longsword. I knew it, but it's heavy. Instead of resisting the shock transmitted through the longsword, I jumped backward to keep distance. Oliver's initial slash. Orun is forced to retreat. Is this going to end quickly? The last time I sparred with Oliver using swords was several years ago. From his pre-movement, I can predict his actions and estimate the power from his sword speed, but actually taking the hit is still more intense than I imagined. I don't think that was his full strength, but still, being able to block it once is significant. I closed the distance again and launched a diagonal slash, which tends to carry more power. Oliver received my attack effortlessly with a reverse diagonal slash. Despite me being in a favorable position while swinging down, the swords gradually pushed upwards in the bind. Timing it perfectly, I eased the force on my longsword and leaned back to dodge Oliver's upward cut. Then, I drew a dagger with my left hand and lunged toward Oliver's chest. Though the blade was parried, a forceful tip strike could cause something like a fracture. In this situation where healing magic is prohibited, such injury would be fatal. Just before the dagger's tip reached Oliver's chest, something hard blocked it. Oliver's mana convergence. Knowing this would happen, I wasn't shaken and jumped back to put distance between us. With this, I now understand the power of his sword and his skill with mana convergence. The sword was as expected, Getting hit properly would quickly put me at a disadvantage. But it seems my mastery of mana convergence is higher. I overwrote my past data on Oliver with this latest information and simulated the battle flow. You still fight defensively, huh? Oliver spoke as distance opened. This is helpful. I have little chance if we fight head-on. While talking to Oliver, I considered multiple strategies. So, any good ideas? Did he deliberately talk to give me more time? He's so confident. Huh. Just as I thought he was underestimating me, Oliver rushed at me at an incomparably faster speed. If I weren't accustomed to Oliver's movements, I wouldn't have reacted in time. I hastily blocked his slash with my longsword, but the attack was sharper and heavier than before, and my stance faltered slightly. Without pause, a golden orb appeared right before my eyes. I barely created distance, and the golden orb exploded immediately after. He's seen through my fighting style. Naturally, just as I know Oliver's movements and style well, he knows me well too. He deliberately made himself look weaker than usual, anticipating that I was observing him. Still, Oliver's flurry of attacks pressed me relentlessly. He moved as if supported by some kind of support magic, driving me into a corner. Oliver's rush now? No one has survived this yet. Can Orun endure it? Because I know Oliver's next moves from his pre-movements, I can withstand it. Without that, it would have ended quickly. I kept jumping back to evade the flurry, but was finally cornered against the wall. Orun has been cornered. Is this the end? There's nowhere left to run. The outcome is decided. As a fellow villager, I'll let you go if you surrender now. But from here on, I won't give you a chance to speak. So Oliver's goal was to corner me against the wall. Yeah, I knew that. When things go your way, you don't realize you're being manipulated. Mana convergence bombardment isn't your exclusive move. I unleashed the mana I had been focusing in the air above, striking downward at Oliver. Preparing for backlash, I created a pseudo-magic barrier with mana convergence. Magic barriers count as magic, so they're forbidden in this fight, but my mana convergence can substitute. Oliver uses it too. With the pseudo-magic barrier deployed, Oliver seemed to realize what I was trying. He looked up. I slipped away from his gaze, kept the black mana orb afloat in the air, dissolved the pseudo-barrier, and charged at Oliver. Even a surprise attack with mana convergence could be countered by Oliver. That's why I used this surprise as a decoy. Oliver noticed my approach and hurriedly shifted his gaze back, but it was too late. I swung my longsword in a horizontal slash with full force. Damn, Oliver's sword just barely blocked the strike, but I succeeded in breaking his stance. I then took his back and swung my longsword again. That too was blocked before reaching him, but I managed to corner him against the wall. Jumping back, I created distance and prepared to strike the black mana orb above downward. The orb, adjusted so it wouldn't kill Oliver outright, exploded nearby, enveloping the area in pitch-black mana. A flash of attack and defense, a black explosion hits Oliver. Magic is banned in this tournament. This must be Orun's supernatural ability. As expected, the Silver Rabbit of the Night Sky's ace possesses a supernatural ability. I made a rule for myself in this tournament. I would avoid using supernatural abilities when fighting non-supernatural ability users as much as possible. Under the tournament's rules, having or not having supernatural abilities strongly affects victory. If I abused mana convergence, I could easily dominate except against Oliver, Fuuka, and Mr. Haruto. But the audience doesn't want that kind of fight, and I don't want complaints after the tournament, so I decided to avoid it. Well, if I was going to lose, I'd throw that decision out and use my ability. Oliver also has the same supernatural ability, mana convergence. If we're on equal footing, I won't hesitate to use it. Still, this attack seemed to hit directly. If it landed badly, it could have ended the match. I couldn't see Oliver's condition inside the smoke. I don't think he's unscathed. I focused mana on my blade for follow-up, cloaked it in black mana, and watched Oliver carefully. Suddenly, the smoke around Oliver stirred violently and irregularly, golden light shining from within. Finally, the smoke cleared, revealing Oliver bleeding from his forehead and breathing heavily. In his hand, he gripped a sword cloaked in golden mana. I dealt significant damage, but his eyes showed no sign of death. Oliver sheathed the dagger he had in his left hand and gripped the longsword with both hands, assuming a stance. Oliver also assumed a high stance with his sword. The tense air thickened. We swung our swords at the same time. Heavenly flash! The pitch-black and golden slashes collided in the middle. Sorry, Oliver. I've constantly refined my mana convergence. Lately, you seem to use it defensively too, but your mastery doesn't match mine. Plus, with your shorter convergence time, there's no way you can win. The two-color slashes struggled, but the black gradually began engulfing the gold, like the sun setting and night arriving. Finally, the pitch black completely swallowed the gold, and without losing momentum, it consumed Oliver as well. Silence fell over the entire arena. Oliver lay unconscious and I stood alone. Decision here, the winner is Orun Dura. The announcer's voice broke the silence, and cheers rose from the entire crowd. Thus, the martial arts tournament ended with my victory. Where is this? When I came to an unfamiliar ceiling came into view, I knew I was lying on a bed. But why? Good morning, Mr. Oliver. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Luna's voice came from beside me. I sat up and checked my condition, but I felt no discomfort at all. By then, I had understood why I was sleeping here. I don't feel any discomfort, so I lost. To Orun. It was the first time in my life that I lost to Orun. Until now, I had never lost to him, and I never doubted I would lose in the future. But now that I had lost, the feeling inside me was close to a resigned acceptance. It can't be helped that I lost. I couldn't explain why I felt this way, but somehow it also felt somewhat refreshing. How long have I been asleep? About 2 hours. The award ceremony has already finished. Marquis Forgus has instructed that you return to the mansion immediately after waking. I'm sorry to trouble you right after waking, but let's move right away. A summons from Marquis Forgus. No doubt it was a scolding because I couldn't win. I really didn't want to go, but I couldn't just ignore it. Understood. Let's go back immediately. As we walked along a less crowded path from the arena back to our mansion, I was thinking about what to do next. The hero party has been in a terrible state lately. The signs had been there before, but it now seemed to have reached a point beyond repair. The biggest reason was probably Philly joining. Not only Ainley, but even Derek had recently been affirming everything Philly did. Because of that, she was effectively deciding the party's direction. However, I didn't think that was a bad thing, and there was no problem with her becoming the party leader. There was also a sense of relief that I could trust her. So, what's the problem? It was the clash with Luna. Luna also seemed to have undergone some change in feelings and has recently started actively voicing her opinions on party matters. It wasn't the kind of outright denial she had after Orun was expelled, but genuine statements made thinking about the party's welfare. And whenever Luna's and Philly's opinions clashed, Ainley and Derek always sided with Philly, so Philly's opinion was adopted by majority vote. Personally, I thought Luna's opinions deserved respect, but those three wouldn't allow it. Each time opinions clashed, the party's atmosphere grew tenser. And for the past few days, Luna had visibly lost her energy. I didn't know the cause, but I wanted to do something to support her. This party might be at its end. I had been thinking that for a while. I felt it might be better to dissolve the party. I myself no longer wanted to continue as an explorer with the current members. And above all, with my defeat this time, the people would come to view the Dawnlight as inferior to the silver rabbits of the night sky. I have to be the best to protect what's important. Otherwise, I'll lose what I cherish. Wait, what is it that I cherish? My comrades? No, since I'm even thinking of disbanding the party, I don't feel afraid of losing them. Then family. My parents died 10 years ago when the village was attacked by bandits and wiped out. I don't have a lover or anyone I want to build a family with, so family isn't what's important to me now. Then, fame? No. I'm not continuing as an explorer for such a thing. What is it that I want to protect by becoming stronger? Mr. Oliver, are you all right? Luna's voice brought me back to reality. Apparently, I had stopped walking. No, it's nothing. Let's get back quickly. The more I thought about it, the deeper I fell into a trap. I had prioritized conquering the Great Labyrinth myself over my promise to explore it together with my best friend whom I had abandoned. But looking back, I realized I had nothing I truly wanted to protect. The purpose of becoming strong to protect what I care about had somehow turned into simply becoming strong as the goal itself. Why am I only realizing this now? When I returned to the mansion, I headed straight to the reception room. As expected, Marquis Forgus was seated in an expensive chair, holding a glass of wine. Philly was sitting opposite him. It seemed she had been receiving guests until now. Ainley and Derek stood behind Philly, almost like attendants. It felt strange to see these two, who were usually self-centered, acting so submissively, but I could barely accept that much. They had been completely devoted to Philly lately. But the two stood there with unfocused gazes, so strangely that I almost thought they were puppets. It was easy to imagine something was wrong with them, but for now, Marquis Forgus was the priority. I'm back. The moment Marquis Forgus saw me, anger that he couldn't hide seeped into his expression. Not once, but twice, you dared to disgrace me. How do you intend to make amends for this? Although Marquis Forgus usually acted with calm composure, there was no sign of that now. I wasn't careless. Orun was simply stronger than me, that's all. I spoke honestly, but I myself was surprised by my words. I thought if I lost to Orun, I'd be unbearably frustrated, but now my heart was calm. Not careless. Your abilities are not just this. 10 years ago you fought Belia Sands valiantly, didn't you? And yet, Marquis Forgus, enough talk. A voice cut through the tense air with undeniable pressure. Was that Philly's voice? Marquis Forgus was raging, but at Philly's single word he fell silent. What the hell? Was Philly always this commanding? The atmosphere completely changed just because of her words. It felt like Philly was the top authority here. However, Marquis Forgus, ruled by anger, seemed irritated by this. "Silence, you little brat. Do you know who I am? I am the Marquis who rules this entire region. Could you stop barking? I can hear you just fine without all the noise. I wasn't going to interfere whatever you do, but you must never mention that person's name lightly. I've warned you before, haven't I? Or have you got the memory of a bird who forgets things after taking a few steps? Bird, it's the first time I've been insulted like this in my life. Don't think you'll get away with it." Oh dear, getting angry over this is typical of a sheltered rich kid. For an inferior like you better know your place. Philly didn't back down an inch in front of Marquis Forgus. If only from the atmosphere, she dominated the scene. But this was dangerous. Marquis Forgus was still a high-ranking noble. She could be charged with disrespect. Hey, Philly, calm down a bit. A fox borrowing the power of a tiger. Without Belia Sands' prestige, you are nothing. The moment Marquis Forgus mentioned the name, Belia Sands again, the one Philly told him not to say, a dense, murderous aura emanated from her. Feeling it sent chills throughout my body. I've never felt such killing intent before. Who exactly is Philly? Luna, standing beside me, also gasped when she sensed Philly's aura, yet Ainley and Derek didn't move a muscle. What is going on? I couldn't keep up with this sudden turn of events. You really are bird-brained. If you're this hopeless, you'll interfere with future plans too. Let's deal with this right now. Philly muttered something ominous as she stood up. Why, you're going to kill me? Marquis Forgus, now looking up at Philly, was in a state of confusion compounded by her murderous aura. That would be quickest, but you're quite influential. Eliminating you here would be troublesome. So I won't kill you physically, that is? Eek, don't joke, I won't end here if that's your intention. As he spoke, Marquis Forgus produced something golden. Is that a magic stone? I had never seen a golden magic stone before. What was he going to do with it? What is that? Stop! Philly showed genuine alarm the moment she saw the magic stone. Is it really that dangerous? Oliver, burn this magic stone into your mind. Marquis Forgus thrust the magic stone right before my eyes. Oliver Cardiff, close your eyes immediately, don't look at it. Philly urged me not to look. But I couldn't take my eyes off the magic stone. As I stared at it, my heartbeat grew louder. Ugh! All the strength drained from my body, and I collapsed to my knees. Mr. Oliver, what's wrong? Are you okay? Luna's voice nearby sounded very distant. What is this? What is this? My body is burning. My head! A sharp pain that felt like my head was about to split open followed. At the same time, memories I didn't know began flooding in. Gwa! Although I should have had no knowledge of these memories, somehow I instinctively knew everything before was a lie, and I felt power surging out of my entire body. Caught amid the confusion, I was unable to control the overflowing power. And I, with the resolve to destroy the guild, I lost consciousness. You are amazing for listening to chapters 1 to 100 of Jack of All Trades, Party of None. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.